like they're going to keep on putting the burden on you once you start playing that game. That's why their claim being the positive claim, one of curvature, is the one that needs to be proven.
They do that no matter what. They're going to do that whether you do that or whatever else.
They're going to try to do that. They're going to try to do that, but that's why it should be, instead of trying to prove that there is no curve, it should be trying to prove that there is curve positively, a positive claim.
But there's no reason to make that distinction. Like this is not an issue. That's why I said the logic sequence, the 6 premises, and that natural deduction. There's only 2 options. If I prove that the surface is flat, that is an instance of proving that it's not curving.
Right, but you're going to struggle with these people also. Like, they're never going to admit that it is flat. They'll just say, here's an instance where it appears flat. Like, it's refraction.
They do that with whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Their stubbornness and invincible ignorance doesn't mean my argument is insufficient.
Can I ask Gregor a question?
Gregory,
sorry. Is the problem with the Eratosthenes experiment that there is an alternative explanation with a close and local sun?
Well, what's the problem?
I ask you if that's the problem with it, or not the problem, but the fact that you're not
like strong.
Okay, so
I can't hear you clearly.
Okay, so is the reason why you're rejecting it as evidence or proof for low birth because there is an alternative explanation with the sun as a close and local sun?
It's a weak inductive argument. It's not an instance of detecting curvature. And again, the presumptions are false. The unverified presumptions of the Earth's size, the Earth's distance, and the parallel light rays, and the curvature of the face of the Earth. Those are all presumptions.
Yeah, I believe the size of the Earth was measured. Okay, so the Eratosthenes didn't presume the size of the Earth. It was measured. It was the output of the experiment. He didn't know that beforehand.
No, he didn't measure any circumference of the surface of the Earth. He never saw the curvature of the Earth in the first place. He believed that he ascertained the curvature because he presumed the distance to the sun, the size of the sun, parallel light rays, and the Earth being a ball to account for why the shadows are different as they are.
Actually, I don't think the size of the sun the sun wasn't required, but he did assume an infinitely distant sun.
Yes.
Yes, an infinitely distant sun.
So the alternative explanation.
Sure, go ahead and say it that way.
Gregory. Yeah, thank you. So what Gregory was posting was an example, a diagram of the example where you had one example where the Earth was curving, and that was one conclusion, and the other conclusion was a close and local sun. So your problem is that the alternative explanation could be a close and local sun to explain that.
I've already answered you.
Experiment.
Right. I'll say it again. Don't say the thing I answered again. This is really irritating.
So you agree with me, or?
I already told you that Eratosthenes had several presumptions, like we just mentioned. That's why I reject it. Not only that, but it's also accountable with the obvious fact that the Earth's surface is horizontal and the light rays from the sun are divergent. I don't just reject Eratosthenes just for an a priori reinterpretation. The a priori interpretation is corroborated by the empirical fact of the obvious horizontal surface of the Earth and the obvious divergence of the light rays from the sun.
Okay. I disagree with the presumptions. Some of them are not actually observable, is my opinion. For example, divergent sun rays. If the sun rays are coming to you, I mean, I don't know why you would say they are divergent in that case. So it's
because
kind of
we observe them to be divergent.
Yeah, but that would be like saying the railway is divergent. But
no,
it's
parallel. A false analogy. No.
You're thinking of this could be
the same thing.
No, you're thinking of convergence. If they're coming to you, they're diverging, meaning going away from the point. So like they come from a source.
They're
and
converging towards the sun or diverging towards us. Yeah, it's the same thing, kind of.
Well, it's
Yeah,
but
but it's the same principle.
Let the
It's the same
rebuttal be said
principle.
to you. Stop it.
They're
Why are you
opposites.
so angry?
So what we do?
They are opposite because it's the same principle,
Stop
right?
it.
Gregory,
we
why are you
see
so
as
angry?
Gregory, what's wrong with you,
what we see
Gregory?
as observers on Earth is divergent rays. So from the source, they're spreading out where we are. Okay, so not converging. So I was only just correcting you. You said divergent, but then said coming to you. That would be converging rays.
Yeah, but the sun,
the opposite.
but when you see, for example, if you take a picture of the railways, they seem to be diverging
Those
from
converge in
some
the
point, right?
distance. Those
From
converge in the
sorry, let
distance
me
and
finish.
diverge towards you.
They
Yeah.
converge from you. They converge from you, but they diverge from the vanishing point. Same
Correct.
thing. Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Right.
So it's the same principle. So why? So why would you say
Stop
that?
trying to bulldoze everyone else's voice. Let the rebuttal be said to you. So this is the rebuttal. It's a weak analogy. We can go further away along the railway and verify that the rails don't converge to a point. You can't do that with the sun. It's a weak analogy. We observe the light rays from the sun diverging. We observe an apparent convergence, like Lunatic is telling you, with angular resolution being the issue. You just cannot resolve that the railways at the given distance in your perspective are not converging. They're not touching at a point. It's not a matter that's equivalent with the sun.
Can I speak without being interrupted, please?
One sec. The only reason why I pointed that out also was because you talked about the rays coming towards you, which that
or moving away from me.
You didn't
It
say
doesn't matter,
converging
right?
or diverging. If you say that the rays are coming towards you, that is the opposite of what Gregory was pointing out by talking about divergent rays.
Yes, but in my point, right, you could also say they are diverging from the vanishing point. That doesn't mean that they are not parallel.
You're just equivocating. I've already explained the difference.
And they are
Stop
the same
repeating
principle.
this weak analogy. Stop repeating this weak analogy. The
why are you
railway
getting so angry?
is
You have
just
to say why they are
converging
weak.
because
say
angular resolution is too small. The angle of your perspective is too acute to resolve that the railways are not touching. That is not the case with the light rays from the sun.
That it's actually a very simple principle. It's the perspective from which is coming towards you. That's how it would be viewed. Like it has nothing to do with angular resolution or what the hell you're talking about.
It does have to do with angular resolution.
No, it doesn't.
You cannot
That's just word
resolve
salad.
the details at that distance. They converge to that very small angle in your perspective. So you don't resolve the difference between the two airways. They seem to converge.
But they don't converge because we can't resolve them. They converge because they are parallel things moving towards us. It didn't have to go
right, but you can just
infinite place, right?
The way that your eye works, though, is
even if I cut off, okay. Let me give you this example.
You can know that the two rails. Okay. You can know that the two rails are not touching, right?
Thank you.
Even in the distance where you can't see it. But
it has nothing to do with them actually touching. That's the whole point.
Listen, your eyes see two separate rails until they reach this angular the angle of 0.02 degrees. Once things reach that finite angle, your eyes can no longer differentiate one.
But it doesn't matter how far away it is. If I cut off the railway,
it does matter. If it's too far away and the angle is too acute, you can't see it.
Thank you for over-talking me.
Stop talking through the rebuttal. It does matter. It does matter.
Thank you.
If it's too far away and the angle is too acute, you can't resolve it. Acknowledge it.
If I can make my arguments, no, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you why. If you don't steamroll me.
You're just talking past the rebuttal. Acknowledge the fact that if it's too far away and it's at an angle that's too acute, you can't see it.
Okay, let me tell you why you're wrong. So the reason why you're wrong is because if I were to say, if I take a railway, let's say it's 100 meters, I can still see the separation between them. It has nothing to do with angular resolution. I can resolve
It has
every
everything
single
to do
part.
with it. Just
Thank
because
you.
you can
Thank you
see
for
it this
overtalking
given
me. Thank
distance
you for
doesn't
overtalking
mean
me. Thank
you
you
can
for
see it any
overtalking me.
given
Thank you for
distance.
overtalking me.
Acknowledge it.
Thank
Gregory,
you for
let him
scourging
finish
out.
his
Can I
point.
please? Jesus fucking Christ! You have to overtalk everybody, Gregory. So if they go 100 meters, they still converge. By definitions, they converge. I can still resolve every part of that railway. It has nothing to do with it actually reaching some kind of infinite vanishing point. It still converges.
You're
And they
wrong.
are parallel.
Acknowledge that your eyesight is
Then
finite.
don't,
You don't
how does
see
your eyesight
forever.
work?
You don't resolve everything. Acknowledge it.
I agree with that, but that has nothing to do with the point.
Exactly. That's the point. So when they seem to
No.
converge in your perspective, that's the point
Jesus Christ.
where the angle is too acute to resolve that they're not really touching. That's the point.
Okay. I acknowledge that then that you don't have converging can happen without, even if there is no angular resolution problematics or resolvent problematics in the observation, because the railway will converge.
So there you have it. You have a weak analogy. It's a weak analogy. You didn't observe the light rays really being parallel. It's not as though you went further along along the path that the light rays are stretching to
Okay.
verify that they're really parallel. They just seem to converge because of angular resolution. It's a weak analogy. Don't say it again.
Okay. It's a perfect analogy. It's how it's demonstrating how perspective works on parallel things. Parallel things. It could be a light race or it could be a railway. Both are parallel. If they are parallel and they are
No,
converging,
it's an a
away
priori
from you, it could
reinterpretation
still be
of the
parallel.
divergent light rays. That's what it is. You didn't observe the light rays being parallel.
So you just
You did
reject
not observe
perspective.
that. You're
think what
reinterpreting
Reject
them
perspective
being
at this point,
divergent
Gregory. I don't know
as
what to
being
say.
illustrative of them seemingly being divergent, but they're really parallel. You did not ever observe the light rays from the sun being parallel. You don't have an analogy.
Yeah.
I think what
Sorry,
Gregory's
but you're
basically saying
rejecting
here.
perspective, Gregory. At this point, I don't know what to say.
No, what he's basically saying is that you're trying to make it a proof that something is parallel because they appear to converge, but you don't know
No, I
that.
don't. I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying he can't say they are not parallel. He's saying he observing them to not be parallel.
No, I
And
can
that's
say they're
wrong.
not parallel because they're obviously not
There you
parallel.
go.
There's been
So you're
no
wrong.
empirical verification of them being parallel. That's your a priori
But you're
interpretation,
deducing it
contradicting
from
the
faulty
empirical
logic.
facts that we've seen all our lives concerning the sun.
Okay. But you're deducing it from faulty logic.
Let's go through each one. That'd be fun.
Okay. I gotta go anyway, but you're literally deducing it. You're rejecting perspective. I don't know what to say, Gregory.
Go away now. Go.
Okay.
Perspective,
That's
therefore
fine.
ball. Okay, bye.
No, Jesus
Go.
Christ. You guys have so fucking Jesus Christ.
No,
Leave.
the issue.
Thank you.
See, at least you're acknowledging perspective. So, like, that's something that most Globers don't do. If you understand perspective, then you should know that this argument about. I mean, there's many arguments that have to do with perspective in the flat Earth conversation, but you should know that that is a factor, like, to take into play for what you observe, and that like, you can't make the assumption that those things are parallel, like when it comes to lights, the converging rays or whatever, that they're actually parallel. It could just be essentially an optical illusion, or the way that you think that it is. Like, it depends on the assumptions that you make on how you view it.
Yeah, he did not verify. No one has ever empirically detected nor measured, let alone measured, that the light rays from the sun are parallel. It's just an a priori reinterpretation based on a weak analogy, making the analogy between something like the railroad on the earth. You can see the railroads are not converging to a point. You walk along the railroad and you see that they're not touching, even though at the other distance before you walked further away from the initial position you were at, that they seem to converge in your perspective because of the unresolvability at that angle. You don't have a parallel. You don't have an analogy to the light rays from the sun. You never did that with the sun light rays.
Can I ask, how do y'all like explain gravity?
What about gravity? What do you mean by gravity? I'm asking that question deliberately.
Like when something drops and falls, how do y'all explain it?
Okay. Do you think something is pulling that object or pushing that object down?
I asked you the question, buddy.
The reason I'm asking is because people rarely follow the logic sequence.
I'll give my answer. I'll give
I'm
my
not
answer.
here to debate. I'm here to just learn.
I think there's literally a law of up and down. I think essentially it could just be basically density, relative density, or specific gravity, and there's just a law of up and down, essentially. Like, and this could have something to do with like some stuff like which it talks about like electrostatic stuff like that. It might have something to do with that, but essentially everything works its way up or down based off of how dense it is in the medium that it's in. So if you have a balloon that it's filled with helium and it rises, it's because it's less dense than the air around it. If you have a golf ball and you pull it to the bottom of a pool and you let it go, and it goes up because it's less dense than the water. So like this covers most of it, but then the only question then that remains is directionality. Why up and down? Well, it must just be. It just is. So the thing is with laws. Laws
yeah, they
are
just
not.
like are. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they just
understand.
are. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
believe in like other
Sorry, I want
planets
to
and
pick
stuff?
this up before I leave.
Yeah, hold on 1
23 minutes
second.
past the hour. I wanted to present something germane to the discussion Gregory had. Here's a projection. You could call it a beam, where it diverges continuously forever, theoretically. But due to perspective, that diverging beam actually converges.
Also, if golf balls floated, you wouldn't need golf ball divers.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, ping pong ball. My bad. Yeah. Or,
Wait,
yeah, I said
do
the wrong ball.
you guys believe in like planets though? Like besides Earth?
We
Are there humongous solid, liquid, and/or gas balls in a cosmic vacuum? Obviously not.
We
So-
observe lights in the sky that
He's looking for something
appear to
though
move.
from us. We got to give him something.
I'm not here to like
anything.
debate.
Yeah.
I just
No,
like want to understand because I don't really understand your
Dinosaurs
view.
are fake.
Here, look. Let me put it
How
this
do you
way.
how do you explain telescopes? Like, what do you say about that?
You look in the eyepiece and it magnifies an
Well,
image.
your planet's question was better. We can listen. When it comes to planets, like you want to know. Look, flat earthers don't deny. Like everybody who sees a planet, they look into the sky, they point at it, they see a light in the sky, and they say, "Look at that! It doesn't move like the rest of the stars around it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tell. It just moves in a different pattern than the other shit. That's what we call a planet. What is a planet? Nobody really knows. Is it spherical? Possibly. Do we live on a planet?
Let me say this to him, because this is another fact that's germane to what Lunatic just told him. Planet is an English word coming from the Greek word planastai, which means wanderer, because they're called the wandering stars. Right? So yes, there are planets, there are wandering stars, as Lunatic just mentioned the fact. Are they humongous solid, liquid, and/or gas balls? Obviously not.
Well, I mean, and actually, I kind of like they could be, but it has no bearing on what we are on, and that's the point I was getting
Gas balls
to.
cannot exist in a vacuum. I don't care how many
Do you
times
all
you try
care
to
about
say
like
that, Lou.
the moon? And, wait.
In a vacuum, no, they're not in a vacuum, but they could be spherical. They could be spherical in the sky. Even if they are, it means nothing about what we're on. Like it's just makes no sense, like I point at a chandelier on the ceiling. Do I live on that chandelier? No. Like is the floor of my room a chandelier? No. Like you can't point at something in the sky and say, well, that's what I live on. It doesn't make it doesn't follow at all.
It's a terrible
Gregory-
logic sequence. It's just non sequitur.
Gregory, do you believe
Jack.
the moon is like a physical object? Like you can
Back to the
touch it?
sky again.
All the celestial bodies are physical. They are material entities, of course.
So it's like a solid or gas, or what do you think it is?
Who knows?
Oh, Jesus. Dude,
Okay.
he just got done telling you 10 times gas balls and shit aren't existing in a vacuum.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to see if y'all think like the moon landing is fake or not.
Of course.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, you could have
Of
asked that
course.
question.
Yeah,
Of
like
course.
plenty of Globers know that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we don't. For the most part, yeah, I mean, there's no reason to believe that, like, and actually that's a separate thing. Even on a flat Earth, if there was a moon up above it that was close and local, like, sure, possibly there could be a way to get there, right? But
Oh,
everything,
brother.
all the evidence, all the evidence of that they gave us of the moon landing for the Apollo missions just looks fraudulent. Why should we believe it?
And what way does it look fraudulent?
There's
Always.
there's thousands of hours of shit about that. Like,
I'm sure there's thousands of hours of people ranting about a lot of delusional stuff.
it's really not believable at all when you actually like look at the footage that they show you. And
This is the heart of the matter. I just showed you 3 syllogisms in the open chat. I can read them for you if you want me to.
Who do you think's a better president, Trump or Biden?
Wait, hang on. Let's not make it that hard segue to that irrelevant subject.
I'm not here to. I'm just here to ask dumb questions.
Okay, we're not digressing to that. So would you like me to read these arguments in the open chat?
I think Bro's doing a book report for mental illness on Discord.
I think our Globe friend has NPC reset himself.
Globe reset.
well, he just
Well,
wants
for
to keep
anyone else,
on.
for the audience.
He's machine gun firing questions without, he was given a couple also to try to answer, and instead he asked a different question that was completely adjacent from the subject. Like I asked him when he said about the one. I asked, why should we believe anything from the Apollo missions? And like there was nothing. Why should we? Why should we believe it?
So concerning any supposed artificial operations in the supposed cosmic vacuum, these are the arguments that destroy that idea. So if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in the hypothesis test, then the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. The sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in the hypothesis test. Therefore, the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. And if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test, then the hypothesis of mass curving spacetime to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable. The sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test. Therefore, the hypothesis of mass curving spacetime to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable. So if the hypothesis of mass attracting mass and or mass curving spacetime to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable, then the scientist's cosmological doctrine with the globe Earth has an irreconcilable discrepancy. That is the case, right? Premise 2. Therefore, the scientist's cosmological doctrine with the globe Earth has an irreconcilable discrepancy, which necessarily implies the patently false implication that the cosmos would be dismayed in oblivion. So there is no artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum.
These arguments you put forward are so weird, man.
Well, think about they're worded a specific way that has debate and discussion jargon built into it. He's not speaking with like kind of sort of a common vernacular. He's using specific word choices that mean specific context in this sort of discussion.
Words mean the context? Wow, that's interesting.
Where did distort what Chris just said to you?
He said he's using words that mean a specific context. That's what he said, right?
No, he didn't.
What was the words he used?
He used words in a specific context.
No, he didn't say it in a specific context.
In context is the way that he meant to say it. Now you're just picking on his addition of or misuse of some filler words.
Well, but Gregory's words still make no sense.
Your failure to interpret my argument can't refute it.
Well, nothing needs to refute your argument. Your argument isn't an argument because it's illegible. I mean, it's
It says you without any good reason.
I'm another human being trying to read what another human being wrote, and I would challenge you to find another human being who can make sense of what you said.
Your failure to interpret my argument can't refute it.
Well, if no human being on the planet could understand what you say, does that mean anything?
That's a divergence away from the subject, unless you'd like to prove that no one on the face of the earth can interpret the argument I just said.
Well, I'll put
Yeah,
it
Scott.
as a hypothesis.
Scott, I'll try
and
to
see if you can
explain.
hear- Okay, go for it.
And Gregory, sorry if I get this wrong. What I think he's saying is that in I believe the Cavendish experiments, right? Cavendish was not producing mass out of nothing. He was replacing mass with a different mass.
Which is the implication. So Stephen's on the right track. Cavendish did not verify what is the premise. He did not verify the hypothesis that everyone is clinging on so dearly for, the ad hoc appeal to this mass attracting mass and/or mass curving space-time. He did not verify that. The operation was not an instance of manipulating the independent variable in the hypothesis that people are clinging on to. He just moved one piece of matter away and moved another piece of matter in its place where it used to be. That's not a manipulation of the independent variable in the hypothesis. So no, he did not verify the hypothesis.
Okay, so let's look at the first thing you say. You say if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated. What does that mean?
I don't know why these people don't know what that means. Like, I just tried this on Telegram. Someone else said they didn't know what that means. What part of manipulate,
Does anybody else know
control,
what it means?
move, do some action with? Don't you
Can anybody
understand?
other than Gregory explain to me what that
Notice
sentence
how he's
means?
talking through the answer that he's asking for. Again,
Well, I want to know if anybody else can understand.
If you can't,
right, as
if you
you're
can't
talking through the
create
answer
or
you're
destroy,
asking for again.
if you can't create or destroy mass or matter,
If you can't create or destroy matter, then what?
Read the rest of the premise.
In a hypothesis test, what hypothesis test?
That's not the rest of the premise. Read the rest of the entire premise.
I'll read the whole thing. If the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test, quote or experiment, then the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. Can anybody else other than Gregory explain to me what that means?
Yeah, he's viewing the idea with a skepticism and challenging the very foundation of the gravitational theory of mass attracts
No, but
mass.
what does the sentence actually mean, though? Not what is he doing. What does the sentence mean?
That's what it means.
Like he just told you, dude. You don't like the answer?
I don't understand the answer. I don't understand the sentence, and I don't think
Gregory is doing an internal critique of a gravitational theory of mass attracting mass, viewing it from a skeptic, challenging point of view.
yeah. So he's saying for Cavendish's experiment to be valid, it would need to be conducted in a vacuum with no confounding variables such as any other mass anywhere around it or anywhere.
Basically, he's saying you would see this in nature. You don't. Einstein described it as spooky action from a distance. A verb.
You got all that from if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test experiment, then the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. You got all that from that sentence.
Your problem is that you refuse to give charitable interpretations of whatsoever is being said to you that contradicts your scientism worldview. So that's why you repeatedly fail to interpret. You did that with my argument. You did that with their responses that you asked for to give further explication of the meaning of my argument.
He's probably
you just
wasted.
Keep doing it no matter what's said to you.
Probably completely blitzed and unable to understand much of anything.
Yeah, it's your fallback, isn't it, Crit?
Well, I mean, how else are you going to explain it? You're completely bricking anything someone tells you. Multiple people. Now, one person.
I heard what you said, and it has nothing to do with what Gregory wrote.
Says you while you don't understand what was said to you. You don't understand what was said to you, but somehow you know that it's not an correct exegesis of what I said in the open chat.
Yeah, because I can read. I've been reading for a long time. I've been doing fairly well on tests throughout my life.
Also,
I've
you
been
did
very
interpret
productive
the
at work.
argument that I said. So why are you pretending that you
No,
didn't interpret it?
no, what I know is what you wrote. I know what you wrote is gibberish. That's
Yeah,
what I
just
know.
expose your self-contradiction. I'm going to say it again. If you know that their supposed exegesis to convey the meaning of what I wrote in the open chat is wrong, that necessarily implies that you did successfully interpret what I wrote in the open chat. And so you lied in the first instance, pretending that you couldn't interpret what I wrote in the open chat.
No, I know what they said is not what you wrote. There's no way any human being can infer what you wrote, what they said from what you wrote.
Way to deflect again. So you're deflecting from your critique saying they didn't correctly interpret my argument to, well, they didn't quote me verbatim when they answered my follow-up question to explain the meaning of what Gregory wrote in the open chat. I'm catching you on every lie that you say.
So what does if the sheer existence of matter mean? What does that mean? The sheer
What else could
existence
it
of
mean?
matter. I don't know. I think it means nothing. I think it's a meaningless statement.
Okay, you're wrong. Yeah,
Okay,
the
so what
sheer
does it mean
existence
then?
of matter, matter being matter, matter existing, just the sheer existence of matter. What is there to not interpret?
How would you manipulate
What
it?
is there to misunderstand?
How would you manipulate it? Because it says that the sheer existence of matter can't be
That sounds like
manipulated.
your problem. It sounds like you don't know how to manipulate the independent variable to verify the
I'm saying
hypothesis. That's not
no. My
my
assertion
problem.
is a meaningless statement. Because does anybody else know what it means to
The way to
manipulate the
deflect
sheer
again, I'm going to
existence
say
of
it
matter?
again. You just said, how would you manipulate the independent variable? That
No.
sounds like a you problem. I don't believe this asinine, unverifiable doctrine.
So can anybody explain to me what it means to manipulate the sheer existence of matter?
Yeah, like if you were
I'm one
to
of
create.
anybody. Cause matter to begin existing and discontinue existing. That's the independent variable in your hypothesis. Now, because you people are so dull-minded,
Whose
you don't
hypothesis?
realize that that's the nature of your hypothesis. You
Well, it's not my
suppose that the
hypothesis.
sheer
No.
existence of matter is the cause. So not only is that ontologically absurd because sheer existence of anything, anything being anything, and existing is not causal, but you're ascribing causal power to it once you make that the cause, the independent variable in the hypothesis. So not only that, if you go with that asinine choice of giving causal power to something that's not causal, then you can't verify it because you can't manipulate the independent variable.
Let's see
Whose
if
hypothesis is
did
that?
you get. Okay, let me try. He bricked it. Gregory's telling you that if your cause is mass, you cannot turn that on or off because all the mass already exists. There's no way of adding or taking away mass to affect that variable. It's already set.
What
That
variable?
value is a concrete control. That's a controlled variable. It's not a variable you can manipulate.
So we can't have heavier or lighter things?
There's
No,
all
way to
things
distort
already.
what was said to you again.
Yeah, there's all the things are already here. There's no way of adding more. You're just going to say, I've got a mass object on my desk. I'm just going to wave my magic wand. Now that mass is double, triple, or halved. You're not going to be able to do that. You cannot verify that the cause is mass alone because you're unable to manipulate
The cause
the
of
mass.
what? The cause of what?
For the gravitation.
The pull of matter to other matter.
A
And
downward falling towards the larger mass.
And so if we varied the size of the objects we put next to each other, and we found that as we varied the size, there's a direct relationship between how hard they pull towards each other and the masses that we can independently weigh. We can change masses, right? We can put a bowling ball, we can put a BB next to it, right?
That's
we can
not
do that,
the
right?
independent variable. Stop changing the hypothesis.
It's our independent variable. I don't know about yours. That's what we did.
That's not
No,
the
it is.
independent variable in the
No, it
hypothesis.
is.
The
No, it
independent
is.
variable is not changing the size of the object or changing the quantity of mass. The independent variable is mass being mass. matter
No.
existing, the sheer existence of matter.
That's incorrect.
I know it's incorrect because that's obviously not causal and you can't manipulate it. So yeah, the hypothesis is incorrect. Yeah.
But that's not a hypothesis. That's your misunderstanding.
It is. You're trying to obfuscate it now. You know that's not a tenable position. So now you have to switch it to something else as you beg the question as to whether or not some other factor is pulling or causing the motion whatsoever. You don't know that the sheer existence of matter causes anything. You don't know that any particular quantity with any minimum limit or maximum limit is causing matter to be pulled to other matter. You don't know that the distance between any particular two or more material entities is causing the pull between them. You don't know any of that.
No, I do. I do know that.
The hypothesis is not this minimum amount of matter. The hypothesis is not this quantity of matter. The hypothesis is not the distance between these material entities. The hypothesis is mass being mass, matter being matter. The sheer existence of matter is the supposed cause in the hypothesis. You can't manipulate it, and it's an ontological error. Categorically, it's false.
Well, you just don't understand what the hypothesis is then. So I understand your confusion.
Way to project your error onto me. A hypothesis is an if-then statement. It's a conditional, trying to ascertain in this particular context concerning the CIM, the causation inquiry method, what is the cause of the given phenomenon that was observed. So I know what a hypothesis is. Try again.
Oh, are you under the impression that the Cavendish was trying to prove gravity?
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
No, it definitely wasn't.
Oh, so then don't appeal to Cavendish ever again to try and verify, to demonstrate, to try and verify that the hypothesis that I've refuted repeatedly is being verified by that operation by that man. Don't ever appeal to it again.
No, the Cavendish experiment is trying to figure out the gravitational constant.
Scott and Gregory. Yeah. What's funny about that, Scott, is that your side loves to bring up Cavendish for the simple fact that they think that it somehow proves gravity. Yet, Gregory, the name of the paper has nothing to do with gravity. It's finding the density of the Earth. Or not, right?
No, there's that. So it's categorically irrelevant. So stop appealing to it.
And they did that by calculating the gravitational constant, by measuring the pull that two masses would have on each other. And from that, they can calculate
that unverified hypothesis. So you appeal to an operation by that man that wasn't even attempting to verify the hypothesis. I know you have to steamroll through this because you're not going to clarify it, but I will. So like Lunatic just told us, that man with that operation wasn't even trying to verify this unverifiable hypothesis. So don't appeal to it ever again as an instance of verifying that hypothesis, which is unverifiable. Appeal to something else.
Yeah, they weren't using Cavendish to verify gravity. They were just getting the gravitational constant. Do we agree on that now?
Appeal to something else to verify this unverifiable hypothesis. Cavendish is gone. Next.
Can we agree that Cavendish was just trying to figure out big G? The
Cavendish is gone. Next. Appeal to something else.
So we can't agree on that. It was just trying to calculate big G.
Cavendish is gone. It doesn't verify the unverifiable hypothesis. Next.
Relax, man. Relax. It's going to be okay.
Stop trying to pacify me. Next.
It's going to be okay. No, you need pacifying.
Stop trying to pacify me. Move on.
You need your binky.
Black Hebrew Israelite is getting angry.
Get your binky. Stuck on her for a while. Calm down. It'll be okay. Trust me.
Shut up now. Appeal to something else. Cavendish is gone. Okay. It doesn't verify the unverifiable hypothesis. Next.
It's going to be okay. It really
he doesn't have anything else. He just keeps replying with this stupid ass condescension. Appeal to something else now, Scott. Next.
Next what? What do we have next? What's next?
I guess you don't have anything else to appeal to verify mass attracting mass nor mass curving bendy space-time.
We see it everywhere we look, mass attracting mass. We don't need any more verification than we have.
Go ahead and verify it. Go ahead and show us how you verified that hypothesis now.
Yeah, we look all around and we find that objects are attracted to other objects.
Really? So no objects are repelled by other objects?
Well, magnetism, yeah, plays a fact, yeah. But
Okay,
mass
so
will
mass
definitely
doesn't attract mass then, because if that was the case,
No, it does.
there would be no such thing as anything repelling one another.
No, that's not true. That's just
It
another
is true. That's the
misunderstanding. No, it's
implication.
not.
If mass attracts mass,
It's
no
not,
further
though.
qualifications, no further caveats, that's it, then there would be no repulsion between matter. So you have
No,
a black swan for your
that's not true.
hypothesis, where there's matter that repels away from one another rather than pulling to one another. And right now, I don't see anything pulling together. Everything in my room is not pulling towards me or me pulling towards it. So it's not at
It
all
is, actually.
obvious.
It
You just want
is.
to take for granted as though it's just this patently obvious phenomenon when we don't actually observe that. We don't observe
No,
all
you
matter
don't.
being pulled to all other matter.
Yeah, I do. You might not, but I do.
Okay, so you're high, right?
No, that's a you
You're obviously
concept.
just defying what was obvious to our entire lives. You've never seen all matter be pulled to all other matter.
You have a rock garden anywhere near you?
He's got a geriatric doctor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the wind ever blows where you live. And do the rocks go flying all over the place every time the wind blows?
They don't go sideways and hang on to each other.
But this is the thing. You guys can never just answer a simple question because I know deep inside you know where it's going to go. Do the rocks blow all over the place every time the wind blows?
So you're predictable, you're saying?
Do the rocks blow all over the place every time the wind blows? Let's
Yeah.
see if
I'm going to
anyone
entertain
has
this.
the balls.
Watch.
Let's see
I'm
if
going to
anyone
entertain
has
this.
the
I'm
balls
going to
enough to
entertain
answer
this.
this.
Rocks
entertain
fly
any
all
question.
over the place.
Okay, go
Huge
ahead, Greg.
dust
Scott, go ahead.
storms.
Yeah, rocks don't fly all over the place when the wind blows. Next.
Dust
Does that
storms.
mean the wind is?
Massive
Does
dust
that mean
storms. Little tiny
does
rocks.
that mean the wind is not exerting a force on those rocks?
The instance of rocks not flying all over the place when the wind blows does not indicate the wind is not blowing and pushing on the rocks. No.
Okay, so you can have a force on the rocks without any effect, any visible effect, right?
No, there's an effect.
The
I
rocks and
mean,
the rocks
dust
don't move. Sure.
all the time.
Okay,
How big is the rock?
what's required?
Listen. Let me entertain his line of questioning. Watch where it goes.
What's
the wind
required?
is pushing. The wind is pushing.
Required?
Listen.
Yes.
Let me clarify. Because I'm gonna follow your line of questionings. So
I know.
the wind is blowing. Just listen. Damn, dude.
Okay.
The wind is blowing and the rocks don't move. Sure. Next.
Okay, why don't those rocks move?
They're too heavy.
So what keeps them in place?
The fact that they're in a medium where they're denser than it and nothing sufficient is moving them.
Okay, so what you seem to be saying is there's a greater force holding them in place than the wind is pushing on them.
I didn't say that.
No. Okay, so what did you say then?
I'll say again, follow along, please.
Okay.
Notice I'm directly entertaining your line of questions. So let's concentrate on your line of questions, Scott. So the rocks aren't moving because nothing is moving them.
What's required to move them?
A sufficient force, Scott.
Oh, sufficient force to overcome what?
I mean, overcome what? There's nothing to overcome except their inertia.
You don't think there's another force keeping them in where they are?
No.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Next question.
No, we're done. If you don't understand that there's a greater force keeping them in place than blowing up, then
What force is keeping them in place?
Yeah, it's gravity.
Yeah, that unverified hypothesis?
And friction, right? Because even with gravity, if they were on a perfectly
Try again. That unverifiable hypothesis that you just want to keep taking for granted without any verification. You know, the hypothesis test.
If they were on a frictionless surface, would they move?
That unverifiable hypothesis that you haven't verified with the hypothesis test.
I thought you were going to
account for why they're not moving.
My line. I thought you were going to follow my line. Are you not going to follow anymore?
You didn't say a question. Right? I'm concentrating on what you said, and you're diverging away from what I'm saying to you in answer to your question. So you're appealing to that unverifiable hypothesis that you haven't done the hypothesis test for to verify? That's what you're appealing to, yes or no?
No, I'm not. No. So
okay,
if they run a friction,
it's not mass attracting mass, nor mass curving bendy space time, right? It's not
if they
that.
run a frictionless surface,
right? It's not that, right?
So you're not gonna follow my line of questioning.
That, right?
No, not right.
Okay, so you're appealing to mass attracting mass or mass curving bendy space time again. So you just contradicted what you just told me because you just said you're not appealing to that. Now you're saying you are.
You just can't follow a line of questioning, can you? You're incapable.
Go ahead, say next question.
If they were on a frictionless surface and the wind blew, would the rocks move?
Next question.
I just said it.
Say again.
If they were on a frictionless surface, if a rock was on a frictionless surface and the wind blew, would the rock move?
Only if the wind is sufficiently powerful enough.
Frictionless surface.
If the wind was powerful enough.
How much
example of a frictionless surface? Give an example of a surface like that. So we
don't have them. We know that.
Oh, so it should be like a space vacuum?
An air hockey table.
The rock itself would
an air hockey table. There you go. Air hockey table.
Oh, so air pressure
the rock
then, yeah.
itself would
Okay.
also have to have zero
Air pressure
friction
holds
too,
it
right?
in place.
You guys are really incapable of just comprehending these.
Hey, I answered your question, right? Not the bloviation and digression. Focus on your line of scrutiny. Focus on your questions. Next question. If the wind was powerful enough. Next.
How much force? What is sufficient force to move the rock?
Depends on how big the rock is.
Okay. Take a two gram rock. How big a force would you need to move it on a frictionless surface? Okay.
Flat or tube shaped?
Yeah, because the correct answer is any wind at all on a frictionless surface would move the rock. And we can calculate the acceleration, which should move by the force equals mass times acceleration. We can figure out the wind and the coefficient of friction.
The correct answer is there's no rock, there's no frictionless surface.
Hypothetically,
so there's no inertia?
Yeah, if you had a rock, which wouldn't be a rock if it had no friction, like this couldn't be a rock, but so if you had a thing that was frictionless and it was on a surface that was frictionless and you applied a minuscule force, unsaid force, whatever, would it move? Yes. It would fucking move. But it's
okay. Tell Gregory that.
Question.
Explain that to Gregory.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
He says you need a sufficiently large force.
If a unicorn can make rainbows, and when we see a rainbow, a unicorn made it. Is that true?
No.
What the fuck is the point right now?
To show you that you don't understand basic physics.
So more digression away from your unverifiable hypothesis.
So you're using something that you can't prove as your proof.
Well,
yeah, you're just trying to embarrass me because you're a vindictive bitch.
I'm a vindictive. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show that he doesn't know X, Y, Z. I'm just trying to show something else besides verifying my unverifiable hypothesis. Vindictive bitch.
You guys are embarrassed. I'm in my office right now. People are looking at me. I gotta jump out. Sorry.
Leave. Press the red button now. Dumbass bitch. As though that was supposed to refute anything. So what? I'm wrong about this law of friction, whatever the fuck. So what? Is someone correct me right now? Someone correct me right now.
That's why things that are pulled by gravity towards each other don't move. It's not enough force to overcome the friction, and it's not enough force to overcome the other forces acting on those same objects.
I thought you had to leave. So why can't you be consistent? I thought you had to leave. I thought you had to leave.
I've gathered myself. I know you want me to leave because I hurt you
I
too
thought you
badly.
had to leave. Yeah, way to contradict yourself again.
But the idea is
what it might have been.
the idea is that
listening for a
even
while,
though everything,
I wasn't sure where he was going with it.
yeah,
I was
everything
thinking,
is pulling on everything.
Is he appealing to the idea that that because a force small enough can be applied to something, and it doesn't appear to move it or have an effect on it, right? But the idea that there's a force involved in things falling, is that simply like it, Scott? Is that the basic appeal?
I'm not. You say that again?
Well, so you're saying that gravity doesn't appear to act on certain things, but it's still trying to affect it, right? The force is still being applied.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're just appealing to an instance in nature where there is a force being applied and it doesn't have a significant effect on the object the force is being applied to then say that, see, that's what's happening with gravity without having established the premise of gravity being a real force to begin with.
Thank you, T-Dub. Exactly what I said to him already.
But there are clever ways we can counteract all those other forces, right? And one of them is to put two masses on a torsion wire.
Way to deflect again.
Oh, was I finished?
Way to deflect again.
Was I finished?
Way to deflect again, which is obviously to insinuate stop doing that.
Well, I don't listen to you, man.
Stop deflecting.
What I feel like. I will do what I want to do.
Stop deflecting.
Until the mods ban me.
Keep doing this until there's moderation.
No.
Stop
Hold
deflecting.
on.
No, okay,
If
both
you're
of you disengage.
Scott,
okay, we're not gonna.
You literally called him out by name to argue with him, but you don't listen to him. That's a DQ, man.
No, he tells me to shut up or stop doing something. I don't have to listen to that, right? All I can do is argument. But I don't have to shut up when he tells me to.
I never told him shut up.
Correct.
So way to misquote someone.
You said stop doing that.
Yeah, stop deflecting.
I'm not deflecting. I'm answering T-Dub's question. No, I'm answering his question directly.
No, you're not.
And whether you think
make the argument
that
in the instance that a force is insufficient to move this given object, that's because supposed gravity is acting on the force stronger than the wind or whatever the fuck else. That unverified appeal to the unverifiable hypothesis again.
No, the whole point is any given object at any given time can have multiple forces acting on it.
Way to repeat yourself to ignore the refutation. You're appealing to the instance of the wind and the wind not being sufficient to move the rock, as supposedly being indicative of gravity being stronger than the wind, so that the rock doesn't move in spite of the wind blowing against the rock. That unverified appeal to the unverifiable hypothesis of mass attracting mass and or mass curving space-time. Again.
Yeah. See, what
you have the
you
best
fail to understand is my
Christopher Walken
analogy.
voice I have ever heard. That was beautiful.
What you failed to understand with my analogy, it wasn't the gravity that was holding the rock in place, it was the friction.
No.
So what the fuck does that have to do with the subject of your hypothesis, which is unverifiable?
What does it have to do with the subject?
Because the friction is one of many forces acting on the object at that time. And if we remove the friction...
Relate that to verifying your hypothesis.
And if we remove the friction, then we can measure the force that the other things are putting on an object. And so if we have a clever way of removing the friction, which we can do by putting the two masses on a torsion wire, in which we remove all friction, allow those objects to move freely.
That doesn't remove all friction.
Which friction is left?
So now you have a frictionless surface?
Yeah, because they're suspended, right? They're not touching anything, so there can't be any friction.
Wire.
There's two things involved with the wind and a rock, right? There's two things involved, the rock and the wind. Like you've got rocks, right? And then you've got this other thing. Like, I mean, you know, where is it? Oh, you don't see it. It doesn't have any physical attributes or anything like that. It's just there, right? You can't measure it. You can't contain it. You can't do anything with it. It's uncontrollable.
And why is he talking about the torsion wire again? I thought he already conceded that Cavendish's operation wasn't even trying to verify the unverifiable hypothesis.
That's correct.
Yeah, so why are you talking about it? Relate it to
let me
verifying
hear.
your hypothesis.
No, I was saying it's a good way to isolate the force and remove all the other forces from acting on those objects.
Okay, so
and
I've
then we
given
can
him several instances where he can finally explain the relevance of all of his retorts to the subject. He refuses to do so.
But I was doing it before you
It's
interrupted me.
just irrelevant digression to a red herring.
But I was doing it when you interrupted me.
It's just an irrelevant digression to a red herring. You haven't related any of your following retorts to
I know.
verifying your hypothesis.
Yeah, I know. You need to be the center of attention. You can't let me talk to T-Dub and answer his question. I get it. Go ahead.
He was chirping into our dialogue, so I guess now you
Well,
forfeit
it's
the
a public-
dialogue, you
it's a
forfeit the
public
debate with
forum.
me. Is that it?
Oh, I'm not in a debate with you, man.
Evidently not, because you don't have an argument.
Yeah, you're not worth debating. Sorry.
So you forfeit, right?
Yeah, forfeit, whatever.
And
Yeah.
even if you,
Take the W.
Scott, even if you like, even if you were granted the observation, right? There's you haven't identified or isolated any cause. Asserted it.
Well, if we know that the force put on that torsion wire is directly proportional to the masses and the distances between the masses, can we not draw any conclusions from that at all?
No, you would not have identified anything. You can, see that drawing conclusions is just your bare assertion of cause.
So, would you agree that we can observe a different force being put on that torsion wire based on the masses
No,
and the distance
no,
between them?
you don't
Really?
observe it. No, you don't. You don't observe it like you can with the wind on a rock. You experience both things.
So we don't observe the deflection of the torsion
Tangible
wire.
and both individually measurable.
How do you measure the weight of something?
I usually just put it on some scales.
Yeah, so would I. Can you observe the weight in any other
I
way?
could give it an arbitrary, a generalization. When I pick it up, I could say that feels light, that feels heavy.
Yeah. And so in what you were just saying about observing something about the wind and the rock, can we observe anything about weight?
Only that when I put something on scales, it measures something. It gives me a value.
Yeah, it exerts a force on either a spring or some kind of electronic electricity resistance measuring device, right? But the only way we can do it is by putting it. But the only way we can do the weight is by touching it, pushing it, right, or putting it on something, right? We can't look at something and go, oh, look at all that weight. Dude, shut up. I'm talking to T-Dub.
Relate this to gravity.
Shut up. I'm talking to T-Dub.
Okay, so I'm going to say this while he digresses to some other digression. He's not relating this to gravity. This is all stemming from him talking about my argument refuting mass attracting mass and mass curving space-time. That asinine doctrine. This is what all this is extending from. So he's digressing from that so that he can continue to try and subtly digress the debate to some other subject.
I'm trying to explain T-Dub a concept that he asked me about.
Yeah,
now,
he's trying to digress, like I just said.
If he doesn't want to have this
keep that in
conversation,
mind for the audience that's being nauseated or confused by this man's sophistry.
And I will honor that. But I don't think you should be telling T-Dub or me who we can talk to.
It didn't do that. Way to distort what I said
what
to you
we can
again.
talk about.
So it doesn't matter what's said to this asshole. This is ridiculous. It doesn't matter how clear diction I say, the sentences that I'm saying in clear English to him. He's going to distort it. He's going to disrupt it. He's going to make some sort of charitable, uncharitable interpretation of what was said to him. It doesn't matter what's said to this asshole. He's going to keep disrupting and digressing.
Gonna be okay, Gregory.
Holy shit, we get it. You were bullied in high school. Shut the fuck up. Let them talk.
You shut the fuck up.
Oh, shut up, loser.
Einstein came along and said there's no mutual direct relationship.
Hypothesis now? Sorry, Tito, excuse me.
Well,
Einstein came along and said there's no direct relationship between the two masses. It's like there's a third medium. There's a medium. There's a third variable, that being space-time.
But what do you require to draw a conclusion about an observation? Because for me, it's enough.
Does Cavendish prove Einstein correct?
No, I don't think they tried to.
Has anyone done it using his equations? Because you know that's Einstein's the new hotness, right? all the theoretical physicists are going with Einstein, or delving into maybe other things like based on his stuff, you know.
But you see that the design of the Cavendish experiment was just a way to eliminate all the other factors with regard to the pull on these two masses, right? So we can measure the gravitational pull of the two masses.
You
That's
haven't
all they
measured
were trying to
gravitational
do.
pull. You haven't measured anything like that. You just measured something. Like you've
what did we measure? Attracting mass in the first place.
It's not even consistent measurement.
It is consistent. No, it's very consistent. You know, someone's lied.
Haven't verified mass attracting mass in the first place.
It's within parameters that.
No, that's just wrong.
It doesn't go outside of that, or it doesn't go as high as this. It doesn't go as low as that. Yeah, that's how they say it's consistent. It does not give perfect, exact results every time.
How do you know that?
Because I've read stuff about it.
Where?
It's done over and over, and they get inconsistent results as long as it's within what do they call it? You know, a
tolerance. Yeah, it's not accurate. It's not accurate enough.
Tolerances, yeah.
That's
what they consider.
Yeah, you guys are just believing people because
every time.
Yeah,
one
university professor was saying that he smashed the Cavendish experiment because he couldn't get it to work.
What's an naturally observed phenomenon in the Cavendish?
Yeah. So what they do is they cherry pick it. Right?
Yeah,
so
no scientist cares about your silly version of science.
Or not?
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So what they do is they go, okay, well, we got the result we were looking for. Therefore, this was set up properly. If we didn't get the result we were looking for, then the experiment wasn't set up properly.
Yeah, they say
so we do it again.
How do they know?
It's only used for education purposes, not for scientific. No one's going to bust out their Cavendish rig to run an experiment.
How do they know which result to look for?
Theoretical physicists that say that it was just confirmation bias.
What confirmation bias did Cavendish have at the time?
What do you have right
looking
now?
For something that fit. He was doing it for a long time and getting like this result, then that result, and he was looking for the result that fit his idea, that fit his bias.
He had
chose
no number.
Those readings out of different ones.
He had no number.
He did. Oh my God, go and read it.
Where do you think he would have got this number from?
Idea in his head already of there being a geodesic claim of as a dimension of the Earth.
No. All he was trying to find out was the gravitational constant, which is a specific number, big G. It's a number. It's just that. It's just a number. It doesn't verify anything else. It's just
temperature, air current,
what
vibration.
Number do you think he was looking for?
The temperature,
one that
air
fit
current,
their idea of what Earth was said to be, of a fixed
light
sized mass, roughly spherical in nature, right? And the amount of the matter that was involved in forming that spherical object in outer space, basically, or whatever medium they thought they lived in at that time. Yeah, that's what he was looking for.
Wrong. That's just wrong. There is no
It says
number
you
that
for
would
no good
verify
reason with
that.
sheer fiat.
But there is simply no number that would verify that. The only number that verifies is the number they get. They don't know what that number is until they get it. There was nobody winning that experiment thinking, "Wow, I really hope
that retort is supposed to refute what?"
He already had a bias
that's a
about
confirmation bias.
the mass and weight of water. Like he wasn't going to be going off anything other than that, really.
No, but that number has nothing to do with the mass or the weight of water.
It is if it needs to fit within what he thinks the Earth is, and how big it is, and how much matter there should be and stuff.
How does that affect the no? No, you see, you got that backwards. They were trying to figure out how much matter there was by finding the number. And so the number they would use to determine how much matter there was. They didn't have an idea of how much matter.
Density?
No.
Trying to figure out the density, right?
Yeah, because they knew the volume. They knew how big the Earth was. And so if they can figure out how much mass the Earth has, then they can figure out the density. But they figure out the mass from the number. They didn't figure out the number from the mass. They didn't know the mass. That's what they were trying to figure out.
Yeah, they figured out that the twist in the wire spool had more effect than the gravitational constant.
So with all this being said, for the sake of clarity, because Scott is not going to clarify, what is the point of all this? What is the point?
Well, the point at the moment is I'm talking to T-Dub, and I'm trying to answer a question of a conversation with him. That's my point right now.
Someone else besides this asshole. What is the point of all this?
Well, hold on. I think we can do that.
Have a conversation
just
with a human being.
Just one-on-one, okay? Everyone else turn their mic off or just listen, and just let T-Dub and Snot go at it. And let's see.
Please tell me what the point of all this is so far.
And let's see if anything is understood, or if Scott is going to completely brick anything. This will be like his 8th attempt, so it'd be a good experiment to see if he's able to even understand anything at all.
But my point is just talking about it and just pointing out flaws involved in all of it. Like, I mean, at any level, I've already granted him the observation and that he didn't see in nature.
Okay, but we agree that Cavendish is trying to figure out Big G, right?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, what do you think he was doing?
Trying to measure the density of the Earth.
Okay, and how was he going about doing that?
By pre-assuming that it was a spherical object in the first instance that must have had a set specific amount of matter involved in forming that spherical object.
Okay, but what process did he follow to try to figure that out?
By assuming that there was a direct relationship and interaction between bodies of masses in space.
And so why do you think he bothered to calculate Big G?
I don't know that he did he?
Yes, that was the only thing the experiment was for.
So again, it presupposed mass attracting mass. It did not verify it. Next.
He did presuppose mass attracting mass, yes.
So from this point forward, either someone who believes mass attracting mass is true is going to give the argument to demonstrate that it's verified to be true, or they won't. Now let's see. Tick-tock.
Well, if we can't agree on basic reality, I don't know where we go forward, because the fact of the matter is Cavendish measured Big G.
So that doesn't verify mass attracting mass. Next.
No, we agree with that. We don't. We already knew that.
No. The last thing you said. Yeah, that's not an argument to verify mass attracting mass is true. Next.
We the rest of us don't care what you believe, Gregory.
So that also doesn't verify mass attracting mass is true. Next.
But anyway, so we agree that Cavendish's experiment was to measure big G, correct?
So that also doesn't verify mass attracting mass is true. Next.
Well, you can't calculate big G unless mass attracts mass. So.
Okay, so that also doesn't verify the premise mass attracts mass is true. Next.
Well, what they observed on this machine, they observed that when they varied the mass and they varied the distance between them, they got a force between the two of mass 1 times m2 times big G divided by distance between the centers of gravity squared. And they found that proportion and always worked. And that number, they got down to several decimal places. I don't know how many decimal places they got it down to, but they proved that this relationship always plays out.
So that operation didn't verify the hypothesis, which is not this minimum quantity or maximum quantity of matter is the cause, or that this distance between the material entities is the cause. The hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter regardless of the quantity or distance. So that didn't verify that matter itself, regardless of quantity or distance, is the cause for other matter being pulled to other matter. Next.
Well, what they verified is you have two masses and you know the distance, you can calculate, you can determine the force they're going to attract.
Yeah, he's just repeating himself.
Well, that's what they verified.
He just said that, right? We just heard him say that, right? I'm not crazy, right? We just heard him say that. Now he's about to repeat the very same thing I just refuted.
But you didn't refute it.
So why would I say anything else to him except the refutation I just said in the first time he said it?
You didn't say that what they did is incorrect, right? They know that if you take two masses, you put them in a certain distance from each other, they're going to exert a force.
I'm about to say it again. You hear him?
Do we know that? Yes or no? Shit. Sorry, guys. Someone's doing construction right next to me. Trying to mute. I assume you could hear that.
Yeah.
But anyways,
if this is the case, right? So if you hold a plumb bob next to a mountain, does it get attracted to the mountain, or does it go vertically down?
Both. There is a force vector going. There's a force vector going horizontal. It's very, very small. It's orders of magnitude. Several orders. Sorry, shit. They're constructed.
Is it measurable?
If you had precise enough instrumentation, yes.
Has it been measured?
I don't know.
Come on.
My guess is someone has, because people out there they care about this minute stuff. I don't, personally.
Nobody cares.
I would say no, then. It hasn't.
Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know.
Unless we got something saying that plumb bobbers are attracted to mountains and someone's measured it, then.
So we still haven't gotten that argument that verifies mass attracts mass.
Except for the observation that it did when they put it next to each other. Yeah. Other than that, got nothing right.
When it does, but what about when it doesn't?
But it always does.
It doesn't always do. That's why they have to keep doing it.
Yes, just beg the question.
They don't have to.
It couldn't have been any other cause, right? It couldn't have been any other cause. Whatever he thinks he's observing, that the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter.
Yeah.
It couldn't be any other cause. Let him tell it. Right? He didn't give an argument. Just him blurting out, "We observed it," is not an argument. Because we didn't actually observe it. We never saw the sheer existence of matter cause anything, let alone the motion of any other material.
Well, I did. You might not have, but.
Yeah, as he says that over and over again without the argument.
I don't need an argument to watch something happen. I watch it happen.
Right. So he hasn't done the verification of the hypothesis. It's just going to keep repeating the same tautology, which is begging the question over and over again.
What hypothesis?
I saw it happen. How do you know that happened? I saw it happen. How do you know it happened? I saw it happen. How did you verify that this is the cause? He doesn't want to do the hypothesis test. He just wants to take for granted that his a priori interpretation of the phenomenon is true without testing it.
Yeah, you don't
As
need to
much as
test
you
the
could
measurement.
invoke an invisible force that you can't identify or isolate, right? I could easily invoke identifiable and unisolated variables.
Why would you want to, though?
How did you account for all my unidentified and unisolated variables, Scott? How did they do that?
Okay, the way I
They
respond
didn't, did
is,
they?
why would they want to?
Why didn't they? This is an outrage.
Why would they want to? Come on, man. Talk to me like a man-to-man for a bit.
Why would they want to invent some imaginary,
let's lay down
unidentifiable source of motion?
Yeah, let's lay down our swords for a bit and pretend we're not in combat. Why would you do that?
But you're not in combat with me, Scott. You're in combat with like other physicists and
I'm not in combat with anybody.
Astrophysicists, theoretical physicists that say that what you're saying doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Oh, I disagree. I think if they were here in this room right now,
they say that mass does not attract mass. It's not because it's not. There's no pull. There's no pull. There's no tug. Mass doesn't have some magic property that can reach out and tug on other mass. It can do that to space-time, but not other masses. Not physical, tangible
it warps space-time, which causes it warps space-time, which causes an acceleration in the direction. Yes,
it's not an attraction. It's not a physical, mutual, exclusive, intrinsically linked relationship between two objects of matter.
Yes, but the torsion wire deflects nevertheless.
It's the relationship between the matter and the space, the distorted space-time, the geodesic curves in space-time.
Yeah, Scott is just trying to irritate everyone now. That's why he's repeating himself over and over again.
Right?
Every time his retorts are rebutted, he just repeats the same retorts that's already been rebutted.
Yeah,
he's just trying to irritate people.
Go away. But so T-Dub, but the torsion wire deflects, right?
Now he's going to dig in his heels to continue irritating people. Like the pattern is very obvious at this rate.
No, I'm just irritating you. You don't speak for everybody, man. You got to learn that.
And light distorts around the space-time of encompassing the sun, causing us to be able to see stars behind it that we wouldn't have been able to see otherwise.
Yes.
So therefore, that's debunking Newton.
It doesn't.
Mass attracting mass. Yes.
But Newton doesn't necessarily have to do with anything with the gravitational constant. That's independent of Newton.
No, but it's just talking about mass attracting mass. That's wrong. That's considered to be wrong. That's a wrong conclusion. It's incorrect. Michio Kaku will blatantly tell you so. He'll say there is no pull. It's not a pull. We lied to you, he says. So I don't know why you don't want to appeal to on your own side experts in this field saying that Cavendish was wrong. Whatever's happening that he thinks is happening there isn't happening.
That's why he just wants to irritate. He's not even being consistent with the updated dogma of scientism.
Cavendish calculated the gravitational constant. Is that correct or not?
No, I don't think so.
Does Michio Kaku say that the gravitational constant is incorrect?
There's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. That's a quote from him.
Does he say the gravitational constant is incorrect?
Yeah, because there's no gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah,
it's very obvious the implication of
you guys are
Michio Kaku
clearly
saying that,
know that
but he
he didn't,
repeated the
didn't you?
question just to irritate. He's not trying
No,
to engage in good faith.
that's not what he
Obviously, in the
meant.
instance that Michio Kaku says that there
That's
is no
not what
gravitational
he meant.
pull, that necessarily implies there's no constancy of the gravitational pull because there is no gravitational pull at all.
That's just your misunderstanding again.
Says you without any good reason, again, as usual.
So why do you suppose that when I took physics in college, I admit it was when the dinosaurs roamed the Earth, not that long ago, but it was a while back before you were born, Gregory. They taught me M1 times N2 big G divided by D squared. Why do you think they taught me that in physics class?
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I know.
Waste
You don't.
your time.
That's your problem. You don't care about
Waste your
anything with
time. You're
that.
never going to use it. To waste your time. Do you use
Why,
it?
why would why
Do
would
you
why
walk
would they
around
teach me that?
using it?
Well, why
Do
would
you
they teach
walk
me that if it
around
was
using
debunked?
it? Waste your time. You feel like you're getting something that you paid for.
Okay,
you want to
so
reminisce about your past? Go ahead. We don't care.
That's your best explanation for why they taught us that.
Yeah.
You want to reminisce about your past? Go ahead. We don't care.
Both my kids just took physics. You know, my daughter 3 years ago, my other one
Nobody cares.
a year ago, and they both were taught that too. Why do you think they were taught that if it's debunked?
You want to reminisce about the past
worth.
of you and your children? Go ahead. We don't
So you
care.
got your money's worth. Yeah, so you got
Well,
your
but you
money's
guys are
worth. So you didn't
saying-
feel like you're getting ripped off.
You guys are saying that Michio Kaku proved the gravitational constant or says it's wrong, but it's still being taught. I'm just trying to figure out why they would do that.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe
but,
maybe you guys misunderstand.
No.
Or they're just wrong and have an inconsistent worldview.
Or maybe you
It's all
misunderstand.
just different. It's just clever ways to think about what they think they see happening. You know, I mean, it's not really.
I agree. It's clever.
Set in stone. They just come up with ideas and say, "Here's the math behind my idea. Seems to check out with the observation." But you know, like
what's wrong with that?
I don't even think that they're saying that they're correct. That they could possibly even know what's causing it all to happen.
Well, I know when I took the test, I know when my kids took the test, if we got the wrong number, they marked us wrong. So I think they are saying they are correct.
Gives a shit if you can do formulas.
Well, you don't. A lot of people do, though.
What do you do with them? What are you doing with them today?
Well, I didn't do anything because I did that when I was in aerospace.
Right. So nobody uses it. Nobody uses it. You can just talk and talk.
The people who design the airplanes that keep them in the air so we don't all die when we get on them, they care.
No, they use air pressure to fly airplanes.
And they use the gravitational constant, calculate little g, and to figure out the force downwards due to gravity and figure out, make sure they have enough lift and thrust or enough thrust to generate enough lift to keep those planes in the air, right?
Gravity's a force now?
There are people who care about this maths. And they make all of our lives
to multiply words to everyone else talking to you.
And
so
they
I can
make
do that
all
to
of
you
our
since
lives
you
better.
have the right to do it to everyone else, right?
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
So every time you begin talking, I'm just going to keep speaking.
Okay.
So now gravity's a force?
It's treated like one, yeah.
But it's not
Earth.
one?
It's treated
That's
like
not
one.
what I asked you.
Wow, dude, you'll say anything, won't you?
I'm just telling you what I was told in college.
Whatever you were told.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're just parroting the same doctrines you've been indoctrinated into. For some reason, you are so devout to a scientist worldview.
Yeah, because it works. Keeps the planes in the air.
It doesn't work because you didn't verify any of these things to be true. Haven't verified attracting mass once.
Like I'm sitting right now in a 17-story building that's based on material sciences and tons of other stuff that if it didn't work, I'd be crushed right now. I'm not crushed. So I like science. It's a good thing. It makes all of our lives better.
Your mass attracting mass and bending space-time is false and unverifiable.
Well, the people who built this building or engineered it, and I'll say the people who built it too, understand that gravity's a thing, and they can calculate the forces of all the floors above me. I'm right now on the 9th floor. So there's 8 floors above me. And whatever they did to calculate what's going to keep those things off my head, they were right.
Yeah, so affirming the consequent. People build things, people do things, therefore mass attracting mass is true. If people do things, then mass attracting mass is true. People do things, therefore mass attracting mass is true. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think you guys should
Posted a
appreciate
picture of
these
Scott
folks who make
Mackey
our
at
lives
work.
better.
Yeah, there's you at work, Scott, in your 17-story building.
Go ahead and affirm the consequent again, Scott.
Do you guys not
Go ahead
think
and
you
affirm
should
the consequent
appreciate the
again.
people who make all of our lives better
Affirm the consequent
through their
again, Scott.
hard work?
Hey, Scott, affirm the consequent again. Go ahead, do it.
Okay.
Now it's about people's hard work.
Yeah, but don't you think you should appreciate them or at least give them some credit for jobs well done?
So a guy putting a fucking bolt through a beam and tightening it down means job well done?
No, the people designed the building to figure out exactly how many I-beams they need and what distance and what gauge
Add
they
up the
have to
weight and
be.
figure it out.
Yeah,
Okay,
if humans build
what
buildings, then
numbers
mass
do they
attracting
use?
mass or mass many space time is true. People build things,
What?
therefore mass attracting mass and many space time is true. You're affirming the
Well,
consequent. Go
their
ahead, do it again.
formulas,
Go ahead and
their
affirm the
formulas,
consequent again.
their formulas are sufficient to keep the buildings up and the bridges from falling and the planes from crashing and
Yeah,
the
there it is
cars from
again. Affirming
crashing
the
into each
consequent.
other.
Right, not
I mean,
verifying the B in the conditional premise. Just take for granted that
Floors
B
are
is true without
calculated by
verifying it.
pounds per square foot, by the way.
what's
I've had to
that?
do floor calculations. They're calculated pounds per square foot. Oh, that's how you calculate your weight and your load that you can
Okay,
put on things.
what's the numbers you
You
used for
figure out
that?
what you're going to put in your building first. Figure out how much all that weighs. Then you can double or triple that. So you make sure that you got people and extra shit covered or quadruple it, whatever you want. And you do that the whole time. There you
Okay,
go.
and so
That's
the
how
what
it's
number?
done. I didn't need
And so what?
gravity for it. I had to do server rooms and figure out their footprint, how much they weighed so they didn't fall through the floor.
Mm-hmm. And what is
I
weight?
didn't use gravity. I didn't use gravity.
You
It wasn't
did
in
when you
there.
calculated weight.
No.
Yes. Weight is determined by gravity. Mass times gravity. Or mass times the gravitational acceleration is the weight.
Gravity's a force. Gravity's a force, then?
We treat it like one, yes.
It's not a force, though.
Okay, it is or isn't. It doesn't matter what you call it.
It isn't.
It's used in it's used in calculations, right?
We lied to you. You're not pulled to the ground, remember?
It's used in calculations, right?
Like
keeping airplanes in the air.
Air pressure.
You're just talking about 9.8 meters per second squared, aren't you?
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
That doesn't say anything about cause. It's just the observed fact.
Let's drop a ball
So
from
what?
10 feet high or to 100 feet
Well,
high.
I know. I didn't say it had. I didn't say 9.8 meters per second.
Time it.
Yeah. And they knew 9.8 meters per second squared long before they calculated big G.
And they use that for what?
So what? Make that stand for anything you want.
Wait, so why does
Like,
He said
laws and
airplanes. He
mechanism
said
go.
they'll be able to calculate how long until the airplane falls to the ground, and
So
I guess that's useful.
Why does a feather and a bowling ball fall at different speeds?
Ooh, do I got some relief here? Who's here?
That's gamma. Euclidean trigonometry, man.
I hear another voice.
It's trigonometry, man.
Oh, take over, Trig. You're up.
Is it hot chocolate or Trig?
Oh, Scott can't take the hot seat anymore.
Yeah, why do things fall at different speeds?
Air pressure.
Air pressure? So, like, the drag... I would say the drag. What force is it resisting, then? Like, why does drag make something go slower? Was there not, like, a force... Is there a force of density? Is that a thing? What the hell does that mean?
Listen, your answer. You said pressure, air pressure, and then you said air pressure. What do you guys? You just like nodding your heads back and forth. The air pressing against the object.
Palestine is flat. Take that, terrorist.
So you both just in agreement now?
Well, no, I'm in disagreement. I don't know. Maybe fake engineer. Are you here still?
Is it just the resistance? You're like, okay, well, the resistance,
I want to know if there's any. Yeah, I want to know if there's any flat earther here who can calculate the path of a thrown object using only density of the surrounding medium and of the object. If you can do that, I'll give you $1,000.
All right. Well, you first, and then I'll go.
All right.
I'm gonna throw this. I'm gonna throw this basketball.
Yep.
I'm 6 feet tall.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna throw it 10 feet. Yeah.
Throw it 10 feet. Wait, no, like what's the angle that you're throwing the ball at? How much is the ball?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Just figure it out.
It does matter. You need those variables.
Just figure it out. If you can't figure it out, you owe me. I'll split it with you. You owe me 500.
It's not how that works. You say that density is the only thing that matters. Density of the surrounding medium and the density of the object.
Well, I mean, that's how you can manipulate it. That's the cause that you can manipulate. The thing that's constant is the 9.8 meters per second squared. Well, relatively constant. Drop towers have shown differences. You've heard about the lightning storms causing differences, and it's pretty much just averaged out. But yeah, I mean, that's just the average through water. I mean, through air.
That's pretty interesting. Why is it constant?
Why not?
I mean, if it has to do with, and it's a vector, right? Like it has a direction, and it has a quantity to it, which is the acceleration, and it has a direction. So.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. I think I asked you about that last time. So, like, when we measure Earth flat, the vector of down is perpendicular to horizontal. What's causing that?
Yeah, but the question is, like, why are flat earthers so hesitant to gravity and mass attracting mass when it?
Well, because people don't believe that. So we have people will say we have a world where all things fall at this rate, and that's it. There's nothing else. Some people will say, well, there's you have the sky that's positively charged and the ground that's negatively charged, and there's a different. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. Yeah.
No, I mean,
So
it's not that I don't like it. It's just the fact that that also doesn't explain why certain things would fall faster and certain things would fall slower.
Well, do they fall faster or slower, or is it 9.8 meters per second squared?
Well, yeah, I mean it's roughly constant, so that wouldn't.
When you say you can think of it as a force, but it's a non-force, you can think of it as a force. That's why flat earthers don't freaking follow it, because it's nonsense. It sounds like freaking nonsense. A person with a freaking brain would never use. I can think of it as a force, but it's really not a force. Are you gonna use that to build freaking something? You're a freaking stooge. You're a stooge if you do.
Well, I don't have an issue with that myself. I don't have an issue with the force, non-force, because it would be like equivalent to saying, like I've gone over with you before, Trig, like everything when we think of the force, is always in a pushing vector, right? But I'm not going to stop saying pull. Can you pull my finger to my little sister? I'm still going to say pull my finger. You're not actually pulling, you're pushing, but. Yeah, so I mean, the force, non-force. The force is just a word to give credence to the vector, the direction that's imparting onto another surface. It's no big deal. Not actually a force. Gravity's not. I mean, this thing. Like, I think I've gone over that with you before too. Like, it's not actually a force.
It is a force.
I mean, it can't. Yeah, it could. You could. It depends on what you call a force. Yeah.
No, I mean, like it is a force.
I mean, what's a force? Can a force stand alone? Like, can you have a force without an interaction?
A force is just the quantity of how much you can accelerate something, basically.
Yeah, so it's not really anything at all. It's not something that, like, well, this thing is a force. It's things that then you derive force from.
Well, if a 1 kilogram object starts accelerating by 9.8 meters per second, I'll know that there was a force applied of 9.8 newtons. There has to be. So therefore, it is a force. Gravity is a force.
There has to be what?
There has to be a force in order to accelerate an object.
Which is what?
Gravity.
No, what is what a force? Which is not gravity. A force is.
Force is just the quantity of how much you can accelerate an object.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is
in a
that
vector. Yeah, but in a specific vector. Like even when people give you the argument, right, about you let the helium balloon go, right? You don't say, well, there's actually a force that's pushing things upward. You say it's a displacement of the downward force.
There is a force pushing it upward, though.
Yeah, but it's not it's something. Yeah, but it's pushing off something else.
No, but
it's not something independent of itself going up on its own.
You're misunderstanding. So a force, like I said, is just the quantity of how much you can accelerate something. So if the balloon is going up, there must be a force being applied to it that's making it go up.
No, there must be another material.
Another material.
I thought you just said that it going up is the force.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that
you'd be stuck saying
because
that.
it is going up, because it is changing its position, it's accelerating. There has to be a force being applied. Do you not get that?
Okay, what did you say force was again? You said force is simply, say it again.
Quantity to accelerate something. How quantity of acceleration, or quantity of how much.
Quantity of acceleration.
No, quantity of how much you can accelerate something. Sorry.
Quantity of how much you can accelerate something.
Yep.
Quantity of how much you can accelerate something. Okay.
Yep. You could just
does
drop
that talk about
words and say how much
how you're accelerating it? Doesn't say much about how you're accelerating. What's causing the thing to accelerate?
Yeah, but you just know it's there. So if a 1 kilogram object.
Right. Well, that's the issue. You're saying I know it's there. You know what's there.
You're conflating the thing. You're conflating the cause of it with the thing that you're describing. I mean, it's making itself accelerate. I don't get it.
What? Making itself accelerate? No, it can't be. I just know that there is a force being applied to it because it's accelerating. Do you not understand that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I kind of get it. So something has to be causing something else. So, sufficient reason and cause and effect is a real attribute. So something has to be causing something. No problem.
This is also just Newton's laws. I mean, like.
Well, it's just something has to be causing something, right? So when we see that.
Well, I guess Newton.
No. We're moving.
I guess Newton showed him wrong, right? I mean, Einstein showed him wrong, right?
Why are we talking about Einstein now?
Because showed Newton wrong.
Stop bringing
up
Newton
wrong.
I don't know why you're doing this.
No, I'm not going to stop bringing up Einstein. Because isn't he held with high regard in academia as having replaced
I don't care about it. We're
Newton?
talking about Newton. We're talking about Newton right now. We don't need to bring up Einstein.
Why are we talking about Newton when that's no longer the currently accepted physics?
Is it? Do you believe in Einstein? Are you an Einsteinian believer?
But you're supposed to, or you.
I'm supposed
why
to.
Are you supporting something? Why are you supporting something that is no longer considered correct?
Oh, so you are supporting Einstein? You're like a white knighting for him or something. You're like, oh, you should be supporting Einstein right now. Stop it, T-Dub.
Yeah, for sure. No. Because you're told that that's incorrect. That
am I told that?
Einstein has provided adequate evidence that suggests that that's not true.
Do I have to send the clip of you like spurging out over density and not knowing what it is for 10 minutes? Do I have to do that again?
I don't care. I don't care.
So are you going to show the argument that verifies that mass curves space-time?
What? When was that burden put on me? Why is that burden on me?
You believe Einstein's doctrine, so when are you going to demonstrate that you know it to be true with the argument to verify the hypothesis?
Dude, back up your Einstein love. You love Einstein so much. Do it. Einstein love it.
I don't. I didn't say anything about Einstein. T-Dub was the one who brought this in. Maybe he should.
You said
okay,
it
so
again.
then you agree that Einstein's doctrine is false, yes?
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Okay, fair enough.
So to add on to that, does
Yeah,
that
so if you
mean
got
that
your
you agree with Newton and can prove that to be true?
Can I prove Newton's laws to be true, or can I prove Newton?
Can you verify the cause of whatever it is that Newton supposes?
Can I verify the gravitational constant? Can I do that? Is that better?
No. Verify the cause, because we can all observe an acceleration of 9.8 meters per square. Okay, so
it's pretty weird.
We can validate that observation through repetition. That's not what's in question, right? What's in question is the cause of the acceleration. And this pisses me off, man. I hear you guys go back and forth on all this shit, and it just keeps coming back to the same fucking thing. And it's brought up over and over again. Oh, well, we know it is because we can observe the phenomena. And then it's pointed out that the phenomena is not the cause. And then you go back to it, and then you jump around between Einstein and Newton, all quote unquote proving that it's there because the phenomena. Like it's totally circular. You guys gotta cut the shit.
Yeah, it is circular. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you're
for sure,
exactly right,
thing is,
Mick.
yeah,
I
for sure.
empathize with you.
The effect is the 9.8 meters, right? So what's causing that? And maybe nobody knows, right? But they're going to say, well, the thing that's causing it is let's say gravity. Gravity is the effect. And then they'll say, well, there's mass attracting mass, if they want to say that, But then what causes, mass is gravity.
Yeah,
So it's, again, back to the effect. Yeah, like what caused the mass?
I don't know what causes gravity
to accumulate. You
Right,
say, well, gravity caused it. But what is gravity? Mass attracting mass. But then what is mass? Like, how do you get mass with that? Well, yeah, the gravity first.
I don't know what gravity is fundamentally, or what gravity.
Yeah, so why? That's what he's pointing out. Why are you then holding the flat earthers' feet to the fire and saying, "Give me the cause of gravity"? That when it's just the effect.
The link you sent me is not a refutation to the deductive arguments I just said. They did manipulate the independent variable, as I explained in those arguments.
Can you not manipulate mass?
Manipulating the sheer existence of matter. Acknowledge that's the independent variable.
You can manipulate matter fundamentally.
In manipulating the sheer existence of matter. Acknowledge that's the independent variable.
We can do that, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and show me how you cause matter to begin existing and discontinue existing.
Oh yeah, simple nuclear weapons.
No, go ahead and show me that you cause matter to begin occupying space, existence, and then caused it to discontinue occupying space, non-existence.
Well, I don't think I can do the inverse, but I can surely turn matter into energy, which is done in nuclear weapons and reactors.
Go ahead and show me.
Do I have to
Go ahead and show me that you cause matter to begin occupying space.
That's not the creation. That's not the creation of new matter. That's just
modification.
Yeah, which way does energy go? Does it go down? Energy goes down.
Oh, so this is just bizarre.
What's the vector of energy? Down?
Mass is itself. You don't have to change matter fundamentally. That makes no sense.
You do. Every time I say this argument, you try to walk around the argument. You just try to deny for no good reason that that is the independent variable, and it's explicitly the independent variable in the hypothesis, not the sheer quantity, not the distance, nothing else except matter being matter, matter existing. I'm going to keep saying this until you finally engage it. That's the independent variable in my hypothesis, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter. So go ahead and demonstrate that you caused matter to begin occupying space, that is to say existing, and then also caused it to discontinue occupying space, that is to say not existing. Go.
Oh, well, I actually can do that. I can just move the object, and then it stops occupying.
That's not an instance of the
Yeah,
matter
no, that
not existing anymore.
It stops existing.
Moving the matter
that's
from point A
literally
to point B is moving the matter from point
so
A to
then it
point
stops
B in free
existing in that
space is
space.
not an instance
Gregory,
of
I think
causing
that's
it to
good.
begin existing and then causing it to discontinue existing.
Gregory
No,
is
it's not.
He's
It's good that he says that though. Like he's acknowledging like he cannot create matter or destroy matter, that he can only manipulate matter by moving matter by applying a force to matter. Like that's the only way you can manipulate matter is to make it move by applying a force.
Yeah, so the only thing that gravity says is just that, or specifically universal gravitation, or Newton's law of universal gravitation, is just that the quantity of how much mass you have changes how much force occurs between two objects that have mass.
No.
So I don't.
No.
So
It's
cite
not
me
what it says. Mass
So then
attracts
cite it to
mass
me.
is not specifying that the limit that
Cite
this
it,
minimum or
Gregory.
maximum quantity of matter is
Cite
the
it,
cause.
Gregory.
That's
Gregory, cite
stop
it.
talking to me.
Gregory, cite it.
Stop
That's a lie.
talking to me.
Gregory, that's a lie. You have to cite
Waited
it.
till you were done. Stop talking to me.
Because you're lying, Gregory.
Stop talking to me. I'm going to keep saying this until you stop.
You're lying, Gregory.
Mass attracts mass. That's the proposition. That's the succinct way to say that proposition. Not this minimum quantity, not this maximum quantity, not this distance between the material, not that.
It's
the premise is just mass being mass, matter being matter, matter existing. The sheer existence of matter is the independent variable. So you have to manipulate that. You have to manipulate the sheer existence of the matter. That is to say, cause it to discontinue existing and cause it to begin existing again and see how it affects the dependent variable. You can't do that. The hypothesis is unverifiable.
So then why, when I increase the mass of an object, does it increase the gravitational force?
It's not an instance of verifying the hypothesis. You increasing the mass is not an instance of manipulating the sheer existence of the mass, nor are you creating more mass on any given object ex nihilo. You're just substituting one material object for another, or
Does he
adding
think this
already
is a good
existing matter
argument? It
onto
doesn't
it,
make any
or
sense.
adding,
This isn't
or
how science
adding.
works.
Or
Specifically how Newtonian,
adding. I'm going to keep saying this till you stop talking
this is
to
insane.
me.
I had to turn Gregory
Or
down. He's just
adding more
ranting.
matter on top of the other object. That's not an instance. Neither of those two.
Where did he
Trying
get
to
this idea
move
from?
matter from one
Seriously.
place and move another material entity into its place, or adding more pre-existing matter onto another material entity is not an instance of causing the sheer existence to begin or discontinue. So it's not manipulating the independent variable.
The independent variable is just how much mass you have, Gregory.
It's the sheer existence of matter.
No, it's not,
That's
Gregory.
the hypothesis.
Cite it. Cite where that says that it's just the sheer existence.
Go ahead and give me a moment. This is what they have to do. They have to readjust the position because they know it's an untenable position.
What?
That's why he's doing this.
So does the experiment require the presence of mass? I mean, that's pretty obvious, right?
Yep, and I can just increase the mass of the ball, like lead balls that I use, or tungsten balls, whatever I use, and I can increase the force between.
So you need matter, right? You need matter there.
Yeah, I do.
And what that mass attracts mass proves.
It just proves mass attracts mass. That's it.
That means that mass attracts mass, and that's it.
Yeah. What were you expecting from that?
I'm expecting that it's some sphere there outside.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, that means that what you are speaking now has nothing to do with the surface.
I mean, yeah, we were just talking about mass.
Oh,
Me and Gregory were. I wouldn't say was really talking, but
when you discover that mass attracts mass, what you will do with that?
Seems like pretty useful information to me.
Yeah, and then what?
Do whatever you want with that information. Aren't you supposed to we want to know things about the world?
No, I'm saying in a sense of 24/7 flat Earth. What with that argument?
Well, aren't you guys truth seekers? Don't you want to seek knowledge?
Okay, we seek knowledge now. You proved mass attracts mass, and what now?
Do with that information as you wish.
I'm dropping the lighter now. It's falling down. Good. Is it spherical?
That's for you to find out.
That means it has nothing to do with the surface. It's better to speak something more, because we can speak about, for example, information, how the bread, for example, is growing. That's good information, because people will find out how to make bread, but it has nothing to do with the surface again.
I could figure out how massive the Earth is with that information, but
And what you will do with when you find out the mass of the Earth? You will find out that it's spherical.
I mean, not necessarily either.
Wait, how can you figure out the mass of the Earth?
Oh well,
with what information?
If you know the gravitational constant, you can figure out the mass of the Earth by knowing how much something weighs, basically.
Explain how would you, by knowing the constant, the gravitational constant, what 9.8 meters per second squared? How do you figure out?
No. The gravitational constant, as in big G.
I mean, doesn't this take a whole bunch of presuppositions, like the shape of it being one of them, and then
radius? I'm sure there's going to be an R in there somewhere.
No, you don't even really need to assume a shape. Really, it could be a fucking rectangle for all you care.
Oh, okay. It could be pyramid also, but you can measure the mass.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's inversely proportionate to the triangle, just in square.
And how we can find out the shape?
I don't know. Look at a sunset. That'll give you a pretty good idea.
So what you're saying is, if you assume that the Earth is a sphere, then you could somehow derive like gravitational constant for it.
No, using the gravitational constant, which you empirically,
or I'm sorry, a mass. You could derive a mass, assuming you're trying to find the mass using the gravitational constant. You could derive the mass of it if you assume it's a sphere, right?
Not even assuming it's a sphere, yeah.
So if we assumed it was a triangle, you could do it as well. That's what you're saying?
Sure, yeah.
Wouldn't you need to know the thickness of the triangle?
No.
Or if it was a pyramidical, like 3-dimensional triangle, like whether it's like 3-sided pyramid or 4-sided pyramid? Like how would you do this without knowing the shape of it?
I would say that the best way, or the best shapes for you to use would be like an equilateral triangle. So basically anything that's an equal distance to itself. So like all the side lengths are equal and everything. So you could have like a sphere, a triangle, a square. Those shapes would work. A cylinder.
But you have to take a geometric shape. It can't be. How would you do it if the Earth is not like a perfect geometric shape?
That would be something that would be hard to do and probably wouldn't work.
Yeah. So what in nature is a perfect geometric shape?
Perfect geometric shape. Well, as in like.
Yeah, like how many perfect spheres do you find in nature, and that's the one you'll find the most of spheres, but they won't be perfect spheres. So like you don't find any perfect spheres. You don't find anything perfectly flat. You don't find any perfect squares, rectangles, triangles, any of that in nature. They're only constructs that you find on graph paper and in CAD programs and shit like that.
There's your citations. Read.
Yep. So gravity is a built-in property of mass. So if I want to find out what that built-in property is, causes the attraction, and there would be a constant to it. So whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of universal gravity or the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. So if I wanted to validate that it was mass, or at least see if there's a correlation, I would increase the masses. I don't have to like make mass disappear and reappear, right, Gregory?
No.
Does that make sense? Okay. This is a lot.
So that's the hypothesis. Not this minimum or maximum quantity of matter,
Seriously?
not the distance, mass, simpliciter, matter, simpliciter, the sheer existence of matter, matter being matter, matter existing is the independent variable, the cause, supposedly, unverifiable.
Yeah, so if I move the matter, then it's empty space.
It's not an instance of making the matter discontinue existing.
Discontinues existing in where it was before.
Way to deflect. That's not an instance of causing the matter to discontinue occupying any space. When you move it from one place to another, that's obviously an instance of it still existing. It just doesn't exist in the previous locale it was removed from. It didn't discontinue existing at all.
Yep, and so if it's dependent on, if my hypothesis is that it's based off of distance from the masses, and I move the mass very, very far away, and it just seems to disappear.
That's not the independent variable.
Seriously?
It's
Come on,
not
man.
the distance. Stop
This is
going in
dishonest.
circles.
Yeah. Can I
It's
talk to Lou
not
again?
the distance. Acknowledge it.
Dishonest.
The independent variable is not the distance between the material. Acknowledge it.
You can have multiple independent variables. You know that, Gregory.
Acknowledge it.
Gregory, you can have multiple independent variables.
Acknowledge it.
No, I'm not going to acknowledge it because it could be an independent
Exactly.
variable. You can make it an
Yeah,
independent
you're just going to be dishonest. You're not going to acknowledge the fact that the citations, right, that you asked for isn't saying the distance between the material is the cause, the independent variable, nor is it saying that this minimum quantity and no lower is
Really? Wait,
sufficient
hold
to
on,
cause,
Gregory.
or this
In your
maximum quantity
citation,
and
it
no more
says
is sufficient to
the
cause.
magnitude of
That's
the force is
not the
directly
cause.
proportional
The
between the
cause
masses of the
isn't
two
the
objects
sheer.
and
The
inversely
cause
proportional
isn't
to the square of
the
the distance
quantity.
between the two
The cause
objects.
isn't. Go ahead,
Gregory,
keep talking to me. Go
Gregory,
ahead, keep
you
talking to
just
me
said
until
it
there's
wasn't to do
moderation.
with.
Go ahead and keep doing
Nope,
it. Go ahead.
Gregory, in your
Go ahead and keep
citation, which you
talking to
said
me.
it didn't
I'm
have
going to
anything
finish
to
this
do with,
eventually
it
because you're
talks
going to
about the
keep
distance between the
distorting
two
the issue.
objects.
Go ahead and keep doing it until there's
Gregory,
moderation. Go ahead.
Gregory, it
Go ahead and keep
says
doing it.
it
Right?
says in
Go ahead
here.
and keep doing it. Right?
Yep, I'll
I'm
keep
waiting for
doing
you to
it. So
yield your mouth
it
closed,
says in
so I'm going
there
to finish the reply.
that it is proportional to the
Go ahead and keep
distance, which
doing
you
it.
lied and said that it wasn't.
Go ahead and keep
So,
doing it. Go ahead and
really,
keep doing it.
Gregory?
I'm going to keep saying this until there's
Yeah,
moderation,
Gregory,
until you
you
stop
lied
talking.
again.
I'm going to finish that reply.
How can anyone trust this guy?
I'm going to finish that reply eventually. I'll
Keep
finish
squirming
eventually.
around, Gregory.
It's going to happen
I'm not
eventually.
going to be quiet
It's on
because
the
I
YouTube
called you
live
out
stream.
again.
I don't care. I'm going to finish eventually.
Gregory.
I'll finish eventually. I'm waiting for you to stop talking.
I won't let you finish.
I'll finish
because
eventually.
You've lied like
You're
3
just going to
times
keep
now.
doing that until he stops talking?
Yeah, I am.
Because evidently the moderators aren't going to stop this, so I'm going to keep doing this until he stops.
Why not? Because he's a liar.
Okay, so now that he's done, it's the cause is not the minimum or supposed minimum or maximum quantity, and it's not the distance. That's not the cause. And you're going to be dishonest, like you just said. You're not going to acknowledge that fact. The citations don't say what you're trying to make the independent variable to be. The citations say what I said in the first place, and then cited them. So the citations and what I said is all correct. The supposed hypothesis is matter being matter, regardless of quantity, regardless of distance.
Yep, so in your citation it says, quote, gravitational force, an attractive force that exists between all objects with mass. An object with mass attracts another object with mass. The magnitude of the force is directly proportional to the masses of the two objects and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the two objects. So it includes the magnitude of the masses and the magnitude of the distance.
Yeah, which is not what you're saying, right? You're digressing to distract from the fact that the cause is supposedly the sheer existence of matter regardless of quantity. It's not saying that there's this minimum quantity that must be present or else gravity will not happen, or there's this maximum quantity where it could happen and no more than, and beyond that it couldn't happen. That's not the cause. That's not the supposed independent variable. So stop digressing to the supplemental premise that the magnitude is proportionate to the matter and the distance. That supposed proportionality of interaction is possible supposedly because of the sheer existence of matter, regardless of the quantity and regardless of the distance. The cause, supposedly, the independent variable, is the sheer existence of matter. Period. You can't manipulate that independent variable in the hypothesis. It's unverifiable. You're done.
Move the matter. Space that it wasn't occupying or was occupying.
He's just chirping under his breath because he's lost.
Move the matter from the space that it wasn't occupying or that it was occupying.
It's not an instance of causing the matter to discontinue existing. I'm going to keep repeating this.
It does, though.
You're just going to keep repeating the same retorts that are refuted. So I'm going to keep refuting the same retorts. You're just recycling over and over again. You already said that. I've already refuted it. It's not the instance. Moving matter from point A to point B is not an instance of causing it to discontinue existing. Acknowledge it.
It does stop existing and where it was, yeah.
That's not an instance of causing that material entity to discontinue occupying any space.
Lou, let them go ahead. No, go ahead. I mean, go ahead, Lou.
No, but I'm just trying to get caught up. Like, I still don't understand the point of like creating in matter or making it disappear. Like, why is this even an argument? I don't understand it.
Because that's the cause. They're so stupid. They're making the sheer existence of matter the independent variable. They don't want to acknowledge that because they know it's untenable. So he's going to keep doing all this stupid ass rigmarole to obfuscate that fact. They have a stupid ass hypothesis where the sheer existence of matter is the cause.
No, but it's. I mean, everybody can agree like that. Like it's one of the laws out there. Like, what is it? The first law that like matter. The first law of thermodynamics that matter cannot be like created nor destroyed. Like,
law of conservation of mass. You got it right.
So, like, it's not even a contention point, or it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. You're right. You're on the right track. He's idiotized. He's stuck. All he has to do is just concede, not keep quibbling about it and recycling the same retorts that's been refuted.
It's the magnitude of how much matter you have.
See, now he's chirping again under his breath.
I'm not. Am I quiet? Sorry, I'm not. Mic is moving. I'm not trying to chirp under my breath. Is it proportional? Is it not proportional to the how much mass you have?
So we've already been through this. He already said that, and I've already addressed it. He's just going to say it again.
How about I make my own
at this rate, he's
Gregory?
just repeating all the retorts I've already rebutted. He already said that.
Can I make my own hypothesis, Gregory?
Sure, go ahead and make your own hypothesis.
All right. The magnitude of how much matter I have, or how much mass I have, determines the force between another mass. Can I validate that?
The magnitude is the cause?
Sure.
How are you going to manipulate the magnitude itself?
Oh, I just increase or decrease the mass.
But that's not manipulating the magnitude.
Yes, it is.
No. See, this is what happens when you people don't study philosophy. When you neglect ontology. Ontology is literally one of the necessary prerequisites for physics. Read the Wikipedia article. But because you people neglect these things, you make these dumbass errors. You can't manipulate magnitude itself. That's another abstract concept.
Huh? I can. Do you know orders of magnitude of mass? It is you can manipulate the magnitude of how much.
You can only have magnitude of things. There is no matter that is magnitude itself. Is magnitude itself abstract or concrete?
Magnitude is not abstract.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling you're talking about
show me the matter that is magnitude itself. Go ahead, Lunatic.
You're talking about mathematically, like let's say I have the mass of a quarter, and and I amplified. If I had a bigger mass, if I had that quarter and I multiplied it by 1,000, it would be magnitudes larger, right? Like you're just talking about like a hypothetical mathematical construct, like not saying that this actually exists. You would have to have a quarter that is 1,000 times larger that you could point to, measure, show us, all of that.
So why
Trigonometry, go ahead and clarify. Say the hypothesis again. Say your hypothesis again.
Yeah, the magnitude of the masses, or the force between two masses is proportional to the magnitude of the masses, and then also relates to distance. But for now, we're just caring about the magnitude of the masses.
Is that supposed to be different from mass attracting mass? Is it different? Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Right, so it's not your hypothesis. You're reiterating the same stupid ass ad hoc hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't know what this whole like you have to destroy mass or something. This is like Gregory's really bad attempt at making it seem logical, but
It's more cavil. It's not an argument. I've already explained dozens of times the argument. So if you don't understand it by now, after all the explanation that I've done, after all the questions that I've answered from you, you're just helpless. I can't help you any further. The proposition is if mass exists, if mass is mass, if matter is matter, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the hypothesis. Mass
So
attracts
then why,
mass
if I
is
increase the
saying
mass,
if
does the
mass is
force
mass,
increase?
if matter is matter, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. Nor can you have a magnitudinal proportion of interaction between the material entities without
Why
the
are
sheer
you
existence of
spitting
matter
on your
being the
mic?
cause.
Hey.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you can't manipulate the independent variable here.
I can't manipulate how much mass something has.
No, you can't. No, you obviously can't. I mean,
Obviously can. You mean?
no, you obviously No, you could plug in one mass for another, one that is larger or smaller than another, but you can't like take a mass and make it bigger.
Thank you again, lunatic. I said that to him already. He is not taking material object A and making the matter that it subsists of discontinue existing so that you decrease the quantity of matter that object A possesses. He's moving object A from position A and then moving object B into position A. That's not an instance of making the matter begin existing nor discontinue existing.
So I have a 1 meter large lead ball, and then I replace it with a 2 meter large lead ball.
You need to fix your microphone.
All right, so I have a 2 meter diameter lead ball, and then I increase it to a 4 meter diameter lead ball. What changed other than the mass?
A lead card. Yeah.
See, he just repeated himself. We just touched this.
I don't get it.
At this rate, he's just repeating himself. I'm going to keep saying that if he keeps doing it. So again, that's not an instance of making the matter of billiard ball A or whatever ball that you said. What was the ball that you said so I can quote you?
Like lead ball.
Lead ball. You have lead ball A. You didn't make the matter that subsists lead ball A discontinue existing or create ex nihilo more matter for lead ball A. It's not what you did. You moved lead ball A out of position A and then moved lead ball B into position A. That's not an instance of making matter begin existing nor discontinue existing. You're just moving matter through space.
Well, even more, it's not that he's removing it. Moving it. It's that he's removing it and replacing it with another mass.
But the only thing that's changed is the mass. That's what I don't get.
That's not an instance. It is so simple. When I move you out of your chair and move someone else into your chair, did I cause you to stop existing?
In the chair, yeah.
Yeah, stop it. And you know you're wrong. Stop it.
What? Yes, you did.
Because that's not an instance of me causing you to discontinue existing.
Yeah.
You know it's not.
Existing inside of the chair.
Stop talking to the rebuttal. You know that's not an instance of me causing you to stop existing and causing me, for instance, to begin existing. It's just an instance of moving matter through space. That's not an instance of making the matter begin existing nor discontinue existing, which is the supposed independent variable in the hypothesis.
This is over. This is pointless.
That's really funny, Sasha. That's really amusing.
If I may add, Drake, that sounds like the first correct thing you've said this whole time.
Yeah, so true. Maybe Mark G can handle this. I'm throwing the towel in the ring.
Yeah, Mark wants to talk about refraction, I can tell.
No, Mark needs to talk about mass attracting mass, right, Mark? That's right, Mark. He's even got G in his name. Like, come on.
So, given the unverifiability of both of them,
name is G-spot, though. It's different.
Oh, Lord. So, given the unverifiability of both these supposed universal gravity doctrines, then without that, this doctrine that we live on a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum implies that there is no sufficient mechanism to keep everything in order, which implies that everything will be falling and becoming dismayed into oblivion. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. And appreciate how simplistic. Go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't know if Trig had given the cause why mass. Did he round that off? He's done with it.
Notice how so ad hocly convenient. Ad hocly, may I say that? Notice how convenient this ad hoc retort is with this mass attracting mass and or then a mass curving space-time. Notice how convenient it is. Oh, just the sheer existence of everything. Just the sheer existence of everything, that's enough. Just the sheer existence of everything accounts for why it's not falling into oblivion and becoming dismayed into oblivion. Notice how easy that is. So what's making you not fall into oblivion? Oh, just the sheer existence of everything, especially the Earth. It's just the sheer existence of the Earth is keeping everything on the Earth. Except for things that aren't on the Earth. Well, TTYL, peace to you all.
Blue, the fourth mine. I call first. Fourth mine.
Okay. That was quick to start calling shit.
I'm just kidding. I'm listening to
No, I want you to go first. Come on, you got to have something.
No, all I had was I just wanted to call it. That was it. Now I don't know what to do with it.
All right, you get second then. No, I mean, I've already asked, and I don't quite understand it either. And so, like, I can't talk shit to the Glovers who don't quite understand what Gregory is saying. But like, what is the relevance of this whole idea of matter needing to be created or destroyed? Like, I don't see the point there.
Well, you know the rebuttal will say that you have to get a mass big enough to to show that gas is attracted. So you got to get enough gas together to show that it would attract gas, which is the opposite. But you'd have to get enough matter. You'd have to get rid of or create more matter to show that.
Why would it have to be created? Why couldn't it be just displaced? If I mean, and I'm not saying that this is what happens, but in a theoretical realm, like if a mass had a significant enough mass and it was a significant enough distance away, it might not have enough of an effect, right? But if you moved it closer, then that mass might have, like, this is all theoretical in what they're saying, but I don't know why it would have to be created. Why it would have to be created or destroyed in order to do that.
It's just a really high standard of proof.
I mean, because it's a catch-22, clearly. Like, we all agree, right, that according to the first law of thermodynamics, that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So, like, I don't understand the question of, like, show me an instance of it being created or destroyed. And then
I think he's referring.
What I especially don't understand, though, is the Glober freaking being like, yeah, all I have to do to create it is move it. Like, no, you fucking numbskull. Like, I don't understand either one of you.
He's saying he can create it or destroy it on a local level.
And I think what Gregory is saying is that they can't manipulate it.
Yeah, Lou, like, to me it seems like the way that the original hypothesis was worded, this is what it would imply, right? But that implication is, like, it's untenable. You can't actually achieve that high level of specificity, right? You can only approach it, and the only way that you would be able to approach it is by kind of cutting corners, let's say, right?
No,
like
the way that they do it is by moving matter. But his standard of proof has to do with creation of matter. I don't get that.
That's what I mean, right? Like the cutting corners part, by what I said, what I mean by that is because when you have something in one spot, right? I think this is the implication. If you have something in one spot and you observe whatever you're trying to observe, and then you move it away and replace it with something else, that action of moving it away may or may not have ancillary effects to what you're observing that you just can't account for, or that you have not accounted for. So the only way to control for those ancillary effects that you don't know is to directly manipulate the thing without cutting corners, i.e. moving them, replacing it with something else. And by doing that, it sounds ridiculous, but when you're talking about scientific experiments and stuff like that, that degree of scrutiny is called for. And because this is just such like a highfalutin, grandiose claim that falls into a category that whereby it can't actually be that degree of scrutiny can't be achieved, everyone is okay with the cutting corners, and thus loses a little bit of resolution.
No, this is what I'm just about to get to. So, like, where in the real world do we see any of this, or is it only something that is theoretical when trying to predict the motions of celestial bodies and shit like that? Like,
I think exactly. I think it is purely theoretical, and because we can't actually validate it to this degree of specificity, we all just believe that it must be the case because, these cut corners approaches to try to demonstrate this being the case, well, they're just that. They're cut corners approaches. But we believe it, right? So, it must be true.
Yeah, they're because they cannot
Follow?
actually physically manipulate it and experiment on it. They have to, well, and this is the whole thing with all of cosmology, and it's why Michio Kaku made his famous quote that we like to cite. You know, like, but they don't use the scientific method. It is not experimentation. It is not science. Okay, like they have an idea, and when they see something that fits their idea, they think that that's validation through science, but it's this redefinition of science. It's not. It is not science. It's a, well, it's a fallacy. What is that? That's a which one is it? I don't want to say it wrong. It's a reification fallacy, is what it is. You already thought that this would happen, and then based off of your observations, you thought that you could come up with a mechanism for how it works, and then you see it happen, and then you go, "Well, yep, I was right."
That's affirming the consequent.
Oh, affirming the consequent. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. This is the point, right? So the hypothesis led us into this into this ditch, right? Where the only way is to cut corners to to validate that the hypothesis is correct.
Yeah, but it's, yeah, and the problem is like, okay, also, or not the problem. There's one of many problems, but just definitionally, what we call science. Like some people are happy calling something a science that is just like to some. I mean, I remember being taught that the root, like what science literally means, is like the study of, like but that's what you hear when you take psychology or sociology, or like the study of people, the study of, like if you study something, you're doing science. And a lot of people are like, okay, yeah, studying anything is science. Well, if you use it that loosely, sure, you could call it science, I guess. But when we're talking about natural science in the physical world, physical science, like that's more specific, and it's a lot more strict.
Yeah, because all the variables are out of our control. Like if we're studying like computer science, right? That's something I'm very astute with. You're manipulating numbers. Now numbers are abstract and they have their own set of rules, without which would render things illogical. So studying how numbers behave when put through certain operations, well, there's boundaries and all that, and there's rules baked into the framework. So to be able to study how these things behave when put through certain circuits, that can be argued as a form of science. But in a way, the boundaries are they're not arbitrary, but they are abstract, and they follow certain logical things that we kind of quote unquote put together, but we put them together in accordance to reality. So in a way, it's like a step away. But anyway, you hear my point, right? So it's less real than natural science. So it takes a little bit less of a degree of scrutiny, let's say,
right?
or
Well, I guess,
of
yeah. Well, it's just that those lines have been muddied. Like they put the two together. Yeah. They shouldn't be considered the same thing. They shouldn't be considered both sciences. Like in fact, right there's a difference. Like, do you do science or do you work in the sciences? Like that's kind of the way that they put it. Like,
yeah, it's a bit of a yeah, you're right. It's a definition thing.
yeah. Like, do you actually do science? Well, I'm a scientist. Well, what do you do? Like, well, I study shit. Like, well,
Yeah, but
so
what
do
is
I.
the shit, right?
So do I. Like,
What is
am I a
the
scientist?
shit? Because that's the thing. Like in computer science, it could be argued you are in a way doing science, On a regular basis, I find myself asking questions, forming hypotheses, manipulating variables, testing, right, quote unquote running experiments, seeing what doesn't work, and changing other variables until something works. And then finding a relationship between certain variables and saying, oh, bang, this is my guy for said purpose. You know, it's not exactly formally, quote unquote, following the scientific method, but in approach, it's very similar, but maybe at different iterations or different intervals between each step.
You're still following a logical process, but it doesn't make it the scientific method, right?
That's the thing, right? So if you define the scientific method as explicitly observing something, setting out a hypothesis, forming experiment, blah 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 blah. Well, I don't on a regular basis write all these things down and formulate my methods and all this stuff. I kind of just do it. You know what I mean? So it's all blended together in action without the formalization. And I'm also dealing with something that is not natural. It's purely abstract, though does follow, quote, natural laws, quote unquote, logical laws. So
working with numbers, ones and zeros. What natural laws? I mean, I suppose if you just take mathematics and say mathematics is a natural law, like.
Well, that's the thing. Like if you say logic has certain laws to it, right? If you boil it down to the base brass tacks, the ones and zeros are just tokens used to represent logical setups. Without the logic, ones and zeros they mean nothing. You know, and so I'm walking on eggshells here. Right? I'm not trying to be all grandiose or anything. I'm just trying to make a point. There is something to studying something in a certain formalized way that can make it, let's say, approach true science, but without the natural part in it.
No. See, that's actually part of the hiccup. That's part of the problem. So, like, you might be able to need to get your program to work or whatever it is that you're working on. You know, like in this mathematical constructual world, like, and so on and so forth. But like, this is the problem that people continuously keep getting hung up on, is like they think because it can be modeled mathematically, or because they can get a result that is expected mathematically, that it somehow matches reality.
Well, exactly. Yeah. In a if you have a natural experiment and you model that phenomena using mathematics, and the math works out, it doesn't necessarily correlate with reality. Right? It's not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily follow. That's true.
Right. And this is where it's getting extremely dangerous. Like, because I got to tiptoe around it, but like when it comes to like the medical fields and stuff like that, and some of the stuff that we've seen recently, like they really want to live in that mathematical world of theory where like AI just tells you like what is reality, like they're coming up with things that don't correlate to the natural world at all.
I agree. Yeah, no, there is a I don't know. You can probably call it an overlap, a slippery slope between two terms. I find, at least in my field, where computer science versus like there's the mathematical stuff that a lot of people like, all the algorithms and how they work and all this shit that people attribute computer science, versus software engineering, like a form of engineering where you're tinkering and you're putting stuff together, it works, bang, let's go. And even in the real
is bigger. Like they're literally trying to replace. They're trying to replace science with computer science, like literally turning everything into some kind of an algorithm. Like that's why we have all this data collection. That's why we have so much. They think the more data that they have, the better
the more they'll know and they'll be able to model.
Better they'll be able to predict reality, which that's true to a point. But even worse, they think that they can manipulate reality with that data.
Point. Yeah. No. What I'm saying here is really like it's all in its own cubbyhole, right? I'm not trying to relay it over to the natural world and try and like compare the two. I was just talking about like you were talking about the umbrella term sciences and all the sub umbrella terms, which are valid and which are not. I was making.
I would argue it's all invalid. Like computer science is not science.
I tend to agree.
You have to come up with or you should. They should be coining a new word for what it is because it's not science by definition.
I tend to agree with that. I think there's something to that. But now that we live in the world where this definition has been set, it's been changed. If you, I don't know. I think it's morphed. You know, yeah, we're kind of stuck with it. But yeah, it does have its own distinct quality to it that does not comport with reality as we would study with what we call science initially.
Well, you and I seem to agree, at least to a certain extent here. But try explaining that to the guys who come in here and argue with us.
Yeah, like I don't know, just spitballing here. Computer science ought to be more something, call it something more akin to like mathematical engineering or logical enginering or some shit like that. You know?
Just logic is good because like it's I mean, I never finished, but I mean, I left high school with 17 credits towards electrical engineering, and I took a couple of semesters towards an electrical engineering degree, and I did extremely well when it came to like digital electronics and logic gates and all of that shit. Like, but it's so like you can say what is like logically true or possible, but it doesn't make it actually true in the real world. You know, like it makes it a possibility. Not all possibilities are true.
Yeah, like the sheer understanding of something doesn't make that thing manifest.
Or does it?
Well, you have to do something about it, let's say.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a lot of these guys think that because on paper they can make it work, that they think that, just because it's not true yet doesn't mean that it can't be. We just, so they think because on paper it works, that it is also true, and it's just that we're not quite there yet.
It's like we've got a model and everything we've observed so far fits that. Therefore, we affirm that the premises were true. Until such time something comes out of nowhere and
sir, that's a reification, a true reification fallacy.
Exactly. Of course. Or affirming the consequent. It's kind of like me saying,
this is how technology advances. So you can't blame these people in these fields for doing it. You have to recognize a logical possibility and work towards it to bring it to fruition.
Yeah, and then fully validate it that it is the case. Like, for example, going back to the gravity thing, right? If I were to tell you that, okay, if I were to make the claim mass attracts mass, why does mass attract mass? Oh, because there's I don't know, for every mass unit, there's one invisible leprechaun, and if I increase the mass, there's more invisible leprechauns, and they're all conspiring to bring things together. Some stupid shit like that. And then I do an experiment, like, I don't know, like they suppose Cavendish or whatever. They put the things together and they observe whatever they observe. That affirms that, there definitely is indeed
There's
all
definitely
these
leprechauns.
Yeah. You see what I mean? So this is the circular stuff that I stepped in earlier. I'm like, guys, like, what the fuck? You know, like it's going round and around and around. I've been listening since like it's almost 9 o'clock here. I've been listening since like 5 or 6, and for like an hour, 2 hours straight. I don't know how long you guys were here. This is all I heard. I was like,
I
fuck.
meant it. There's actually there's literally leprechauns, dude. I'm Irish, dude. If you don't believe in leprechauns, I can't listen to you anymore.
I've got a bit of Irish in me. I'll second you. But you follow, like that is absurd as that sounds. That's the logical setup at play here, just using more obtuse, grandiose terms with other numbers and shit attached to it. Like I don't think anyone disagrees that here we have air, right? We're living above ground. We're surrounded by air, mixtures of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, whatever, and we observe on average everything fall at the same rate. No one's disputing that.
Well, actually, I mean, we do kind of dispute. Yeah, the whole thing is always that's an average and blah blah blah, but it's still it's still a pretty close summation. Of that average, yeah.
But like, one thing I have yet to hear anyone really dig into is like this assessment. It's done above ground, right? If we take a thought experiment, like if we're all fish and we're all science fish, right, with our little lab coats and shit, and we were underwater and we were smart enough to do these things underwater, what numbers would we get out of it, and what would we assess the scenario to be? Gravity's actually
it goes up. Things like to go up, you know, like and they move up at this rate.
Yeah, and only rocks have a 3.6 meters per second squared acceleration downward. Like we'd come up with totally they're totally discounting the environment, the medium in which we're performing all this stuff. Unless there's something out there that I have yet to see, but no one's brought it up.
I haven't really spoken much in a while, but shit, years ago, at least 4 or 5 years ago, I started talking about, like, you know, they always talk about dropping in a vacuum, you know, like Brian Cox or whatever, like where he did his thing in that big vacuum with the bowling ball and the feather, you know, like, and they always talk about, like, well, why do things fall at this rate, or why do they fall at the same speed in a vacuum? And like, well, they're not.
Yeah, what happens there?
It's not perfect in that. And by the way, it's not a perfect vacuum either.
But it approaches it.
Right? Yeah, it approaches it. But like, I would say that one of the things that I do like to say, and it's been a little while since I really talked on it much, and I don't know if anybody's really grasped it all that much, but like, if you take, let's say you had a perfect vacuum and you have a feather and a bowling ball and they fall at the same rate. Well, why do they do that? Because they're both infinitely more dense than nothing.
Right.
Right? So
wait, so is that the case? Like in a vacuum, do they both fall still at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah, well, that's actually how we come up and surmise that 9.8 meters per second is dropping things in a vacuum. But we don't have any.
I thought that was in an average environment.
Not in the open air. Not in the open air, because in the open air, everything has a different size and mass, like and shape. So just like a skydiver, you know, like, can change his rate of fall by changing his shape through the air.
Yeah.
Right? So the way they derive that 9.8 is in a vacuum. They drop different objects in a vacuum, but we don't have any very big vacuum chambers, and we don't have any perfect vacuum chambers.
But I thought my understanding was the first instance of the 9.8 meters per second squared was in Newton's time when he just had some trinkets on a desk or something. They just further refined it and then came up to that, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure about what Newton did or anything about that, but like like the 9.8 meters per second squared is a value that is derived from dropping things from within a vacuum.
Okay.
So, yeah, like, well, why do they fall at approximately the same rate? Well, because you're judging it against essentially the absence of any medium. And anything, no matter what its mass, is infinitely larger than no medium. And so therefore they fall at the same rate.
And that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think anyone, I haven't heard anyone dispute that. We just go back to the why.
No, I don't know if people really grasp what I'm saying when I describe this, though. Like, so.
What are you getting at?
You know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually explain it, but maybe it means more to me than it does when I say it. It means more in my head than in my words. I guess it's more highlighting like a misunderstanding of this rate of fall. You know, like
Globies would come in here and say, "Oh, there's proof of quote unquote gravity because there's no medium, and therefore it's it's something else." Gravity.
Yeah. They're trying to say that that's like the pull from the Earth. I guess like no, it's not the pull from the Earth. Maybe I'll go back to the thing where I said like about it basically could just be thought of as a law, like a directionality. Like I called it Lew's law for a little while, and people really liked it. Like just like up is up and down is down, Lew's law. Like freaking, like why? So okay, density explains it for the most part, but why does it choose to go up and down instead of left or right? Well, because there's a law of directionality, up and down. If all of a sudden the left became up, then all of the dense stuff would reside on the right, and
But
right
it
would
does
then
go
become,
left and right.
and then the right would become down.
It does go left and right.
We're only talking about solids or gas, solids and liquids, or is this apply to gas as well?
Yeah, we're talking about things with mass in a vacuum.
All right. What if I have a not in a vacuum? What if I have a really big cup of water, right? And it's empty, and I just start filling it up with a hose. Which way does it go? Which way does it go, Lou?
It goes down because Lew's law. Up is up and down, and more dense things move down. Less dense things move up.
Yeah, I know that part. So now it's pushing against the walls of the cup. It's going left and right, and then it keeps getting filled up more and more. Then it goes, so it's going up. It's going up.
Well, it's not really moving left and right.
rim.
It's just filling the container as it moves up.
Yeah, it's
Go
like the
left and right.
stuff already in there is pushing it left and right, displacing it.
Right.
Well, it'd have to go left and right, otherwise it'd just be like this very singular, like
it does move it a little bit left and a little bit
mono
right.
atom stack of
Go
water.
down. It's trying to go down, but because of displacement, like somebody else just said, because of displacement, it has to flow to the left and to the right to fill the container.
All right. So what in Lew's law causes? What's the cause of disequilibrium?
No, you don't have causes to laws. That's why I call it Lew's law.
Well,
that's a law.
Well, I guess what effect? So Lew's law is that how does disequilibrium play into your theory?
You don't laws.
How come gas ain't listening?
Laws.
How come gas ain't listening to it? Gas doesn't like your law, Lou.
If I Google Lew's law right now, it says that Lew's law is just a theory. So.
Well, it just is, and everything that you go to do to test it can't. Well, you can't disprove it, and that makes it a law.
What's your law? Say your law again.
It's just up is up and down is down. It's directionality. when it comes to gravity, the Globers are always talking about, like, well, why do things like to go up, or why do things like to go
All right,
down? In fact, they always say down. Well,
all right, Lou.
because it just is. Because it just is.
Okay, Lou.
Because
If I lay down
Yeah, but
No,
that's
it's not.
only
Just
on a
isn't. It isn't.
if I lay
The
down
heck, gas
on a
doesn't do
raft,
that.
that's very true, Lou. If I lay down on a raft and I'm which way is and you drop something, which way is it? Is it going? Is it going up, down, left, right?
a raft.
If I change my orientation, I'm laying down. Like which way is down? What gives you the up and down? Like what are you referencing as up and down?
Down is where everything resides. The ground, the water, the fucking, like, it. That's it.
Relative to
Where the
something else.
masses, it's where the masses reside. Where the heavier masses are trying to go. That's down. Where the light masses are trying to go, that's up.
Okay, if the gases did not move in all directions, which is the medium, right?
No,
The
but
thing.
no. Again,
No,
gases
right.
don't move necessarily in all directions, except for the fact that they're being displaced once again, just like
Right. So
with the water.
What?
I
What?
don't know which way would the water move if the gas did not move in its direction, displaced, to the lower pressure.
Wait, what? What? Say it again.
You're saying gas is displaced due to lower pressure, I guess.
No. Okay, so like, when it comes to gases, they're always trying to fill the container, moving omnidirectionally. Right. But the more important part about that is that they're trying to uh, find equilibrium
Yeah, that's
in
what I wanted
order.
you.
So
I wanted to know
so
about that in Lew's law.
yeah,
Where?
equilibrium being that they. Okay, so like if you picture a particle, I don't know if it's really gas particles like that, but if you picture it in that, like, particles bouncing around in a container type of a thing, the way that they describe it is that it's trying to seek a higher elevation if it's a lighter gas, right? And it would move straight had there not be other gases there. These gases like to
What about
separate
gas in a
themselves.
vacuum? Just a single gas in a vacuum.
What, a single gas particle or a single gas in a vacuum will fill it completely. Yeah,
Right, in all
but
directions. This is going to spread out in all directions.
that's because the gases are, according to their model, are bouncing off the particles. There's many particles of that gas, and they're trying to basically stay as far away from one another as they possibly can. They so so they bounce around until they try to. They're seeking that equilibrium where they're all equally as distant from
It's
each
not a
other
left
as
and right
possible.
equilibrium, though. It's an all directions
No,
equilibrium.
in all directions, right? But if there was, let's say you had just one particle in a vacuum, that thing would shoot to the sky, like a one helium particle. You know, it would shoot to the sky.
That depends on the collision it takes. It has, I guess, like,
It wouldn't have a
or
collision
which
because there's
direction
nothing else
it's like
in a
propelled
vacuum.
from,
In
like
a
its
vacuum,
source,
there would
which
be
way its
nothing.
source is
In a
facing.
vacuum, there would be nothing else for it to bounce off of. And either way, you guys are like really trying to get into the minutia of like this Lew's law, like I've got it freaking, like I've like tried to submit it as a paper. Like, no,
Yeah, where's your paper,
No,
sir?
there is. No, there is, I agree with you. There is up. Up is up, and down is down. I agree. It just doesn't
yeah.
mean doesn't. It doesn't mean that certain states of matter particularly follow that, like, idea.
Yeah, no, I would just I think see, when it comes to gravity, they've got little g. They got the observation of that 9.8 meters per second squared, and then they come up with big G, which is really got nothing to do with anything other than people's ideas of like what could be the cause of the law. Like the law is that things fall at, masses are falling at this rate. The little g is like them trying to say like the mechanism for like why it happens. Like you don't do that for other laws. Why are you trying to explain the law? The law is that things go down at this rate or they go up at that rate depending on like it's just an up and a down. If you can replace big G with just directionality. You say up is up, down is down, and that is that.
Well, there's actually vertical and horizontal. How's that? That's my law.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Like I mean, I understand wanting
It's
to
only
try to
solids.
understand it, but the only real reason why they need to come up with this big G theories and all this stuff trying to explain gravity is because they're trying to explain living on a ball. Without living on a ball, you have no fucking reason to give a shit about why things go up or down. It's the whole reason why you live upside down for me in their model, right? Like that's why they need to know. If you and I are living on the same plane, they don't give a shit. Like, the only reason why gravity is a talked about subject is because it's like, well, they've already decided that they live on a ball. And they're like, well, how can we explain it? I mean, it's not as if it's a scientific argument, but like, let's say you're the creator of a video game like Super Mario Brothers, like you took Super Mario Brothers. Well, like Mario goes up when he jumps and he falls at a certain rate, like on the descent. Like, in order to make any kind of coherence, like, in any kind of realm, like Super Mario World 1-1, like you have to give a directionality. Like any creator would just do that. Period. I go so quiet though. You guys like wanted to argue with me.
Okay, man. I'm good.
I just think when it comes to trying to explain gravity, I think everybody in the world is trying to overthink it. Gravity is just literally just directionality. Like, it's heavy things go down, light things go up. It's that simple. And if you think anything more than that, like why do they go up? Why do light things go up? Like, I don't know, because
But
they
they
do.
don't. Like as otherwise we wouldn't live in a three-dimensional world.
What do you mean?
Like they
Light
don't
things? You
just
tell
go
me
up
light things.
and down.
If
There's not
light
only
things
up and
don't go
down.
up and heavy things don't go
That's what
down.
Subdued was trying to point out, man. There's volume. There's
Oh,
left and
dude,
right, horizontal, vertical.
are you telling me
Things
that
have
light
got to
things don't
spread
go up?
out to fill space. You know,
The light things don't.
which way are you going to choose for it to be like? Which one are you going to choose? Which are you going to choose? Horizontal, but to be like the standard, and then things spread out upwards from there, or are you going to have up and down, and then things spread out horizontally from there? I mean, like I don't know.
I don't understand your question. I don't get what you're not understanding here. Like, so in the case where just a lone object is lighter than the air, it goes up. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, as a whole object that's taking up space and being displaced, yeah, or it's
And
displacing
a heavy object
something.
without there being something in the way will fall down, right?
Yeah, that's right.
The only time they spread out
Except gas.
is when there's something in the way.
Something in the way.
Nirvana song. No, yeah.
Well, gas is in the way. Doesn't seem to stop it.
You're talking with gases, like, again, when it comes to gases, I'm only talking about, I would be talking about a single gas particle, which is possibly only, I don't even think it really exists. Like, let's say you had a single gas molecule. That one gas molecule would go up unless there was some other molecules of it that,
Where did it come from? Did it come from?
what?
Did it shoot out the side of a rock and go horizontally? So what if it just went horizontally until it met something?
No, it wouldn't just keep going
But you think it's
sideways.
just going to want to go straight up?
Well, if it's lighter than the air, it wants to go up.
So if you shot it horizontally in a fish tank, right, or a vacuum chamber, right, it'd just go infinitely, just like between the two walls horizontally forever.
Why do you keep on talking about things going horizontally? Like, I haven't
Because
once said anything about
what if it was released? What do you think if a gas particle escapes the side of a rock, it just instantly wants to go up?
yes,
Or
just
is it
like
just
if
going to
you
follow?
breathe, just like if
No,
you're at
it's
the
going to follow
bottom
the
of a
direction that
pool,
it was shot out
bottom
at.
of,
Right?
if
It's
you're at
going
the
to come
bottom
out
of
of the
a
side of the
pool,
rock and continue in that direction.
look, if you're at the bottom of a pool and you point your mouth to the side and you let air out, which direction does the bubble go?
Yeah, that's in another medium.
It's equivalent.
What about your vacuum?
Yeah, Lou, I hear where T-Dot's coming from. Because as far as I know, there's no real way to test this, because isolating one single helium particle into a vacuum chamber, even if we could, how would we even follow it around to figure out where it is? If that was, let's say you had a hose, right, that was able to release one single particle. If it was on the side of the chamber, and then plop, it's led into the chamber. The velocity at which that particle was released into the thing, right, at like, you know, from a horizontal angle, let's say, the thought process is, would that single particle just continue in that same direction and then just bounce off the wall on the opposite side?
I'm actually
Or hang on,
asking why he keeps saying this. He's bringing the vacuum chamber back in
yeah.
that I talked about earlier, and but then I will also point out how I said how there are no perfect vacuum chambers. There's still a medium inside of any man-made vacuum chamber ever created on Earth, and so the same thing will still happen.
Yeah,
In
this is
any of those,
from a purely
in
theoretical
any of those chambers. Now, if you're talking theoretically in a perfect vacuum, I guess
thing.
that's a good question. Like, what would happen with it? But
Yeah, I
we
think
got
that's all. I think that's all he was getting at. If I understood you correctly, yeah, teed up.
But that's where I'm saying is I think there's just a directionality to it. I think that would be, you know, can I prove the law in a perfect vacuum? No, because we have no perfect vacuums. But
Yeah, but then I think the only other or at least one other variable to factor into this is, in a imperfect vacuum, what is that which makes up the imperfections? Right? If it's oxygen and then we throw one helium atom into it, molecule into it, or whatever, yeah, atom, it would probably go up because oxygen is denser than helium,
I
and
don't
there's
even
a
think
little
in a
bit.
vacuum. I don't that little bit that you can't get out of there is still a mixed,
Unless there's a direct
conglomeration.
proportional relationship between densities in different gases or different gases and liquids, I think gas just alone by itself doesn't give a fuck about your law.
You think
That's what we're. That's what I think we're just spitballing right now.
I mean, I equate in my mind the way that I'm viewing it is it's always like Archimedes' principle, essentially. Like certain things like to reside at certain freaking levels above each other, separated by the density gradient, essentially. Like so, like you look at that picture that you can find easily online if you look up Archimedes' principle, where in liquids, you know, you see these different liquids separating themselves in layers, and then because of the density of heavier objects, or not heavy, or like solid objects, like you might have a dice in one, popcorn kernel in another, like whatever, like you got all these different things. They end up residing in that certain density layer that they match.
Yeah, I see your point. That's why I tried to specify what I said earlier about the getting all into the minutia about what would constitute the remaining imperfection fragments of whatever's left in the imperfect vacuum, to thus actually influence that behavior. That's all.
Yeah. So yeah, and just to finish, yeah. So I picture the gases, like the atmosphere above the water, to be exactly the same thing, just a lot more. I guess it's a lot more influenced, by whatever is going on, because the medium is so much thinner. And so like any force, any heating and cooling and so on and so forth, like really is dramatic. You see a lot of mixing, so it's really hard. But essentially, the same thing is trying to happen. It's just we don't see it actually happening like we do in that picture I just said.
What do you think would be a good conclusion that you could say? You could say that, well, listen, we can show that gas in a container, right, in a vacuum, would go in all directions. And then if you start to introduce new material with different density, it'll sort itself out according to its density within the containment. So would the cause of gravity then be containment?
No, the cause of gravity would never be contained. There's no in what I'm talking about. There is no cause. It's just a law. You don't try to come up with a cause for other laws. Like
All right, is the law the containment?
like is the law itself
What
the
does the law
containment?
state? That things go up and down within a contained system?
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that you could put it that way. Like why can't we go any higher or whatever? Well, because you reached a point at which there is no more medium to be more or to be less dense. Then like you're now at the you've reached your equilibrium.
Right.
On that note, I had a passing thought a few minutes ago. While you guys were chatting, I tried to find something online. It couldn't seem to, so I thought to ask it in here. Is there, because we were talking about big G earlier, right? Is there any derivation of big G throughout history that does not factor in the supposed R or R squared anywhere? Everywhere I looked, there's a bunch of Wikipedia stuff on it, a couple other sites. They all have R squared. Are there
Well,
any that have that?
and that's why, like I said, the only reason they try to explain it that way is because they're trying to explain living on a spherical Earth.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to ask and get into this, because if there is one, I'm just curious what it would be and what other variables are at play, of which some may not actually be purely assumptive.
Well, like
I
R
mean,
just symbolizes all directions, isn't that? I mean, R would just symbolize radius. It would just symbolize all directions radially from a point. So every distance, so every 10 feet in every direction, this would be the case.
Well, in the case, in the case of measuring big G for like the Earth, there's the R
the R
squared.
specifically stands for the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And the radius is in these instances the famous 3959, I think, right? So are there any other means of deriving that without this value? Because as we've all kind of
The only
gone
the
on
only
about,
mention of
it's
gravity
all
that I
it's
know
all
of that
presumption.
the only mention of gravity that doesn't talk about that is not one that is big G, but specific gravity. Like
Yeah, which is a relative density sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm just curious. So thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, they only. I mean, so like the radius of Earth is really just the North Pole.
Wait,
The
what?
thing they're
No,
measuring.
I
They're
don't know if
measuring
that
from.
follows.
Well, I'm just the thing they're measuring from. I mean, if they're measuring from the center of Earth. I mean,
Yeah, well, so you're right. They use Polaris as a center, and then they derive what they call the equator, and then from there, yeah, like so that, yeah, I guess it comes down to Eratosthenes from there. Actually, this is just a genuine question. I'm not mathematically good enough to really know the whole process of like how Eratosthenes supposedly derived this, but like without knowing, without already having an idea of like what is, he knew what he thought was the center. He would have thought Polaris, right? because this is all like latitude dependent, like his observations that he did and all that stuff, right? What would had he ever visited the equator and made those observations? Like, and would it matter? I'm not really sure. Oh, and actually, just to revisit, to go back about was that T Dub that was arguing with me about like whether a gas would go up, and I was trying to be specific, like about a single gas molecule, not just a single gas. Even if you had a single gas, like an ideal gas, and I think I said this, but just to make sure it was clear, like you would have, you know, thousands or millions of these molecules of that gas, and those molecules are trying to uh, be as isolated as possible from the other molecules, even of a similar gas. That's why they fill a container equally omnidirectionally. I don't know why my doorbell's ringing. I gotta go.
When you start filling a gas, like a chamber up with gas, it doesn't care what's the bottom floor or the side or the wall, side wall or what. It's just don't care which way is up and down, or left to right. It's not dictating its motion in space. Like it's only going to be relevant from your vantage point, the way you looking at things in the world. Like if you could see the molecules bouncing around, then you'd see them in relation to how you experience the world, which is according to vertical and horizontal. They don't care about that. I did it again, didn't I? I called no tanks subdued. Sorry, no tanks. Or was it subdued? Or did I do it the other way around?
Sorry, I was making milkshakes. What's up?
Out of all the chats in this forum, this is the most logical chat that joins.
You still arguing with Lou?
No. So I'm not really arguing or anything.
There was a discussion. I mean, I know you for a moment there you were like, no, they just move in all directions, uninhibited, but like uninhibited. You didn't say that, but like that's the thing is like, I think, and we could never test this. I don't think. Like, how do you take a single molecule of a single gas and put it in a perfect vacuum and see what it does? You know.
If they didn't move, if they didn't give a shit, right? If they gave a shit about like having some sort of directional bias, then they wouldn't fill up things like balloons. They pushing it on the walls, man.
Well, of course, but that's a conglomeration of like millions of those molecules, not just a single one.
What about clouds?
What about them?
Well, they just float there. Gravity doesn't touch them.
I think they float at their level. That's why there's different clouds that float at different levels. But like, yeah, why do they come together like that? I guess that would be my question. But yeah, I mean, you have some clouds that sit at a low, like fog. Fog is a cloud, but it comes all the way down to the ground. The white puffy clouds, they tend to be higher in the atmosphere. You got those like flat like stratus clouds and stuff, like they tend to be lower, like kind of below the cumulus and cumulonimbus clouds. But they all find a layer at which they are reaching equilibrium and residing at.
But
And
really not gravity, right?
one might be moving one way and another one be moving another too. We just got this striation of the layers of the atmosphere, just like again, like in the Archimedes principle, like when you see the different liquids sitting in a vial that are all separated.
Yeah, no, specific gravity for sure.
I got all meteorological with those names. Yeah. I find it interesting actually when looking at the clouds too. Like when it comes to like the cumulus and cumulonimbus, the puffy ones, like that they have a flat bottom, but the top is all puffy and like moving out, like it's still trying to spread out. Like why is that? Why is there like a floor to the cloud?
Yeah, it's weird, eh?
Yeah, it actually is especially weird because they still want to spread out on the top, but at the bottom they've literally all decided, like all the parts of that cloud have decided, nope, can't go any lower. Like this is the floor. Like it's a perfectly flat bottom to the thing. Like why? Like what's the separation there, and why is it so consistent? Like why isn't some of that cloud dipping down and puffing out like it is at the top? You know what I mean?
Can anyone think in terms of frequency or?
We're actually getting into like natural clouds right now. We're not talking about like HARP and all of that shit. Like that's a natural phenomenon that happened long before any of that shit.
But natural clouds have a set frequency.
Oh, okay. If you want to get okay, I'll hear you out. What about it?
What's your theory, brother?
Nah, there are guys definitely smarter than me in here who could speculate.
Well, no, you're the one who brought it up. So what are you thinking?
Well, frequency and vibration, maybe they're just finding their match of where they should rest at their frequency and vibration in the atmosphere. That would explain the flatness on the bottom. So,
I mean, would it? Because like when I think of frequency and vibration, I think of like peaks on both the top and the bottom. You know, like the equilibrium is like more of like an average in the middle. You know, like a baseline. Whereas this is based at the bottom, flat, and then rising above it. It's all right, man. I mean, I agree though. Like, I mean, maybe you don't have an explanation. You're just kind of talking frequency. Maybe that's your gig. You know, you like to think that everything's about the vibrations and stuff. But like, so sure, frequency, vibration, sound, and the whole electromagnetic spectrum, all energy, like light energy, heat, and all that stuff, like does have an influence. But I don't think that's really what we're talking about the flat bottom clouds. You know.
Hey, Subdued, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, quick question for you. I don't know if you were here earlier, but something came to mind earlier. I asked the panel, didn't get a response. I take you recently joined. Maybe you'll have an answer. We hear from the Globies more often than not this big G constant thingy, right? I did some searching. I couldn't find anything related to what I was thinking. I was trying to find a big G that was derived by some method and some calculation that did not factor in r or r squared, i.e., the supposed radius of the Earth. Are you aware of one, or has anyone brought that up before? Or
No, I think they assume it.
in all of them, eh?
Yeah, it's part of the equation, right?
Yeah, if they're solely taking in, if they're solely utilizing mass m1 m2 over r squared or some shit or whatever that is,
Yeah.
then yeah. I just find that really interesting because it's like the one thing that is basically a massive guess in all of them.
Well, for the density calculation, they use the radius from a different experiment.
Which experiment?
Which one?
I think it's like meridian lines based on astronomical observation.
Oh, could you show us that?
Yeah, I'll try to Google it. Okay, I put it in chat. So the theory is that they, estimate where they are based on astronomical observation. I know the link says it was based on sun shadows, but after, I think a long time after that guy did it, people were doing it based on observing the stars. So based on certain inferences that they draw from the rotation of the sky, they think they can say we're roughly on the same longitude. Is it longitude or latitude? Whichever one is north to south.
They're referring to Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying after Eratosthenes.
We use elevation angles?
After Eratosthenes, they use, I guess, I don't know exactly what they use. Probably something like that.
They're saying elevation angles to the stars, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Which are off a flat baseline, right?
Yeah, I don't know what inferences they use to guess what longitude they were on.
See, that's the problem when you start using the stars, right? You need a flat baseline, right? Or at least a reference to one. And if you're using the horizon, like, and a ground position of a star that could be, 1,000 miles away, So you just look out to the horizon, that line just keeps stretching, or does it curve? Is your
Yeah, I don't
baseline
know.
curved, or does it go straight out into space? And then
It
you
is
take
a
a tangent halfway through or something? Like, it doesn't make sense.
yeah. It is interesting how a lot of it is very, very inferred, and I wonder if they factored in the refraction and stuff from the star's apparent position.
No, I don't think they do factor that kind of stuff in. I've never seen it anyway. Not in that type of using an elevation angle and stuff. I guess it's trigonometry, right? I
Yeah.
guess it's
Anyways,
even
the point is that
simpler. It's almost just like a Pythagorean, right?
yeah, I have no
90-degree.
idea actually. But yeah, the point, I guess, is that they would derive R from that set of observations, and then G
Yeah, it
is
all
from
comes
the
from this.
other observations.
It all comes from Eratosthenes. It's so, like, you search it on Google and you get Eratosthenes. Who measured the Earth? Eratosthenes did. And, like, that's the only answer they give you. Some guy 2,000 years ago measured some shadows, fucking rode his camel 500 miles, and, you know, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then what's funny about that is like there's literally like no data, like no information about him, like that's older than 100 years ago. He just like appeared like 100 years ago. Not that the experiment couldn't be done, even though it's not really an experiment, but like the test, the observation that he did could be done, but like this guy may or may not have existed. He doesn't appear in the records like anywhere. It's just he's an enigma. It's possible though that because a lot of the philosophers at the time and people at the time um they went under pseudonyms. It's possible that he was actually like a real person that was going under another name or something like that. But like, whether or not he did this thing, because we have multiple stories too. We talk about wells, talk about sticks, talk about there's a third one too, like the obelisks. Like it's like, can we get our story straight? Did this guy exist? Did he do the test that you say he did? And how did he do the test that you say he did? Now, the principles and the fundamentals of that test still stand, but if people are going to cite this guy from 2,000 years ago that may or may not have existed and you don't have the story straight, it's a little fishy, if you ask me.
It's a little sus too when you got this Chinese story that runs parallel with it that assume
Yeah.
the flat Earth, right? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Here's another one in chat if you're interested. It was just a couple hundred years ago. Another guy tried to do the same sort of thing.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why is everybody so quiet in here?
You just came in at an exact moment of quietness.
No, it ain't even that. He's just used to the rest of the server where everybody talks over each other and there's 6 conversations going on at the same time in one room. People are taking their turns and having a conversation with each other where everybody can understand the words being said. That's the difference.
You know, I like this one app because it helps out with that. It's called Clubhouse. It's a pretty helpful app for that type of stuff, but I'm permanently banned on Clubhouse.
What did you do to get banned?
All right, so I used to be very, very offensive to all kinds of people.
You're saying too many gamer words.
And I was banned for like maybe a week or 2 at a time. But this time I got permanently banned for saying that coronavirus is fake.
Yeah, that might happen.
Oh.
Like, especially if it's being streamed. Unfortunately, I agree with you, but you're not allowed to talk about that shit and have it also streamed to YouTube.
That's crazy, man.
I mean, I get it. It's a pretty weird argument.
No, coronavirus is completely fake, and if you believe it, you're
Honestly,
gonna.
bro, there's nothing wrong
No,
that I need to debate
guys,
you
you
with.
didn't understand the important part. Like, we can all be in agreement. We're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a fact, man. We're not allowed to talk about it, unfortunately.
I don't know. I got it like 3 times. I was feeling pretty bad.
Yeah, dude, I've had the flu and the cold, like dozens of times throughout my life, and it was no different from whatever you're describing.
No, I think I got coronavirus too, where it was hard for me to, where it was hard for me to breathe, but I made it past without like dying. So I think the thing where they say you're gonna die from it is a little bit next level overboard. It's almost as bad as a white girl getting black cock.
You know, you probably survived because you kept telling yourself it was fake.
Maybe, man. I don't know.
I'm going to put a kibosh on this conversation because the YouTube bot's in here. So if you guys can move on with the conversation, that'd be good.
One thing I'm gonna say is just the same thing that happened with that thing. Don't fall for it if they try to pull it with the whole bird flu shit that you've been hearing about.
Completely agree. That's gonna be the next thing, or even worse. They're saying it's gonna be some bullshit called disease X. And by the way, if they successfully do that bullshit, we're screwed because right after
Hey,
this
come
time
on, man.
around,
Did you guys hear what I
We're gonna
did
move
you
on.
guys hear what I said?
I think all of us here agree, and we've made our message clear. Let's just
Yeah.
not talk about that stuff.
no. I'm
Period.
not gonna talk about the disease. I wanted to talk about the consequence, not the
Hey,
disease.
dude, if you mention that word one more time, you're going to be banned like you are on Clubhouse. Now shut the fuck up.
Because I think the
Tony,
aftermath will be World War
bro,
III.
Tony. Do you want to talk about the subject of this channel by any chance?
Yeah. We have a flat Earth, and and I really do believe that, and that's why when World War III happens, right? The planes are going to be flying linearly over the clouds, and they're going to be dropping nukes on everybody, and America's going to get nuked by Russia, and this is going to happen very soon.
Okay, what are you doing with your last days?
How do you know nukes are real?
With my last days, man, I'm just trying to stop being a broke nigga in the hood, man. I want to try to be white for once.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Like I want to
Dude,
live
just
like a white guy,
move
man.
out to the suburbs and freaking, like
Maybe get a job. That might help.
use soap.
Like straight up, man. I want to live in the suburbs with a bunch of white people, and
That won't make you rich.
Look, no, stop using eubonics. Stop stealing bikes, and just stay with one girlfriend, and there you go. You're white.
Stop going to the hairdressers every week and maybe just go once a month.
If you go see a movie, don't yell at the screen. Don't yell at the freaking screen.
Jared, did you seriously just say Ebonics? I fucking love that. Oh my god.
I'll trade you my white privilege card, dude.
I'll trade you mine
well,
too.
honestly,
Just,
it would be.
you
It
just
would
have
be
to
very
work as hard as I do.
It would be helpful if I got your white card because I have brown skin. Now I
Yeah,
could
I'll take your race card. You can have my white card, all right?
I could pass for an Indian, right? So I could be deemed intelligent in white society, but I do a little bit look more like a nigger, right? So since I
Dude,
look,
he's such a troll, this guy, man.
no, I'm just telling you why
Dude,
it's
you're a
hard for
troll,
me.
man. Get back under your bridge, fuck.
Yeah, dude, if you want to pull that, you got to have the voice down better.
We've been caught on that. Don't go thinking he's white because he doesn't sound black. Like that, we've been caught on that plenty of times.
Oh, but he just wants to drop the N word, right?
right.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Is anyone here a flat earther?
Nearly everybody in here that actively talks is a flat earther. What's up?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
you are too.
I
You
talked
just don't
to.
know it yet.
Is this how you like spending your summer break, Jack?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, Jack's back.
Weirdo.
You're doing the exact same thing, bro. Chill.
Yeah, but you know, I'm a loser. It's not too late for you. You can turn your life around.
It's not too late for me to go into the government delusion. Okay, I know the Jews are behind everything. I'm already a loser.
You know,
We've got another troll.
Productive.
I think Jack's
No.
a
I
little
was just
bit on the
joking.
spectrum,
I'm sorry.
man. Just a bit.
Wait. Hold on. I was joking. Kidding. I'm not here to troll. I'm here to have a good conversation.
Shilling? Did you say shilling, or what did you say? Did you screw up two words and almost say shilling?
What? Did I say shilling?
No,
yeah, I think you meant
like,
shekels, right?
right. Shilling for shekels.
Okay, so we got Jack and Eggshells, who are two Globers. Let's see if they can tag team and put something good together.
Okay, wait. Before you all start attacking me, can I be the first one to start asking questions?
I was just gonna say,
If that's okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
We'll do it like this. You can ask a question, and we'll give an answer. But then we get to ask a question, and you have to give an answer.
But what if my question leads into like more lines of reasoning? Like,
Oh, it doesn't matter. This is the deal that you're gonna go with.
Yeah.
So, like,
this feels like a bad deal. What if I just debated with someone else in here besides you? Like,
what a fair deal seems like a bad deal.
Jack, just ask the question, dude. Just ask it.
Okay. I don't know. How do y'all explain like waves?
They're created by wind. Now, our question is, how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
Okay. Sorry, what was your question?
I thought Jack was going to have a zinger, but that seemed kind of easy.
That was good.
Okay, wait. What was?
You're gonna have to answer.
Is that the? Wait, hold on.
No. Hold on.
Is his rant? Wait. I'm trying to ask.
You don't get to ask another question.
Does his answer? Is that for everyone? Is that everyone's answer? Is that everyone's answer? That the wind pushes the waves.
You have to answer his question before you ask another question.
You're right. I did say that.
So what was his question?
I was gonna ask him to re-ask it, but you said I couldn't ask any questions. So
Yeah. Okay. Please re-ask the question.
Okay. How do you know that you live on a sphere?
I don't. That's why I came here.
Good
Do
answer.
you have a question
Thanks,
you want
man.
to ask?
Okay, so the actual question I was gonna ask is like, is that everyone's answer? Does everyone believe that waves are created by wind?
That's everything that both globers and flat earthers believe. That's what every meteorologist believes, is that the waves are created by the wind.
Okay, are y'all trolling or are y'all being serious right now? I actually can't
That's
tell.
literally it.
Yeah, like
Okay.
Jack, have you ever been to a lake? Like when there's no wind, there are no waves. When there's wind, there are waves. It's pretty
I've
simple.
also been to the ocean where there's no wind and there are giant waves. It's
Well, do you
pretty
think
crazy.
there could be wind somewhere else in the ocean that's causing that?
I mean, the wind might be rippling the water, but do you have any scientific evidence that the wind is the thing that's creating those waves?
Yeah,
Just
like
out
I
of
said,
curiosity.
just go to a lake and you can observe it.
Listen.
But,
When it comes,
okay, there's a difference between.
I'm not
Sure.
like a weather
One
expert,
sec, man.
but like
One
I
sec.
don't think looking at a lake and seeing that there are ripples proves that it's
Hey,
wind and not gravity.
dude.
Hey, dude, are you serious? Are you actually serious?
All right, your next question shouldn't be okay. So what causes the wind? Your next question should be what causes the wind.
Gravity causes the waves.
Duh.
So
That's a new one. Tell us, how does gravity cause the waves?
Dude. Oh, okay, well, on the sphere globe model, it's because waves are caused by the moon, because there's no way that wind can make, like, giant waves, but...
No.
You're thinking about
The
tides,
claim
dude.
is that the moon causes tides, which are waves that move like at
It's not even worth talking
they have
to him,
6
is
hours
it?
between peak to trough.
Actually, no, this is
12-hour
good.
phase.
Yeah,
So
eggshells.
the NOAA
Eggshells,
says
hold
that
on.
it's caused by
I just want him
wind
to know
mostly.
that eggshells that you're talking to, he is a globe earther and he fights with us on a basically daily basis.
I fight
But
with bad reasoning.
he's going to correct you when you're wrong.
I fight with bad reasoning. So the NOAA says it's caused by wind. The flat earthers say it's caused by wind. You say it's caused by gravity. Can we see either your reasoning or like how does gravity cause these waves? What does it do? Like sometimes it can be caused by earthquakes and stuff, apparently. But where did you get this unfounded confidence that gravity causes them?
No, you're right. I messed up tides and waves. I meant to say tides.
Do you think maybe you've messed up other things when it comes to the globe model and maybe it's time to question them again?
Wait, hold on. I'm actually questioning everything right now. Whoa.
It's maybe
As
time
you
to
should.
reset,
But
rethink everything, and
how do
then
you
come back.
hold on? Let me
and have an
rephrase my
argument.
question. How did you explain tides?
They're a phenomenon, dude. I don't explain
I
them.
hear
Man.
the crickets. I can hear the crickets. It's insane.
We have no need to explain tides. Let me ask you this: how do you explain tides?
Wind.
Okay.
He just did.
Just to make sure I'm not getting this wrong. Well, why did you not say wind created tides when you said wind created waves?
I was joking. I
No,
was taking the piss out of you.
well, because there's a cycle when it comes to the tides.
It's because they're different. It's because they're different, right?
Well,
yeah,
they are. It is different. Yes, yeah.
it is very different.
But you don't know exactly. I mean, what is?
Well,
First of all,
according
I don't
to
want to give you. I don't want to clue you in to your own side's explanation. I want to know if you know what your side says.
It's caused by the moon.
How?
Like
just the moon?
Okay, yeah, I was going to explain more if y'all want to hear my answer.
Jack, let me give you an example from a different question.
Sure. Why would I explain my answer to that question? That's ridiculous.
So
That's crazy.
scientists, astronomers observe that stuff in space appears to be moving at a certain rate, but they say, oh, it's moving at a rate that isn't explained by the mass that we can see with our telescopes, right? So they posit that space is actually full of what they call dark matter, and that actually makes up like 99% of the mass. Now, does that sound like a good explanation? That's just there's just like that's
all
just
you're doing is just saying that sounds
explanation.
absurd, so it must not be true. This is the dumbest line of reasoning ever.
Dude,
there's no
you're
scientific
copying our
Hold on.
speech. You learn so quick. I got to give you that, brother.
There's a reason why you can't give a scientific reason. You're just saying, does this sound right to you? Doesn't this sound kind of funky? Like,
He's
Give
pulling
me
a
an
Dave
actual
here
reason
with word
why this
salad,
isn't
right?
true. Like, don't just say it sounds absurd. That's
It's just to show
not an
that
argument.
you can make an explanation and nobody has any reason to believe it, and there's no way to verify it.
But this is just a
What'd you say?
sidetrack from tides.
Wait, hold on. What did that guy just say?
It's just to show you that you can make an explanation that nobody has any reason to believe, and you can't verify it at all.
Did I do that?
Well, you repeated one.
didn't.
You're saying that the moon causes it, but you have no idea the mechanism
Oh my
behind
god.
it, how it could do
Hold on,
it.
hold on. I said the moon, and I was gonna explain, and then the egg dude interrupted me, and then we went to this.
The egg
I
dude.
was about to explain. I'm so sorry. Can I explain for y'all? Can I explain?
Yes, please.
I
Sorry
don't want
for
it to just be the moon. I don't want to look like a stupid. I'm a little stupid. Okay, so the moon has a gravitational pull, which pulls up the waves at certain periods of times, and that's why we have tides. I'm not sure if they're caused by wind, even like a little bit. They might be, but what I've seen and researched about is that it's mostly by the moon and somewhat by a lesser extent the sun. So.
All right, let's get into this.
And that's by the National Ocean Service.gov, so you know it's controlled by Jews. All right, your turn.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's get into this, right? So you said that they said it's basically caused by gravity, right?
Yeah, the moon's gravity, right?
Okay, so what is gravity, and which gravity are they referring to?
Full force.
Full force.
What do you wait? Can you repeat the question? I got distracted by the chat. My bad.
Yeah, so just to be specific, right? There have been several models over recent history, of gravity, right? There are some that propose it's a force, some that either one or more proposes a force, one or more, namely Einstein, maybe others that followed him, suppose that it's not necessarily a force, but the result of some weird space-time fabric alteration that has effects on shit. Right, so there's different explanations for it, and thus have different consequences. So I'm just asking if there's a specific one
the one that
referred to.
I used to think gravity was just it pulls things towards, but I know it's the model that I usually see is space-time fabric that like it's literally bending space-time. Like if you put like a ball on like a blanket or something, like the blanket will like go towards the place where that ball is. That's basically what it is. But to us, like visually, it just looks like things are being pulled. Like if you drop something, it looks like the ground is like pulling it down, but that's not actually what's happening. But yeah,
I'm familiar with the model too.
Okay.
Right. So the reason why I ask is, so there's a claim on the table from them that you're relaying to us, and the question becomes, how do we know that? How has that been checked to be the case?
That I'm what to you?
That you're relaying, right? You're pointing to them, or somebody pointed to them as being the claimants for why the tides are.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the question is, how do we know that's actually what's going on?
Because we know like the measurements for gravity, we can calculate it, and the measurements seem to show that it's the moon that's having this effect. Because I'm guessing the equations just match up.
Okay, so we can calculate some stuff, and the calculations match up, and they correlate with the phenomena that we observe. But if I were to tell you, I'm going to posit that the reason why things stick to the earth is because there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns that we just can't see, but they have to be there because we measure XYZ phenomena and it's happening, and we get these figures that match up with our model every time. So therefore, it must be the case that leprechauns and unicorns, invisible leprechauns and unicorns, are there, because look at the model; it matches up every time, 9.8 meters per second squared. How does that sound to you?
I think I disagree with that analogy. Everything we know. Hold
hear
on.
my
In
point,
science,
right?
definition is just an observation. So everything we know about gravity is simply just an observation. We wouldn't like make these presuppositions that it must be invisible leprechauns, it must be unicorns, it must be my invisible dad coming back with the milk, right? Like, it's just observations. That's all it is.
Okay, so take the invisible leprechauns and unicorns placeholder and swap that in with the term gravity. Does that make it any more logically sound?
It probably makes it less, because where did we get the leprechauns and unicorns from?
No. I'm going the other way around.
Right. You're saying that gravity is now the unicorns and leprechauns, right?
Yeah, I said leprechauns and unicorns, and you said it doesn't make any sense, and I said okay, fine. So let's swap that in with gravity.
So are we applying that logic to our world, or like a hypothetical world where that's just like the truth?
Well, at this point, it's all hypothetical. So I can swap in
I would say it's logically sound.
or leprechauns with gobbledygook, invisible Chewbacca's. Who knows? You hear my point, right? Because
claiming that's how it is in that world, right? That's just how it is.
Because what I'm getting. So what I'm getting at here is we can observe phenomena, right? Things drop, things that are heavier or more dense, they fall, right? You can go back to Newton. I think it was Newton who had that inclined plane on a flat surface, who dropped a little wooden block, and it slid down the inclined plane. He measured the mass or the weight of it, did some calculations, 9.2 something, whatever. Did another experiment, it came up to 9.9 and whatever, and then they eventually came up with this number, 9.8. Okay, so that 9.8 meters per second squared, bingo, we got this number. Very good. What's causing it? And how do we know?
Well, it seems like, based on the fact that we've been to outer space and we've shot satellites and we know somewhat about the Earth's gravity, and that's why we can like land rockets and stuff like that, that we have some idea of how gravity works, and that's been proven by those, working.
Okay, so do you mean to say that we basically guessed that this is what was going on before we shot up the rockets, rather before we invested?
You kind of just repeated what you already said, dude. He said he knows the calculations. Now, how do you show that it's something and not leprechauns?
Right. So that's why I'm getting at. Does he mean to say that we basically went on this hunch that X is the cause of this downward acceleration, and then invested billions and billions, if not hundreds of billions, maybe even trillions at this point, of dollars into outer space exploration equipment like rockets and all the facilities that manufacture these things, to only go up and then find ourselves, we were right. We indeed got this right. And
no,
here we are.
We did it on a smaller scale.
Or did we know all this first?
Well, we discovered it, and then we did tests, we did models, we did theories. A lot of it is guessing and then finding out what's right and what's wrong. Scientific process, like it's just based on observation and guessing.
So what did we guess?
What do we guess? I'm not sure. I'm not the scientist.
You said we basically guessed. Oh, okay. Well, if you don't know, you don't know. Okay.
I mean, I can assume that we probably guessed a lot of things about gravity.
So can you take us through the logic?
Example, we thought that we thought that gravity was a force that just push and pulled, but now we're learning that it's actually like about it's more like a blanket where like, put the ball in there and it just kind of goes in. So it's not like about pull and pull as much anymore, right? So the thing before that was a guess isn't necessarily true anymore. Is that a good example?
So how did we validate this bendy, warpy space-time?
Yeah, Jack, can you do that? The logic? You said it starts with observation, correct?
Yeah.
So how did we get from an apple falling on Newton's head to space-time is bending? Take us through those logical assumptions and experimental data.
This is a goalpost that's super easy for me to reach. Like, you guys don't even know. Like, it's so easy.
Please entertain us.
Googling.
Space-time's not easy. Come on.
I know that's sarcasm.
What do you got there, Chat GPT or just Google?
I'm actually not on Google right now.
So Chat GPT.
Because I know you're asking me something that no one can answer. Literally no one.
Well, if nobody can answer it, then how did we get here?
How did we get here? I mean, actually, when I said no one, I don't mean no one, but I mean like a very, very small percentage of people can probably tell you the exact history of how we went from one to that.
So you
not a
Can I ask you, is the history important?
Do you have any citations?
Hold on, I asked the question, is the history of it important?
Well, let's start
Absolutely.
from the other direction then, Jack. You mentioned the concept of presupposition, so you understand what that means. Now,
Right.
when you say that the moon pulls the water, what are the presuppositions that you're working off?
That our theory of gravity and our model is correct, and that the moon exists, and that we're on a spherical Earth, and a lot of things. But I think in science, you do need some level of faith in the people conducting those experiments to not lie to you, to not trick you, to not give false inputs and answers.
So we can just
Just
make
'cause
up
that's just
whatever
how
we
we work.
want.
You can. You'll probably be checked, and if it's wrong, then it's wrong. But it seems like the scientists who do this are checked by many other scientists, and turns out to be right. It's a sad truth.
Because you said
No, we
so,
don't live
right?
on a frisbee. We don't live on a frisbee. If you keep going north, you're not going to fall off.
Who says we live on a frisbee?
I think Joe did, right?
So, Jack,
Joe?
just to be clear,
Joe Mama.
No. See, that's going to be the issue. Like, this is the problem. This is the
Good one,
problem
me.
with all you Glovers. Like, listen, you guys are so stuck into this idea of like space and a planet floating around in the middle of it that you think that the flat Earth is the same thing. It is not. It's completely different. You have, in order to argue against flat Earth, you have to put yourself into an alternative cosmology. We think of more of the Earth as the floor to everything that exists, or the floor to the universe. The planets and the stars are above us. Okay.
Well, okay. Look at this from my.
You also think of
Listen,
the
man.
universe as being limitless and expanding, so on and so forth. When you ask us for where's the edge and what happens when you get there, the same question applies to you and your model that you have never questioned. Like, what happens at the edge of your universe and what is it expanding into?
Okay, so this is
when
hold
you
on. This is
fall
a,
out
you
of
just
it.
made so many presuppositions. Please let me
No,
speak,
I
or
didn't
I'm going to
make
touch you.
any presuppositions. I
Yes, you
made
did.
no
You
presuppositions
made a
in my.
presupposition that I never question anything, and that's what every flat earther does when they talk to a spherical earther.
What did I presume in the thing that I just
I've
said?
never questioned what's at the edge of the universe. That I'm just some dumb kid that's controlled by the Jews. Okay, that's what you all think. You're like, oh, I know the truth. I think differently.
Okay.
I'm not like the
Okay.
other girls.
So,
So
okay,
crazy.
if that's your only hang up, then tell me why it is
Yeah.
why you're asking us, or like what happens there, or you're presuming this cosmology, right? Like in that free space, but yet you don't recognize that the same issues that you're asking us exist within your own paradigm.
Name me one issue.
Also, sorry if I may interject just quickly.
Yeah.
Jack, from what I heard, Lou, I think it was Lou who said it. When he was saying you, I don't think he was meant to like pointed at you specifically, but the general you, right? Because we speak to a lot of people. Them mostly more than
Hey,
I, right?
I understand. Most people aren't as smart as me, or intelligent, or even as charming. I get that.
Yeah, you're the best, man. You're the best.
No, but there's another problem too, right,
I love
Jack?
you. Wait, hold on. I still need him to tell me like what
So
the
listen, man,
thing that I can't explain is.
You can't
That he
just believe in part of your story, brother, right? Like everything's intertwined in the
hold on.
globe
You
story,
hold on.
right?
You
So
absolutely
you
can.
have to comply to the whole story, dude. You can't just pick little parts out. What do you mean why? Everything hinges
absolutely
on
can.
everything else.
Do you think we have enough
I don't get to
time in our
decide it,
life?
dude. That's just the story, eggshells, and that's the way it is, buddy. Like I'm not trying to displace it here or anything.
It's just silly that you say I've got to decide what hill.
Dude, like every little part of your story,
beliefs.
every little part of your story hooks up to the next part. Like that's just the way it is. It's story on top of story on top of story, and I'm sorry that that's the way it is, but that's how it is, dude.
Well, that's why you'd
you
like
didn't
it to
have to
be.
say
But I would
stories,
agree.
Tiffany.
I would agree that there are some stories that are contingent on one another, and if you can show that they are contingent or rely upon one another, then you can say, well, it's necessary you believe this. But some aren't contingent on one another. You don't just get to tell people they believe in black holes so that you can launch an attack against black holes. That's
Hold on.
dumb.
That's not what's
That's the
happening.
thing. That's the thing is like this whole. Anytime you're talking about space, none of you can verify it. And what you believe is one thing, but you have to admit that it's just a belief.
That's not necessarily true at all.
What you believe is contingent on what the experts tell you, and what the experts tell you is constantly changing.
So what? You don't believe in black holes then, eggs?
Yeah, Jack.
Wait, hold on. Just because we come up with new theories and information changes, does that like just mean all information is just wrong now? Like
No, but a lot of the
where's the line?
information is
Where's the
based
line
off
that
of
we're gonna
theory,
draw?
right,
Not
brother?
all information. No, only
Where's the line?
information that can be empirically tested is reliable. All of this shit in space is not empirically tested. Cannot be. It's unfalsifiable.
Okay, but it can though.
Is there
It can
stuff
though.
is there
Let me
stuff that's been empirically tested that
let me
then
add
they
something.
come to the wrong conclusion?
Let me add something to what Jack was saying. There is a possible implication when new things are discovered that other things might be unraveled. Because if you had one discovery or one presupposition, and then from there you built up this, chain of things that ended up depending on it, all these things were solidified. Once you discover something that unravels the first element in that chain, it may falsify one or more of the other things that depended on it. So it's not a absolute thing, but there's a possibility of it.
Absolutely, yeah. If they're dependent, then it's like pulling a thread on a garment. The whole thing could come apart.
Right.
But if they're not dependent, right? Like, for example, the shape of the Earth was people were fairly confident about it and used it for all manner of things and were confident about the size of it literally thousands of years before anybody posited the idea of black holes. So if you disprove black holes or you cast doubt upon them because we can't go and touch them and get empirical evidence ourselves, which is fine, it doesn't touch the shape of the Earth, right? It doesn't touch the distance to the sun, right? Because they're not related to one another.
Disprove a black hole. It's an assertion that's been made that is unfalsifiable.
Sure.
That's fair. That's
it's fine to say that, but
the point he's trying to say is that
it
has
you've
nothing
got
to
to
do with the
believe in
shape
all
of the
these
Earth.
things because I want to talk about a different topic that I've decided should be in your epistemology. You've got to show it being necessary to somebody else's epistemology in order for your attack to be valid. Otherwise, you're just randomly attacking some unpopulated hill.
Black holes are necessary for gravity, aren't they?
Nope.
Oh, they don't explain anything.
No,
They're
but
nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
You've got it back to front. Gravity is necessary for black holes. Black holes aren't necessary for gravity.
Right. Yeah, you had it back.
They say that all spiral galaxies like we live in are centered by a black hole.
Can you get back to the new guy? Eggshells, can you shut up for a minute? You get airtime all the time. Just go back to the new guy.
Yeah, Jack, where were you?
Actually, this small tangent. I was in here earlier, and someone said they didn't believe in gravity, and they had this theory that there's a law of up and down.
No,
That person still in here?
That's Lou. He's here, man.
I love you, Lou. I love you, Lou. Okay.
Lou's laws.
So
right?
I'm just curious.
What is the difference? Like, what can you prove? How can you falsify my idea of there being just a directionality to the laws of the universe of up and down versus an attraction or repulsion of masses? How can you falsify one or the other?
Yeah. So are you talking about an internal or external critique? Because like, do you want me to attack you using your worldview or just attack you using like logic?
However you want to do it.
Okay. Yeah. So in the actual universe, there's not really up and down, as we know.
How do you know?
And the way that gravity works, it's not based on up and down. It's not based on any of that. It's just based on mass.
Answer this question without presupposing your worldview.
Well, he asked me for an external critique, so. That's what I'm doing.
No, I said however you want to do it, and you chose to just make an assertion.
Which is an external critique. Because you said you were fine with it. If you want me to do an internal critique, I can do that. I'm not sure how good I would do because I'm not sure if I know enough about the flat Earth world.
Because the one that you just tried to use is terrible. Like it's just like asserting your.
You can verify.
Lou, I love you, but sometimes I think we need to break up. Okay. So you want me to internal critique?
We're not engaged. You can date anybody you want, man.
Wait, do you believe in? Actually, that's a whole other subject. So internally, you think that there's an up and down? I guess you just have to like prove it. Like for right now, it's just a theory. Like
No, okay, so you're not even understanding his point. Like, go back to Newton and the apple falling on his head. How do you know it's a warp in space-time and not just a law of up and down?
I don't know how they got from there to somewhere else.
Did you just deny things go up and down?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only go left and right. Actually, it depends on what you're.
One more smart-ass comment, and
It's what it's on relative to. Like you can go relative up and down to something.
Just a
but
question.
Like,
I asked
in
you a
space,
question.
It's not really up and down. And I'm answering your question.
So how do you know that? Because the only thing you observe is up and down.
That is true. If you are observing things, it does seem like that. That is a good analysis of things. So in my worldview, in the universe, there's not really up and down because
But you
doesn't
don't
really
know
mean
that, though. You can't prove that.
Well, even you would agree that up and down has to be relative to something, right? Like you only believe in an up and down because it's relative to the flatness of the Earth.
Yeah, but
exactly.
but on a flat Earth, listen, you have to understand that
I don't believe that
on a flat Earth, up and down is very objective.
Yeah, right. But in my view, I don't believe that Earth is the center of everything. So there's no center of everything. Which, I mean, if you wanted to say an up and down, you probably could do it to like the Big Bang or something like that. But I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, no, you can't talk about up and down in a spherical world. You have to talk
Do you say
about
you
inward,
can't talk about it?
Inward, you can't.
I can talk about it. So when
inward and outward would be equivalent to up and down.
You can talk about it relative to things. Like if I'm going down my stairs, I'm not going outward in my stairs. I'm going down my stairs. I'm going down them.
You're not going down your stairs.
Yeah, relative to my staircase, I'm going down my stairs.
In a room that was built flat.
Yeah. Wait, what? I heard it in the room that was built flat. Can you repeat the thingy?
Why would I have to repeat it? You just repeated it.
All I heard was just in a room that is flat.
Yeah, I cut out a bit.
I was
You were
interrupting
talking
you. My
through the
bad.
rest. That's why.
You're not wrong, actually. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lou. Lou?
Yeah, look.
Did the Jews get you? Yeah.
Inward or outward doesn't apply to going up or down the stairs, does it?
I guess not.
Your house was built flat, even if you lived on a curved earth, right? Your house was built flat. It was graded, and there was a foundation made, and it was made flat.
Yep, as flat as your mother's chest. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Going up and down the stairs has nothing to do with
I'm sorry.
inward and outward. It's up and down.
I'm sure it's super round, not flat. My bad.
So why don't we critique
You're gonna
that?
have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time listening when you keep talking.
Oh, it's the other people on this channel that are getting me distracted. It's not you, Lou. You could never do anything wrong.
Why am I getting special treatment?
I don't know. It's just something about you. I'm sorry, guys.
So Jack, why don't we talk about why don't we go back to what we were saying before about all the bendy, warpy space-time? Because all this stuff kind of stems from there. We went off on a bit of tangents there. Why don't we bring it back?
I mean, again, I think a lot of our science is based on that and dependent on that. And if that is true and a lot of our other theories hold up, then I believe that's most likely true. But I also look and see that you need some kind of belief in it because I just think as humans we don't have enough time to like literally research everything that goes on in science.
Okay, so what do we have? we have an acceleration downward, right? In a vacuum, like a little vacuum chamber, close to a vacuum chamber, we notice things accelerate downwards at a consistent rate. In the everyday atmosphere, average temperature, pressure, or whatever, most things accelerate down at close to that same speed, plus or minus a little bit of air resistance and whatnot. But we've come to that acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared on average. That's all we've got. What else do we have? Excuse me, I should say that's all we've got so far, as to my knowledge. What else do we have?
Well, that is just like the measurements. You're kind of leaving out the whole like actual process, the models, the reason why we think that, the way we think about it.
Yeah. So
the way that it
what
actually
are the
affects
reasons
other like
why we think that?
topics of science. Like we're kind of dependent on that to be true.
Okay. So what else can we tie into this that we know for certain to help build a solid foundation?
Are you going to ask me for like what's the like experiments y'all were talking about? Hold on. What's the experiments we were talking about before?
Hey, just tell us what science relies on.
Well,
your
I can't
gravity.
tell you anything because you're just going to be like, oh, can you do this in like your backyard? I'm going to be like, no, and then you're going to be like, oh well.
Say that?
It's the Jews that are controlling it. I
You
can't.
say that one more time.
Hold on, I could give you
You say that one more time, you're gonna leave the fucking channel. All right?
shiver me timbers. Okay.
All right. You warned. Warning. That's a warning.
If you want me to do like an external answer to that, I would just say like the fact that we made it to the.
Just stop talking. You said
Are you gonna let me
science is
answer?
based on. You said science is based on gravity. Which science is based on gravity?
So like space travel, for example, if we're thinking about this externally, we made it to the moon. There's no way we would have been able to do that without gravity.
What is based on gravity?
What do you mean? What is based on gravity?
Show us.
We would not have been able to land on the moon without gravity. I think it's.
You're just making a claim. You're making a claim that we went to the
does
moon
anyone
and it was
here
based on gravity.
understand how we would not be able to go onto the moon without gravity?
Jack, what we're asking is, before you jump to the whole moon thing, because the moon thing supposedly happened only 57 years ago.
Supposedly.
Right?
Yeah,
you heard me. You heard me. but this theory, this working theory of some phenomena creating the downward acceleration has been going on since what? But a little bit before Newton, but let's say till Newton. So 400 or 500 years, maybe 6, whatever. Bad math. So what have we been using and relying on and confirming all this time that has been put to use because of this?
By the way, his laughter about that whole thing that you just said, his laughter about supposedly going to the
I'm
moon.
just here to say that all of you guys are fucking idiots.
Get the fuck out of
here. So Sigma. This guy's so Sigma. Oh my god. Okay.
Listen. No, the whole idea of with his laughter, like about the supposedly going to the moon, means that if he can't at least acknowledge that it's questionable about whether or not we went to the moon, like whether or not like that stuff was true, he'll never be reachable.
Oh, I was laughing because it's such a flat earther thing to say. I mean, it's possible it was fake, but it's just funny.
Actually, I'll correct you on that. I'll correct you on that. I had my questions before I entered these sorts of rooms, and I was raised in a similar manner, presumably, as you were. Okay, so yeah, your laughter does reveal your, it's condescending and it reveals your position. That's okay. We can roll with it. So, do you have an answer to what I asked before?
Come on, really fast. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be condescending. I was laughing because it's just a very flat earther thing to say. Not that it's like wrong or anything. It's just.
That's fine.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be like rude or anything. I'm sorry.
It's a natural tick there, nervous tick. That's fine.
Dude, when you laugh about it, it highlights that you think that it's a given, like that it's a automatic thing that we did land on a spherical moon, leaving from the spherical Earth, right? Like
It's all good.
this is
It's all
just,
good, Lou.
and that we did it using gravity, and that we did it using the freaking, like what orbital mechanics and shit like that. That like that was you highlighted a whole lot of points with your laughter.
It's all good, Lou. Let him dig his grave. Let him dig his grave there.
Can I defend him
Okay,
for
isn't
half
it like a
sec?
little condescending for you guys to say like let him dig his grave? Like you're just assuming that my position is 100% wrong and could never be right.
We think. At least I'll speak for myself. I think your position is wrong. So I will say what I have to say.
Okay.
I was just going to ask, to be honest with yourselves, guys, every one of the flat earthers, please be honest with yourselves. You guys have to admit that if you believe in a flat earth, you don't believe there was a moon landing. They go hand in hand, at least in that sense. Am I wrong?
You know what? What? You're for the most part correct. Flat earthers they also do not typically believe in the moon landing. But let's make this very clear. If the flat earth cosmology is correct, then all of the moon, the sun, the stars, all of them are much more local and reachable than in your cosmology. And somebody could potentially, if it is a physical object, reach the moon, potentially. Okay? It's just that we don't think that it actually happened because the footage that they showed us is not really very trustworthy. Like, there's a lot of flaws in it. There's a lot of errors where we can show that it was faked. And so we're skeptical people.
What's up,
We
fam?
don't
Yo,
believe
yo, yo.
we don't believe in the official story of the moon landing. Now, the moon landing is not like landing on the moon is not something that could only happen if you live on a globe.
Oh no, I don't deny that.
I
But
think
a
it
lot
almost
of you guys literally just toss it out because of whatever reasons you want. But like, I have yet to meet one flat earther that says, "Yes, we landed on the moon." Still,
No, because dude, the moon landing thing was freaking blown up from day one, dude. Moon, like, when it comes to NASA and all that shit, like those conspiracy theories,
okay.
they were around long before any flat
Hold on.
Earth
I have a
stuff.
really good reason why
It just
it
so
isn't.
happens that
Okay.
they were correct. They were correct in calling out NASA for the moon landing. But that also coincides with the fact that the Earth is flat and they're lying to you about space.
Hold on. I have a really good reason why the moon landing just cannot be fake. Okay.
go ahead.
What? Because it would cost too much to fake it?
Probably not. Probably just rent a studio apartment or something. But do we remember why the moon landing happened in the first place? Like, does anyone know the history of it?
Oh, you're gonna say because it was a
It's because
race with Russia?
yeah, we were in the arms race with Russia, right? It was an arms race. Okay. So if you think that's faked by the government, the first people to point out that it was faked would be the Russian government because they have everything to lose from losing this race. Why would they point that out?
Not if they had an agreement. Not if they had an agreement. If not if Russia and the United States had an agreement that said,
Why
"Hey,
would Russia ever take that agreement? That is actually ridiculous.
Let me put it this way. What makes you think that Russia is actually our enemy? What makes you think that Russia is actually our enemy?
can be the first people on
Hold on. It doesn't matter whether they are necessarily enemy or not. It's that they would have so much to gain from leaking that.
I can easily answer this. To figure out the answer to this, all you have to do is look at where the Bolshevik Revolution got its financing from, and then you'll have the answer.
That's so crazy. Okay.
We never fought Russia. In fact, Russia was our ally. Was an ally in World War II.
Okay, just because we fought beside them in some war, just like we had to do that, Like we're not doing that because we were like super friendly with them. We did that because we had to do that. That's like that's not because like we're not like buddies with him. We're doing that because we're putting in a position where being allies with him would have helped us out.
All we've done is talk about the potential Russian threat. Because why? Because they're also a very large military might and superpower, right? In fact, in today's day and age, they might be stronger than us. We don't know for a fact. They might be.
Jack,
And they're also Jews, bro.
If we were such big enemies, why would you think Russia and us would sign a treaty together? Since we're such
if it benefited our countries, then yes. The enemy part doesn't matter as long as it benefits the country.
And we never fired a weapon at them, and they never fired a weapon at us through 20
It was a space race. It's not about like fighting. It's about just proving which is the better
I'm not
nation.
talking about just the space race. I'm talking about the Cold War.
Yeah,
We sent both countries' people into fear of the opposite country without ever fucking firing a shot. Why would you do that?
You're believing in the WWF. The WWF, dude. We are Hulk Hogan and they are Ric Flair, or vice versa. You think it's real, but it's not, and it's all for them to get power, and for both sides get power. You realize how much money they took and siphoned off to say we're going to beat Russia? Dude, there was people, if I'm not mistaken, certain actors are getting taxed up to 90%. You imagine them taking 90% of your check because we got to beat Russia to the moon. Dude, it was all about money and control. And if you don't see that, like, dude, your blinders are freaking shut.
Yeah.
Okay, no one is disagreeing that it's about money and
to the
control. We're
topic.
just disagreeing about how it actually played out, right?
Jack,
Y'all
Jack.
think that we could possibly go with Russia to like, make it seem like we won the space race, which when in reality that never happened because it's all fake. But Russia would just never allow it to happen.
Enemies. Just do research on it later. Let's get back to the actual topic.
Wait, I want to say one more thing. If Russia cares about one thing, it's their image. They would never let their image get like swindled so badly that they lost to us, like their greatest enemy.
Hey, Jack.
I don't think you know what happened, like to the
Just
public
remember
part
what
of
I
that
said,
area.
Jack. Who funded the Soviet Union? Who funded the Bolshevik Revolution? That's all you need to know.
Isn't that because we didn't like the leader of Russia, so it would have benefited us anyways? Is it like all of this is just about if it benefits you or not? It wouldn't have benefited us to like lie about this because Russia would have caught us out.
Most of the time.
Jack,
Are we allies most of the time with Russia?
Let me propose something. How about
Yeah.
we speak about things that can actually be scrutinized and verified empirically, rather than go down the political rabbit hole?
I don't know. I think this is a pretty big point to why the moon landing couldn't be faked, and I think all of you agree.
I agree. If it's what hangs him up, I think it should be addressed. Like it's not really. It doesn't really have a matter about like what the Earth measures as and stuff like that. But if this is his, like you have to talk to each. You have to talk to each person individually, and the things that are their hangups. You have to address those. So if his hang up is this political one, I think we should address it.
Well,
all right. Well, I just want to tell him. Let me tell you a couple of things about the moon landing.
Let me just point this out. Right, we were on this topic, speaking about things a little bit more empirical, and then as an ad hoc fill in the blank response, he brought up the political spiel.
Right.
Hold on.
Just to be clear, everything y'all are talking about is almost entirely political. Like you're saying that the government is faking all this science, all this research, literally all that. That is the most political thing you could literally say.
But the reasoning behind.
Oh wait, can you just agree with that? Right? That your like arguments are very politically charged, even like if it's underneath.
There's a subtle distinction, right? We're speaking in terms of empirical evidence leading to the conclusion that certain things must be the case in the political realm, as opposed to pointing to political reasoning as to why other political things are happening. You see the difference?
Well,
it's like if you were to come to me and tell me, 2 + 2 = 5, and then I go, to my desk and I put 2 things on one side, 2 things on the other side, I put them together, and I see 4. It doesn't matter if the government paid you to say 2 + 2 = 5, 2 + 2 = 4.
right? Here's an empirical thing, kind of throwing out whatever political reasoning bullshit that led you to say the first thing. You see the kind of like parallel there?
I understand the argument. I'm just trying to
That's what
address
I'm saying.
the very clear bias, like anti-government bias. That is.
It's not about anti-government.
We're not.
It isn't.
We're not. We're not
It's
anti-government. We
not,
just
man.
look. I think most flat earthers, not all, but most flat earthers know that there's a necessity for like rule, like a government.
Okay, wait. Let me rephrase. When I say
They
anti-government, I
do
don't
play
mean
a
like
certain
get
role.
rid of government.
They
I mean
do play
that
a
government
certain
is not
role.
trustworthy, and I think a lot of you would
No,
agree with that.
that
Actually, all of
yes.
you would agree
Hold
with that.
on, if you let me finish.
No, that's not
Look,
true.
if you want to go
Can you
there,
let him finish his point first?
yeah, government is inherently untrustworthy.
The difference is just the line that we cross. You'll put a line like way far away from the line that I would put. But I mean that's fine. You
Just
probably have
you
your personal
personally.
experience and reasons
Just you
why you believe
personally.
that, and that's fine. Like I understand you don't believe stuff just because like a Jew shot into your brain like I did. That's okay.
No, we're not going to believe it because the government said so.
And I know I agree with that point.
Okay.
I think that's a logical take. Like you should do your own background research, empirical evidence. But I also
What
think there is
empirical evidence
definitely a
do you
bias that goes around that the government is untrustworthy. Because if you believe
Yeah,
this to be true, then you definitely believe
look.
a higher level of untrustworthiness than I believe.
No. Look.
have? They've
Yes,
been proven to
we
be
do
untrue.
not trust. Look, you don't trust men in general. You just don't trust people. Like if you're a wise person, you think for yourself. You don't trust the word of another man. Period.
At least not without incredible amounts of scrutiny.
Do you think there's a line between being gullible and being what's the word? Okay, hold on. It is somewhere in here.
Skeptical.
Oh yeah. Do you think there's wait, hold on. Do you think there's a line between being gullible and conspiratorial?
Bear, you're breaking up, man.
What destroys the
Being
line is
gullible and being
consensus. You have to do your own
conspiratorial
research at that point.
are sort of, for the most part, they're two separate, opposite things almost. Like
I would, yeah.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
I'm sure you
Well,
don't.
Dichotomy?
Yeah, I don't know the.
If I were to tell you that you
stuff
have
yet.
one, if I told you you have one decision or the other, and you can only pick one of those two things, as if they are polar opposites, but they're not.
Well, I'm asking,
Well,
do you think there's a fine line?
Yeah, but you're asking.
It's not
you're-
necessarily a
the
yes or no
thing-
answer. You can like be specific about what kind of line.
You're asking to draw a fine line between two things that are not mutually exclusive.
And he gave you an example.
So then say there's not a fine line between the two things.
The whole fine line thing is wrong. You take all information and you weigh it on its own merit. That's it.
On a case by case basis.
I believe that there's some sort of bias that makes those numbers unreliable. And I think that's
So
true for most
consensus.
politics. I
So
think
you're
we can
relying
all
on
agree that's
consensus.
true for most politics.
So you're relying on consensus, basically.
Oh yeah.
Typical.
There's your first problem.
Bro is not the anime antagonist.
I mean, no
Typical.
research for yourself. No research for yourself. Just consensus.
These podcasts
You're
don't
giving your
get me.
power over away to the authorities. So relying on authority, no research for yourself. Consensus.
I agree there should
Yeah.
be some research, but like you still
So
kind of need to
consensus,
address
not
that there is going to
consensus.
be some consensus that matters in this, right? Because this is political in a way.
Then you
Like,
use
But
your discernment.
we're not talking
Use
about
your
politics.
discernment
Okay, yeah,
at
we
that point.
can move the conversation away from politics.
You don't know me
That's
very
fine.
well, so you're not going to trust me, and nobody else is going to agree with me. So if I said like dogs actually or cats, let's go with cats, because let's say cats rule the world. Cats rule the internet, and they rule the world, and
Definitely
they
they
control
do.
us.
Come on.
Right?
That's kind of
Let's
true.
just say that cats rule the internet and the world and us. Right? Like I say that. You won't necessarily trust me in saying that because you don't know who the fuck I am. But if the consensus, if everybody in here who all just agreed with me all says it, are you going to take their word for it?
Probably not. I would listen to
Why?
them. I'd hear them out. Well, because again, empirical evidence at the end of the day is the most important thing to focus on. I think consensus is also
Now you want
important, but
empiricism and not
well,
the.
we were talking about politics, which most of the time
So,
doesn't have a lot to do with empiricism.
does it count as empiricism if you see the moon landing on the television? Is that empirics?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Of course not.
Okay, just wondering.
It's just yeah. I don't. What's the opposite of not the opposite, but the other not empirical, but it's like a word game. If it's not empirical, what is it?
Subjective.
Oh, really? I thought subjective was just the counterpart to objective.
Objective being a synonym to
Oh wait,
empirical, I guess.
hold on. Does empirical just mean objective?
Speculative.
No,
No, it means
empirical is
experienced
proven,
yourself.
can't be refuted.
The opposite
No, it doesn't mean
the
can't be
opposite
refuted.
to empiricism would be correlation, speculation.
Oh, okay. So
Theories.
imperative is more like causation, like the root. Okay.
No.
Oh,
Clearly.
okay. I
Empiricism
think I
is
understand.
with your own senses. Rationalism. What I'm finding is rationalism is a philosophical school of thought. Truth and knowledge can be found through
No,
the
that
fact of
empiricism,
reason and logic.
empirical is not the same thing as the philosophical idea of
He didn't say it was.
No, but he said empiricalism.
No, I didn't. Empiricism.
What?
Okay, we can talk about this. We're in a flat Earth server, guys. Guys,
It's
we're
not
in a
the same
flat
thing
Earth
as
server. Let's talk
empirical.
about flat Earth.
Yeah, we're digressing.
No, actually, this is a very that's very important. Like people need
It's
to know the
relevant.
difference between like what empiricism is and the opposite of it. However, we
What can be
apparently
proven and what
define it.
can't be proven.
So the
Yeah.
Stanford Dictionary of Philosophy says the two are rationalism and empiricism, and rationalism is more like thinking through it, intuition, deduction, that kind of stuff. And empiricism is what you experience with your own senses. Is my
Okay, so
understanding.
rationalizing things. Yeah. I like that. That's good. So empiricism is what you can prove, and
I don't
everything
even
else
agree
is
with
being
that
rational.
definition.
You don't have to. It is the definition. It's up to you whether you agree.
Yeah. I mean, it's not wrong. I'm just saying in context.
So rationalizing something though is irrational without without having empiricism to back it up, right? Like you can try to rationalize something with empiricism and it might have some kind of a sound argument, but if everything is just rationalism, it's irrational, which is kind of weird how it works that way.
That would be subjective at that point.
Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds.
Indeed.
I think it's
Jack,
important.
you want to go back to Mick's point from before?
Yeah, sure.
Basically, how you were discussing gravity, and you went over like no less than 5 times how we have observations, we figured out mechanics, we do calculations, and with these calculations we can do stuff. But then you never tied it back to what Mick was asking.
Well, he was asking for empirical evidence for gravity.
No, he was saying, why is it not leprechauns?
Is there any?
Oh, that point. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand the point of that. Like, I kind of got lost in that one.
So let me clarify. So we observe a phenomena, things falling at a certain rate, and people call that phenomena gravity. And in a whole other context or conversation, people will ascribe the cause to that phenomena being gravity. So you have the same term applied to both the cause and the effect. Okay, so there's a bit of a problem with that because it makes no sense. You can't have the same thing be the same thing, be both the cause and the effect to itself, at itself. Like it doesn't follow. So there needs to be a dividing line between them, right? So in what you're talking about
what you're talking about, when you say gravity, are you speaking to the phenomena that we note, that we witness, that things fall, or are you speaking about the cause why things fall?
All right, so this was done years and years ago, and I think in a better way. So you guys say that gravity is mass attracting mass, or that gravity is the bending and warping of space time.
Yeah,
But
just
I
say
could also assert that it's three-toed gnomes pulling at my toes that causes me to go down. How do you prove my thing wrong and your thing correct?
I don't believe you can prove a negative or disprove a negative.
Then prove your positive.
Right, but if you're saying, hey, disprove this thing that doesn't exist,
All right,
I can't disprove it. It might be true. I can't disprove it.
Prove your positive. Or cite somebody who has.
Three-toed gnomes pulling at
Well,
my toes.
you need to give me proof that your positive is better than my positive, or even equal to my positive.
Right there.
So you're saying that the stack of gnomes or whatever is equal to my positive of just gravity is something just being pulled?
Watch this. I say it's three-toed gnomes. You say it's leprechauns. Lou says it's gravity. I don't have any citation. You don't have any citation. Lou doesn't have any citation. Or if he does, or if any of us do, once scrutinized, there's holes in all of them. Who's correct?
No one is.
One with least holes.
This is the dilemma.
I
Right?
guess realistically, I would say the one
you.
with least holes. That is actually a good answer.
The what?
The one with the I would say it's the best theory, because I think that's really what gravity is. It's just a theory.
So what qualifies as being best? The one that can be most accurate?
But who has the necessity for gravity?
We're getting there.
I think the one that is the most accurate. I think the most accurate theory is going to be the best theory.
Okay. So you take some numbers. I take the same numbers. Lou takes the same numbers. And in my equation, I have the same numbers, but instead of G, I put L for leprechauns. Lou puts G for gravity, and you put T for toads. Right? We all get the same result, just with a different variable placeholder. All equally accurate, just with different explanations. Who's correct?
I'm just upset that I got G for gravity. I wanted G for gnomes.
Oh shit! I thought you said toads. Good point.
Let's not distract from the point, though.
Yeah. Go ahead. Continue.
Go ahead, Jack. Who's more accurate?
So you all have a different explanation, is what you're saying, but you got the same result.
Yeah.
Who's more accurate? I mean, I guess you're both kind of equal.
All three got accurate results. Therefore,
in
all
terms of
are right.
Yeah. So in terms of results,
they're not right. They're just equal.
This is the problem this is where the problem arises. We all have the same results, or more or less the same results, but we have different explanations as to why we're getting the results that we do. And at this point in the thought process, none of us have ventured anywhere beyond the phenomena that we're observing and testing it to get these numbers. None of us have ventured anywhere beyond that to actually scrutinize our presuppositions as to why what's causing it in the first place. Okay, so are you aware of anybody who actually has gone to scrutinize the suppositions in place to give rise to the belief that A, we have bendy warpy space-time causing this phenomena, or B, going before that to Newton, that mass attracts mass, thus the phenomena?
I think Newton got the same result as us, but I don't think he had a better explanation than us. Because I think right now we have much more advanced technology and science to explain the way we think.
Okay, so because we have fancy tools, right? Due to other.
Okay, let's be more specific. Much less holes in the answers we have now than we had back then. Just to make that clear.
Do you think that the answers we have now are the final answers, or do you think that they will be replaced just like every other explanation ever in history?
All we're doing here is throwing more tools into the basket. We haven't addressed what makes up the basket. We just have fancier tools, right? A lot of which are actually derived from other subfields of study and inquiry that yield different capabilities. Big deal. Okay. So we have this 9.8 that allows us to do, I don't know, fucking fly planes or, I don't know, whatever. What is causing the 9.8?
What's the root cause of it? Is that what you're asking?
What is the cause to the effect of downward acceleration for things that are more dense than air, for example?
I think the best answer to that question is just gravity is simply a law of physics that just exists. Same as the universe just exists.
So what causes it?
What do you mean? It's just a law. It's an observation.
I'll tell you why. Why it's important.
Right.
Hold on. I feel like I gave you
laws. Just like Lew's law, just like up is up and down is down.
Exactly.
You might as well be saying the same thing as me.
This is why it's important to scrutinize, Jack, because in one paradigm, right, you have the presupposition that mass attracts mass, which down the line allows us to come to this conclusion that if mass attracts mass, eventually that a mass is going to form a sphere, and then a sphere is, the spheres are going to do what supposedly the spheres do in the heliocentric model. So that's one presupposition, right?
Okay, but you believe that yours is right. So are you claiming that yours has less holes than mine?
Hang on. We're getting there, right? In Lew's model, well, if you want to call it that, up is up and down is down, and relative densities dictate, what gets stacked on top of the other, basically, right? But from that point of view, it doesn't necessarily follow that things eventually form clumps, and then from there, it doesn't necessarily follow that we must be in some void in infinite space. You see the divergence in thinking. This is why it's important to recognize. But at this point in the thought experiment, they're both more or less valid without any other parameters. So how do we go about solving this?
I would disagree that one is I would disagree that they're equally valid, because as I said before, I agree that wait, yeah.
Hold on. Let me clarify. With what we have on the table so far, sure, bring what you've got, right? But what we have on the table so far, they're both vacuous explanations for the phenomena.
So I think they're both definitely theories, but as I said before, I believe the best theory is going to be the one with the least amount of holes and the most amount of rational evidence. So I would say, because mine, according to that standards, it's just better than Lew's.
No, mine has the least amount of holes. Mine literally just states that up is up and down is down, and you can't like.
Okay, but the thing is,
mine in any way. Yours is convoluted. It takes a lot of rationalization. You have to you have way more holes than I do in order to try to describe how people can stand antipodal to each other on a fucking surface.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. When I say holes, I don't mean there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, when I say something, my example puts up a lot of propositions that your example has no way of explaining. That's what I mean by holes. These are all things that we know are true and that we've,
So let's get into
You're
yours.
creating the hole.
Yeah,
that is true. That is how observing works. Nice job, man.
Let's get into this, right? So you are of the opinion that we're living on a water ball rock floating through outer space.
Okay, hold on. Wait, when you say my point, you don't gotta be so rude, man. Come on, you can be a little
I'm not
nicer.
trying to be rude. No, I'm trying to be succinct.
Just correct him then.
I mean no insult in what I just said.
All right, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So in that presupposition, or in that model, there's an officialdom behind that, and to my knowledge, the officialdom states that the radius of said clump of mass is 3,959 miles in radius. Okay. Do you know where we got that to begin with?
Oh my God, there's no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had an ADHD moment. I completely lost track of what you're saying. I'm so sorry. That's incredibly disrespectful of me. Could you please repeat the argument you just made? I'm
No problem.
so sorry.
It's more of a question, right?
Okay.
In the officialdom behind the standard model, there is a fixed 3,959 mile radius attributed to said clump.
Clump of
Do
what?
you know where that clump of rock, water,
earth,
organic matter? Okay. Do you know where this came from?
Do I know where that? So are you asking me? Okay, you're asking me for like the origins of Earth.
Of the assessed radius, supposed radius.
So how we got the radius?
Yeah.
How did we get that exact radius? I don't know the methodology for how we got the radius. Okay, yeah, hold on.
Right. If you have to Google it, it's not an insult, but it's interesting that you do have to, because
a lot of the thing I think a lot of my evidence is just rationalization that there's so many scientists that are making this claim that with a lot of claims I'm kind of skeptical, but this is like one that they don't really have a lot to benefit off of. So
there's
that right there is the weakest argument you've made in the last.
It's a rational argument. It doesn't need to be insanely strong.
These are ad hoc rationalizations. Okay, and we all often have this sometimes when we don't know stuff, some more so than others, and that's fine. And I make no claims to not try and fill in the blanks on the fly myself. Right? I try to say I don't know when I don't know. Right? But this is more of consider this as like an exercise into A, what we're talking about and trying to discover stuff, and B, equivalent to or analogous to holding up a mirror to yourself and viewing how you think through things that you don't actually fully know.
Yeah, right? Can I say something really fast?
Go ahead.
I think in the end, this is like a very similar experience to religion for me. I'm just going to follow the one that just internally feels more right to me, I guess. That's why I'm atheist, because I haven't found any like significant evidence that there is a God. I just claim that I don't know. And I feel like in the end, it's just going to be the same because everything we're doing to my knowledge, can't be proven unrationally, I guess. I'm sure I can probably watch like one Professor Dave explains a video that proves why flat Earth wouldn't work, but I don't have the time for that. So at the end of the day, my answer is probably just gonna be like, I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong.
And I think that's a lot more honest than many would stand.
Yeah, I mean, I try to have an open mind and not just say something is stupid because it sounds stupid, but
all right.
Also,
but no,
have
but
y'all watched?
You're coming from this atheist standpoint about like thinking that you don't have proof of a physical God or something like that. You can't prove a God. Like a God is but above that, above physical reality. Like if it exists, it's above that.
Wait, what was the word we used for tangible? Wait, what's the word we used for tangible proof? It's
He said physical or empirical.
Empirical, right? I think there's a lot of religions though that claim to have empirical evidence for God, and that's why I think a lot of religion is just dumb.
And look, you have every right to scrutinize that too. Right? I'm not here to try and bubble thump you or anything. I have a lot of questions myself. I am of the view that there is a higher power, a creator. That's just my view. I've logically found myself to that position. But that was through experience and through thinking it through and listening to a lot of people who knew more than I did, and then did my own homework. Okay, but that's a personal journey. That aside, though, okay, we don't even have to go there if you don't want. You don't have to. We don't even have to go there. Right?
Well, just real quick, one weird thing though, just real quick, like when you walk into a store and you see a bunch of computers, like it doesn't cross your mind like people built that, like an intelligence, a design, a purpose. Like you don't think like, and then you go outside and you see all the trees. Like you don't think the same way. You can't put the two to two together and like realize there must be a creator because it's been creation. Like it's all around you. Like I don't know. It's just really weird to me that people just don't get it.
I think a lot of people who come from a lot of people who come from the atheist standpoint are people who are basically trying to deny any god or creator, and or more specifically, they don't like. I think in your case, probably the Christian religion. They don't want to accept Jesus and shit like that. But that's fine. I don't either. I don't believe that. I don't believe that story either. But the alternative to that story is not that there is no creator. Like when you see order, like look at entropy, for example. Entropy is like sometimes described as order to disorder, like a tendency towards chaos, right? Like order requires some kind of intelligent design. If I were kind of like what he was just saying about like seeing things, I forget how he said it, but another example that I've heard before is like if I took a Rolex watch and I smashed it into a million pieces and I threw it in a brown bag and I shook it for eternity, would it ever turn back into a fucking Rolex watch?
An eternity, yes.
No, dude.
Yes.
Dude,
yeah. Given all the possible, let me finish.
I would have a broken
I hate to defend this, but you said an eternity.
For all of eternity.
Eternity,
I would have a broken
dude.
watch for all of eternity.
Infinities. When you invoke infinities, that's what happens, dude.
No,
yeah, but infinity is purely
This is where you're broken. Like that watch. This is like
no.
A broken
I am
watch
right,
will
dude.
never
When you invoke
reassemble
infinities,
itself.
this is how they try to get you to believe in a non-god, is with infinities.
Oh my God.
You're right. I believe in a much more non-God now because you said that. I strayed even farther from the path of God. I hope you're happy with yourself, Lou.
Oh yeah, it's his fault for sure.
Yeah,
for real.
But at any rate,
there has to be, in order for there to be order, there has to be some kind of design. In order for there to be a design, there has to be a designer.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't deny it, but you don't invoke infinities to try to. I'm sorry. It is
infinity. Look, that I understand that infinity isn't a real thing, but even given infinity, a fucking smashed watch will never, ever, through all of infinity, become a working watch.
Okay. You know the monkeys typing on a
Shakespeare
typewriter, yes, will produce Shakespeare's work at an eventual infinity amount of time, right? That's what you're trying to say, is that would never happen in an infinity.
Right. No,
there is nothing that will not happen in an infinity.
You can't add right at the end to make it right. You're just saying that. Those are just words. You're saying if we were in this like theoretical thing where you could just record a monkey typing for infinity, dude, that's in itself is fucking retarded. But you can't add right at the end of it and then it makes it right. That is your claim, which you cannot prove. Nobody can prove that. It's just an assumed.
It's a logical assumption.
Yeah,
it makes sense logically, and you can't.
You can't say it's
okay.
Logical.
Disprove it then. Disprove it then.
Okay, no. You don't put that burden on me. It's your claim. You can't put your claim as a burden on me. I'm telling you, prove it. You can't prove it, and you'll never.
These are appeals to hypothetical. It's not.
Right.
It's not worth.
Anyway, I was going to ask the
We weren't done.
the fellow Glober just one question on his belief in God. Do you believe in an absolute moral standard?
Objective morality?
Yes, objective morality. Do you believe in it?
No.
Okay, well then I guess the Jews were okay to be killed in the Holocaust, and everything's fine. Murder's all right. Everything's all right then. Okay.
Do you understand how subjective morality works? Like that doesn't mean everything is just okay now.
Everything is okay.
If that's what you believe, then it is
it's subjective.
To you.
It is okay to you.
If
Whatever
you believe that, but I don't.
okay is okay to you.
Yeah.
And do you understand?
When I say that doesn't mean it's okay, that means I just
objective morality. You cannot have there has to be a standard, and without an objective morality, I'm sorry, you can't. I mean, you cannot make.
Are you
religious? You cannot make judgments on others. You can't.
Are you religious?
Oh, I am. Yeah, I fall on your side as far as the globe, but I am totally religious.
So you're saying you have a standard for morality that a higher power has given you?
Yes.
What religion do you subscribe to?
It would be Christianity, yes, and I believe in
that's so boring. Go on.
Don't. Why is it so boring?
I'm sorry. that was just disrespectful to your religion. I'm sorry.
No. Seriously, I want to know why was it so boring to you? I mean,
because it's one of the main three religions. Like, choose something cool, like a cult or something. I don't know.
Why is that cool?
Because it's not what it's not what everyone's doing. That's why it's cool, dude.
Because it's edgy. It's the better thing.
Yeah, man. Rock on. Yeah.
Well, it's a very interesting
word. Christianity was not in the majority of religions and was actually in the minority.
Yeah, then it was cool. It's like how everything that used to be cool is no longer cool, right?
Arguable that if that's the case, then arguably, globally speaking, as far as I know, Christianity is dwindling.
Yeah,
so it's becoming.
It might come back in a couple of years. That might be cool then.
In what case is it okay to rape children?
I don't know.
If you think it's cool, it's good, man, right?
If you're in a situation, can I speak? If you're in a situation where you have to rape a child to save all of humanity, then that's okay.
Oh, so it's like you and a child that are left in humanity, and in order to keep humanity going.
No, it's aliens come to our world and they say have to rape this child, or they're gonna blow up Earth.
Appeal the hypothetical.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but.
If it's hypothetical or not, and there's a simple answer to that type of,
The Earth blow up, obviously.
He's trying to be utilitarian and basically whatever serves the most good. Am I right?
If you're starting the beginning of this new,
and then
if you're starting this new beginning, like the baseline is going to be, I saved humanity because I did this heinous thing. You were better off just not doing the heinous thing and letting that all just die off, and hopefully something else comes about, because that is not a world that anybody should be living.
That is a messed up way of looking at it.
That's the creation of evil.
What if those people on Earth didn't agree with me, and I'm just killing a bunch of people you agree with?
You are disgusting if you think you would have to save the world to do that. What happens if you do that and then you get laughed at because you're like, dude, I wasn't even going to blow it up. You're fucking sick in the head. Dude, you're just a troll. You're a sick fuck troll that's saying the dumbest shit for the past hour that I've been listening. I don't even know why you're here, bro. You should have been muted a long time ago.
Okay.
Can we ask him about the radius? Can we ask him about
the radius, man?
How about you try to prove your radius?
Yeah, that's what I asked you about.
What was the thing on Google? Using the curvature of the Earth relative to the parallel light from the sun, we can observe different locations in the surface of Earth. But also, if you really think about it, we can just go around Earth and measure it. But
okay, so you believe in parallel lights from the sun?
I don't know, but I'll stick with that claim.
You just said
that's not what I
backing up
think is 100% true. I'm just reading off of Google.
So I'll tell you this, Jack. I heard this before 2. This is what most people come in here and claim, right? It's Eratosthenes 2,000-3,000 years ago or whatever, right? Measured sticks and shadows with parallel lights from the sun, and then basically mapped it over some sort of circle conic function of whatnot, and then derived a radius. Okay, so in there, are you able to point out what assumptions were made that at the time could not be verified?
I'm gonna be honest. I just ADHD'd again. I missed
it's
most
okay.
of that.
It's a little more complicated, but I'd rather take them to the parallel light from the sun. It's a little easier. So you claimed, so you claimed that there's parallel light coming from the sun. Can you look into how eclipses, like solar eclipses, happen?
Well, I know
how
that.
Do you know how they happen? Can you look it up? Can you see?
So when a solar eclipse happens is when Earth and then Moon and then Sun, and because the Moon is blocking a direct source of that light, it looks really cool, and it also makes people blind.
Do you know? No, it doesn't, because I actually looked at it myself, and that's just a complete lie.
Okay,
so,
wait. Okay, sure. Yeah, it doesn't make people blind.
No. So I'm going back. So can you pull up a diagram how they explain to you why you see moon shadow about 20 to 27 miles in diameter? The shadow on the Earth is. You have Google, right? You can pull up how an eclipse happens.
I know how an eclipse happens. What
Do you
are you
see
trying
the diagram? Do you see the diagram?
I can click to that.
Jack, can you get diagrams and put it in the chat so we all know what you're looking at?
Okay, yeah. Let me search up a good one. I'm gonna find the best one for y'all. Okay. That is horrible quality.
Where's this? Is it in the chat? Where's this?
Yeah, I'm about to put it in the chat. Never mind. I don't have permission to send messages in the chat.
Okay, but do you see the light? Do you see how they make the penumbra?
Yeah, penumbra, umbra. Yeah.
Is that light parallel?
Parallel means. What does parallel mean in this sense? I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure you guys know because you debate with a lot of globe earthers.
Claim that you believe this light from the sun is parallel, and I'm asking you in this eclipse, the diagram that you pulled up, is that light parallel? This is your claim. You can't ask me what definition of parallel it is.
That's fair.
You tell me, is that parallel?
What are we referring to here? I want to watch it.
You know, there's a real simple answer.
So okay, wait. So the short answer apparently is practically yes, but they're not perfectly parallel.
In the diagram of an eclipse, is that light coming parallel to make penumbras?
You
know what the answer is.
I don't remember what the word parallel means, bro.
You brought it up. You made the claim that the light came parallel.
Oh, so okay, to adjacent lines. Okay. No, it's not.
No, it's not. Now is it?
Can we use rational thinking to think? Wait, hold on. Let me say something.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's called.
Hold on. No, use your brain for 1 second. Think about if scientists are making this claim that it's parallel and they like show graphs that show it not being parallel. Don't you think there's a reason why they still keep that claim true?
You're appealing to some. Bring them in. Who is this person?
Who's this scientist? Logic.
No, just bring them in. Who is it? It's not basic logic, actually. This is the inference right now. It's called a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, Jack, you're violating basic logic by holding two of these things in. You're holding both of these. You're suspending both of these beliefs in the air, and picking and choosing which one you want to use when it's applicable. But they both can't exist at the same time.
What do you mean?
That's exactly what I mean. You
By the way, have you
appeal
ever heard
to
of this
parallel lights.
line, close enough for government standards? That's essentially what he said a moment ago, and it's potentially correct.
No. He is not potentially correct. The parallel lines that he appealed to was from the what were we doing, the Eratosthenes experiment, that require you to give you angles. Then when you look at the solar eclipse, these lines are no longer parallel in order for you to explain the shadow that's being made on the surface of the Earth and doing a penumbra area. These two things are two different explanations for the same phenomenon, which is the sun.
Bro, what does perpendicular mean?
90 degrees.
Oh, sigma.
Yeah, two
okay.
lines intersecting at 90 degrees.
Oh, sun rays are parallel, but unless they're coming in perpendicular to you, they won't appear so. Okay. So I'm guessing the graph is just...
What they fail to realize is the distance from the sun and the fact that doesn't matter how far, it matters how far away you are from the object, which they will never tell you exactly how far away from the sun you are in their model.
Well,
They'll never give you any information about what they actually believe, by the way. That is a fun thing about them.
Of course, but you can also do the Eratosthenes experiments with light from the moon. You'll get the exact same angles. And they both require a flat baseline in order to give you the 90 degrees into, and then your adjacent. So do you understand how this doesn't work? Because the original Eratosthenes experiment, it wasn't supposed to give you the radius. That's supposed to give you the diameter of Earth. The radius was measured by Alberuni.
Okay, here's another thing though. If you get the radius or the diameter, you can figure out the other, dude. That's a given, please.
No, because you're getting different values. Conceptually, they're both circles, but you're getting different values from them.
You are getting different values, but they're intrinsic. You can derive one from the other.
No, the intrinsic link is conceptual. That's a conceptual intrinsic link from the spherical geometry. It is not a. It is not. It will not yield the actual value measurement.
You'll get one measurement, and then using math, right? Assuming perfect spherical math and all that, you can derive one from the other. Of course, there's baked-in assumptions there. I'm not disputing that, right?
No, you're giving me the conceptual idealization of it. Yes. In ideal spherical geometry,
By the way, do you also realize that the Eratosthenes thing, they already admit that it was like 1 to 3% off, if I remember correctly?
Well, this is where it gets interesting. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. 1 to 3% off what? The number that we have today?
Essentially, yes, the number that we've calculated today.
Okay, and how did we get to where we got to what we got today?
More accurate instruments? I don't know. Maybe actually doing, observations from orbit could be.
So you don't know?
Seriously, I'm throwing out those as possibilities, but no, I don't.
Okay, good. You can just say you don't know. So you made a claim that we have more accurate measurements, and then you also are admitting you don't know how they even got there or if this claim is even real.
You following this, Jack?
Yeah.
You see the line of reasoning and the depth of scrutiny required to really fully know what's going on? I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm just saying the answers that I got for some of these questions don't seem to line up. And I'm not the only one in here.
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to tell how reasonable someone is based on a Discord VC. But you out of everyone here, you seem probably the most reasonable. So
the more we talk, the more we'll be able to peer into each other. Right? I'm not going anywhere.
Hold on, that sounds kind of gay, bro. Peer into each other.
Need a room. Yeah, I can get a room somewhere.
peer into your mind.
Whoa! I'm not gay, bro. Come on.
All
Bro.
right, like
Bro.
that watch. You and I are never, ever, ever getting back together.
Was that a Taylor Swift reference?
I don't know, maybe.
That was good.
I'm not gonna lie. You know, I had this conception coming in that flat earthers were like bad people, and now I just know that y'all are funny, and like a little weird, but pretty cool.
We're people too, man. There's a lot of humor
No,
in
you
here.
aren't. The only real people are the Jews, like the one that has a gun pointed to my head right now.
Bro, you're be
No.
thankful
That's the
Timbo's not in
Nazi
here.
telling you to tell you where the Jew is. Okay.
Guys, be thankful Timbo's not in here. He already warned you.
Who's
Okay,
Timbo?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't care. You know, it's your account. You know.
Is Timbo a moderator?
Yeah, man.
Oh, is he gonna ban me if I say stuff like that?
He warned you.
Is he Jewish?
No,
Hey,
there's
leave the
YouTube
Mastis
blocking
out of here,
you.
man.
It's
That's the
just
Mastis.
the kind of shit that gets
It's because of
channels
it's
shut
because of
down.
YouTube. Because of YouTube. All right, there's a bot.
Oh.
All right, if they hear shit they don't like, they cut the service. So we.
I mean, if he's not like
keep-
live streaming, then like, what's the problem?
It is live
It is
streaming.
being live streamed. That's why.
Yeah, you
And
gotta treat it like the N-word.
apologize, man. I didn't.
So
I keep forgetting that the YouTube overlords are always looking.
Of course.
Yeah, they are always watching us. They control everything.
3 parentheses.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway. So, you follow? You starting to see some of the problems?
I think I'll do more research into it, honestly. Probably gonna watch some
That's the best
Professor
thing
Dave.
you've said this whole time.
I just followed up with I'm gonna watch some Professor Dave, so not sure how good that is.
And then
stick to like the
you
second
shit
page
many of his
on
arguments
it.
YouTube.
times. So, fine. Go
I
ahead.
say find two
Don't be lost.
videos, one supporting, one not, and watch both.
Yeah, that's all I was gonna do.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's always
Your call.
good to have a balance to you, man. It really is.
Yeah, that's true.
And I honestly wouldn't take anybody seriously that calls himself a professor on YouTube.
He's not even
I mean,
credentialed.
he's a professor, but in like, I'm not sure if it's exactly.
U is
about
not
that.
a university.
No.
Come on.
Who
Wait.
cares?
And I like them.
That's not.
He's not credentialed. It's very dishonest. He's not credentialed. He's like a chemistry major or something. He's only got like a bachelor's.
Yeah,
Failed
he's like
musician.
He's like
whatever.
like Dr. Dre. You know, that's the kind of professor he is.
Yeah, and there's a reason why I don't listen to his music. Not only just because it doesn't sound very good. Like it's very disingenuous.
Wasn't he a lecturer?
Whatever.
Wrong rapper.
He does have a master's, though.
Yeah, in
And
chemistry.
On chemistry.
I think.
I mean, that's a little important if you want to find out if the Earth is flat or not, I guess.
It's still a hard science. I mean, the scientific method still.
Well, why would you want to troll a flat Earth channel when you could like go troll, like Britney Spears or some YouTube channel?
One's a preference, one's
Somebody
a truth
else.
claim.
Like, why would you choose flat Earth to troll?
It's a low-hanging fruit, I think. That's why.
A little bit.
Yeah, way to spend your time, right?
Well,
Imagine spending your summer break in a
the same goes the
flat
other
Earth
way,
channel.
right? You guys spend all your time talking about the globe.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you guys ever wanted to, come, and actually, investigate the other side, you'd probably try to look for globers. So we're just looking for flat earthers to talk to.
Nothing wrong with talking.
Okay.
All right, I got some homework for all of you. Watch one flat Earth video, and then one Professor Dave explains video.
How about we already watched them all?
By the way, I
Watch another
suggest
one.
Dave
How about
Keegan, by the way, for the globe model.
I've seen enough of Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Wait, who do you recommend for the for the globe model?
Dave Keegan.
Dave. Okay, watch Dave Keegan. Don't watch Professor Dave. Dave Keegan is the better Dave, apparently.
Yeah, in my opinion. But that's just me.
But that's just a theory.
Yeah, so Jack, you're asking us to do something that you haven't even.
Well, I'm gonna do it. That's why it's homework for all of us.
I found out
it's a group project.
I found out that you actually have to make measurements of Earth to do geometry, right? Geometry is the measurement of Earth.
No, it isn't. It's just a measure of shapes, dude.
No, geo.
The original name
Geography?
came from measurement of Earth. Geometry.
Geometry is measuring Earth.
Originally
Jack,
it was. That's
you
not what
need
it
to
means
start
today.
measuring Earth. It's what it means. If you want to make it mean something else, that's on you.
Well,
okay.
I really appreciate how
do meanings update? Do meanings change over time with usage? Yes or no?
Sure.
Obviously.
Okay.
Sure.
So does it now mean that? No. You're right. That's what it used to mean, Earth measurement, but now it doesn't.
Kind of a reference to a bundle of sticks nowadays. See how far it gets.
Who changed the meaning?
They change over time with usage.
People who write down meanings? I don't know.
He wants a name.
Okay. Well, I want to know
Roosevelt
changed a social meaning. I want this individual's name who everybody who's to blame for everybody changing how they use the word.
I think the name is McLovin. McLovin changed it, I think.
McLovin.
I'm McLovin.
So the current definition is a branch of mathematics concerned with the properties and relationship of points, lines, surfaces, solids, and other higher dimensional analogues.
By the way, I never realized it, but you know that typical image that everybody has of a tesseract really isn't what a tesseract. I mean, we can't actually even see what it is, but it's essentially this shadow of what a tesseract would be. It's kind of cool.
It's a two-dimensional rendering of 3D animation rendering of a 4D shape.
Yep.
I'm not interested.
Yeah, you guys. Can you go into a little more detail?
In concepts. I'm interested in measuring. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to talk over you guys. I'm just trying to get my point across that I'm trying to measure the Earth to determine what the Earth is, right? I don't care about changing the meaning of the geometry of measuring Earth. I know how to measure the Earth.
Can you go into a little more detail than that?
Yeah.
When I say Earth, you think dirt and water coalescing into a giant sphere.
Hold on, you're breaking up a lot. You're breaking up.
You're gonna have to repeat that because we heard nothing.
It's like a burnt microwave.
You're gonna have to start from the beginning.
Yeah, that was definitely roboty.
Who asked what a tesseract was?
I did. Can someone go into detail on that? About them.
Tesseract is conceptual. Is purely conceptual, right?
Yeah, it's purely like conceptual, like four-dimensional
measuring
object.
the Earth.
Yeah, I put it in the chat
About
for
measuring
anyone.
the Earth.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I say Earth, everyone thinks water and dirt coalescing into a sphere in a vacuum of space, right?
No.
When I say
no,
Earth.
Not always.
Or when I say the world.
This is semiotics.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go into more detail then.
No, I'm not trying to get into semantics. I'm trying to just make sure that we're all on the same page here because I want to measure the Earth.
Well, the thing that we're standing on then. Okay, how about that as a definition?
Yeah, the dirt. So we measure the dirt, right? How do we level the dirt to build on it?
Perpendicular from plumb. Typically,
right.
It's the most
distance from the center.
Distance from the center. Nobody does the distance from the center. That doesn't even give you horizontal. That just gives you a distance. You've still got to get a vector and then go perpendicular to it.
Yeah, perpendicular is the two straight lines, not one straight line and a curved line. That's not perpendicular.
Are you
I think it
saying
means
you don't
it's
know
roughly
how to
perpendicular.
obtain a? Are you saying you don't know how to obtain a perpendicular
No,
to a curve, or that
no,
it is not
that's not what I
possible?
said, is it?
Yeah,
Is what I
in
said
more
I don't know
detail.
how to get a perpendicular? I merely stated the fact that perpendicular is two straight lines crossing one another at a right angle.
Agreed.
That's
Agreed.
triggering words for this shell
That's
guy.
true in practice.
Well, in practice, you can obtain tangents. You can obtain plumb. Like you can get that. You can get a
can
curve
obtain
and
the
derive an
tangent.
angle from it.
No, you can
Yep.
only infer tangents.
But
You you can only infer something is tangent because you haven't measured the curve. Because tangent
What are
has
you talking
already
about?
meaning.
Are we talking about geometry, or are you talking about the Earth now?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're following him. He's trying to get us back on Earth.
I'm trying to
Right,
keep
and we
us
were
on
talking
Earth.
about geometry.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we're all on Earth.
Yeah, and the pure
Doing the
abstract, of course, we can
geometry.
take.
And we're not trying to turn it into looking at lights in the sky and claiming geometry. Okay? Can we agree to not look at lights in the sky and claim geometry?
Well, the first thing was to do is get a tangent that shoots into space and only touches at one point.
I'm trying to measure the Earth, sir.
Yeah,
What
what
kind
are
of
we measuring?
measurements are you
Basically
using?
the Earth. Yeah, I don't know.
You measure the Earth, but what is the reference? What is the
I want
reference?
to build something on the Earth, right?
But what is the reference? You're measuring something, but what is the reference?
Yeah, we need a
You have
reference.
to
We need a
have it
reference on your
outside of Earth.
measurements.
Right. We need to create a horizontal plane of reference, right? To build on.
Horizontal plane of reference with reference to what?
The surface.
Okay, just the surface. But we are right now. Are you measuring surface or are you measuring Earth?
You want it perpendicular to plumb, right? So
Okay,
you
perpendicular.
want perpendicular to horizontal to reference, right? So you want a plumb line to reference. We can go back and forth.
Yeah, you're going to have to back that up. We can't hear you.
All you want, as long as we can agree that they are. That robot again. I'm not even moving.
Can you restart from the beginning? Can we double back to that?
Fuck no! I really don't want to start from the beginning.
No, man, we're gonna need you to double back.
We're trying to grasp
progress.
that's all.
I just want to make sure we're all staying on the same page. Am I still here?
Yeah,
The
you're
page
still
sounds
here.
like it's made out of pixels at the moment.
Let me drop and rejoin. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, this would be a good time to reset here. Just kind of think about what we're talking about. Kind of recircle.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I want to make sure we're on the perpendicular being two straight lines. Make sure we're all in agreement there.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I see what you're saying.
I on that. Yep.
Cool. All right. So if we want to build on the Earth, we need a developable surface, something horizontal to build on, to lay a foundation, let's say.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
What kind of tools would you use to create that horizontal plane of reference to level off the Earth?
Are we talking figuratively or
not at
no?
all?
I'm talking in reality. We can do this shit.
Yeah, I would use a water
done
level.
this shit. Like a lot of people.
How do you use a level?
Oh, he's been trying to tell y'all. He's been on this shit, bro. He's been on this shit. Type shit.
How do you use the level? Rob, go on.
Yeah. Okay.
I use one of those hose with a water level in it.
Yeah. You're all familiar with a water level.
Sure.
We are, man. You're going at such a ponderous pace.
That makes it such a blatant problem when you want to curve the surface of the ball water. It can't happen.
Grab a definition and see if you agree with it in a second here. It just take me a moment.
Bro, hold on. Wait, you should hit your ball again. Come back, reset.
We need you to start again at the two straight lines.
No way.
Hold on,
what was your reference for the horizontal measurement?
One more time.
Stick on your greatest hits, man.
Yeah, we're at a really ponderous pace here, buddy.
And yet people still getting lost, huh?
Right? I thought you were all following that a water level creates a straight plane of horizontalness.
Yeah, Rob, but the thing
I think
is
you need
that
to go back to the
the
perpendicular.
largest level, the longest level that I have is a 6-foot level. But that tool
No,
I use only
that's the
to.
wrong kind of level, my friend.
Well, okay, but
That's not
anyway.
a water level. Yeah, no, but anyway,
What?
that's not a
Anyway, the
water
thing
level.
is, like, I would not.
Why don't we like the
anyways,
lasers?
Anyways,
Someone expand on that.
Water level is more accurate than a laser level.
Light? Are you saying light bends within the atmosphere? Is that why the difference is?
Oh, based.
Damn. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just asking if it bends within the atmosphere.
No,
if it's not accurate that way.
If you don't know about how you can calibrate a laser, use a water level.
You go around a corner, and your laser shoot around a corner.
Yeah, he's not talking about a spirit level, which is like in a straight stick. I think he's talking about the water level where it's like basically a hose, and you can get two ends of the hose and get them at right lengths. But you can go like through walls and around corners and all this kind of stuff, like the stuff they had in they are believed to have had in ancient Egypt.
I used it when I was doing construction.
Building now.
They still use it.
We still use it. We still use it today. It's the truest form of weapon.
And
that's
they're
why.
accurate as fuck.
I'm not suggesting we stopped. I'm just saying that's the first I've heard of it being used.
No, but if we had it, if we had a laser, we used to have this like $3,000 lasers. If we thought that they were going off, we would calibrate it using a hose, a water level.
Hey guys, would we please refer to the definition that I just clicked on just for a second? Look at that and go down to adjective, please.
Hey Rob, one question for you. Have you used a couple of miles long water level at any point?
You use a laser to calibrate
Why do
the
you
water
need
level,
a mile?
No, because the thing is, like, we're talking about.
Why do you need a mile?
The reason being, the thing is,
I can give you.
Hold on. The reason being, because there are a lot of irregularities on the surface of the planet as well. So to actually even it out, let's talk about a couple of miles and then talk about if the levels are actually matching.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but if the measurement is 3,959 miles, then in 1 mile there should be 8 inches, right? That we can break down into 16 100-meter increments, and it should be measurable within 200 meters.
Yeah, but let's do that. Let's get a mile long hose and
go
check
ahead.
it.
I've already done it. Thank you.
You have a mile long hose?
Yeah,
You've done a
please
test?
show it to us. We would like to see it.
Awesome.
Turn on the face cam.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's a water line.
You guys aren't listening.
Whip out your whopping test.
Whip out your whopping 1 mile hose.
Whip it out.
Whip it out.
Show us what you got, baby.
No balls.
We love it.
Hold on. Eggshells are flat. Why don't you believe in a flat Earth?
Because the
Can you
explanations
right beside your microphone button is a chat bubble. In the chat bubble, I have given your globe numbers. If they matched reality, I will become a glober.
Hang on, you said you'd done a test. I didn't think you meant I've made a meme. We wanted to see your 1 mile hose test. Showing that the middle's not.
Oh yeah, that's right. We wanted to see that.
Whatever you just posted in there, I am for.
You're not keeping up.
It's awesome. This is
so cool.
Oh, it is. It's Bev. I was like, this meme is so horrific. It looks like Bev made it. And then down there at the bottom on the level Discord, it had to be a Bev meme. Picked it the moment my eyes started bleeding.
Is that Yoda from Star Wars?
Dude, I am downloading this picture. That's funny as fuck.
My main reason for thinking it's a ball is of the available evidence, it explains more of it, and the flat Earth is untestable. It's unfalsifiable, and I think things that hide in unfalsifiability are generally false. They're things like homeopathy.
Isn't that a rational answer though, and not a the other thing we said?
Oh, empiricism. I don't think many people here engage in empiricism. Like, what do we? Rob just said,
right,
"I've
man.
done a test. I'm posting it in chat," and then he posted a meme somebody else made. Like, that's the amount of empiricism you get in these rooms.
But everyone was like writing me earlier about being empirical, though. Like everyone was on my meat. Like,
right, because flat earthers see themselves as empirical. But like, hands up here, who's actually done a test? Show us the flat earthers who have engaged in empiricism. And I think you'll find maybe one or two in the room have actually gone out and done something.
I mean, that guy did it for a mile long.
Stereotype fallacy.
Crazy.
I'm testing it right now. It's not a fallacy. It's a claim that we can falsify right now. Has anybody here done a test?
Eggshells. Yeah, eggshells. Are you listening?
Show us your test, Brosephine. I'm excited. Tenterhooks.
Do you disagree?
You know, I've done a test.
Talk through me when I ask you to listen. I'm not asking about a test. I'm asking, do you agree or disagree with the numbers I posted on the screen?
I can't look at it for too long because of the bleeding eye issue. I'm happy to go through them with your test if that's what we're talking about. But
you're not being.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about the numbers?
Yeah, you need to put that in.
Yeah, because I mean, I added up those numbers and it's still not equaling to the mile-long hose that you were mentioning.
8 inches? 1,600 meters is 1 mile. Right?
No, that's wrong. Your numbers are wrong.
Oof. That's gonna be
1,600.
I've run my test, dude. I've run my test. I've taken
mile?
plenty of tests. Your numbers are wrong.
Hey, I'm trying to get clarification.
Wait, you said you'd be a glober if it was proven wrong. He said he'd be a glober.
It's gonna be painful.
No. If you can show me these numbers in reality,
no, you showed us the numbers and they were wrong.
You showed us the numbers for your test.
This is your empirical evidence, and it's not right. Dang.
We need to review the numbers.
No. I love how this is getting. I'm not the glober here. These are not my numbers. These are the globe's numbers.
That you tested, right? The start of this conversation was, has anybody done a test? And you said, yes, I have. Wait, look in the chat. I've posted in the chat. There's a speech bubble next to the chat. I'm putting it in there now. And then we're looking at them and it's the wrong numbers for a test you haven't done.
Wow. How do you even recover from that?
When I measure,
you watch.
Bro's cooked.
When I measure,
slide off his back
actually,
water off the duck.
It's Jover. It's Jover.
No, he doesn't know what a test is. Empirical test is. It's a category error.
Yeah, he's engaging in rationalism and not empiricism. He's not even that. He's just going to go from I've done a test to you can't show me these numbers and that's my test. My test is that you can't disprove my worldview, therefore it's true.
No, you call
that is not my
test.
My test was taking the water level out and making points in reality and then checking it with an auto level.
Wicked. Show us.
That was my test. I did that myself.
Eggshells. Is that better? Are his observations
didn't match these numbers?
Are his non-empirical observations better or worse than your doing nothing at all and just believing what the globe says?
I haven't done nothing at all. I've invited other people to disprove my worldview, same as you have. I'm just trying to find who's actually engaged in empiricism here, and then I want to see that.
Well, I'm not trying to disprove your worldview, sir. I'm just trying to tell you what I did.
Could you show us the test? It sounds exciting. We are all legitimately, honestly keen to hear.
No, you have to go out and do it yourself, man. Go out
there is no
reality and measure.
So there's no test
yourself.
Wait, you promised us there's going to be a giant hose.
You said there was a test. You said you were going to show us your hose.
Where's the hose?
I went out and measured.
Where's the hose?
Yes, that's what I did. I didn't videotape the measurements that I made, if that's what you want to hear.
But can you show us the measurements you made?
A ton of measurements. No, I can't show you the measurements because I didn't go out and videotape myself.
Oh, he can't show you the measurements.
You didn't record your results.
Oh.
I'm going to tell you, those measurements that you say are on that screen didn't match reality.
Did you record your results?
So there you go. No, I did not.
Wait, yeah, why would you do that entire test and not take a photo or a video? Yeah.
How did you do from one end to the other and know what the numbers were if you weren't writing them down?
Did you just do the test assuming people are gonna believe you? Like, why didn't you like record anything or like?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Don't care what you believe, bro.
Empirical means he experienced it. Experiential data is empirical. He said he did it. Now you're asking to provide proof.
Look, the truth.
Him Snake, are you convinced that he did this test?
To the flat Earth community, we know that the Globers, we're not going to convince you. It's something that you have to do for yourself to prove it to yourself. Many of us have gone out and done things that have proven it to us. We weren't worried about necessarily recording it to try to convince you, who will not believe anything that we show you unless you see it for yourself.
Okay,
I believe
believe empirical
results, but I just
evidence.
don't believe this test even happened.
Yeah.
Like,
try it. What did you do to prove it to yourself?
Him Snake and
I don't
Lou,
care if you
are you
believe
convinced
whether
that he did do this test?
That's not my problem.
I don't know if he did it or not. I don't care if he did it or not.
Why not?
Because
what about if it turned out
is that you're asking for proof of like asking as though you'll be convinced if he has evidence to show you. We all know that you will not be convinced no matter what evidence he shows you, whether or not he did it.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. He's saying, has anybody done it? And then he said yes, and then he says, I don't believe you.
Look,
so you're just being dishonest.
You guys are in an argument about like trying to prove like who's honest and who isn't. I don't give a fuck if he's honest or not. I honestly don't.
No. Actual just asked
Lou, let me ask you a
if
question.
somebody has done it, and then he said yes,
I give a shit about honesty when it comes to people who I look up to. I don't look up to Apocryphon for fucking, for telling me that the Earth is fucking flat. Apocryphon has nothing to do with my my worldview, what's the right way to put it? But like, yeah, it's not based off of him or his observations in any way.
Right. Sure. You can get though, like if this room is mostly about going, hey, show us evidence for this globe, and then when somebody says Eratosthenes or any of the other fucking names that come up, that we then apply skepticism and want to see their results. So why do we go then from I've done a test to...
What if I told you how to do it for yourself? What if I told you that? It wouldn't
convince me that you've done it. It would still not convince me you've done it.
I'm not trying to convince you.
The longer you pause, the more convinced I am, and everybody here is.
No one cares, Eggshell. Nobody cares to convince you. You're not the center of this room. Is that clear enough?
I just want to let you know how I proved it.
Why do you care?
Because I'm interested in how you...
I thought you wanted empiricism. So why does it matter if you want my testimony? Why are you asking for testimony when you're here trying? Yes, you are. You're asking for testimony.
Amen,
that's what it is.
No, I care about it. I care about consistency.
If
somebody's going to hold
you're just a double talker. You're a double talker. You're asking for testimony. You want to know my testimony if I did it. That's exactly what you asked.
I'm pretty sure nobody has done it.
You're a double speaking liar.
Wow. What did I lie about?
Liar.
That's just a really
What did I say? Liar. You know what? Actually, go into detail on that. We want to hear the details. We want to hear the tea.
Go for it, man. I want to know how you came to that conclusion.
People have done it, and you're asking for testimony, and then you start out by thinking you want empirical data.
Where's that?
I mean, what really even is empirical these days? Like, what even is?
A, that didn't happen, and B, that's not a lie.
When it comes to proving it for yourself, many people have gone about it different ways. I think the vast majority of people probably took long distance observations using zoom cameras and shit like that. The stuff that you see on YouTube a lot.
A lot of people,
binoculars.
A lot of people just look at lights in the sky, and that proves it to them.
What lights? You need to break that down. You need to go into detail.
Yeah. Pick a light. Pick a light in the sky.
Like a street light?
And that
proves are you talking the stars?
Yeah, there you go.
Buddy, you're gonna have to go in more detail than that. Like I'm not following. Maybe.
Some people measure the Earth to know what the Earth is. Some people look at lights in the sky and say they know what Earth is.
Stars.
Are you
Stars
talking
in the
about
sky.
stars, or are you talking about like the northern light? Like, what are you talking about? Airplanes?
He's pointing out
Stars,
the
sun,
glovers. The
moon.
glovers refuse to try to measure the Earth itself. They look at the stars and they use presuppositions and presumptions about what the Earth is based off of their view of the sky. Okay, like that's
Well,
what
that's
he's referring
retarded.
to.
Well, to be clear,
I mean to
Einstein
say
found out the
the R
speed
word.
of light, and that's how we find the measurement of Earth. That's how we know.
Or you could just measure it in.
Einstein didn't do any actual experiments. He just like plotted shit on a fucking chalkboard.
Yeah, he's a theorist.
I don't even know if that's true or not, but he still found it, so seems like you can find it without that, if that's true.
He only came up with theories on a chalkboard, never tested anything.
You know what someone needs to do? Someone needs to
True.
take like a wheelie foot measurement thing. Like, like
someone's doing that.
measuring. Someone's got to do that across the entire Earth.
Some people are doing their measuring lines of like the shrinking lines of longitude using one of those clicky wheel thingies.
Yep.
There's like 4 people getting clicky wheel things.
Like a long tape measure? Is that kind of like the deal?
Yeah.
You know the wheels, the little measuring wheels that go round and they click each time they measure out a meter? Or,
I got you.
Stupid American measurement.
They use it on like track fields.
Yeah.
Sure.
We need to get a massive fishing line, the biggest fishing line ever, and just take some type of flamboyant object and take across the Earth.
Just a massive.
You guys don't troll very well.
I'm playing.
Jesse actually is. Jesse a Glober is doing a test where he's getting neutrally buoyant fishing line, pulling it out across a lake, and then pulling it taut to see if it sinks in the middle, as it like it should cut through a hump of water.
Dude, he's been talking about that for a while. When is he actually doing that?
Don't know. He's going pretty well. He's got his He's built his winding spool thing that has like a little track that runs back and forth to wind it on properly, and then he's got a kayak, and now he's added a motor to the kayak. He's getting there.
Like, let's say if you take that across the Great Lakes.
Twice.
Like, you would think maybe the Great Lakes are big enough to be able to have a curvature in them.
The line.
There's no way you can pull it tight enough. There's no way. The force of gravity would pull it down.
Yeah, no, I don't. I can't imagine being able to, even with neutrally buoyant wire like of that length, trying to pull it taut enough to get like with currents in the water and shit like that.
Yeah, and wind blowing it left and right.
I don't know.
You just use the water level instead.
Yeah, it's hugely. It's going to be a very difficult test to do. He says that himself.
That's
but
not
I think
nearly
it's quite cool
precise.
in that it's a physical one, and it's not just continually shooting light over water, which is what everybody does. Right? That's all of the tests to date are like what lasers do over lakes, and there's a whole.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, what if heat waves affect that? Like, what if some type of light wave? Like, yeah, exactly. You can't really measure it.
I just keep on getting this image in my mind of the line breaking, snapping back, and whipping him in the fucking face, like just freaking like like dude.
Help him with the experiment, Lunatic, instead of laughing at it.
No, it's a laughable experiment.
Why?
Either that, or he gets it all set up and he's ready to go, and some old fucking like 80-year-old guy in a freaking like boat with a trolling motor out fishing freaking runs over his line. Freaking like that's the other thing. I think
to cover it
I
up.
don't think anybody else is laughing, Lunatic. Honestly.
Oh, come on, dude. It's fucking funny.
No, it is funny. What if a big ass like some fishing boat? Like it's just too many variables to really put that into it.
But it's the only physical test that's been proposed to date, so I'm on board just for that reason. But yeah, I think the issue will be a tiny current, like the most imperceptible current would push it left or right. What do you mean the test? I don't know who proposed a test, but I mean, proposing a test is one thing. I think he's probably a few months.
Water level. I propose that you get 100-meter water level and
Hang
a
on.
nice stretch of wall, right?
Hang on.
And you mark points along the wall, and then you get an auto level that's calibrated, and you shoot lines and mark the elevations and see if
There's a
they
big
match
issue
the
with
marks
this,
on
Rob.
your wall. That would be a great test to prove it to
There's
yourself.
a very big issue with this proposed test of yours, and it is 1/10, no, nearly 1/15 as long as the test you just claimed you'd already done.
Yep.
No, I said,
yeah, you're gonna have to make deal.
You claim you've done a mile-long test, and now you're like, hey, what about one that's a 15th as long? Wouldn't that be exciting? That clearly shows you didn't do a test.
Can I clarify?
Sure.
The numbers that I gave you, I don't need all 16 measurements. I only need 2.
Okay, so we're taking down from 16. How many? Can you actually get 16 measurements from what you're telling us?
Do you disagree that those numbers are correct for the globe model?
No, I'm not gonna. I am a glober, and I'm not gonna agree with you. It's not enough.
I'm happy to hear your test. Your test doesn't require that I know the numbers.
Doesn't matter to you then. If you don't agree with these numbers as a globe believer, then my test means nothing to you.
Fine, I agree with them. Tell us about your test.
I already explained
kind of a power move.
You can
yeah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to break that down. That's the thing.
You can rewind.
You get why this makes flat Earth look a bit dishonest, right? You must be on board with that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Evidently. Would you like to ask a second question?
Yeah, and maybe a third.
Yeah, you can have as many as you want.
Yeah,
talking about consistencies. Eggshells, 5, 10, 15 minutes ago or whatever, you posted a citation or snapshot of the definition of level, right? So in this context, which of the two definitions are we adhering to in this conversation?
Whichever you want. That's the beauty of semiotics, right? Meaning will shift with context.
Okay, so which one applies to this context?
It can change. It can. I might be applying one. You might be applying another. It's important that we find that we agree. I don't think. I think flat earthers make the mistake of thinking that you can demand a certain definition is true and must be adhered to. I think they need to be agreed upon.
I'm asking you, which definition are you guys operating on in this conversation?
So you guys has created another problem. I'm not able to speak for other people. I would happily use either definition in order to have a convention. So
okay,
level conforming with the liquid parts of Earth's surface is fine by me, or even or not on varying in height, which to me means the same thing.
Okay, so
advantage, progression, or standing, right? Like computer game levels, proceeding monotonously or uneventfully. Not really.
Okay, so I was under the assumption that you guys were on the same level, no pun intended. Right. So either A or
semiotics is different between people, and among us in a single person will be different depending on context.
Okay,
right?
so
you could use the same word meaning different things.
So do you see that if you guys were not in agreement as to which definition you were operating on, that you guys were possibly talking past each other?
Yeah, no, we haven't been on the same page all night, buddy. We've been trying to double back to that. We haven't been on the same page at all here.
Yeah, I kind of figured that, so I had to chime in.
Yeah, I think that.
I want to address
Cheers for that. Cheers.
So I want to address something. All right, so if everyone who's interested could take a look at this Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition. There's 2 parts to it, and each one has subparts. Okay, yeah. Everyone sees that. Whoever's interested. Like everyone, Eggshells, could you read
them?
Sure. Yeah, Eggshells, you want to read it out to the audience?
Level, the adjective for level, 1A, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. And then B, 1B, parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal, which is a link you can click through to. And then 2A, even or unvarying in height. And those are the only ones that are relevant. The other ones are talking about like progression levels, leveling up kind of stuff.
Okay, so let's stick with A and B. I think that's sufficient. Okay. So
1A and 1B?
Let's start with B, right? So the plane of the horizon, horizontal. What's the definition of horizontal?
Do you want me to click on it? Like, we'll be playing the same game.
Wait, what game?
Here we go. The game.
While you were talking about this, wait.
Leveling up.
Wait, can I say something? Wait.
Portal?
So Big Daddy
This is really fun. This is the longest I've ever been in a VC before, but I gotta go. Thank you, Flat Earthers, for entertaining my stupidity.
Dude, guys, no, he's leaving. Oh, he's leaving.
That's okay.
Bye-bye,
It's
guys.
okay,
Oh, no, dude, you
I
gotta
don't think I was gonna meet
dude.
the love of my life here, Lou. But, the life works in crazy ways. I love you, Lou. I'll always remember you.
No,
that
dude,
kind of a fucking basis.
come on, you can't leave now.
I already told you we're not getting back together. I mean, we'll always have plans.
I was unfaithful one time.
Dude, you gotta stay, though. You gotta stay. Dude, it's
I'll
lit.
come back now. You hear?
You want to hear this?
Guys.
Oh, bro.
Good night.
All right,
good night, man.
Good night, Pookie.
Pookie.
So the definitions they've got for the adjective horizontal are of or relating to the apparent junction of earth and sky situated near the horizon, and B, parallel to, in the plane of, or operating in a plane parallel to the horizon or a baseline, level.
Okay, so that's all from Merriam-Webster, right? Linking to itself? Yep. Okay. So another definition I've heard of horizontal, right, goes along the lines of, basically it's a linear function with a slope of 0.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay. So if we go by that, which is more or less analogous to B, right? Parallel, you need a straight line to be parallel.
It's
or you can
implying
actually,
that you,
I retract that. I retract that. You can have curves that are parallel, supposedly. I guess.
Supposedly.
They're not called parallel. They're called concentric.
Thank you very much.
Concentric means centered on the same point.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
not
then
parallel.
You can have
parallel straight lines.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if parallel, thank you very much. So if parallel does boil down to a single definition, then we can go with that. So if we have a straight line, right, i.e. parallel, okay, slope of 0, linear function, slope of 0, okay. So here we have one definition, basically a flat line, slope of 0. And then we go up to definition A, or subsection A, quote, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Right. Curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That's the second part of the first part, having no part higher than the other. So in this case, I presume that they're trying to fit in elevation from a curved line in the sense of higher. Right? On a ball, you take 1 point, you go up a centimeter, like on a basketball, you go around the ball, you go up a centimeter. They're of the same height, even though in 3D space, it's not really the same height, because what's a height in 3D space unless you're referring to something?
So in this case, in relation to the center, I think.
Yeah, we're going to need some
in relation to the center, right?
Well, so that's actually the interesting challenge about elevation on a globe.
If you're to draw a curved line around the ball of equal elevation, there you have a curve, right? A line that has a consistent change in slope, right? You can draw infinite tangents between those, and you have a curve, right? So here we have one definition that basically is a curve with infinite slopes of non-zero with 1 point that is the slope of 0, i.e. at the apex. Then you have the definition B that calls for a line with a slope of non-zero. So how do we reconcile these two definitions?
Sure. So the way I would describe it is horizontal is a line that is parallel, that is perpendicular to plumb. And that would end up over distance describing a curve. So I'd adhere to the first definition of level, 1A. But then I would say a change in elevation, in order to have a slope that is deviating in elevation, that is getting higher or lower from that level. So a line going across mean sea level, while it is curved, is not sloped. Sloped would mean it's either going underwater or rising out of the water. But either way, what would this influence about Earth shape? How would it be defined if the Earth were a globe?
What I'm getting at here is you've pulled up a definition that has two basically contradictory statements right in the first paragraph. You want to call that a paragraph?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that
now,
regularly happens in language.
I'll point something else that's actually quite something else that's actually quite interesting. If you could pull up any other definition site, dictionary site, and cite the level in any of them, the ones that I've looked at, none of them have this double meaning in them, except for Merriam-Webster.
Okay.
So if someone were to cite to
I
somebody
go get you another
the definition of level, what definition would you point them to and actually be 100% accurate to? If one is
there's no 100%. This is the point I'm trying to make. There is no 100% accuracy when it comes to language. Language is, because definitions shift. Like, definitions shift so much that there are words today that mean the opposite of what they used to mean, right? Like, if you take the word awesome and you take the word awful, why are they... They're both using the same, I forget what you mean. Like, the start of the word is awe, the base is AWE. And so if I was inspired with awe, I was awe-inspired. It was awesome. But then when it's full of awe, it becomes awful. What? It doesn't make sense because words switch meaning sometimes. So you're not going to get to truth through language. And that's my point. What would this definition be if the Earth were a ball? What would happen about this dictionary? In what way would the dictionary be different if the Earth were a ball?
You tell me.
I don't think it would. I think this is the natural ambiguity of language. And regards to the shape of the Earth, you're going to find that definitions differ, that some are more precise than others for certain applications and less so for others. And there is natural ambiguity in language. So adhering strictly to certain definitions is only the behavior of an ideologue who doesn't want to discuss the underlying merits of things and only discuss, they're an argument from authority. Argument by definition is a subset of argument from authority.
This is why I'm asking, right? Because this is the only citation I've seen that has these two double meanings in the same word. In one definition, one citation, if you want to call it, right? So that's kind of interesting. And then two, I was going to ask, are you able to point out any other word that has two contradictory definitions for it in the same?
Yep. I've got a bunch for you. They're called auto-antonyms, and the first one I can think of is fast. Now, fast is what does that mean to you?
It could mean to not eat.
Speed related.
Right. So speed related, but what does it mean to hold fast or to fasten?
No, this is but you
so to fasten means to stop movement, right? To hold fast means do not move, and to go faster means to move. So there is a whole list. I'll drop a list for you.
But you're using the word fasten, F-A-S-T-E-N, right? So the term fast is the prefix.
F-A-S-T.
I'm just using the
doesn't matter
suffixes.
anyway because number one, the reason. You have to use a word within its context. You're not going to use the word fast without the definition. There could be a word that's spelled the same that means many different things. What the other guy is trying to get at is that you can't use one particular word that has one particular definition that contradicts itself. It's not about a word that sounds the same, that's spelled the same, that we use differently in different contexts. So that's what
exactly
you're
what I'm saying,
bringing up. What
I'm not
he's
yeah.
saying is within one definition and one defining of one word, there can't be a contradiction because that violates the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, eggshells. I'm not
applying
talking
that
about
language
I'm not,
adheres to the laws of logic.
Yeah,
So I'm going to give you some. I'm going to give you some other examples.
Hang on. Just to
It
be
doesn't
clear, I'm
matter
not
if you give
talking
more
about
examples. We understand your concept.
eggshells. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about polysemous terms, right? Like what Eli was pointing out. I'm talking about the same word in the same context, right? Here we're talking about, measuring something, its
I'm
slope.
saying it's not in the same context.
How is it not the same context?
Because the context of one, it doesn't overlap with it. They're very close, but it doesn't overlap. The idea of it being level for the vast majority of people, seeing it as a straight line that is parallel with the horizon is fine. It's enough. Right? It only becomes important when you switch to the context of very precise, very long distance surveying and stuff like that. Right? When you're making Verrazano-Narrows Bridge, for example, or some sort of massive project. And then the context has switched and they go, now we know what we mean by level is a slightly different thing. And I think you see this with professions and specializations very regularly, is there is a word that is used by the lay people that when you get into that specialization, you quickly go, oh, we use it in a similar but actually meaningfully different way when we're inside this precise application.
So the same context, but just at a different scale?
Similar, yeah. So it
It's
might be
the
used in the same
context.
context of building, but a context of building which is far more massive and far more precise.
So precise.
Where would it yield a meaningful difference?
To what standard?
Where would it yield a meaningful difference?
I'm at.
Well, the point you're getting at, if it's violating the law of non-contradiction.
One definition calls for meaning to mean something that is a slope of non-zero, and the other one is calling for basically an infinite slope.
Well, yeah, straight line. A straight line.
When you say precise,
but I'm saying, precise, where would that get you?
When you say precise, eggshells, and you're saying, when we build the bridges like the Verrazano, fucking liar, that's not the case. But I don't want to chase down that red herring. The bottom line is you're saying, well, for all intents and purposes, with 1A, yeah, sure, horizontal is defined as it is, but on a larger scale, it's exactly the antithesis of that. And that is
exactly
the
the
problem.
antithesis.
It's the law of non-contradiction. You can't be a little pregnant. It's either you're pregnant or you're not. It's either horizontal or it's
not. The absolute antithesis. At that point, like for somebody standing in a room taking level, at that point, the difference between the two is zero. At a point 200 feet away, the difference between them is like a thousandth of an inch. So it is functionally the same thing until the scales become massive and the precision necessary becomes very, very precise. It's not the opposite thing, right? The opposite thing would be saying, here in this context, it means horizontal, but in this very next definition, it means vertical.
How about this, eggshells? If they were to be consistent and accurate, why would they just not stick with the one about stating something to the, what was that? I lost it. Adhering to the
conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Surface, but then just specifying in parentheses at large scales, this is resulting in meaningful values, but at small scale, it's effectively zero.
I think if you were looking in a surveying book or something like that, you might find that. But that to me is just not, like maybe they would, but that to me is not what a dictionary does. A dictionary just tries to define words. It's not trying to give you the sort of understanding of geometry and geology and biology and chemistry. It's not going to do that because
what's the point of a dictionary if it's not trying to convey the meaning of the words?
It is trying to convey the meaning of the words, which is why this dictionary does a better job than most at giving both definitions.
This discussion is too meta, man.
I want to go back to my question that I challenged you with. What would be different about this definition if the Earth was spherical? Because my interpretation of your argument is this evidence here of these two conflicting definitions is evidence that the Earth is flat, and I don't follow it. I'm not able to follow the logic of that. No, but I'm saying that's what I'm. I know. I'm not saying you said that. I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying this is my interpretation of it. So I'm asking you. I'm inviting you to please explain for me your logic.
My logic is I read this definition and it contradicts itself from point A to point B.
Sure. So does dust. What is dust? Is dust to add dust, right? Dusting a cake? Or is it to remove dust? There we go. Dust doesn't exist. Dust is a big con by the Illuminati because there are two competing definitions that mean the opposite thing to one another.
What the fuck? One's a noun, one's a verb.
No, dust.
I had one section that was a noun. If I had one section, right, of this thing that was strictly saying this is a noun, and the context of a noun, we're talking about the little particles, and the subsection afterwards, it said a verb.
Mick, you could have two different verbs.
Right?
To dust your room is to remove dust. To dust a cake with like some gold glitter or something like that is to add this gold dust. So to remove, to add, both verbs.
Very contradictory.
Yes, and they are. And Merriam-Webster gives both definitions. So is this evidence that dust doesn't exist? Or is this evidence that language is necessarily...
So basically this whole argument is a red herring.
Talk about a straw man. I'm pointing this out, and you're right. The dust thing is another thing that is very contradictory. And I would...
So what is that
if we were talking about that in this conversation, I'd probably bring it up too. And I would never refer to this to this definition and probably propose a different term because it's fucking confusing.
Sure, and that's the bit I agree with, Mick. Sorry, I'm like, it's getting heated, I think unnecessarily so. That's the bit I agree with. I think that some people take this like, oh, they changed the meaning of level, like it's an indication of like the Illuminati changing dictionaries. But the point that is better is the point you just made, which is if there's ambiguity in
change,
is it okay? Is it okay, Eli? I know you get really upset when people interrupt you mid-sentence, and then it seems that you just do the same thing with reckless abandon in the hope that nobody will notice that that's hypocritical. But we do notice it's hypocritical, and then you continue somehow. It's like you just have no sense of self-awareness. It's like you are completely incapable of...
I don't know. So, right, like I was saying, when you're dusting a cake or dusting the floor, the basic idea is it's almost it's similar in the sense that there's some small particle of something, and you're either putting it on or taking it off. But that's not the same as horizontal meaning. There's literally no change. There's just a straight horizontal line as defined, and then there being not that being the case. It's completely different. Like
it's called appeal to definition fallacy. That's what it's called.
No, he's just pointing out his incongruent argument that he keeps repeating and rinsing and repeating.
It's a fallacy.
Day, whatever it is.
The fallacy is already contextualized. Appeal to definition fallacy. Most important.
The conversation was about the definition of a word, so you can't say that that the whole thing is some sort of fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not bringing it up to say, oh, well, this is my favorite definition. I'm going to stick to that. I'm asking why are there two fucking contradictory terms in the same goddamn citation? Jesus.
The response wasn't a rebuttal to any argument, so it wasn't a fallacious conversation. But what
that's a valid
Egghead is doing, he is doing an incongruent argument
by the way,
by
thanks
using
for silencing somebody again. I really do enjoy that you do that. Varying someone's views. Let's be damned about them, right? Oh, all of a sudden, silence falls on the room. Am I wrong?
Are you done, or are we talking? I didn't trying to speak anybody.
I'm
I
just
just didn't
getting
hear
sick
anybody
and
else.
tired. Every time somebody has a dissenting point of view, it's the same story over and over. Let's mute them because they disagree with us and they can't have a voice.
Can you please leave your feelings outside and just put your feelings somewhere? Just put them down on the desk and just try to think logically here.
Guard, you're misreading the room here. It wasn't shutting down.
This has happened so many times, I can't count it anymore.
Guard, you must be misreading the room. There's a big difference between shutting somebody down because they have a dissenting opinion and shutting them down because they're over talking people and disrupting the conversation.
It was somebody else actually over talking him, but that's beside the point. Let's ignore that.
I'm pretty sure this was your point that you brought up, and now you're saying it's beside the point. Can you just put your feelings aside, and we're just trying to talk man to man here, logically?
By the way, I did want to say I enjoy one thing. It was the fact that we had a conversation in which we were discussing the actual definitions and things, because a lot of times it does happen that a lot of people are talking past each other and not to each other, because it does happen a lot. I do want to put that out there. I do enjoy that much of the conversation up to this point.
I thought it was great because it's really the beginning of a Socratic method where everybody's agreeing in terms going forward, so we don't have this ambiguity when we're using words.
Now, can we unmute him, please? I am just asking kindly.
Yeah, so definitionally, even let's talk about large distances. Check it out. If you're looking at the definition and if you're looking at the action, so let's say you're using plumb lines to get a vertical, which subsequently means you're establishing a horizontal, which will be parallel to the horizon of the earth. It doesn't change the definition of level from what it is in every other dictionary and even in Merriam-Webster. So when you're saying conforming to the liquid parts of the wind, how? Definitionally, if you're dropping a plumb bob and you're getting a perfect vertical, that would be perpendicular to a horizontal line parallel to the plane of the horizon, which we already have the definition for in 1A. So
what about this
where
then?
does the support come? I'm sorry, where does the support come in where it begins to lend credence to your minute change of horizontal? Where does that come in at? In the definition.
Well, it just doesn't come from a definition. Definitions don't define reality. It's a difference between descriptivism and prescriptivism. And prescriptivism is, to me, a loopy worldview that seems to I'm slightly straw manning it here, but seems to think that the earth is defined by what's in the dictionary, and the dictionary is correct. And descriptivism is just we use language imperfectly to describe the world around us, and that will sometimes mean that we end up with words that have dual meanings, or sometimes mean the opposite thing to themselves, and we need to use our discretion or check. That's the point Mick's making that I think is so good. It's if you find there's a broken definition or somebody doesn't like a definition of a word, just pick a new word. And then you can get back to the let's measure reality, let's test this. It's to me, it's a form of psychosis or a hallmark of psychosis to be overly obsessed with the definition of a word, like reality conforms to it.
I move beyond that. When does what you're saying come into play in any practical way is what I asked you.
Oh, in a variety of ways, but the best one I can come up with is very large, precise constructions. Even large isn't even the best one. Very precise, I would say.
Can you provide some information beyond you saying it. Like you're like some very large.
LIGO. Just get the elevation profiles of LIGO.
Well, go ahead and post it. Post the don't post just the diagram. Look, I want the whole PDF if there is one.
Oh, there is somewhere. You'd have to find it yourself, though. I don't have it on hand.
Oh, okay. So I guess we can't really get into it because you just want to talk. Funny enough, for the person that says words don't really get us anywhere, I'm trying to get to the point where we go beyond that, and you're like, well, I'm not really going to do that. So
right, but I'm not claiming I've got on hand the definitions of LIGO. I'm the plans of LIGO. I'm saying, can I finish, man? I get muted when you overtalk me. So if you couldn't do that, then I won't get muted.
I didn't say you did. You just sat here talking about how definitions are not the end all be all, and so I'm trying to move beyond that.
I didn't say that.
I'm not doing that.
I didn't say that. I think definitions are hugely important, but listen to it. Listen to what I'm saying. Definitions are hugely important, but if there is a disagreement in the definitions, unless one wants to appeal to authority, argue by definition, then it is better to pick a definition that you are happy to use or pick a different word, because the definitions absolutely matter if we're going to use language to debate things. But that doesn't mean that the definitions are right. It means that they're a socially constructed thing, right? We need to agree on them in order to communicate meaningfully. That's what I'm saying.
All right, but we agreed on that we use Merriam-Webster. So one of them says conforming to the liquid parts of the Earth's curved surface or whatever it said. And I'm saying,
Right.
okay, well that obviously goes in contradiction with the first one. So then how do you justify that that's also true? You said, well, LIGO. And then I said, well, okay, get me a
No, I
PDF.
didn't.
And you said, I can't be, what do you, well,
You're not getting right what you said. What you said is, where does it come into play?
So then you offered LIGO.
Right.
So that's exactly what I just said.
No.
So what did I just say?
Oh, something different. Where does something you said something different? I don't know. You play back the YouTube if you're struggling to remember what you said. Play it back.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to play it back, but the bottom line is we got to the point of LIGO where you're like, I can't be arched. So you don't want to just argue all night, right? Does that mean that?
No, I think debate and discussion is good, but I think this is dull.
There's nothing else to discuss because we got to the point where, okay, well, if we're going to agree on a definition, and the only way to adjudicate the issue is to look into a source like LIGO, and you're like, well, we're not doing that now. Then doesn't it make sense to move on?
We can move on as well. But I'm still curious about what's the overarching, what's the obsession with the definition, the changing of it? I haven't heard an answer to that ever, and I'm curious if you or anybody would care to speak on it.
I just like to use the word because there's no one has a problem with horizontal meaning horizontal other than the people who want it to mean something else without the justification for it. So
but how do you know whether that's you? That could be your group or that could be my group.
No, what do you mean? No, everyone in every group accepts that the word horizontal means what it's defined as in reality as well. So there are just other people who mathematically, reifiedly want to say, well, when I think of my worldview, when I believe in geodesy, actually it's something different. And I'm saying, well, what's the justification? We don't have to go back in a circle because here we are again. So it's not you. All I'm telling you is it's not an obsession. We just want to use the word the way it's actually it's defined is the way we actually practically use it.
Right. And I'm saying the way it's defined is and will be for some words. I've found some others, overlook, sanction, that sometimes mean the opposite of themselves. So what we need to do is just, I think it is more fruitful to just go, okay, can we use this word? Or if we're saying something's been sanctioned, you go, hang on, do you mean approved of or do you mean punished because it isn't approved of? And then I can be like, right, I'm just going to drop that word and I'm going to use the word punished or fined.
No, I mean, No,
It's
because
that
you
simple.
have to you have to actually be clear about how you're using it. Because if you're
Absolutely.
not, then the only thing you've done, right, is commit the fallacy of equivocation. See, so in logic, all of these things are showed up. There are rules to it, okay? Rules that make sense. Logic, right? Making sense, right? So you can't go, well, someone could mean this thing with one word and this one. No. That's ambiguity. That's a problem. It's a fallacy, which is why someone's using a
What's a
word.
fallacy?
They give you context so that you know exactly what they mean. So if you're using sanction, we need to know exactly what you mean because it
Sure.
has two different meanings. It's not that one
Yeah.
meaning is contradicting itself, which is the problem we're actually talking about. Not
So
words that
here's
sound
another
the
one that can.
same. Hold on. Not
It's just going in
words that
circles.
sound the same, but yeah, I know. That's why I said let's move on. But you keep on
Right.
saying,
So
yeah,
one
we
of the
could,
things we
and
can
then you
move
keep
on
talking.
to.
Wait.
Is,
I had something. I've
go
been waiting.
for it, Kelly.
Big Daddy Flurf, you said that a level line of sight is parallel with the horizon. Did I hear that right?
No. What is a level line of sight?
Well, I heard that you said that if I make a level like perpendicular to plumb, that horizontal line is going to be on the same horizontal as the horizon line. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah.
I would say to that, we have a dip angle, which is the angular difference between a level line of sight and the horizon line. So, we think that the horizon line is in the vanishing point, that it's like perfectly in the middle of the center of vision, when it measurably is not.
And that's kind of actually similar to the point.
It has nothing to do with your
It
vision.
literally doesn't have anything to do with what he's saying.
But it's similar to the point I was going to make, which is.
Oh my god.
Oh, is it annoying getting interrupted? I bet it is. That must suck.
But well, I mean, you've been interrupting me, and I've stopped interrupting you since you cried about it. Even though
don't take the emotional bait. He's a manipulator, bro. So just be careful with that one.
Even though the moderation,
and he has other people back him up. That's all.
Hold on, guys. I want him to respond to what I said.
Even though the moderation was against you, I've been charitable to you because I've realized that. But you see how much of a dick you still are?
Okay, thanks for that.
You can't help it, right?
I think you kind of lose the charitable bit when you.
I'm tempted to say it again. I'm tempted to repeat my thing. Damn.
You have to
go for it. Go for it. You wanted an answer.
No one else cared about what you said. Apparently, unfortunately, not for me, but I was interrupted.
Thanks. Well, okay, I appreciate you. I'll say it again. If you establish a plumb, and you measure perpendicular to that plumb, you got a horizontal. That horizontal line is artificial right now, right? It does
Just
not
so you guys
align.
know, Rich is a fucking weirdo.
Can we just cut this off at the least? Look, no. Look, if you're establishing,
why are y'all talking when he was literally trying to finish his point and he was addressing me? I don't get why y'all are so weird.
I think you heard what I was trying to say. We have a dip angle, right? Because the height above the surface
I
is
don't
going
get
to
what you mean about the dip angle. Listen, if you create a horizontal at any point, it's going to be parallel to the horizon of the earth. I mean, when I say any point, I'm talking about it doesn't matter how high above the earth it is.
I was trying to point his confusion. Sorry.
Parallel means parallel. Parallel doesn't mean not parallel.
So if you're establishing horizontal with a plumb, you don't use dip angles. You understand that?
Correct.
The dip angle is the angular difference between a level or a level line of sight or a horizontal reference and the horizon line. It's the angular difference between the two. Yeah.
No, you see, you're confused. You're just confused that if you're using a plumb you already have you have a perpendicular to horizontal. So you're not going to use a dip correction because that's only needed when you're using mirrored or sextant.
Yeah, but that's fine. We can even give that to him because his eyeballs are not on the ground, and that's where the horizon is the ground at a distance. If it be water, it be water. You can't really put your eyeballs on the surface of the water. You wouldn't see very far. So when you're a 6-foot person, that would be your dip angle to the horizon would be 6 feet. Because it's at your feet.
Yeah, but it's not.
There's an angular
it has nothing.
difference.
It has
Oh, I'm
nothing to
sorry.
do.
Your volume's a little outside.
I'm just
Yeah, it'd be
saying that
6
has
feet.
nothing to do with establishing plumb, which subsequently establishes a horizontal. There is no dip angle. I don't. That's you've already been told that 3 times.
Oh, that was a derailment. I'm sorry, Eli.
Well, here's another one. Is the horizon a plane?
Yeah.
Is it flat? Is it straight?
Yeah. Yes. That's what horizon is defined as. Yes.
What
Defined
if that
as a plane.
might be defined that way? What if I told you it isn't, and couldn't be on either model?
Well, no. I mean,
I say what model you're talking about.
If that's the case, then how come parallel line development in engineering for a flat metal sheet works?
I don't know what that's got to do with horizon. Can you relate the two?
But I mean, the horizon is defined as what? Go ahead and go back to Merriam-Webster.
Apparent junction between the Earth and the sky?
No, horizon. In the Merriam-Webster 1A section that you just read
The Earth, the line where the Earth seems to meet the sky. The apparent junction of the Earth and the sky.
So it's a line, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right.
Well, it's line, or in the other one it refers to it as a plane. But the point I'm making is
so a plane
it's
is
curved
what?
in every model.
So plane and horizon means what? Because those are synonyms.
That's what the previous definition said, is parallel with a plane of the horizon. But what I'm saying to you is, in either model, it cannot be flat. If your eyes are above it, it must have a curve to it.
Someone is spitting pure facts right now. Who is my spirit animal to saying
It's
all
me.
that right now?
Eggs for me, but that's just
eggshells
me.
are flat.
Fuck yeah, eggshells. You are dead right.
Yeah, they don't get this geometric fact.
No, let's also ignore the fact. Let's ignore the fact that if you were standing on a gigantic ball, I don't even mean like one the size of a globe. I mean like literally any ball. There would be an apparent spot all around the ball where the ball appears to stop and everything else would appear to begin.
Yeah, but
you'd see the same goddamn thing.
You would be looking at not a rate of change of slope. That's the point, because horizon is defined by as what we're talking about defined as.
I'm saying that's why I'm bringing it up. The definition is wrong if it's defined that way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what you say. You say the definition is wrong, but I mean, just because what you believe that it's the antithesis of what
no, it's just geometrically impossible that it's flat.
Well, what do you mean? Are there planes in geometry or they're not?
Sure,
do we
yes.
use the plane? Do we use the plane?
Planes exist. I don't think you're following my argument at all if you've asked that question.
We use the horizon as a reference for other things that we make parallel to it. So we already talked about what parallel means.
Don't you find it weird? Don't you find it weird that they say we use the horizon to as a reference instead of just saying we use the horizon? Why do they have to add the in reference there?
You should have let
because everything is relative.
Because it's a reference if you're referencing it to get something else horizontal parallel to it because it's horizontal.
Okay, so you're telling me I need to be able to see the apparent spot where the Earth meets the sky to establish a horizon for doing things?
No,
you don't. That's not what I said.
Establish a horizon. It's not even nonsensical.
No, listen to what I'm saying. No, you can establish a horizontal without the Earth, but if you're going to use the Earth, you got to use the horizon.
No, you don't. So it still doesn't change the fact
if you're
that I'm
gonna
trying to
use,
get you to address.
how are you going to use it without using? How? Explain to me how
Huh?
you're going to use. How are you going to use the Earth if you're not looking at? How are you going to do that?
A plumb line is using the Earth. It's using a string that is pulled in towards the Earth.
Well, actually, no, it's not. It's
Well,
just
okay,
establishing.
we're going to disagree on that.
It's
the point I'm
literally
making
not
that needs
the
that
Earth.
requires.
Why don't you reply to his question that he asked you?
Plumb line
Yeah,
is
that's a good
not.
Instead of
question. Why aren't
changing
you replying to the question?
no, I'm talking to you instead of changing the subject.
Plumb line is
I'm
not
not.
the Earth.
He tried to move away as fast as possible by saying.
No. I'm trying to get you back to the question I asked that started this line. If the horizon meets itself behind you and it is below your eye level, it is geometrically has to be highest in the center. It cannot appear to you as a plane if it is a plane because your eyes are above it.
What are you talking about?
It's just plain geometry. Like take a photo of a dinner plate.
He doesn't understand. No, you can have two levels parallel to each other. Don't understand why you think that was a good point.
It's irrelevant to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the horizon isn't a
Saying you
plane. The
can't
horizon
see the
is
drop
and
off
always
if it exists.
will. There will be left to right curvature in every model. If it's a plane, there must be left to right curvature. If it's a ball, there must be left to right curvature. If there is a vanishing point of light, there must be left to right curvature. If there is no vanishing point of light and we live on a plane, there must be left to right curvature. What I'm saying is in every model, you must have a curved horizon. It cannot be a plane.
No, negative Ghost. Negative Ghost Rider. The opposite is true. There is no left to right curvature in either one of those models.
It depends how you define left to right curvature. If you project
Eggshell, hear me out. Eggshell, hear me out. No matter which model you're standing on, that the horizon is the same distance from you, no matter what direction you look. So why would you see left to right curvature? Like left and right are both the same distance away from you as far as the horizon is concerned.
But
he's trying to hijack perspective. He's trying to hijack perspective. Yes, you are.
I'm trying to answer the question is what I'm trying to do. So what I'm saying, Platypus, is
he was actually you were agreeing with me, Platypus. I'm glad you got there. Beautiful.
So what I'm saying is,
no, Platypus ain't agreeing with you.
If it meets around behind you, then even though it's all equidistant from you, I'm with you on that, Platypus. It is the center must appear higher than the sides.
Negative Ghost Rider. That is, you are absolutely 1,000% wrong on that point.
You guys are talking about two different things.
I think we might be.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's my evidence, Platypus. I'm putting it in the chat.
Because he's the ultimate segue queen. Or the ultimate red-handed.
This sounds like a segue, like you're trying to stop the topic from happening.
No, I'm just literally.
So maybe just let the topic happen, and then you won't be the segue queen.
Hey, Eggshell, I'm a little lost. What's the plate mean?
So the plate. Notice how it would appear the same. Okay, that's great, Eli.
No, you can't just interrupt me because 3 other people interrupted me. The bottom line.
Firstly, step into the same room as your microphone.
When I was trying to rebuttal him with the same thing Platypus rebutted him with, Platypus just jumped in on his interruption to agree with him, but now we see that he doesn't agree with him because they're talking about 2 different things. But Platypus is talking about the same thing I'm talking about.
That's a cool meta discussion. Can we get back to the actual discussion?
Well, I mean, you obviously...
Try to?
No, we can't.
Get a red hot crack at it?
The actual discussion, right, was about
So here's the point I'm making, Platypus.
How hard? Mm-hmm.
I want you to treat those plates as planes, imagine them as flat, and we can see that we've taken our photo from above them, even when they're taken straight down. What that will always mean is the highest point is in the center, right? From our perspective. Just a perspective. This is just a perspectival thing, if that's how you say it. Right?
So it's perspective.
So the highest... Yeah, I'm saying from perspective, if you are looking at the horizon and you are above it by any amount, it'll get stronger the higher you are above it. the high point will always be in the center due to your perspective, even if it's totally flat. So that necessitates a left to right curvature, an apparent left to right curvature, even though it's equidistant from you. That you would get the same effect if you were standing in the middle of the plate.
Okay.
You just wouldn't see the
Okay,
side.
hold on.
You get what I'm saying now?
I understand what you're saying. The way I worded that, is it was more of a retort to the common thing that I see where like there are flat earthers who wonder why you don't see
My
that
rebuttal
curve.
is this: when you're talking about geometry, that perspective thing he's talking about is irrelevant. Horizontal is just horizontal. What are you talking
That's
about?
so irrelevant.
Hey, Eli?
He starts talking past people, and he doesn't even give a fuck.
Hey, Eli?
He doesn't know what the conversation's about.
Hold on a second.
Go for it. Sorry, platypus.
Eli, love you, dude. I've known you for a couple of years. You're doing that thing you do sometimes where you try to dominate the airwaves. I'm done. I stand partially corrected on what I was saying.
I don't think you're corrected. I think we just weren't making ourselves clear to one another.
Yeah, one of them was talking geometry, and then you were talking perspective. So
the platypus was talking about there's no difference in angle of elevation as you spin your view around.
Yes. Which is how it gets confusing, because you're like, if my dip angle is 2 arc minutes, no matter where I turn, if I'm in the center of that, it would be 2 arc minutes all the way around.
Yeah.
Perspective will say that would appear highest at the center of your view, wherever you're aiming it.
And I misunderstood what was on the table. I usually bring that up as a retort to the notion that some flat earthers have, that if the Earth was curved, then from left to right, you would be able to perceive that.
Yeah, I'm with you, platypus. I have that argument all the time with people too. Right with you.
So I'm gonna go quiet again because I did jump in, and I'm gonna jump back out again, and you guys can go back to what you were doing.
I'll jump out again in a second as well. But the point I wanted to make to wrap it into a neat bow is flat earthers claim that they cannot find curvature rests upon the quality or the skill they have at finding curvature, right? If I say I've never been able to find a hot woman, therefore they don't exist, you would immediately go, okay, well, maybe the issue is your ability to find hot women, Harry. So if somebody says I cannot find curvature, what they need to be able to demonstrate is that they are very good at finding curvature. And what this is evidence of is there is curvature that geometrically has to be there, that they can't detect, that they also proudly say, hey, it's not here. And if it must be there and measurably is there and they can't see it, what they're saying is, I'm not very good at finding curvature. And
are you done with your straw man? Are you done with your straw man?
It's not a straw man. It's a case.
Absolutely. It's because we're asking you is where's your curvature? Your curvature is your claim. And I don't understand why you're trying to reverse the burden of proof by saying
really
that
didn't hear
we
him,
have to find the curvature.
You didn't hear me at all.
It has to be there on yours too.
It's got to be there on yours too. I've just shown you a geometric proof.
No, you're talking about perspective, and then you're trying to double speak with geometry, with measurable geometry and perspective. There is no perspective in your curve and your Earth curve calculator. It's nothing to do with perspective.
What saying is, if on both models there has to be curvature, in both models there's no way to actually define horizontal in reality, or there's no horizontal in reality, which is stupid. But whatever.
Both of you have missed my point. Both of you haven't responded to the point.
Yeah, quick question, Himsaki. What is the shape of the line of the horizon?
It is an apparent. It doesn't have a shape.
What does it look like? Is it straight? Is it straight?
The definition is an apparent location where the sky meets the earth.
Have you seen a horizon
only
line?
Apparent location.
I know. Have you seen a horizon?
Yes.
Does it make a straight line?
Yes.
Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
That's a simple one, man. Does it make a straight line?
Yes.
A line is the thing is I'm talking about that he's trying to get to is the line that it makes is only apparent. A line is a conceptual, a mathematical conceptual.
Interesting how you won't answer it.
Yeah.
What do you want me? She answered over there. She
I
answered
want
over
you
there.
to tell you if it. I want you to say if it's straight.
Here,
Yes or no?
I'll answer. You resolve the ground flat against the sky with the horizon on the.
I asked if it was straight, not flat.
It is a straight line, always.
I mean, when I stand on my hands, I can see the curve.
Then you've never seen a horizon. Then if you think it's straight, because it wraps all the way around you.
So you're saying that you look out at the horizon on the sea when you're needing to, use a mariner sextant. You're
Five
not
pattern
using.
things that people say that are retarded. Flat and straight are synonymous. Stupid.
And you understand?
Well, and you're an idiot.
No, you know that the
I mean,
can't
is
see
it
the
flat
sky
chest or
360
big chest?
unless you're in the middle. If you're in the middle of the ocean.
You want me to pull up?
You understand that?
You want me to pull up two very short videos showing you 180 degrees wrapping around me?
That's just you turning. That's perspective. I don't understand why that is so difficult to get. That one point you're making
it's incorrect.
perspective.
It's because what you're saying is stupid. That's why it's hard for us to get. Because it's not stupid. It is not.
Okay, even if it was, so it's flat, it'll still wrap around you anyway.
I agree. Exactly. I agree. And that's what Eggshells was saying. Even if it were flat, it would still wrap around you. It would not be a straight line. It would not be a straight line on either the globe or the flat.
You're out at sea
Yes,
and all.
Timbo. Yeah, it's just a perspective thing.
That's if you're and you're doing a 180 around you. You're not seeing that when you're looking out at the beach, at the horizon. You're seeing the horizon as a straight line, and
No,
you're
I'm
looking,
not.
and you normally see.
No, I'm not.
And
I was just there this weekend. No, I didn't.
You're just in the middle. You're just in the middle of the ocean this weekend.
No, I was looking out over the ocean down by Santa Cruz, and it's not straight. It's just not.
Prove it.
It cannot be on either model.
Prove it. Go look.
I just told you it's perspective, and you say to go look.
It is perspective.
Are you a moron? Are you a moron? Because we just told you it's a perspective, and you told us to go look.
I know you said those words. Those words are incorrect.
It's not perspective.
It's not perspective. No, it's not.
The horizon isn't formed by perspective.
That just shows you don't know what perspective is. If you think the horizon making a curved line, a circle around you is perspective, that means you don't know what perspective is. You should stop saying it.
Scott Mackey, is the horizon optical?
Everything we see is optical. It's a definition of seeing.
Oh, you know what I mean. Is it optical? Is it based on optics, or is it based on a geometry?
It's a combination of both.
It is not.
I don't know what's so hard to wrap your heads around.
Combination.
That's why that's you. That's just swiveling in the geometry. No, it's not. It's perspective.
It's a combination of both.
No, it's not. Now you're just lying.
Everything we ever see is a combination of both.
It is not a combination of both. There's optics. We see through optics.
You need the physical object in order to emit the light that hits your eyes that you see.
No, okay.
Yes,
no,
I stutter. I've had this problem all my life. It still doesn't mean I can't think better than you.
I can touch a ruler. No, it's straight. It's not optics. You understand? This is geometry. Things are measured.
Is the ruler real? Is the ruler a physical object?
What if it's a toroid?
Did it still have a circular horizon?
If I'm blind, can I see the horizon? Oh my God, Lee. Exactly.
That's like saying, if I'm dumb, can I understand this? No, evidently not.
Both sides are never going to prove that the Earth is curving or flat by the horizon.
Basically, that's what I'm saying. But the broader point I'm making is the flat earthers need to be expert curve detectors, and this is a curve that must exist geometrically that they cannot detect, that they proudly admit they are unable to detect.
It's your
claim.
Stop reversing the burden of proof. Curvature is your claim. It's the claim of the globe.
You guys are talking about different. You guys are talking about different curvatures.
Yeah, you're not understanding. I'm saying,
no
even
perspective.
listen. You need to listen. You need to listen to this because you keep running into the point and you're just failing to understand the actual point. The point is, if we accept flat Earth as true, there still has to be a curved horizon. So it's not my claim. I don't think the Earth's flat. I think that's silly. But if it was, it would still have to have a curve. So what is necessary for your worldview is that the highest point must be in the middle of your vision. It's just necessary. It just has to be there.
Where's the curve? Please tell us.
The left to right curve?
Yeah, that's definitely not something that we can actually pick up. So if you're talking about
exactly, I agree. You can't pick it up, and it's there. So that's an issue that you've got.
Yeah, but you're saying curve from you to in the distance.
No. I'm saying either model, doesn't matter what you're standing on. If the Earth is flat and if the Earth is round, both necessitate, let's put it this way.
Why are you repeating yourself? We already said this. You already said this before.
You're saying it's my claim, and I'm saying no, it's not. It's your claim.
Yes, it is. A geometric curve is the globe's claim. If we're talking about the horizontal,
you guys are talking about different curvature. So
no, we're not. No, we're not. Can you please stop?
You're gonna let me
I think you are. Let Timbo say it.
You're gonna let me.
Can I just point out the two different curves? I already said that
you're not getting it. Let somebody else explain it to you.
Let's say
you just keep repeating yourself with perspective, with the horizon being perspective.
All right. Let's say, for instance, you can only see 10 kilometers, right? If you can see 10 kilometers in front of you, and then you turn around 15 degrees, you see 10 kilometers that way, 30 degrees, 10 kilometers that way, 45 degrees, 10 kilometers that way. You're seeing in a circle, right? So what their globers are saying is that's the circle they see. It's their limit of vision.
Yeah, like I can show it for you on my screen if it would help.
They're not talking about the Earth curving, I don't think.
No,
right. He's not talking about the Earth curve because he can't defend the Earth curve. He's literally going to. He's literally trying to say that
admittance right there, that admittance right there makes this whole conversation completely non sequitur with what we were talking about. We were defining
no, it
horizon.
doesn't, because I brought it up as a point. So
yeah, but it's got nothing to do with
up.
Earth curve.
So it can't be non sequitur.
You know, it's got nothing to do. Like, it's not proving either way. So it's kind of a. Elijah's perfectly correct. Yeah.
It does prove one thing in my view, and that is it proves that flat earthers are not good detectors.
You see, he's just building a straw man. He's building a straw man that's going to reverse the burden of proof that the perspective that we're looking at, our field of vision, is somehow is going to impede from seeing his view of the world that is geometrically curving.
I'll show you on my screen super quickly to make it make sense for you.
Didn't you know that circles aren't exclusive to a globe? That's silly that you would even make that assertion.
Yeah, I didn't make that assertion. Whoever made that assertion is pretty silly.
You're pinpointing this argument, though, because you want to say that it's not exclusive to a flat plane, that it can also work on a sphere, right?
So here we go. Flat plane, right? Now, if I were above that flat plane and sitting on it, which I'm simulating by zooming in, it would be difficult to perceive, absolutely difficult to perceive. But it is necessary that the middle bit would be the middle of my view. I couldn't get a view of the horizon that's like that. I couldn't, right? Because that wouldn't be the middle of my vision. The middle of my vision would always have to be the high spot, because I would always have to be at, let me draw it now, like the center of this circle. So at the center of this circle, if I zoom in to simulate that, the horizon wraps around behind me and I will always be looking at the highest point there. The only way to get it to be flat would be if that horizon was at eye level and I was actually on the horizon. That's the only way to be flat. But we know that our eyes aren't at sea level. They are at some, however small, of sea level.
Right. So you're 100% correct. Now, that being said, it's completely non sequitur to the definition. We waited to the end.
Definition?
Now you shut up, right? Or can somebody mute him? because he completed his point. He shared his screen, right? Let's be reasonable.
And he stopped talking.
Are we gonna mute him and Scott Mackey to stop them from continuing on this point? That makes absolutely no sense. Can I? I'm trying to figure out what you guys are gonna do because I'm not trying to talk when they're
just going to
talking.
listen to you whinge forever, evidently.
This is what I'm saying. So he already said what he said, and I'm just complaining that they keep talking when I'm talking, and he's gonna just be a dick.
Because you're not saying anything of any consequence.
Yeah, I was, but then you started interrupting.
What about Caloris effect? Have you used your ChatGPT on the tab there on your screen?
I'm not finished talking.
And
though.
search Caloris effect.
I'm not finished talking though. So I'm gonna try again.
We'll go for it, man.
Yeah. So again, everything that he's talking about is completely non sequitur to what we were talking about in the beginning of the conversation when we were talking about the plane of the horizon. So we're not arguing that it isn't a plane. We're not arguing that that line that you see circles around you and yada, 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 yada. What we were talking about is what the definition of horizontal is and how it's practically used as horizontal and as a reference for establishing other things horizontal and parallel to it. Everything you just said doesn't meet that in any way, aka is completely non sequitur.
So you mean the topic we had where we all said, can we move on from this topic? And then I moved on. I said, okay, let's talk about the plane of the horizon then. And you're saying this is non sequitur, that topic that I asked us to leave. Is that your complaint? Wild complaint, man.
It is. It is.
It's a weird.
Can you use
that is a weird complaint.
Can you use ChatGPT to search up the Caloris effect on your ChatGPT?
How do you spell it?
COLORIS effect.
Sure.
Is it Coriolis?
Coriolis, do you mean?
Nah.
Oh, it's got.
Oh, maybe it is Coriolis.
Are you talking about the apparent deviation of objects moving north or south?
Put simply, Coriolis effect makes things like planes or currents of air movement traveling along long distance around the Earth appear to move at a curve as opposed to a straight line.
Do they?
That's Coriolis.
It affects weather patterns and affects ocean currents as it even affects air travel.
Sure about that?
Also is the way a mechanical gyro compass is able to detect the axis of the rotation of Earth. Thought you'd like that, Timbo.
If the Earth is flat, for example, why is my time zone in New Zealand different to someone in America?
Don't do time zones, man. Rephrase the question.
It's just that's a great question, and I just want to know an answer.
When the sun is over the top of you, it is noon, and then it moves away, and it's noon somewhere else.
Right. But if the Earth was directly straight up in the Earth, then wouldn't it mean everyone on Earth, on the human planet, would have sunlight as well at the same time if the whole entire plane was flat? For example, that photo right there. If you put the sun right directly top in the middle.
You're saying the sun is huge and it would light up the whole surface, yeah?
Yeah, the sun right there. Why wouldn't it light up the rest of the whole entire flat world?
Because that's not how light works.
Like that.
Don't ask them how light works, though. Well, they'll tell you how it doesn't work.
Yeah, solar noon is how you have. Sorry, I'm echoing from somebody.
You're all right.
Solar noon is how you have your time zones. So your elevation angle to a zenith of the sun, which it requires a flat Earth. Sorry, buddy, your question proof doesn't work here.
Could you show me some sources for your claim that you just provided? Primary sources?
What,
So
you don't believe that when the sun is overhead that it...
No, man, I just want some primary sources. Link them in the chat. That's all good.
Listen here, dude. So you don't believe that when it's solar noon, the sun is above you?
All I wanted some primary sources in the side chat to prove my argument wrong. That's it.
Fucking retarded, man.
Well, then, why do you guys do the exact... Hold on. Why do you do the exact same claim when you talk about the Earth is round? It's the exact same claim when you say when the Earth is round.
Well,
Retarded.
this is something we all witness, right? When the sun is at its highest point, it's solar noon, correct? You want a citation for that? That's something that every person on this earth can agree with. There's no argument in that. Unless you're arguing with that. Are you arguing with that? Because that would be silly.
What is this website?
Are you arguing that it's when
I'm not arguing. I just stated a question earlier.
Are you arguing that when the sun is at its highest point, it's solar noon?
Oh, to be honest, I don't even know what a solar noon is.
Well, it's when the sun's at its highest point.
Part of the colostomy effect.
I don't want to know about colostomies. Thank you. And everybody should know what I'm talking about when I say that.
A colon cleanse?
No, if you've had...
You know what a colostomy bag is?
If you've had...
I have empathy for anyone who has one.
You know what?
Yeah.
Timbo, robot.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, solar noon at any place defines the instant the sun comes across the north, south, or Mediterranean. It is then precisely due north or precisely due south. Solar noon is the time when the sun appears to contact the local celestial Mediterranean. This is when the sun reaches its apparent highest point in the sky at 12 noon, apparent solar time, and can be observed using a sundial.
yes, we both agree on that.
And a sundial is circular.
And a fun thing they didn't know about until they got accurate timekeeping was that that's sometimes ahead and sometimes behind by up to 20 minutes. So solar noon might not be on actual noon.
That's why we say solar noon and not actual noon.
And that's why we have like daylight savings, eh? Like in New Zealand and Australia, we have the shortest, like we'll have a shortest day of the year, and then America will have like the longest day of the year in the sun.
Yeah, and also where you won't, well, you should have a 24-hour sun at the north and south if it is a globe on the prospective times of year.
Yeah, that would be where you would refer to the analemma in the proximity of the sun from throughout the tropics, and like it moves through the tropics, equator, or the tropics would be sufficient.
Okay, so you're saying there can be a 24-hour sun how on a flat plane?
There is
either pole, by the way.
There is a 24-hour sun in the northern regions, yes.
Oh, I've seen that TikTok videos of that.
The southern regions is very questionable, and we would require some undeniable proof of that. Absolutely. And even
what
then,
is undeniable though? What I think I could find anybody who could deny anything. I don't think I'm going to find undeniable proof.
okay, yeah, you're right. It wouldn't even need to be something that you would have to prove. You would need to prove that the Earth is curving, so that it would make sense for your idea and paradigm of a globe Earth.
That doesn't make sense. What would it take for you to believe? For you
Hi,
to
I'm
become
Ant.
I won't believe anything because that would be acceptance without evidence. Thank you.
Well, that's faith. So what would it take for you to become convinced, let's say, of the proposition that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Can you mute yourself, Autograss? Your hot mic in here.
Yeah, somebody's clicking a lot.
No,
Autograph.
and confirm it. It really has no bearing on me because I know that the Earth is measured flat. So there you go.
That sounds like you're avoiding the question. It sounds like you were convinced and you were confident that there is a 24-hour sun in the north. And then you were like, well, it's kind of sketchy in the south. And I said, what? I'm essentially asking, what would make you think it's true in the south? And you're like, it doesn't really matter to me. Because it sounded a moment ago like it did.
Listen, eggshells. The sky doesn't determine the surface that we are standing on. The surface that we're standing on has no visible, measurable, or utilized curvature at any point.
Let me ask you a different question. What made you convinced that there was a 24-hour sun in the north?
Because I've seen a ton of footage from people who record it.
Would a comparable ton of footage make you convinced that there's 24-hour sun in the south?
And you know that there isn't, so why are we even discussing it?
I posted a video at 14 past the hour that shows that there is.
There's a dozen or a bunch, like we're talking about the northern region.
No, I'm talking about the southern hemisphere. There's
but there's not a bunch. You're giving me one of three options. Do you believe one or three options? Or two? I don't know how many there is. But there's probably
I cut out. Can you repeat that?
Options. Do I believe 1 to 3 options? No, because there needs to be a bunch of options, and there isn't, and there's never going to be. Sorry.
Okay, so it sounds like you're just not willing to answer the question. It sounds like a bunch of videos was enough to convince you of the north, but you're not willing to say that the same. It sounds like you're setting a fairly different standard, a kind of double standard for what you take as evidence.
I'm not looking to the sky to prove the ground, and you guys are trying.
It's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, it sounds a little. It sounds a little disingenuous, especially when Matthew Learns is also stepping in, because clearly I can understand what she's saying. You have in the north just many independent sources, just regular people who live close enough in the north, because just so happens that a lot of people live in the north. So just by the nature of that, they're just regular people who can look at the 24-hour sun in the north. In the south, not a lot of people live there. So you only have sources from one location. And it just so happens to be just 3 videos.
Okay, so argument from popularity. Argumentum and populum is what we've got for an answer. Cool, yeah, that's fine.
That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about evidence, and you only got 1 to 3, and that they're still
there's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but it only takes
4,
one black swan
5,
to prove that there's a, you know.
Yeah, but they're not something that you can
disprove the curvature. Yeah,
as the evidence. Anyways, it doesn't matter because you would need to prove that the Earth is curving. First of all,
right. So you won't accept this until we prove the other thing, and you won't accept proof of that thing until we prove a different thing. So it's kind of a chasing your tail situation.
Exactly. You can paint me in any color that you want to, but yes, exactly. That's the first basis of our proof for the globe would be to demonstrate and give us the curvature, drop over distance of the Earth. Okay,
and you don't see how circular that is.
Then we can actually talk further, but there's no motion detected, and you can't have gas pressure without containment. So you have a problem with our fundamental 3 questions, and you're wanting to skip off on this, where the sky is going to prove something to you or not. So
it sounds like you're skipping off though, because the thing was raised, the topic was raised by you about this 24-hour sun in the south. And now you're talking about gas pressure. That seems like the skipping. If anybody's skipping here, I'm being like, let's stay talking about whether that object is apparent in the sky. And yeah, looking in the sky is probably the best place to find it.
Point. We'll revisit how we got to this point. I was talking about solar noon.
And you brought up that we've got good evidence that a 24-hour sun happens in the north, and we've got sketchy evidence that it happens in the south.
Happens south of the equator. Absolutely. We don't.
Okay. Not evidence you accept. I think there's a fair bit of pretty good evidence.
Is this called 24-hour sun server? Or?
It should be called 24-hour discussing skepticism of the globe. 24/7 anti-globe rhetoric.
That's what I feel like most of the time, man.
There are other servers where they will discuss the flat Earth, but this server nigh on bans it or limits it to Sunday, and even then it's a bit of a tricky conversation to have.
Hey, by the way, I've been thinking about this for a while. I'd love to have like more philosophical debates or discussions about like more cosmological things, like is the universe curved? Is the universe, considered flat in, a 4D, thing? Where I can get that?
Go to the philosophy. There's the philosophy server in the religion politics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that'd be a good place.
Yeah, or astronomy. You could go find a server that's about astronomy.
Oh, I could probably just try to find the cosmological debate channels. I hope there's at least one.
Is that how popular flat Earth is? So you think that here you're gonna have to we're going to give you directions from here?
I'm just throwing it out. I just it's one of the things somebody came in here a while ago. It's like, I wish I could discuss the blah 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 and other things, and he went into I forget what it's called, but the idea that the universe is so old and there's no sign of intelligent life ever anywhere else but here on Earth. And that type of thing. My brain's dead, so I can't really come up with the word. Tired today.
Yeah, but it's funny how globe believers come on here and they complain that we give them anti-globe proofs. And they're in charge of bringing up the topic, but they don't never want to defend their own evidence for the proof for the globe.
No, we're fine. We're fine defending it, but we also would like to bring up anti-flat Earth evidence, like sunsets and GPS and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you can prove your point by disproving the opposite, or you can prove your point by, showing evidence for it. There's two ways, at least skin this one cat.
No, because that's actually a logical fallacy. That's just a false dichotomy. And we're pointing out when you have faulty logic and faulty reasoning.
Okay, hang on, please,
you don't want to, hold on. You don't want to accept that you've made an error in thinking. Because proving the opposite, saying that you make a claim and we disprove that claim, doesn't automatically mean that then flat Earth is therefore proven.
No, but it definitely disproves the claim that you're trying to make, and that's what we try to come from. That's all.
Yeah, if you ask the question carefully, you can't. It's not a false dichotomy. You could say, "Is the surface of the Earth flat or not flat?" Those are two different opposite things. Or to put it even better, if you don't even want to talk about topology, you could say, "Is the direction of down in New York parallel to the direction of down in Los Angeles or Sydney?"
I already asked for that before. So if I asked them, I'm telling people that do all plums point to the same center?
That's a good question.
And what's the evidence that you have that all plum point to the same center?
When we look at an external reference item like the moon or the sun, it appears at different angles.
Or we can do reciprocal zenith angles too.
So you have plumb. So when you're making plumb lines on Earth, physical plumb lines, you're going to point to the moon. Is that
no? For example,
reasonable?
for example, sometimes in one place, if you have a plumb line, the moon is directly opposite of that, directly over a certain city, and at the same moment in time, it's at an elevation angle of like 30 degrees in a different city. And that's good evidence that the direction of plumb lines is different.
I have a question.
Hold on.
Yes, sir?
He just made a claim to saying that because the sun is over one area, then you're saying, I'm sorry, the moon. So you're saying that the moon light is parallel?
Fairly close to parallel, not more than 2 or 3 degrees off. Yeah, but it's like 60 degrees off in different cities.
So when we have a solar eclipse that creates a penumbrum, is that light coming in parallel?
The sun is not a point source, so it's not going to be parallel. It's going to have a little bit of an angle, and so that's where you get a penumbra from.
Yeah, it's a radiant source.
Okay, so you understand that you can do Eratosthenes experiments and get the same exact angle measurements with a moon?
Right. Eratosthenes wasn't about proving that the Earth is a globe. His demonstration was to calculate the size of a globe, assuming that the Earth is a globe.
So you understand that you can do that with the sun, and if you do that with a moon, you get the same angle measurements?
If you do the Eratosthenes measurement, then yes, it works on a flat Earth also. But that wasn't the point of the experiment or the demonstration. It was to calculate the size.
You're not answering my question. You know that if you do the experiment, not the experiment, but if you do this demonstration with the moon and you do it with the sun, you get the same angles.
Right.
So where's your divergent light? Divergent rays, right?
Yeah, if you hold a basketball like 6 feet off the ground, you look at the shadow, you can see that part of the shadow is completely out of the sun, and there's a small edge that is fuzzy due to the fact that the sun is not a point source. That's all the penumbra means.
So the light is not coming in parallel?
No, because the top of the sun is 0.5 degrees away from the bottom of the sun, because the sun has an angular width to it.
And this width that you're talking about will give you parallel lines, across that distance, so you can get your curve measurement.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, so even though the sun has some width to it, you can kind of estimate where the center of the light is coming in, and that's what Eratosthenes did to calculate the angle of the shadow.
So the shadow is in order to get an angle of the shadow and then get a 90 towards when it's over the well, I believe that is a horizontal baseline, so you can measure these angles.
Yeah, you can use horizontal. You can get horizontal as an.
Palestine is flat. The Earth is flat. Take that, terrorist.
So it's flat, right? So he's measuring it. He's using the Earth as a reference, and it's horizontal, making a 90.
If you want to figure out the elevation angle to the sun or to the moon or anything, yes, one way to do it would be to construct a horizontal plane, usually by just doing 90 degrees from a plumb line, and then use that flat baseline. Again, this is just sort of a fictional plane that goes on forever, and use that plane to figure out the elevation angle. But you don't even have to use, if you're doing celestial navigation, you don't even have to use the flat plane or right angles or anything.
I think this is waffling because I was still talking about Eratosthenes and how he used the Earth as a flat plane because he was using a well in and I can't say that right. I'm sorry. A small little tower. In Cyan, it was obelisk. I can't even say that correctly.
Obelisk?
But obelisk. Thank you. He was using a obelisk. I still can't say that. I apologize.
That's okay.
Obelisk. Yep. And so these angles being measured is being used as a flat reference plane.
He was just So technically, he was measuring the angle or the size of a shadow off the obelisk, and so as long as the ground around the obelisk is flat, that's all he needed. It didn't have to have everything being flat all the way down to the other location. Just right around the obelisk was good enough.
Then you don't have. Then he wasn't using trigonometry or elevation angles because you can't get an angle
right. He wasn't
from
using
a curved baseline.
Yeah, he wasn't using trigonometry. I mean, he wasn't using a right triangle or a triangle.
So it was on a curved baseline. He made angles on a curved baseline.
So he was measuring the angle on the surface of the Earth.
And these were on the same baseline, correct?
No, they were on different baselines because the horizontal at Syene was different than horizontal at Alexandria, and he used that fact to figure out the fact that he knew how far apart they were to measure the circumference or to calculate the circumference. Excuse me.
But the angle you can't get a 90 on a curved surface because you're presupposing some tangent that only meets at one point.
Right, that one point is all you need.
The tangent is not, like you said, it's not on the same baseline. It's also not on the ground that you're measuring because tangents only intersect the sphere on one point. So that 90-degree angle is not created on any baseline that was on Earth.
Well, so yeah, he's not using right triangles. I don't know what you mean, what you're asking.
Well, that's what he's measuring because he's getting a 90 from the well.
I've got a silly question. 100-foot tower in Dubai, let's say, and then a 100-foot tower in New York. Dude, both are going to be the same elevation as long as you're starting at sea level.
Yeah, but you already have to define your word. You already used the word level, so you're already presupposing some definition. We had a huge conversation about that, but some definition of it, of having no part higher or lower than the other. So if these elevations are being measured off a sea level, then in order for it to be congruent with each other, it has to be on the same baseline. Anyways, it's getting late on my end here, but Matthew Learns, thank you so much. I appreciate speaking to you. It was a pleasure.
Appreciate you too, man. Mm-hmm. It's nice to have, like I said, different points of view. I like everybody. It doesn't matter which side you land on. I'm not here to, denigrate you or anything like that. Just to see if we can either convince one another or if we just come to, the impasse of like, nope, we can't agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree, essentially.
Yep, and I know that something can get heated, but to me, none of it's personal.
Oh no!
To me, none of this is personal, even though it can get heated and everything. But I do not hold that against any person. There's, a person has value within himself, and I appreciate the conversations I just had today. But thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Yeah, appreciate it. I can't say NW Guardian 1995.
Night Watch if you want.
Night Watch, perfect. All right, take care.
Night. I do enjoy civil debate. It is probably the number one reason why I come here. Because sometimes I just, I'll try to go into an atheist channel to try to debate, religion and philosophy, and they just don't want to listen.
Revolution.
Okay.
It's a revolution, like it goes around the earth, right? and it keeps all planets. It keeps all planets aligned. Like none of them. That's why you don't see fucking Neptune going out into space for an adventure. You know, everything. It keeps everything in a loop.
Oh, you're talking about
that's what
gravity?
gravity is.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, yeah, I have trouble trying to get that
It
across
pulls shit
to them.
together.
No, but the thing is, you have to prove to them it's actually a physical object first, and that's the problem. I know I would love to start from that point, but it doesn't work for them.
Yeah.
Only emotions. Can you repeat what you were saying? You kind of came in a little bit off.
Sure. Okay. I have no clue what you said, bro.
That's what he said.
Jeez. Yeah.
Did anybody else catch that?
You're doing you're doing what that scientist, like the professor did. He had a blanket and he put a weight in the middle and he like spun them across. But they all ended up going in it. They all ended up going into the sun.
Does anybody else
what is
catch
that?
what's going on?
Yeah, but
He's talking
but
about
our suns
gravity.
don't. No, it's not. No, okay, the gravitation.
Who's talking that I don't hear?
Works way different than the gravity in space.
I don't
Gravity
know.
in space, it's zero gravity. That's why our planets are in their revolutions.
Only emotions. Are you hot
Those
miking?
balls that are going around, right? Of course, they're going to go to the middle because our Earth's gravity is pulling.
I think he's having a different conversation.
Like he's talking to it's like he's talking to somebody else, different channel.
Yeah.
Hear them.
Yep, for sure.
He basically said in space there's zero gravity. That's why the revolution.
But there's not zero gravity in space. In fact, at the ISS, they experience about 90% of gravity than we do here.
Except they're falling. Alleged. They're falling, but they never land, right?
Right.
Dude, what's up?
What's up, man? Night watch here at nighttime. Big surprise.
That'd be me too.
So, Matthew, are you a fundamentalist?
I would say that I believe in the fundamental tenets of traditional Christianity. So,
no, I'm talking about
not the
gravity.
fundamentals he's talking about. He's talking about like gravity and
the gravity's
forces.
a force or a pseudo force.
I think it's probably a pseudo force based on the curvature of space time. But you know, if you use the Newtonian mechanics for most things, that's good enough. Unless you're doing orbital mechanics. But if you're like dropping things on Earth and doing statics and building bridges, you know, just regular gravity is good enough.
So is that like when you get a GED? It's like a good enough diploma.
Yep,
for most things.
Works as a diploma, you know.
But it's a pseudo diploma, right?
I'd call it a real one, but yeah.
You would?
I would.
I'd call it a GED.
What's the D stand for?
Diploma, right? But you
There
do
you
know
go.
how, right? You do know how it works when you have grammatical qualifiers, right?
Well,
So
yeah, it means it's a different kind of diploma.
Right, right. So if I say a man, you know what that is. But a good man has a completely different meaning, right? Because I've qualified that word, right?
But they're both men.
Right, but a good man has a total different meaning than a man, right? Because if I say a man, you know what that is, right?
Right.
Yeah, good is an adjective.
Words that your kingdom people need to hear the most.
Like level can be an adjective.
Man. And so
it could be a verb too.
Yep. Can be a verb, can be a noun too.
over the weekend.
Something sounds like you're talking in the other room.
Yeah,
Asking your
somebody's hot
Husky
miking.
miking.
Good dream.
It's asking.
Hey, asking. I'm only going to ask you once.
During that scream, I was
Can you mute yourself?
I think we're done asking him.
Yep.
Thanks.
Earned yourself a mute. All right, I'm going to try to unmute this other one. Only emotions. I'm going to unmute you. Can you hear us?
Earth and
Only
everything
emotions.
revolves around the sun. So if the sun is moving, ours is gonna move.
Nope.
He's just
still
monologuing.
talking.
Yeah, he's monologuing.
But he was talking to somebody else. It can't be like
guys? It almost sounds like a recording.
Yeah.
That's what I was
thinking.
It's like a bot.
Yeah, but like
Oh my
grammatical
goodness,
qualifier.
bots?
If you don't,
probably
if you don't know
fed,
how it
dude.
works, please look it up. Like it's how two words change the definition of one another, right?
Hey, why haven't you
Like,
guys been shut down yet?
what?
Why haven't you, like, the 24/7 flat Earth? If it's like such a big thing, why hasn't it been shut down yet?
Because
you know what I mean?
shut us down in a
Google is
debate.
an American company that tends to have to agree to, free speech laws and such.
Right, but there's been other cases of, like, let's say like a pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Trump, but like they would get shut down instantly, like of like a Reddit or something. But Reddit still has flat Earth.
You don't
That's
think
already
there are
Well,
any
that's a different platform.
Hold on, everybody, time out. Okay, so Flat Earth is going to answer you now, right? So
Sure.
yes, we did make the Google blacklist along with many other things. Project Veritas posted that blacklist from a whistleblower that worked at Google.
Yeah, I remember
Flat
that.
Earth, yeah, Flat Earth was on there. The government actually asked the social media companies specifically, what are we going to do about this flat Earth and fake news? And they actually did something. So when you look at any flat Earth video on YouTube, it's going to be like 100-to-1 anti-flat Earth versus flat Earth, right? So you're going to struggle to find actual flat Earthers making videos about flat Earth.
How did you
So
guys
we
get around
have,
that? Like,
yeah,
did
that's
you
why
say
we
it was
have.
like more so like a religious viewpoint? I mean, I could see like a loophole how you guys are still on. You know what I mean?
Well, it's
Like
not
it's
religious
freedom of.
for us because we're telling you to go outside and look at the oceans and measure the curvature.
Right.
So, although religion does get brought up, but in any work environment or social environment, religion and politics is going to get brought up from time to time. But for us, we're not telling you to open your Bible and your Quran and your Talmud. Certainly
Don't do
wouldn't
the
tell you.
Talmud, please.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't tell you to open your Talmud. But yeah, we tell you to go outside and make some observations and do your best to make some measurements and calculate all the variables. So if they want to cancel us for telling people to go measure the curve, well, that would be pretty dumb on their part, right? That would make them look really bad. But they have shadow banned us. But we do have a server where we do collect, all of our content and put it in one spot to make it easy for people to find. So they don't have to weed through hours of not Professor Dave, this anti-flat earther who makes straw man arguments and uses other fallacies and tactics to debate us rather than taking us head on. There also is lots of debates by other flat earthers that have been recorded and are on recorded live on YouTube.
Right, because you guys are recording now, right?
Yeah, that's right. But if you search for it, just go through and look at how many anti-flat earthers you find before you actually find a flat earth, especially on Google. Like they're going to give you like all these reasons why the earth is a globe. And what I found out is that the debate is not as cut and dry as you would have thought. Like in 2012, you'd have been like, oh man, I'm going to go dunk on these flat earthers. I got all the science on my side.
Right.
And then, it's like, actually it's geometry and that's a category error.
No,
So the debate isn't.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The debate isn't what you think it is. If you haven't heard it before, it's like,
I've lurked. I've
okay,
lurked for a
so
while. Well, I just like yeah, and I kind of agree with you guys. I'm not like full on set flat Earth, but like I love math, and like math is something you really can't lie about unless like maybe.
So, what Can I ask you a question? Why did you ask? Why haven't we been
Because
shut down? Why would you assume that we would be
because I'm
shut
still
down?
curious of thinking it. Because like what I talk about, I couldn't have a Discord. You know what I mean? And I'm not even saying anything racist or anything. It's just peculiar, and I feel like at first I thought it was a psyop. Now I don't as much, but I feel like there's a lot of lurkers here, similar to me, that maybe are, agents of something waiting for you to slip up.
I knew you.
Like you hint to where I'm coming from when I said don't read the Talmud type of thing. Like you can't talk about that. You
Yeah,
can't
I
have
know
a
what you're talking
room.
about.
Yeah, you can't talk about that.
Oh boy.
Well, you can't though.
Oh,
Why are you letting this guy stick around, man?
I don't know, man. This is a guy that believes that planes jump into different dimensions and shit.
That's true. That is a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you disagree, you can debate the guy.
Tells us
He's like on here all the
tells
time.
us that we're wacky.
I never
Yeah, but
said
you
you
say
guys
that
were
all the
wacky.
time, but he never. But he said you say that all the time, but he never comes in.
Well, he's a fucking busy guy. I mean, he blew up for just
So
sticking to his guns.
why do you say oh you can debate him if you want, and you've said that 100 times, and then he never comes in because he's a busy guy, so you can't debate him.
I'm pretty sure you can if you sign up or talk to him. Like, why do I have to be the middleman? I'm just sticking up for him.
Well, we
'Cause
don't
I
really
went
care. That's why you keep on coming in saying that we go into different dimensions and shit like that, and you still don't have any proof of anything.
There is proof. There's literally proof on his fucking X account. Like, just because you are too lazy to look at it doesn't mean that it's not real. It's the same logic of flat Earth. So it's kind of funny coming from a flat earther, isn't it?
Why?
What do you mean? Why? It's the same logic telling a non-flat earther, "Oh, you just don't have enough time to actually go out there and do the measurements." It's the same thing. Like, why can't both be true?
So
Why can't the Earth be like a little bit curved and also?
You're saying that the claims that we make are the same as you saying that planes jump into fourth dimensions?
Right. Well, I don't know if it's fourth.
Could you summarize Could you summarize his evidence for us? I'm curious why he says that.
Well, he's talking about the Malaysian air flight in 2014 when that plane disappeared with like 100 passengers, or it wasn't 100, but it was around like 70 passengers.
To flat Earth.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the ocean by Australia.
No, nobody's ever found it though. It disappeared.
The ocean's pretty big.
Yes, I understand that, but so is a
There's no
plane.
towers.
And so are 50 passengers. I mean, like
There's
you really
no
don't think
towers and buoys out there, so they couldn't find the wreckage.
right?
So the fact that
because
they
there's
didn't find
there's
it.
no
Well,
satellites over.
Well, here's the point. Well, the plane is always
Indian
being
Ocean,
recorded. We've seen, and planes. I mean, they're always being recorded. It literally just disappears from the map. There's also a leak of a drone, a 360 drone, taking footage of that. I think I showed it to you, Kangaroo Timbo, and
I've
like you
seen it.
still don't believe it. Well, right. Like
Because
I've talked
not
to
a very
somebody
good
that really
video, and
broke
it
it
doesn't
down.
really show anything.
What do you mean? It shows a plane disappearing with 3 like orbs circling around it, and it disappears. And then understanding like
Yeah,
how the
remember
media.
when that
So you think the media at this point?
that magician made the Eiffel Tower disappear, or the pyramids as well?
Yeah,
Remember
but
him?
you're actually believing the government this time
I
when
don't
they
believe
say.
the government. What do you mean?
Well, you're saying it crashed.
Well,
Where's
there's a big jump. There's a big jump to go. Okay, I don't trust the government to going that planes jump into different dimensions.
Right, but you have the
big
narrative
leap.
of believing with what they're saying is true.
No, I don't.
Well, what do you think happened to it?
I have no idea.
Well,
I
that's a
think it
better
crashed in
explanation.
the ocean.
I did at first too, but I don't think that's the case at all. Like,
It's
why
the
isn't there
most
wreckage?
logical explanation based on the evidence.
No, well, if it was crashed in the ocean, so did the Titanic. We could still find wreckage. We could still find debris. I mean, what happens to it?
Yeah,
It
like
doesn't
70
disappear.
years later.
No, not 70 years later.
The Titanic was found 70 years after it crashed.
Yeah, but you have to understand where it crashed. If it came from the blimp where it did disappear, the current would push it towards the the ground, or at least the sand where it disappeared. So if it did just
Maybe
go
it's not.
down,
Maybe it's not in sand. Maybe it's.
I
Maybe
don't
it's
know,
in
dude.
sand.
And
Yeah,
there's
finding
also people
pieces of a
saying
wrecked
that.
plane is much harder than finding a whole ship that is as big as the Titanic.
I just think it's very possible we have technology that is not in our hands
Yeah,
now as civilians. I mean, I don't think that's so out of the ordinary. That's why I believe in a little bit of you guys
yeah,
when you
of
talk about
course.
flat Earth.
But I think I think you'd be silly to think that the government doesn't have technology we don't know about. I agree with you there.
So why?
But it doesn't make me jump to the planes going to different dimensions.
You have to understand, though, if you understand the people that were on that Malaysian air flight, there was like 50 plus high-tech engineers working on microchips that were very advanced. All of them on this plane. This sounds just so fishy.
Like
And it
most
seems
flights
like,
in Asia.
Like the
really,
Titanic,
yeah. Look at the guy that. It's funny because the Titanic. I think about it now. It's similar to 9/11.
So
How? Well, hold on, wait.
yeah. But you're jumping
JP,
from because
JP
there's
Morgan was supposed
guys
to be on the
because there's
Titanic.
guys. Yeah, we
Listen
all
though,
know the story, but you're jumping saying because there were
you
guys
brought
on
up
there that
the
were making
Titanic, or not you, but
microchips.
him.
Yeah, I
I'm not
know.
jumping. He
So
did.
okay, so I don't think you know who you're speaking to. You're speaking to the same person. I brought up
No,
the
no. I was
Titanic.
talking about Matthew. He said Titanic. I'm watching.
I brought up the Titanic.
Well, he did too. Regardless, you're the one that was
Yeah.
jumping, not me.
Okay, so listen, for you to go that, okay, there were some important people on there with microchips to it not crashing and going into different dimensions is still a jump.
Right, literally and figuratively. Correct. I agree.
I think the simpler explanation is better, that it just crashed. That's the simplest explanation, so it's probably true.
No.
Yeah, if they wanted to get rid of them, those guys, they could just crash them. Yeah, no one would find them in the
Nobody has
Indian
debunked
Ocean.
the videos that got leaked yet. I mean, the guy has a $150,000 check. I know it's kind of cheesy to do that, but that's how he actually got popular. I mean, he's gone to conventions. He even went to the most recent one about, I don't even know if you believe in the thunderstorm generator, but I mean, he went and talked about this. You could find him. His name is, just type in Ashton Malaysian Air Flight guy on Google or whatever. His X will pop up. He talks about it, brings in on scientists, live debates, has debated millions of people, not millions, but like people just like you. I mean, he's willing to debate, is what I'm saying, and he's more logical into it when it comes to the flight paths.
Well,
All of this is on record.
how do you debate? How do you debate something that you have no physical evidence for?
Well, you do. You do have physical evidence. The evidence that was
Well, you've
leaked
got a
about
video.
Trump.
You've got a video where a plane disappears.
And there's also evidence of talking to locals about the plane going over when they were in fishing boats. A lot of stuff adds up.
What
And
area?
also right around the time that it disappeared. And also the weird thing is there's a U.S. military base where it supposedly jumps towards, because there's 3 balls that go in circle around this thing. I think it's plasma. A lot of the other people do too. They harness plasma. If you look at it through a heat signature lens, which is still on there, and not just like the original lens.
I think it's fairy floss. Prove me wrong.
I talked to a guy the other night, 2 hours trying to debunk this thing that did video editing, and he wasn't sure. We went step by step, frame by frame for about 2 hours, and it's only probably about a minute long, talking about this, finding clips, finding something wrong about this, talking about heat signatures, all this stuff. I still stand from the case that it was. There's 3 balls circling it, and there's a 4th ball to where it teleports to. It's like a rubber band. And I mean, if you're any type of conspiracy theorist, of which I think you are, if you lean on flat Earth, Hollywood and stuff does this all the time. Talking about this type of thing, different dimensions.
How long after it took off did it disappear?
Have you seen the video?
No, I'm asking, like, after it took off, how long did it before it disappeared?
It was literally just milliseconds. It was so fast.
Oh, well, it took off from Malaysia. So what do you mean?
Oh, he's talking about the flight.
Right.
I'd have to look it up. I don't know, probably about an hour or something. It kind of directed off the main path, which is already awkward.
So it disappeared while it was still over Malaysia, or?
It was in the sea. It was in the Indian Sea. It went right over the sea. This is what he's talking about. If it crashed, it would have been in the sea.
It takes ages to get from Malaysia to the Indian Ocean.
Right. Well, I'm not sure. The point is, though, it redirected its path to a certain area, which this drone was already sitting, hovering. A 360 drone was there to capture it, so it knew the drone or whatever knew.
So where was this footage taken from?
Hold on, I'm at 8%. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll grab my phone. I'll grab my phone charger. I'll come back if you still are interested, because I'm still interested in this topic, honestly. But I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
So the fact is, they have pings from the engines for what, 10 more hours, and so it didn't just disappear. They know where it was based on those pings, roughly, and that's why they were searching in a specific spot near Australia.
You know, not necessarily near, but off the coast of the west, off the west coast of Australia. Maybe what they say is close to 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles off the coast.
There's been a fairly recent analysis done by this guy who looked at a ton of ham radio data, because apparently ham radio operators are they can actually detect slight differences when a plane flies through their signal. And he just gathered thousands and thousands of this, and took him several years. And he has a new place where he thinks that it actually crashed. And so that's part of the ocean that hadn't been searched yet. So who knows? Maybe someday they'll find it if they follow his new idea. I mean, this is just sort of mainstream stuff. He's not doing anything unusual, but he may have found the place where it actually crashed.
So Larry, you see the video I put up?
No, what'd you post?
You know Steve from Gamers Nexus?
Mm-hmm.
He level 1 techs, and they're talking about how Google has made search actually worse. That's interesting.
Kind of cut out there at the end.
Sorry, my voice was killing out too. Sorry. But anyway, yeah, it was interesting that, it's like, hey, Google has an interest in keeping you on their page. I'm like, yeah, probably because they put out ads.
Right. Yeah, I like the way that Steve is extremely meticulous. And, it's a whole group there. So Gamers Nexus is extremely meticulous the way that they do their testing. They do it in such a way that they eliminate all the variables as much as they possibly can. And a lot of people might think that a channel like that is extremely dry, whereas other channels like Jay's 2 Cents, they're a little more fun. But I prefer Steve. I prefer the dry stuff.
Yeah.
So I really like Gamers Nexus.
Indeed, man.
Not that I hate Jay's 2 Cents, but
He has his points of view, and his as far as hardware goes, I mean, like, Jay's good for a lot of things, especially if you want to know how something's performing. But if you want, like, the breakdown of the latest card that just came out and if it's going to do what you need it to do, yeah, Gamers Nexus all the way.
Does anybody have any evidence of curvature, axial rotation, or can demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
No, I still haven't come up with my 200K to buy that whirly diggy that tells you that the Earth is spinning.
Whirly diggy.
I can't think of what it's called, man, but you know what I mean.
Ring laser gyroscope?
Yes, that word.
Pardon? I'm around in general. I won't be here though. I need to go to MRL because we're doing a big network kind of. Nah, that's very kind of you, but it sounds like you timed it perfectly for me not to be here. Typical. Nah, thanks, man.
Somebody's hot mic.
Yeah, I was just wondering what that combo was.
No, I've heard of Rocco's.
Rocco's Modern Life?
Doing it next time.
That shows the bee's knees back in the 90s.
Hey, Larry. Was it you earlier who brought up the term level? The word level.
Somebody's hot micing over you.
Oh. Can you hear me okay?
I think it's Kendall. Hey, Kendall, can you mute yourself if you're not talking? Go ahead.
Was it you who mentioned the term level not long ago in the last 10 minutes in the dictionary?
I don't think so.
Oh, damn it.
I may have, along with eggs, but eggs is gone.
Okay, yeah. That was the conversation we were having earlier. Okay, I just brought it up because I thought I heard someone mention it. But it was interesting because we were talking about the term level, right? And yeah, eggs brought up the Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition of the term level. And it was pointed out that in the first clause of the definition, like there was two sections, 1 and 2, and each one there was like 2 or 3 points each. In the first block, there were two literally contradicting definitions of the term. And we were going back and forth on it. It was really interesting. The first one was literally pointing out a parallel line, horizontal, or parallel to the horizon, i.e. horizontal. And the other one saying something about a curved path of equal elevation along the curvature of the Earth. And we're going back and forth on this. It's like, how do you have in one point basically a line with a slope of 0 and a point right next to it saying a line with an infinite number of slopes?
Well, okay. I'll explain a little bit if you'll give me a minute. All right?
Okay. You want to bring it back up? Oh.
Yeah, I'm not going to bring it back up. I'm more or less going to clarify for you. Okay? It's basically describing two instances and two ways. Like the adjective actually applies to situations. Like on a globe, you would say that something is level if at 2 points you can show that it is at the same height or distance from the center of the Earth. Okay, that's the one that's like over, a curved surface and a plane. Okay, like over the curved surface of the Earth. The second is describing the one that you're thinking of that just ignores everything and just says, hey, we have a line, this is what level is. That's the best way to describe it. I put the definition out there only to try to not muddy the waters, but just make it clear. So there's more clarity, because a lot of times we come across to each other and we're describing two different instances. You're describing what it'd be like on a flat plane where Earth is continuously flat, and we're describing what it's actually like on a globe. Okay, so
not quite. That's not true. Carry on.
no, but that's how we come talking across each other. That's why I put that definition out there, is that it more clarifies what where we come from with a globe position where you can actually just yes, it has contradicting definitions as far as like yes, one is a curved surface and the other one is a plane. But no,
Sorry, Mick,
so
what were you talking
what's
about,
your
Mick?
problem with the definition anyway?
Were you talking about the term horizontal, Mick?
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I didn't have anything to do with the horizontal conversation part of that. I'm sorry.
I was talking to Mick. Were you talking about the term horizontal or level?
Level, wherein in one definition, one clause in the definition, it literally highlights the term horizontal, right? Point A was a parallel line to the horizon, i.e. horizontal, literally. And the other one, point 2, it's a curve that basically, is of equal elevation over the curved surface.
But X makes a decent argument also that on a flat plane or a globe, you would have a curve on your horizon. And that's what he was talking about a lot. That's where a lot of the back and forth was going on. And I'm like, yeah, you don't understand. It's basically if you look out and there's a limiting to your ability to see, your horizon would definitely be curved because that distance would be the same no matter where you're looking out, and that would make a 360, which we refer to as a circle, which would be curved. Just how far that distance is and how much you can see of the curve at once.
So I guess the point in contention is whether that curve is due to our perception or there's literally a physical component to that.
Yeah.
I don't see no curved. I don't see what you're talking about. Honestly, I don't.
Okay. You know how a compass works?
Lines itself with the opposite of the pole.
Yeah, basically you can pick a distance, and from the center there will be an equal distance to any point on the circle. If you're understanding, which would be the radius, I think. Yes, radius is half. Diameter is the full length from one end to the other.
What?
It's a reification fallacy. What
Did you say compasses prove globe?
No, it doesn't prove either way. That's one of the problems, and I don't know, but it helps a lot when he describes it, because like I understood what he was saying, and a lot of it was a little bit of when I heard the conversation. Sometimes there's people weren't getting the idea that like he's talking about like if you literally can only see so far, well, that will form a curve if that distance is equal from you no matter where you look. Like, as long as there isn't a mountain or something in your way.
The key takeaway I remember from that conversation was basically in any language, we have terms, I should say, used in different contexts that mean the complete opposite. Or at least this was his claim.
Well, and that is possible.
This is nothing different. Right? Now, we pointed out to him that indeed you can have terms that are used differently in different contexts, but this seems to be, or at least in different contexts, meaning different things. Like one example was if you're dusting something, to dust, if you have like a dust feather or whatever, you're removing dust away from something, versus if you're dusting a cake, you're putting, quote, dust or dust sugar flakes or whatever on the cake, right?
Oh yeah.
But these terms are used in different contexts to mean the opposite thing. But this seems to be the only term, at least to my knowledge, that it's the same context, just supposedly or just at different scales, right?
Hang on, can I give you an example of something that might help clarify? Like, it's okay. A legal document. Name just about any legal document. Most of them will have some part of them that gives you definitions of particular words in the document. The reason for that is that there are words that can be, have different definitions and may not apply in the exact way that they are talking about in the document that you might use when you're reading the legal document. That's why you want to have those definitions in the document. So therefore you can actually, it's like, hey, well, this is what this means and this is what this means. We are talking about this. That's giving clarification, basically.
Yeah, but that's just more to hone in on the context, right? The contextual definition, so as to not misconstrue context.
Exactly, my friend.
Right. But here we have the same context with the same term meaning two opposite things. Right? Like a good example. Hey?
You ever heard of language communities?
What term are you guys talking about?
The term level.
Level.
Hey, Mick, have you ever heard the term language communities? Or a language community?
No.
Basically, a group of people. Doesn't have to be near in geographically or anything, but people who share language and share a way to talk about things. And it's quite possible, It's not even possible. It happens all the time everywhere where two different language communities will use the same word in radically different ways.
Like
and those words could be directly opposite each other. But the only thing that's important is that those communities, when talking to each other, know what they're talking about. And the problem is that when they start trying to talk to each other, they run into problems because each of them thinks they know what the other one's meaning, and they don't.
Right. I mean, that seems okay and worth, settling, right? But if these are colloquial terms, for example, then that seems reasonable to try and duke it out colloquially or socially. Here we're talking about definitions in a dictionary, in the same dictionary, two adjacent lines to each other. This is what I find bizarre.
And the dictionary will contain both definitions. They'll have the definition from each language community. Even if they are directly contradicting each other, they're not going to say this is how this one language community uses it and the other uses it this other way. They'll just put both of them in there.
But are they contextually distinct? And then they're just trying to duke out what they mean by the term by specifying the context they're using it?
No, I don't think there's any duking out. I think that's how can I say this? It depends on the people using the words. If the people using the words want to understand each other, they will. If they want to fight with each other, they'll do that too.
Yeah, I mean duking out. I mean like sorting out the differences.
Yeah, but if you want to understand what people mean by level, just ask them.
Honestly, this is such a waste of time.
It's really weird that it's really weird that we live in a society to where they tell you, well, just because that definition exists, because a group of people have agreed to put this in a book, and then they tell you something that goes against every fiber of your body to realize that it doesn't make no sense logically. It's just stupidity, and it's accepting a false reality. For instance, okay, eventually you're going to see in the dictionary that a woman can be a man if they feel this way. Now,
Not without a
logically,
circular reasoning.
logically,
be careful.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You can ban me for this shit. I'm going to fucking stand on truth. Logically, we know that that's bullshit. All of us know.
You do that, big boy.
Kind of off topic.
But it's still the same because definitions, just because everybody agree to it, doesn't make it right, doesn't make you accurate. Just because people are idiots and they want to believe something. So when someone says, hey, level is curved and flat is curved, you're a fucking retard if you want to believe that. But the rest of us, like, we are smart enough to know that no, that's not what it means. But because a definition came out in a book, in several books, all of a sudden you want to adhere to that? I'm just saying, dude, fucking wisen up, bro. Like, grow some balls. Enough for real.
Yeah, a little bit backwards, Buck Fun. The definitions go into the book based on like popularity and usage. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm
like,
saying.
For instance,
I know.
The word selfie.
I know.
Some like a group of men didn't just decide, oh, we're gonna put the word selfie in there and hope it catches on. No, it caught on, and then they were like forced to put it in the dictionaries.
Right, because the consensus, because the majority of the people have a new, they have a new word and they have a new definition for that word, and it means something different to them to what it used to mean.
Exactly.
So then they put it in
selfie
there.
never used to mean anything. It was a new word completely. But anyways,
exactly.
So now when the majority of people are being indoctrinated from a young age to believe that the Earth is a globe and there's a curved level, then it makes sense that they'd include it in the dictionary. You can't be mad at the dictionary for it.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's crazy to me that a group of people are going to then like agree. Yeah. Let's put flat means curve. Yeah, that makes fucking sense, right? Idiots.
A group of people didn't agree on this, man. Again,
no.
A group of people were forced to put it in the dictionary, or agreed to put it in the dictionary because it was used by the majority of people.
A group of people agreed to that because they're saying there's a larger group of people saying this bullshit. So we're going to adhere to the bullshit. We're going to say flat is curved and level is curved.
They don't know it's bullshit though. They don't like. It's not like they know it's bullshit and still include it. They believe it too.
Well, okay, you're right. Maybe they are idiots as well, and there's a bunch of idiots running the dictionary.
Okay, can I just at least tell you one thing, dude? We are not saying flat is curved. We're saying level is curved in that definition.
Yeah, let me get in just for a second. I'll be super quick.
Go ahead.
So yeah, these guys are not idiots. They just have a worldview that they're adhering to. Whereas the flat earthers are going to adhere to the abyssal planes as our foundation. We understand what level means, and there's Great Plains and Salt Flats and Armageddon and all kinds of plains all over the world, from Canada to the Great Plains of USA. Right. So we understand what level means, right? Their understanding of what level means, they ignore all the planes and they say level adheres to the curve because that's their foundation, right, of their worldview. And when I say worldview, I mean like the literal meaning. Their view of the world is level is curved. So we kind of have to let them use the word however they want to, even though it sounds crazy to us, and we would never hang a picture on the wall and ask our wife, hey, is this picture curved? Right? Because we know the word isn't synonymous. But to them, somehow it is.
No, that's not to us. No.
No, it is. It is. No, you're right.
No, it's not.
Larry. Exactly right.
Well, why don't you ask us what we think instead of telling us what we think?
Because we know what you think.
Does sea level mean flat?
Sea level is an elevation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so does elevation, right? Does elevation run horizontal?
I'm just curious if Larry actually heard my answer, though.
Is elevation run?
It's an elevation.
Yes.
Okay.
An elevation from what?
From its average. They calculate mean sea level as an elevation, a height of the sea.
Okay, to you, what is elevation? Like, where is it? Where is it taking its position?
No, but that's one of the different meanings of level.
It's a
level
simple
has
question.
multiple meanings depending on what context in which it's used.
I know. We established there's stupidity.
I wasn't talking to you, Parkfun. I was talking to Larry, man.
That's fine, but I'm just asking you, where did you get when you say elevation? When you say elevation, it's a level. So sea level, it's a measurement of elevation. That elevation is 0, right? Meaning the starting point, right? So then if you drew everything around that starting point on the XYZ chords, right? The way everything's built, where does your curve come in?
It's always there.
Okay, well, we're back to stupidity. Got it. Don't worry.
Well, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's stupid.
Yeah, no, it's because I do understand it. Is that I know?
No, you don't.
That's the point, Scott. You're still lost. It's all right. It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So let me ask you a question. These tectonic plates, right? You know what a plate of metal is, right? And abyssal plains and Great Plains and salt flats, like you think they're all curved?
Yes.
At some point.
Okay. So level is curved. The plains, the abyssal plains, the Great Plains, the salt flats, level is curved.
They're curved, yes.
Okay. So when I hang the pictures, would
different
it be
level?
So
it's a different level.
Different level.
Different meaning. Yes.
So there's a different definition.
Different meaning. Yes. Yes. The word level has multiple meanings.
So the one that's convenient to explain your curved earth, that's when
I wouldn't say it's
utilize
different meaning. It's different scale.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
It has different meaning.
Like one side of the picture frame to the other,
amazing.
there's still gonna be curvature there, like according to your model, but it's just gonna be so small and negligible.
No, in the picture frame it won't. The picture frame, well, depending how straight the picture frame is, but
so using straight picture frames, let's use that, Scott. If you were to build a picture frame large enough to keep it level, okay, large enough to where
what kind of level are you using?
So where it expands, obviously a curved globe level. Obviously, if we're to build a picture frame to where it expands for 150 miles, okay, there's a huge fucking picture frame. Is the top of that frame still level in your world?
No, it'd be
right?
curved. It would be curved.
It would. Yeah. What a
It would have
fucking
to be curved if we're going to follow the curve
bullshit
of the
you're
Earth.
dealing with,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, this is why. This is
Well,
why I
you
brought up
asked me.
earlier. This is why I brought up earlier that stupid fucking subject that we're not even supposed to talk about, because that is the amount of insanity that I hear when you say this shit.
Dude, you seem upset. You okay?
Yeah, because you're so
You okay, man?
lost. You're so
You okay?
bro. Yeah, because a lot of guys think
Okay,
that
good.
Yo,
they get
Scott, shout
pregnant.
out to you, Scott. The patience is
Hey,
insane, dude.
You're
Good
by
not
the
going
job.
to hurt
way,
yourself, are you?
yeah, I was going to say, by the way, before I came across this definition of level, I started to have headaches every time there'd be a flat earther to try to use it as a gotcha. Until I found this definition, and then I'm like,
You
okay,
jump
so we're
on.
basically not talking about the same thing.
No, we're not.
Unbelievable. This is the asinine society we live in, to where
Objection ad hom.
But yeah, it is what it is, bro. I don't care what fucking fallacy is being used. The fact is that we live in a society to where people believe the dumbest shit, and then they're backed up by the dictionary, so they justify their dumb shit and they claim
Well,
it to be true. It's
I
crazy.
agree. There are people who believe in some dumbass shit, like the Earth is flat. I
Right,
agree.
like Scott believes that dogs has a wife. Dogs are God. He believes he has a wife. That's what he believes, even though his wife has a dick. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm done with this bullshit.
Who? What?
Dogs
Wow.
are gods. Every time he talks about his wife, it's a guy, bro. He has a male husband. He has a husband, bro.
Who are you
Says,
talking
"This is
about?
my wife. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Your wife has a dick."
Apocryphon, why are we talking about people that aren't here?
My bad. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Objection.
It sounds
Relevant.
angry about something.
Objection sustained.
Name your objection, bro. You have to say objection.
I said relevant.
Okay, sustained.
But back to this whole definition nonsense. I mean, you guys understand that definitions really, they're temporary, right? They're a way to communicate to each other. And if we want to understand each other, we do our best to understand the way that person's trying to use that term to represent some kind of concept. Or if we want to just, be engaged in battle for some bizarre reason, then we're going to misunderstand what they say. And so, our attitudes make all the difference.
When we're building something and we're building it level, that means there's no change in elevation from left to right. So when you think that you can build something on a globe to where from one point to another it's level, which also is represented by a straight line, which
I
is
disagree.
horizontal. I know you disagree, but this is why you're an idiot. So when you're building something with a horizontal line to establish your level position, then from left to right, that means that point there, it's equal distance to the parallel that it's created to the ground below it. So then if you have this position for miles and miles and miles and miles, as far as the eye can see, if you're saying, well, way at the end it's curving, but it's also still level, because level is a curved line that goes around the ball and keeps a certain elevation in a round way, then that's no longer a flat level measurement.
Well, see, you're obviously not listening again, because I didn't say where at the end it's curving, did I?
You
What
think
did
it's
I say?
curving at your feet. You think it's
Yes.
curving 1 foot away
Yes,
from
I
you.
do. Yes, I do.
I know, it's retarded.
How much do you think it's curving? How much do you think I think it's curving?
In your world, it's 0.0000000.
Yes, correct.
That's fucking retarded. You are retarded.
Why is that retarded?
Because you want to know why? Because there's fucking, you get built
Why
next
ask?
to a mountain where the ground goes up, you idiot. How about that? What's your curvature next to a mountain, you fucktard?
Well,
Like
elevation would change at a mountain, wouldn't it? Like if you're not going inside of it or something.
If the ground is curving up from you, you dumb shit, what's your curvature? You dumb fuck.
Wow.
Wow. I love you, man.
I'll chill. I'm a rough day today. I'll shut up. I'll mute myself.
Apparently.
Don't
you
worry.
mute
Take it
yourself.
easy,
Gotcha,
man.
dude.
Just breathe. I've learned to do it myself. It's something that I've learned. I came from the other side, and I need to breathe.
Yeah, I don't care if you make your arguments, Apocryphon. Just hold back on the personal attacks if you can.
I know. I appreciate you. I'm just gonna mute myself.
Hey, Pac, I'm going to post for you something. An interaction I had with Gregory this afternoon.
Oh, yeah? Was it even hotter than that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed Gregory's starting to get, well, he's not here. Never mind.
Give it a listen. It's hilarious. I lost my shit. It was so funny.
I tried not to laugh. I left my button unpressed because I couldn't. And I understand that that's some of what other people were doing when I probably first came to this channel. Is laughing, and then, you gotta learn to just be chill a little bit.
Tell that to some people. Some people got no chill.
Yeah.
Not talking about anybody.
Oh. It's fine, Larry. I know. But, yeah, I do love our civil conversation that does happen from time to time in here.
Cobra-Tech knives are some of the best of the world. If you don't know, now you know.
One thing I found kind of interesting about the level definition thing, I think it was QE who came in not long ago, and he brought up this very point that this definition thing in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, it's the only one that actually makes this distinction. If you look at there's like some encyclopedia, maybe another other dictionary, like there were 3 or 4 sources he looked at, and it's like there's no alternative definition akin to like this curvature oriented definition in any of the other ones except for the Merriam-Webster. Now, of course, we didn't go through all the dictionaries, right? But of the ones that we looked at, this is the only one that stood out.
Yeah, there was one though that's pretty similar, but it doesn't involve a curve. It just refers to elevation.
And that's why I don't like Merriam-Webster.
I found it was like dictionary.com if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% though. I have to go look again.
Mm-hmm.
No, just like Larry said, you don't say, "Hey, does this frame look level?" Like you don't say, "Does this frame look curved, guys?" Because they're not.
I know. We don't.
Synonyms. They're not the same. They are not
No,
the same. They are not one and the same.
Yes, those of us who believe that level is curved do not ask if the frame is curved.
Dude, it's like you guys need to be put in a mental hospital, bro. Weird.
It's all good. Like I said,
I'm not the one who needs help.
Can't you manufacture things to be absolutely straight?
No.
Well, Scott,
you can try.
Crazy people know they're crazy. Scott.
So you have no horizontal or like no. No, of course you can manufacture. Hold on, guys, hold up. What about plumb? You just manufacture something to be plumb.
You can try. Really damn hard.
That's a percentage. This is their wiggle room out of it. What they do is there's no perfect 90 degrees. It's 0.00000 off of 0. So it's no longer as 0. Like this is their get out of jail card free right here. They try to do this all the time. They say there's no
it doesn't make the definition, right?
Hold up. So let's say there's a tree, right? And I'm cutting just a little itty bitty 2x4 or like a 2x2 or something like that. Like let's say it's yeah, it's really really thin, maybe like just a few inches across and like maybe a meter or two long, and so when it's flat when it's up and down, it's definitely straight. Now, when I hang it to the side, the only thing that would be causing it to curve would be its weight, right?
I'm not following.
I have like a piece of wood that's like a meter by long and like 2 inches width and depth. Okay.
Okay.
Like I just cut it out straight from a tree. Let's say. Now, when it's up and down like that, where I got it from, how I got it from the tree, is going to be perfectly straight because it's plumb. The tree grew straight out of the ground, right? When I flip it horizontally, then it's still going to be straight except for the weight of it, from one end to the other. Like if I'm holding it in the middle or whatever, like the ends will kind of like weigh down a bit, and probably not even noticeably. It'll probably still look completely straight. So. And I'm sure you could do the same thing with like steel. You could probably, like pour molted metal down and, plumb, have it cool down, have a completely straight bar, and then hold it sideways, it's going to be straight. At what point does it become curved level?
Well, if you're doing it vertically by, making it straight, I guess you can probably get it pretty straight. And at that point, it's never curved level. It's straight.
Okay, so then wouldn't the picture frame be straight because it's a straight piece of wood?
That's what I said.
When does the plumb bob?
It's only Apocryphon is telling you that we call that curved.
You're looking.
Demux here. Sorry.
It depends on the type of wood, actually. If it's like the type of wood where it's like they have it into a bunch of pieces, I forget what it's called. Like what's it called? Plywood or something like that? No. Plywood?
Yeah. Well, I'm a woodworking hobbyist, right? I've built 3 beds and several vanities.
And there's that fake wood that's really weak. That fake wood that's really weak.
And I can promise you, it's really, really, really hard to get wood straight, especially with a hobbyist.
Yeah, my wood's not straight.
Set. Yeah, it's really hard to get wood straight.
Was he just talking about LSB? You talking about plywood made of little pieces?
Yeah, LSB? It's like the really weak fake wood that like basically breaks easily.
It's OSB. It's a chip. It's like chips and glue, basically.
That stuff like you would expect. You'd expect it would conform if the level is curved with curved level. But if it was just like a straight piece of solid wood, then
if you got it wet and then slowly bent it, yeah. But I mean, if you wanted to conform it with something that was bent,
the idea is that the way they manufacture it to be level, and if level is curved, then they manufacture it to be curved. It's just those pieces are so small. Pieces are so small.
Holy shit!
I mean, the point here is that in the sense of building things, everything's going to be built either horizontal or vertical, and then together they're going to be the foundations of anything being built. I mean, look at how flat a table of where they make glass at. It has to be perfectly flat for them to make glass. Oh yeah,
it has to be perfectly level, right?
Yeah, exactly. It has to be
perfectly flat enough.
Okay. So you could have a ball shaped table and build glass. Is that what you're saying?
No,
you could build a. Okay, well that's my point, Scott. My point
has to be flat enough,
dude. Okay.
So let's say we have glass. We have molten silica, right? And we have it in this contraption where it's like it's being dried out vertically. So you have this plumb pane of molten silica drying out into be a pane of glass. All right.
They make glass. They make glass on water.
Right. They do, which is perfectly
really?
Okay, but the water itself is, they argue that the water's curved level, so it doesn't help.
Hold on, percentage. What's the numeric value for flat enough, Scott?
Flat enough so the person who wants it or who's going to pay for it will pay you for it.
Yeah, but what's the numeric value for flat enough?
I have no idea.
It's a
okay. So then why did you invoke flat enough if you don't know what flat enough is?
Exactly.
It's 45 nanometers.
Because I know
forget.
what people are willing to pay for, and I know what
Yeah.
a,
Well,
a
okay. So you
manufacturer
know.
will be
Oh,
willing to
this is
do.
interesting. Let's get into the minutia of what you know.
I
So
know.
you know
Let's get
what
in the
the people.
minutia now.
Yeah.
So you can show that nobody
you
knows
know.
anything. Yep.
Well,
Go ahead.
no, that you don't.
Yep. No.
Other
That's
people can
that's
know
what you're
things,
always
but
going for.
obviously you don't. So what do you know, Scott?
I know that
What's flat?
people have. I know that people have tolerances in when they build things.
Okay. So
Everything ever built is built to a tolerance.
yeah. So when you're saying that nothing's or something has to be curved, right? Is that what you're saying? Things have to be curved?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so it can be flat.
Nothing ever is.
Nothing ever is. So
No, they're
then
built to a
what?
tolerance.
So do you want us to throw out the word flat then?
I don't care what you do, man.
Well, why do people agree on the word flat?
Because it makes conversation easier.
Conversation easier. So when I describe something, I'm making conversation easier. I'm not describing the surface of something.
You're certainly not saying anything is perfectly flat.
So who said perfectly? Why did you use a qualifier there?
That's what flat means, right?
No, it doesn't mean perfectly. You added that addendum.
What does it mean then?
Flat.
Okay, come on.
How is flat different from perfectly flat?
Percentage.
I feel like we're going down like a rabbit hole here.
No, this isn't a rabbit hole. This is Scott
conversations.
Mackey's sophistry, and I want to expose it every time he's in here. Every time he tries to spin everybody's wheels, I want to show him how he's always pointing to things that he doesn't understand. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, also, if you want a little bit of context, I don't know how much you heard there. We were talking about in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. There's the definition of level, right? And in the first paragraph, right, there's 2 points with 2 subsections. And in the first paragraph, first point, 1A, it describes level as being defined as a line that is parallel to the horizon, i.e. horizontal. Literally, it says this. And then the bullet point right after that, it says it's basically a curve that adheres to that is parallel to the surface of the curvature of the Earth. Right. So in one paragraph, there's 2 contradictory statements, and Merriam-Webster is the only one, to my knowledge, and I think to everybody's knowledge here right now, of all the dictionaries that we looked at, that actually states this. Go ahead.
You're right. Yeah, no. So
I'd be surprised if it's the only one.
Yeah, well, you'll get ready to get even more surprised because it is the only one, and it's in the adjective. I know all of this, Mick. We've done this like many times before you entered the flat Earth scene.
Okay,
I know
figured
it's the first adjective that's being used there, only in that one place and only that one time. So I challenge you: if you think that it says it everywhere, it doesn't.
Yeah, Kiwi pointed out the other night. It's the only one. Go ahead.
Yeah,
what difference does it make?
Well, the difference is because you can't use it to you can't use it to bolster your argument, Scott. That's why. So once again, yeah. Well,
stupid.
When we talk about flat, you always add the qualifier perfectly. No one here says perfectly. Yeah, you do. You just did in the previous argument before everybody started talking. You said
talking
perfect.
about it. We were talking
well,
about
nobody
a table
knows
or
anything
glass.
perfectly flat. Who said perfectly?
Hey, Miggy, just real quick.
Then again, you never want to specify just perfectly flat and flat is, right?
Just real quick, Miggy, just real quick. In the Oxford Dictionary, as an adjective, when the word level in the adjective of it says similar is perfectly horizontal or perfectly vertical. That would be by definition in the Oxford Dictionary.
Sure.
So there you go.
But the problem is when we use the term flat, it not necessarily does it ever stand for to be perfectly, because surfaces of things can be porous, so we can't always count on it being perfect. But that's in the
on a microscopic level.
Yeah, we have to specify, right? So specifically, we use that perfectly in certain instances, not in everyone. So that's why I was asking him, when he uses the word flat, he has to qualify with perfectly.
But it just depends on what you talk about, right? So, well, you know what? Your faint exasperation ain't going to make this easier, Scott. Every single time you see me in here, I'm going to do the same thing every time you bring this up. Because you can't win. The truth always wins. So, self-evident, right? That's what we talk about in here. We always have to make it known to you and every other glober that comes in here that the Earth isn't a globe. It's not measurably a globe. It's not observed as a globe. So the burden of proof is on you.
I know.
No.
And we've met it.
No, you didn't. In your mind, you
have.
might have. Your imagination.
Well,
not in reality.
Me and 8 billion other people on the face of this earth. Yeah.
No, that's a lie. 8 billion other people ain't following you. Some of the people don't even know their ass from a pipe wrench. So yeah.
Whatever. They still believe it's a globe.
Look at how many people come in here and think that the Earth is a globe. How long do you think we've been doing this, Scott? And asking every individual that comes in here if they know the Earth's a globe.
There's about 8 billion people. There's about 8 billion people think it's a globe. Deal with it.
I know. So belief.
Get over it.
Belief doesn't equal right. It just means they have a thought about it. They don't know it's a globe. That's the problem, right?
Still a globe, though.
What do you mean so? No, it's not.
It's still a globe.
Why? Because people believe it in mass. You
now what
you just
that's
done.
Not why it's a globe.
But you apparently to you said 8 billion people know it's a globe. You just said that 8 billion people know it's a globe.
Yes, I did. Right? In what context did I say it? What was I responding to?
Well, in ignorance, the context of ignorance.
What was I responding to, though?
What do you mean? What are you responding to?
Yeah,
you're talking about the conversation. The conversation at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Are you lost? We're talking about
Not
that.
At all.
You're trying to state that everybody knows that the Earth is a globe, right? 8 billion people.
Most people do, yes.
Most people, like I said, don't understand the globe. So how are they able to know that? Yes, it does matter.
Why?
How can you say you know something if you don't know how to articulate your point of how you know something is true? We ask everybody diligently, day in and day out, 24/7, dude.
How many people who drive a car know how the car runs?
No, that's not the point. We're not going to use any analogy. No, I don't give a shit about analogy.
Do they know their car runs?
No, specifically the Earth. I don't give a shit about a car right now. We're only caring about what they know about the Earth.
I can give you, 25 other examples off the top of my head of things people don't know how they work, but it works.
We're only talking about the Earth, the thing that people are standing on.
And so why do they need to know why do they need to know how it's a globe to know that it's a globe?
Because they don't know it's a globe. What do you mean? They're being told that it's a globe, and they're believing in mass. Because individuals such as yourself who should know, you hold a degree or whatever type of math that you know, because you do know some math, right? Got to give it to you sometimes. Problem is, you're using that math to then bolster an argument that you have no knowledge on. You don't know the Earth's a globe.
But I do. No, I do.
You believe it.
No, I know it.
How do you know? That's a truth claim. How do you know? Can you know that the Earth is 100% a globe?
Yes.
How? Demonstrate to the audience that you know
100%. By every observation I've ever made.
An observation. You've seen primary evidence. You have primary evidence that the Earth is a globe. Where can we go and get this primary evidence, such as you?
You can go watch a sunset.
Oh, and I can tell the geometry of the Earth by watching a sunset?
Yes, you can.
How? Can you describe?
At least you should be able to.
Describe to everybody how you see a sunset and know that the Earth is a geometric shape. Do it.
Get on an aeroplane and keep going in one direction, and you'll arrive back to where you started from.
Well, let him answer, Henry. Don't say
that's the answer. That's the answer.
A circle isn't exclusive to a globe, Henry.
Yeah, wasn't asking you, Henry. Gotta let Scott. He's a big boy. He can do it himself. So, back to the question: how does a sunrise or sunset tell us that the Earth is a geometric shape? Go.
Because I understand trigonometry, and if the sun is above you, and it would have to be on a flat plane, it can never go below 0 degrees angular elevation. It couldn't even ever go below 45, most likely.
Have you ever seen the sun below 0 degrees elevation?
Oh yeah, lots of times.
Okay, so what is 0 degrees elevation? What is it based on?
I would base the 90 degrees off vertical.
Yeah, and so is there a horizontal that it's based off of as well?
It's irrelevant.
Answer the question, sir.
The horizontal is 90 degrees off vertical.
Okay. So we have a horizontal,
Uh-huh.
right?
90 degrees off vertical.
Excellent. So perfect horizontal line, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is this horizontal line the Earth, or is it an
No.
abstract concept?
No.
Is it an abstract concept?
It's a line we can project.
Where? Where in reality can we project this line? Do tell. Tell the audience, Scott.
Well, if you don't understand what it means to project the line, I'm not sure I can help you.
Well, can you help the audience?
I think the audience understands.
No, they don't. You haven't
I think they
articulated
do.
your point.
I think they understand.
Articulate your point, sir.
Anybody's capable of understanding knows what I mean when I say project a line.
Yeah, where are we projecting this line?
You can project it with lots of tools. You can take a theodolite or a total station and project a vertical line, or get an auto level and you can project a line.
You have a projector?
A line of sight, Scott?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, really? So we have a
that
horizontal. Works. Check this out. We have a horizontal line of sight.
Admittedly
by Scott, right?
That's
so
one way of doing it. Yes, completely valid.
Horizontal line. Okay, so does this horizontal line intersect with, I don't know, the horizon?
No.
No. So the horizon doesn't intersect with the horizontal line that you're talking about. So when you say below zero, when you say below 0 degrees elevation, do you mean the horizon where the Earth meets the sky? No.
No.
So the horizontal line does not intersect with the horizon where the sky meets the Earth.
Correct.
Right. Where does this horizontal line intersect? Somewhere
Nothing.
out
It goes off into space.
Off into space. So how do we know where it intersects if we can't tell where it is?
Well, I can tell where it is. Who said we can't tell where it is? Of course we can tell where it is. Yeah.
How can we see invisible lines, Scott? Horizontal lines.
We look through the theodolite.
Really? And what can we see with your theodolite? Can you see the invisible horizontal line that's not there?
No, I don't need to. I see the sun below the line.
You don't need to. You see it below. You see it below an imaginary place.
Yes, I do. That's correct.
So how can anybody else see this invisible imaginary horizontal line that you're projecting?
They can look.
They can look. So they're seeing
a stand on the end of it.
See, they're seeing a sunset, Scott. But see, what they see is the sun disappearing at the line of convergence at the horizon.
I didn't say anything about disappearing, did I?
No, I didn't say you said that. I'm saying that's what people
observe. Then why'd
observe.
You bring it up?
Because people observe this. Now, you said it went below 0 degrees elevation. Now, you are basing this off an abstract concept, which is an imaginary horizontal line that you projected. Now, how can anybody else do this exactly what you said?
They can project the line too.
Really? And how do they know it's exactly where you said it is if they can't see it?
What do you mean exactly where I said it is?
Where's this imaginary horizontal line extending to?
Can we mark
It's really easy. You just get an auto level or a theodolite and you look through it.
So nobody can see it but you.
Yeah. Really simple. Really
simple. You're imagining projections of horizontal lines off into space, and you think that everybody else
look through is the little tool.
The little tool. What's the little tool's name?
How does he know when he hits space?
Do you mean a rangefinder?
Level.
He's already
not
said
a rangefinder.
Tool several times, so
I know.
Yeah, so you are gonna co-sign on what Scott's saying. So do we see an imaginary horizontal line that's projected when you look through the theodolite?
How many times are you gonna ask that same question?
I'm not talking to you, Scott. I'm talking to space.
No.
No, all I said is that you were asking him what the name of the tool is.
Yeah.
And
so
Scott
it sounded like I'm gonna have to put Scott on mute.
The name of the tool several times.
The name of the tool is the theodolite. So let's examine his point because you chimed in. Let's see if you can keep up with what he's talking about. Now, when you see the sun disappear on the horizon, is it an imaginary horizontal line, or do you see it disappearing where the Earth meets the sky on the horizon, sir?
Really don't give a shit.
Well, you should, because you jumped in for him, and now you're saying that he has a point with his, theodolite.
All I said was that he has said the name of the tool several times.
I know, and I'm telling you, sir,
what the name of the tool was.
I'm telling you,
and
with
so
the
I asked
name of the tool.
why you were
so
not.
You got to stop. The name of the tool is a theodolite. We already know this. Now, with that tool, can you see the imaginary horizontal line that's projected by Scott?
I don't know. I've never used the tool.
Okay, so why would you co-sign for what he's saying? Because he said a tool that you've
I
never
didn't.
used.
All
What?
I said was
What did you
that
say?
he has said the name of the tool several
Yeah.
times.
Why do I
And
need to
then
hear
you
you tell
asked
me that? Why do I need to hear you tell me that? I already know what he said. I know the name of the tool, and I know what he's trying to say. I want to know if you know what he's trying to say. I'm asking you,
No,
sir.
I don't.
Okay.
I know what he was
then
trying to say.
you know what's best? To just put yourself on mute and listen to the whole context of what he's saying before you jump in. That's what you should do.
Context.
So for everybody else, yes, the context of what he's saying. Do you know what he was saying? What was he saying?
You were not listening to what he was saying.
What was he saying? I'm asking you. Do tell.
He said the name of the tool.
I know that, but in context, what was his argument? Go.
Okay, fine.
Go.
His context was that he was saying that he could look at things through the tool and see lines.
No, that's not his argument. Nice
Close.
try. Nice try.
That's what he said. I've only been.
No, that's not what he
2
said.
minutes, dude.
Well, then here's the thing: people that jump in without any knowledge of what's being said, you think that's wise, sir?
No.
Will you let me respond?
Yeah. All you got to do is answer. It's a close-ended question. People that jump in mid-conversation without having context, do you think that's wise? Please answer.
Yes.
Okay. So now that you think it's wise to jump in mid-conversation without any context, how are you going to be able to articulate a point that he was saying if you don't know what he's saying, sir?
Good point.
Thank you. All right. For anybody else that's listening to the conversation, well, he skedaddled because he didn't want to let me speak to that gentleman about, interjecting when they don't know the context. I think it's important, right? But see, Scott does this all the time. So his imaginary lines that he projected with his sight basically is what he's saying that he sees going at 0 degrees elevation, or the sun's actually going beneath 0 degrees elevation, which
has to match that.
yeah, they can't choose whether it's the horizon where the line of convergence is, where they see the sun disappearing below the horizon, or it's this imaginary horizontal line that's being projected by their sight called a tangent. Now, this is the problem. They can't make up their mind whether it's a tangent, that line that they're seeing the sun go beneath, or it's the actual horizon where the earth meets the sky. This is their issue, not ours. We know what we're seeing, but that's their problem.
To be fair, Scott was fairly certain it was the horizontal and not the horizon.
Yeah, the line that he projected in space that went off into space. So
yeah,
how
he
can
wasn't
we?
concerned with the horizon.
Yeah, but the problem is he's saying we see the sun go below that. How can you see a sun go below something that's imaginary percentage?
And you're not.
It's an axiomatic truth.
It's not
it's
an
not.
axiomatic truth. Okay,
Yes.
Can you actually see the sun going below 0 degrees elevation to an imaginary line that you projected?
No, if it's imaginary, you can't see
No.
it. If you make it, though, where it would be,
make it.
Then you can see it.
What? How can you make it? Okay, this is going to sound weird. Let me go ahead and tell you. No, not really. Let me go ahead and restate what you just said. So we can basically conjure up an imaginary horizontal line that we project and see a sun go below that. I don't understand how you're co-signing for what he's saying if it's as dumb as rocks, dude. What is wrong with you people? I'm trying to figure this out. You guys have a serious issue. If you're co-signing for what he's saying, yeah, you're basically agreeing with him.
That's not what I said. What you just said right now, that's not what I said. I said if it's imaginary, you can't see it. You can't see imaginary things. Okay?
Then how is it possible that the sun's going below it?
So
how is it possible?
What I'm saying is it's an axiomatic truth that we have 360 degrees around us. We define what a degree is, right? So all the way around us is 360. So from vertical to down is 180. From vertical to horizontal is 90. These are axiomatic truths. We can't see the imaginary horizontal line yet, but because we know that we've defined a degree and it's 90 degrees, we can then make a line where it would be.
No, that doesn't make the dirt and water stop. Were you
It has
imagining
nothing to do with dirt and water. It has nothing to do with the horizon. This is
Yeah, it
what
does.
Scott was saying.
Yeah, it does.
Scott was saying he's defining
No, there's no edge.
the horizontals defined. They're going
He's
to
saying
use
it's
a
going below the
theodolite
horizon.
or whatever it is, total station, to
He's
make
saying
a
it's going
line
below
where the
the horizon.
horizontal would be.
So
And
the
if it goes below
context,
that line, then
yeah.
it's see. This is where I disagree with
so
Scott.
think about this. Think about So think about this. If you disagree with him, that's great. But the problem is he's saying it's going below 0 degrees. Where would 0 degrees be if we're using a
Exactly.
If we're using a protractor, right? You know where 0 degrees is on a protractor percentage?
One end, or is it in the middle?
Yeah. Well,
I don't
no.
remember.
I mean, it would be the line, the baseline of the
Yeah,
protractor.
okay.
So if we're saying that's a baseline of the protractor, where would the baseline be sitting if we were standing on the Earth?
The dirt and water.
So in Scott's paradigm, the baseline is plumb.
Percentage. I'm talking to you, not Scott. Where
Okay,
would you say, like,
from
based
my
on the
understanding, the baseline would be plumb in this case.
Right. So where would that be? Percentage?
So it would be straight up and down between your feet and your head, basically above your head.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we're talking about the 360 that's extending outward radially from you on the surface.
The forward line.
Yeah, the forward line, the surface, the baseline. What would that be considered?
I'm confused. Are we talking about zeniths, like the
No,
azimuth,
sir.
or
No.
are we talking about?
Okay. Let's. I know, Dimag. I think. Listen, for you not to struggle, let's just think about it this way. You have a protractor in your hand. You set it down on the ground. That ground becomes a baseline, correct?
Like the protractor standing up? Sure.
Yeah, you can see the little, dome of the protractor standing up, and then the baseline of it, the flat bottom is
Sure.
sitting on the ground. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, so the protractor, the baseline for that would be the ground, right? That it's set upon.
Sure. Left to right.
So when we measure it in degree of angle, or we see something in a degree of angle, where would the baseline be for our view of the things in the heavens? Or actually, I would say anything we'd see in the sky or above us. If we see something above us in a degree of angle, what is our baseline?
It depends on how you're counting it. Like I've heard it being counted as from vertical, and I've heard it being counted from horizontal.
Baseline is always going to be below you.
Mm-hmm. You're
The
standing
baseline will be
basically.
below you.
Yeah, you're standing on the baseline.
Always going to be below you.
So it wouldn't be the
You're
horizon.
above.
So like in the case of celestial navigation, they do eye height correction, and that puts the baseline on the surface of the water, or where you'd say the surface would be. So when you're doing an angle of view, you're going to be using that baseline, which is the surface of the water. So that's the baseline. Always is. Always has.
Maybe
been.
conventionally, but it need not be.
Yeah. So
it could be that you're using vertical, like absolutely, like as 0, and you're counting from vertical, from your zenith.
But percentage, but that vertical is only created by you establishing the zenith position to be plumb to the position of the horizontal, which is the ground or surface below you. So you can use that zenith. No, hold on. You could use that zenith, but you're going to be deducting it from a calculation of 90 degrees because you are understanding that the ground of where you pulled your vertical, position off of is horizontal from that position, which created the 90 degree.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I could be in like a hole. Okay, I could be.
Where do you think
in a valley, and I could still have horizontal based off of my vertical, or I could define vertical based off of horizontal. You could get either one gives you either one, so it doesn't matter where you start.
Well, we're talking about the baseline of the Earth. So when people are making these angle measurements, they're using the surface of the Earth. I don't know what,
and I'm saying
whatever context you're trying to put this in is not the one that's being used for, like in celestial navigation or in other forms of measuring on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and I made no claims about the usability and those sort of things. I'm just simply saying that what Scott said makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
It's an axiomatic truth that you have a horizontal 90 degrees from vertical.
Bro, listen. You see, I think you play both sides of the field because I think that's why you do what you do. But the problem is, it doesn't matter what you say. It only matters how it's being used. How it's being used is using the surface of the Earth as a baseline. Celestial navigation, astronomy use the Earth as a baseline.
And we're not. That wasn't our contact. Our context. Your context with Scott was proving sunsets.
Who's our
was
context?
how
Are
sunsets
you in
prove
league?
globe.
Are you in league with Scott?
No,
No, I'm just steel manning him because I don't think because what he said was axiomatically true.
No, he wasn't necessarily talking about sunsets. He wasn't. He's
He was
talking
talking
eye
about
level.
sunsets. That's exactly what he was talking about.
Not necessarily. He's just saying you could be on an aeroplane or on the top of a mountain, or you could be like standing at the
No,
beach.
he literally said was
Whatever.
sunsets were proof of globe, and this was his reasoning for
Yeah,
it.
he will say that, but he also says that it doesn't have to necessarily go below the surface, appear to go below the surface of the
of
Earth,
course.
right? It
Because
could just go below
horizontal and horizon are
your
different.
eye level. Right? Eye level. So, like from an aeroplane, if it goes below your eye level when you're on an aeroplane, he's saying that's going below the zero that he's imagining.
So
he's
here's the thing though. When we're doing surface angle measurements, right? Or we're seeing the angle of view to something in the sky. That's the context. Any other analogy or trying to make this fit something else in context is not going to work. So we're only talking about what we can tell from the surface of the Earth because there's an issue. The issue is that they're saying that the surface is curving at a specific rate. So I don't care about being on an airplane or anything else under the dirt. It doesn't matter. You have to be on the surface. That's the context. What we're talking about. Taking it to another example, it's not going to help us get to the point where we're talking about
Miggy, that's not fair. The context
curving.
was your question. Your question is how do sunsets prove globe? And that's what he started talking about. And
he's
axiomatically,
listen,
his stuff.
He's using
let me just finish real quick. I'm going to say how I disagree with him too. But what he was saying in terms of deriving like his proof, that all made sense to me. It was all like if it followed axiomatically. The issue I have is he seems to think that just because the sun is under 0 degrees, that instantly proves globe. Where for me, I would say no, there might be some atmospheric effects, some refraction or something like that.
That's so wrong, percentage.
That would
That's
cause
so wrong.
that.
It's not axiomatic.
Degrees.
Yeah, it's not axiomatic in the case of being on the surface of the Earth. That is incorrect. When you're on the surface, no, it's not axiomatic, dude. Stop saying that. It's not. Axiomatic is being on the baseline of the Earth. When you're on the surface, you're using the surface as your baseline. Now, if that surface is curving, that's the issue. Then you're going to use imaginary tangents. Now, you don't use imaginary tangents if you're using the surface. There's one or the other. Use the
That's
surface.
not what Scott was doing, though. You're misrepresenting what he was saying. He was saying use your vertical as the baseline.
Okay, wait a minute. First of all, hold on real quick. Does anybody know Scott's argument? Because I do. I know exactly why.
We all know his argument.
Well, I don't think percentage does.
You count from zenith. Count from vertical. That's what he's saying.
Does
anybody else know before I continue?
Look, the problem, percentage, is that Scott tries to tell you that if he stands on a mountain and the sun gets to the horizon and then disappears behind it, he's saying I'm higher than the horizon. I'm higher than where that point is. So that is technically the sun is now minus from that 0 degree because his eyes.
No, that's misunderstanding.
Zero. No, hold on, bro.
You're saying horizon. He said horizontal. You're confusing horizon for horizontal right now.
Look, no. You're not understanding. Scott says that the sun, when it goes behind the horizon, okay, then it's below 0 degrees from his position.
No, that's not what he said.
Yes. Oh my God. Then
when it goes below the horizontal, it's at 0 degrees. It's below 0 degrees.
Your eyes.
Horizontal is not the horizon. He's saying that he didn't mention the horizon.
He mentioned sunsets because that. Oh my God.
That's what sunset is, dude. Do you ever see a sunset where it goes below an imaginary point, or does it go below the boundary where the Earth meets the sky percentage? Please answer the question. Please answer the question.
He specifically said he didn't mention anything about disappearing.
I don't care about Scott right now. Don't care. I want you to answer the question. So when you see the sunset, where is the convergence of that sun? Like where you don't see it any longer? Is it on an imaginary tangent, or is it on the horizon where the sky meets the Earth? Answer, please.
You answer the question in your question, man. You can't see imaginary stuff.
I need you to answer it.
I've already answered that. You can't see imaginary things.
You either answer it or be disingenuous, and you're not. I'm just going to remove your talking ability. It's up to you.
Bro, I just said you can't see imaginary things, so that obviously means that it's horizon.
What is the horizon?
The horizon is where the sky meets the ground. We know what the horizon is. Why are you
So we all observe this. Every single human on this forum right now all observe this. We know this.
Yeah, Scott does too. Scott observes it actually disappearing at the horizon. He didn't say
so the
anything
horizontal.
against
Listen,
that.
the horizontal line that extends outward is the surface of the Earth. It's the surface. It's the surface. It's the
No.
surface. Yes. Because
Not
otherwise,
according to what he was saying, man.
According to what he's saying,
You're being
he wants the Earth to be a
disingenuous.
globe. Okay, your talking abilities removed. Here's the problem. You and everybody else like him want to draw imaginary tangents on the surface. It's like putting a ruler on a basketball. That's what he's doing. He wants to say that's how he sees. And you cannot see that because wherever the convergence is, that's where you stop seeing the sun. And that's the 0 degrees. And that's where the sun is going, like according to the celestial sphere, according to that what it's saying there. If you look up the celestial sphere, this is why you and him and everybody else are wrong. The celestial sphere would talk about the 360 degree that's around you, and the sun, when it goes below that, that's 0 degrees. That's a horizontal line on a plane. That isn't a tangent on a ball. So that's why you don't understand what he's saying. I do. So I was giving him an option. Either it's a tangent line on a ball or it's a horizontal plane. The surface of the Earth, according to the celestial sphere, the way it's being projected, is that the 0 degrees is where it's completely horizontal to our position on the surface of the Earth. It's the baseline. Now, you and everybody else will try to spin it to sound like it's the imaginary tangent that you could look off into space, and it's not. It's not. It's never that. That's why they can't turn their 0 degrees into a ball, because they're trying to make it sound like it's an imaginary tangent, and you're making it sound like it's axiomatic. But you're full of shit, because it's the baseline of the Earth, and it always will be. No matter how many of you guys come in here and say it's not, it's just the way it is. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think this is too difficult, right?
AV, you can go shove it. By the way, you know what? I've just posted 2 videos.
You like your talking privileges removed as well? Why don't you just refute what I'm saying instead of coming in there and saying that I don't know what I'm saying? Go ahead, refute what I just said.
Even if you're to go ahead and reify your imaginary line, right? He wants to treat it as being 0. So anywhere along that line, at any point, it's 0 degrees, right? And so at that point, he wants to have no relationship to the ground underneath him. Right?
So he's trying to divorce himself from that.
Right, but if it does have a relationship to the ground underneath him, and he thinks he's on a sphere, then at each point along that line is actually like increasing in distance between the surface and that line, the surface of the Earth. So it's not 0. It's but he just wants that to be, that one single line to be his single and only reference frame to gauge what, where the sun is in relationship to that imaginary line.
Imaginary tangents aren't going to help us understand the surface of the Earth curving at the specific drop over distance rate. If they can tell us that it is indeed curving at that specific rate, then they would have to be able to understand at what rate is it curving. So imaginary tangents with their mathematics are not going to get us to the point where we understand this. We have to know that the surface is not horizontal. It's not a horizontal plane. And if that's true, then it's physically understood. You can be able to measure the drop over the distance. And it's not going to be something that moves. This is the issue with this whole argument. And I think everybody jumps in here like with this misunderstanding, like they can draw tangents in the middle of the air or underground. And no, the baseline is the surface of the Earth that needs to be curving. And if it's not doing that, it is not a sphere or an oblate spheroid.
I really don't think you understand scale or distance or
stop telling me what I don't,
about angle.
Stop telling me what I don't know and refute what I just said. Go.
Or you would actually understand.
Refute what I just said or stay on mute. Refute what I said. Don't just say I'm wrong. Tell me how I am. Go.
Goodbye. Fuck you.
See ya.
I'm just waiting to see him put a stick where that tangent goes past the dirt and water. Just one little stick right there. off the top of the fucking edge of whatever they're claiming Earth is to go that way. Any plumb bob that points back at them that way, I'm waiting to see that matches their line. That's all I want to see.
It's never
Yeah, I
gonna
think I
happen.
summed it up perfectly in the chat. Yeah, we always resolve the surface as flat against the sky.
Mhm.
There, especially when we're at the surface, when we're on it, we always resolve it flat against the sky. So that's the horizon.
Yep.
Is how we resolve the surface against the sky, because the sky is above us, and we can see the sky way better than we can see the surface because we're closer to it.
It's obviously the
Now,
baseline for
I
orientation.
was just gonna ask.
Go
I was
ahead,
just gonna ask if I understood correctly, right? If I'm standing at the top of a mountain and my spine, my my neck and my head are straight out 90 degrees from where my head's pointing, my eyes are going to be pointing at the horizon, even though I'm 1,000, 2,000 feet up, right? I'm not just going to be staring into, space. It's actually going to be pointing at the horizon.
Of course.
So that's the point. That clicked for me. Because the argument I understood that was being made is like, oh no, my zero is going to be actually staring out into space, maybe quote unquote a degree or two above where the actual horizon is, and the argument being made that the sun actually goes below that.
Yep.
Yo, what the
It always
hell?
goes to the horizon, even if I'm staring out 0 degrees.
That's right.
Understood. Thank you.
Yo, guys, I flew on a plane recently.
Oh, here we go. It's fucking retard hour.
No,
Go ahead,
mean,
get it out, Lizard. What do you got, man?
I climbed up
so
a tree.
I flew on a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are
What else?
like pro flat Earth?
Yeah, was it flat?
No,
what did
I
you,
mean,
How
did you see any
flat was it?
Did you see any curvature up there, Lizard?
yeah, I did. Honestly,
How high do you think you were in your plane?
32,000 feet.
All right. Is it possible to see a massive giant ball looking curvature at that altitude?
I don't know. You guys sound like retards, honestly.
Can you answer the question though?
No, I'm just saying you guys sound like retards.
Well, that's good. That's good that you feel that way. Now, can you answer the question?
No, you guys are retards. I'm just saying.
Well, if you don't have an answer, if you don't have an answer for
it's
the
a projection.
question,
So I'm just saying, like I saw, I'm flying over the.
You know when someone feels like they're retarded, they just project it onto everyone
exactly,
else.
exactly.
Don't worry,
but I'm
he will
flying.
present the retardation in
But
2 seconds. Carry on.
I'm flying
I wanna
over
hear
the
it.
Earth, right? I'm flying over Puerto
What kind
Rico.
of drone were you flying?
Yeah, just tell us how you know that the Earth is curving, because you saw curvature up in your airplane. So how
I
do you know
support
that it's
my
curving?
evidence.
Yeah.
Where
how
was
do
it
you-
curving at?
Yeah, where was it curving? Come on, let us know.
Yeah, it curved from the Bahamas to the Puerto Rico to the goddamn California.
Show
You know
it.
exactly.
Show it.
What you want me to send video from my goddamn iPhone?
I don't care. Just show what you're talking about. If you think you're seeing
Oh my
curvature,
god,
show
have
it.
you ever flown in a plane?
Send it
Yes.
from your R phone, your retard phone.
Yeah, yeah, phone.
All right, you're not much for a conversation, are you? I hate it that we get like the scrubs from the globe Earth. Like, where are the guys who can articulate points? Like, I don't get it. Hold on, percentage.
I'm right here,
Even though I
baby.
disagree with you, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. I don't like leaving people muted forever. What'd you say, Eggshells? Did you say something?
I said I'm right here, baby.
Oh yeah, of course.
Bring on that plum.
We got lizard feet, but he doesn't
Plums?
know.
What about peaches? Have you ever considered how peaches prove the globe?
No,
Alright,
would
so
that be a perfect circle or a not perfect circle or a not perfect sphere that you can't consider a sphere at all either? So I guess
fuck,
you
he
don't
ran
have
away.
those out the window. Go ahead, sir.
That's a good point, actually. I
No,
haven't
he ran
considered
away.
that before.
Eggshells, that guy ran away because you were talking. No, I'm kidding. He just ran away because he's dumb.
Hey, remember what they were saying about the perfect straight line? Well, ask them how they got a perfect circle or a sphere. They can't have one of those, then can they?
No,
Fucking
they usually
idiot.
wind up being like a pear shape or an oblate spheroid by one. You know what's funny? The 1972 image from Apollo 17, I think it was a moonrise, was showing the oblate spheroid. That sucker looks like a pretty damn perfect sphere to me, though.
I just
I
want a
was
side view, man. If this sun's going down below any fucking imaginary lines, I just want the side view of where it's actually going down vertically, where I can see it like going
It's a
vertically
great
down.
question, actually.
You think? Let's
Oh,
get
yeah.
into. Well, how can we do it? He raised the point.
Helicopter.
Like, how we go? Fucking hell, dude. Like, it's weird because like these guys think that, oh, dude, all you got to do is imagine, right? So
That's
got
true.
fucking.
I regularly say that.
Yeah, you look through a theodolite, you imagine the tangent line that you project with your eyes, and there you be. Well, how hard is that?
I've
can
said
project.
that
I
at
do that all
least
the
twice
time.
today.
I
I remember
know.
that.
But see, it makes sense when Scott's saying it because he stands up for the Earth being a globe and likes to come in here and say dumb shit. But that's okay.
Well, I mean, when is a person, they do their calculation at high noon with fucking sticks, and they say the light ray's coming straight down to them, right? So if the sun's directly above them vertically, and they're claiming it comes down vertically,
But hang
when the
on,
fuck?
above
No,
vertically is an
hold on.
imaginary point. How can the sun be above an imaginary point?
Hey, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, stupid, before you fucking make your point. If the
Sorry.
sun, the
You're
word
right, it
if
was a
is
bit
a
stupid.
two-letter word. There's a two-letter word I'm using here. It's called if, eggshells. Get a grip.
If.
If the fucking sun is directly above you, right? And you imagine you're using two sticks to use that sun above your fucking head at high noon, which is right above your head vertically, above the sticks, right? Goofy, when you don't have a shadow. If the fucking sun is vertically above you and it's supposed to be coming down vertically, why can't you just fucking watch it come down to your face? Tell the stupid
Well, because that's
fuckers.
R-rated, man. You can't do that in front of kids.
Man, if the sun is coming down vertical, you would be able to measure it or see it come down to your face. It would get closer to your person while you're standing under it. Do you not fucking comprehend? If I drop a brick on your head or towards your head and you're standing below the building I'm on, and I drop that brick vertically, it's going to hit you right in the face. I got my brick at high noon for you. I'm going to drop the motherfucker. It's going to hit you in your
Well,
head. It's
noon's
not
just
going
a
to go that way.
concept.
Shut up,
Now,
stupid.
if you
You
listen to
understand
what
what I'm
Alpha
saying?
was saying,
You understand the brick's not hitting you, goofball. No sun brick.
What was I saying? Go on, Eggshells.
well, how can
give it
he's
your
saying
best
this,
shot.
the sun's
huh?
right
Go
above
ahead.
you,
No,
right? Directly
we're
above
worried
you.
about
That's imaginary,
what
right?
was I saying though? Go ahead. What point do you think you can articulate for that?
I'm
said?
making
Well,
my
go ahead.
point.
I know, but you said
I can't
Alpha
make
said.
your
What did
points as
Alpha
well
say?
as you do. They're
What
really
did,
good
Alpha,
points.
what did Alpha say? Go ahead and tell me.
That horizontal is an imaginary point.
Horizontal is an imaginary point.
Imaginary concept, I think you said.
Nah, I'm talking about Scott's argument, which you did hear.
No, I was talking to
You just
Demok. You
imagined
missed it, man. I was talking to Demok. Demok, we had a
you
brick.
said, I'm not talking about that. You said that Alpha said, and then you proceeded to say something, but it sounded like you were misrepresenting what I was talking about earlier, about what Scott said.
Well, now we're too many layers deep now. Who was saying
Well,
what
I
about
know that,
who
but
said
you're
to
the
who?
one that persisted to say this, so I'm just now pointing out that you don't know what you're talking about once again.
I don't know what anybody's talking about right now.
I know, Eggshells. But see, that's what happens when you interject and say things that, let your cart before the horse kind of thing going on.
I don't even have a horse.
It's okay. So is there anybody else in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe? What do we got in here? Well, been pretty active lately, I think.
How do you explain sunsets?
That's a word salad, Gregory.
What the fuck?
You get ready to be all twisted and contorted with mental contortions.
Do you not believe in gravity?
Who turned ChatGPT on?
Dude, things fall. You're an idiot.
I like this scene say.
Scott
Hey, Greg,
was I go ahead, Flash.
hey, Gregory, do we resolve the surface flat against the sky? Always. No matter what the air conditions are. We always resolve the surface as flat against the sky, right?
Of course not. Anyone who knows any facts about atmospheric conditions knows that if the atmosphere is in the right condition, then the curved surface of the Earth is going to appear flat at all times throughout our entire lives.
Hey, you know what's weird? I don't know, you weren't here, Gregory, but he's saying that they go everywhere else but the surface. It's so fucking annoying, dude. When I said below 0 degrees, we're on airplanes and on top of mountains and under the rocks and like, dude, we're on the fucking surface. That's what we're talking about. The ball, on the surface of Earth. My God,
dude, everyone knows that the sun goes below the mathematical category itself, horizontal. Obviously, the Earth is a ball.
Dude, they got cooked so hard yesterday. Oh my God, it was glorious. And then they all ran like fucking roaches when you turn on the light.
We did, yeah. We had a meeting. We were
Good.
like, "Oh God, he's onto us."
No.
We had
He
a meeting.
started muting us.
They fucking started sharing their community brain. Here you go. You use it. Nah, you use it. Oh man, I don't need it. Go ahead. Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
what when you had that
Was that
meeting
was
there,
that a
Phil,
soundboard, that laugh, or was somebody actually laughing then?
that was Gregory.
Oh God.
Hey,
Oh, God.
when you had that meeting, what was the argument that you all agreed to bring up this week?
The argument was can't see no flat, therefore Earth ball was the one we were going with.
No.
We had Lizard join our ranks, so we really had to simplify things.
Fucking lizard.
They were going to
Who
take
is that
the
guy?
5 mile. They were going to take the 500-foot
Well,
curve.
he's a diversity hire.
No, you were
I
going
don't
to
think so.
freeze the hump of Earth, the curved water. They were going to freeze it and go sledding, and have 1,000 or 100-mile or 10-mile slide. The world's biggest sled ride.
Hey, well, let's ask Albert Whiskers. Albert Whiskers, if you're here, welcome to the forum. Are you there? He's like, oh shit, spotlight. Yeah, I'm just talking to new people jumping in.
Yeah, what's up? I have my mic unplugged.
Cool.
Oh, shit.
Well, in this
Now I've got to
forum,
explain why I believe the Earth is flat. Fuck.
in this forum, we just ask people if they know that the Earth is a globe. So if you have any evidence, like it sounds crazy, but yeah, if you have any evidence right now.
To be honest, man, I'm just a spectator. I literally just hop in here to listen to people debate. I don't really have a opinion to
but you
argue.
must-
Well, how about this?
Come
How about this?
on, you must have
could
an
be
opinion, though.
You could be a
dude.
spectator,
They're going
right?
to get angry at you for it. They're going to demand it from you, and then get angry that you hold it. You wait.
Don't listen to the guy behind the
Seems
curtain.
so.
All right, he's just pulling levers and pushing buttons. But I want you to think about is if the
Ventriloquist.
Earth is a
Sorry.
globe, how do we know that it's a globe, Albert? What's it? As far as you know, like, what have you been?
I mean, I don't pay attention to flat Earth too much. This is just the chat that's active. But I think wasn't there a test they did a while back where it was like if you projected a laser through a hole, and then if you were 2 miles away, theoretically, if
wasn't
the Earth
a
was
laser.
flat, the laser would like shine through the hole. But when they did the test, it didn't. It projected
wasn't a
lower than the
laser.
hole onto the board.
Yeah, no, it was
Wasn't a laser, dude.
was a flashlight, Albert.
Yeah.
There's a flashlight. Gotcha. Like I said, I don't really research flat Earth too much.
It's all
I just
good.
hopped in here because it's the active
Yeah, no,
chat.
but think about it. You will think that the Earth is a globe as a foregone conclusion. You don't really care. You're just like, who gives a shit about flat Earth? But the thing is, for you actually just let everybody tell you what's what, right? Like how the Earth is a globe and you're spinning in the vacuum of space. All that's good for you, right? Because you really don't care.
Like belief
right?
bukkake.
Oh. You don't really care, right, Albert?
No, it doesn't really. I mean, I guess I lean towards it being a globe, but to be honest, it really doesn't affect me that much to want to research it too much to figure out if it is or isn't. I just have other things to worry about.
That's cool. I mean, you got bigger fish to fry.
Come
That's
on,
great.
you sound
But
young.
since
You
you're-
shouldn't have anything
since
to
you're-
worry about at your
Yeah,
age.
since you're
I
in
am
here,
young. I just graduated college and I'm running out of money. I'm just a bit more worried about getting a job.
Well, go look for
Congratulations,
something to
man.
work at. Anyways, yeah, congratulations. But the thing is, like, even if you think that the Earth is a globe, is there any way that you could, like, if somebody asked you on the street, "Hey, man, how do you know the Earth's a globe?" What would you tell them?
I don't know. I guess
don't.
the only arguments I think I know from like what I've seen in the past is specifically that like laser test or flashlight test. And then I think the
No,
other
you
one
got to
is
throw
on
that one
like,
out.
No,
and then I think the other one I've heard was about how the
Albert.
ancient Egyptians, they had two obelisks, like what was it, like 1,000 miles apart, and if you measured the difference in the shadows, it technically gave them the approximation that what is theirs, like circumference, something like 40,000
But you wouldn't be able to
miles.
you wouldn't be able to guide the person that asked you like to some resources or citations or anything like that. You just kind of off the top of your head just saying what you think. Is
No,
that
I'm
right?
not well read on the subject at all. I just know the few different like arguments I've heard in the past.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just over
Well,
time.
you don't really know them though.
No, I don't. I've just heard about
Yeah.
them, but it's not like I've done the mathematics
Yeah,
myself
it's all
or
good.
done the test
Yeah,
myself.
But that's what I'm saying, Albert. It's all good. But the problem I'm saying, or the issue, would be that you just right now in this current state, you just believe that it's been figured out by somebody, right? Is that true?
Mhm.
Well, don't you think that that would be a problem if it wasn't what you thought it is? You know, based on what you're saying now.
maybe.
I
Right?
suppose it might be a problem, but I mean, honestly,
Okay.
just from my perspective, I live in my local area. I live my daily life, whether it's flat or round, doesn't really matter to me. It's not like
Okay.
It's not like I have ambitions of going to space to
Yeah,
figure
but
it
that's
out.
fine. The
Short-sighted.
the only thing is, as just a a critically thinking person, I mean, you would think that there would be something that you could do to figure something out if you wanted to. Not you that you have to go do a test or anything, but if you wanted to, you'd be able to prove that the Earth is a globe without a shadow of a doubt. You'd be able to go out there and be like, you know what, dude, it's a globe. Like, if you don't have anything right now in the way of that, wouldn't you be kind of like worried that, like, wait a minute, I think I'm just a believer in this? Or, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you.
I don't know. It might make me a sheep, but to be honest, I'm just not too concerned with it.
Yeah, that's all right. You could, do what you want, man. But yeah, you could sit here and listen to everybody in here and chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
but
just a lurker. I've hopped in here the last few days. I've listened to you guys debate, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm not well read enough on the subject to debate it one way or another.
yeah, it's all good, bro. You can just hang out.
You'll become a pro in no time. You've got in this room on the globe and flat Earth side, you got people who know more than physicists and pilots and material scientists and physicists. Everybody, we got the geniuses of the Earth in this room.
First of all, let me just say that what better way to test your intellectual rigor than to come to a flat Earth VCN Discord?
Oh,
It's a
you think
truly
that?
unique
You know
demographic.
what's weird?
This stuff's just stuff to listen to in the background for me while I play Escape from Tarkov.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
this is only
that
something I
game
listen
is
to in the
brutal.
background. if I
How are
was
you
jacking
listening
off.
to anything while playing Tarkov?
You know,
be
well,
listening for scavs.
I used to have a 55% survival rate. It's gone to about like 40% now.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Oh.
All right. So, to the Swedish blonde, you think that you know more than people in this room?
I think I know more. Well, that depends.
about the
Specifically
topic, sir?
regards to what department?
This topic. Shape of the
Madam, you have a very deep voice.
Well,
but
I
still wanna
actually
get
I have a
better.
pretty
my
interesting,
God, that shows.
I'll offer a contribution here. So,
Yeah.
in theory, if the Earth was round, every 2.5 miles there should be somewhat of a 2 to 2.5 mile drop, right? Maybe sometimes
Okay.
even 3. It just depends. The Earth isn't a perfect round. But in architecture, we see that, for example, the Pyongyang Bridge in China doesn't have any curve accounted for it, and that's very interesting, right? That architecture that long would not account for curvature. So I'm just a guy asking questions. I don't know the real
Well,
answer. I've
a
never
lot of
been
people
to
ask
space.
questions, but the thing is, like, the important thing is that I don't know if we can regulate like intelligence to just people in academia. And if that's how you see the world, I think it's a very narrow view. Wouldn't you say?
I think that you're right, and I would never appeal to authority if it meant, I would say this. I assume that everyone can understand most things, right? But not all things. And academics are better at researching. They're better at having qualifications, but that doesn't always mean that they understand. They truly understand what it is that they're talking about, or what they're discussing, or what they're researching.
Well, yeah, there's always debates, right?
I'll
As
say that
you
much.
might know.
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of people in academic spaces lack intellectual thought, and they lack curiosity.
Interesting.
They're a lot of times very uniform in their method of study. They don't necessarily always have critical thinking ability, right? I know plenty of people who are retarded.
Well, that being
unverified dogma.
Yeah, that being said, though, I think it's interesting that you're bringing this up, and it sounds like you are forthcoming with like just being honest, right? I'm not gonna paint you
yeah,
in any
sure.
light just yet. You know, let's have a conversation if you don't mind. I would say,
Yeah, no.
you know, in this channel, it's just a collected group of people that had researched the topic and probably know more about the topic than, you know, just your average Joe who probably like Albert Whiskers up here, who just really doesn't
Oh, I'm
care about the
sure.
topic. So just
I
based
mean,
on that.
yeah. Answer
Not
me
not
this question though:
go
How
ahead.
is gravity so strong that it holds hundreds of trillions of gallons of water to Earth, yet it's so weak that birds can fly? It's questions like
I
that
know.
that the layman would never ask.
Well, but
Well,
the thing
gravity
is,
doesn't hold down the oceans.
yeah, go
Just
ahead,
real
Larry. Do
fast,
you want to take this? Yeah, go ahead.
super fast. Yeah, I'll hand it back. Yeah, gravity doesn't hold down the oceans, right? Or at least you can't demonstrate it without manipulating buoyancy or density. And the reason I say that is because you need to control for buoyancy and density if it's mass attracting mass. My claim is that, it's more akin to specific gravity that's holding it down, right? And if you look at the actual cause, there's multiple causes. In fact, it's the gas pressure that's holding it down and restricting the phase change. And it's also low temperature. Both of those things working together are holding down the oceans. And I can demonstrate this in a laboratory setting with a cause and effect relationship and using the scientific method. So you've been lied to. It's not mass attracting mass. It has
Yeah,
more to do with
I'm
mass.
trolling. I'm trolling.
He's
I'm
just
not being
trolling, I
serious.
think.
Well,
Anyway.
yeah, I'm not
But
trolling.
thank you for the explanation. That was very enlightening. I didn't actually know why that was true. I mean, I kind of assumed that there was some science behind it. I just didn't exactly understand it. This isn't my field, by the way.
That's cool. What do you have a specific degree, Swedish?
Specific degree? Well, I'm
Yeah, in
pursuing my
anything.
finance degree right now. I'm third year. It's my last year before I become a finance major.
Okay.
But I like to debate. Like the things that I like to debate would more so be social issues, stuff like that. You know?
Well, you're in the right server.
Whether
that's for
or
sure.
not we should raise or lower the age of consent, whether or not whites and blacks should live separately or together, things like that. Whether or not
And talk
multiculturalism,
about provocative
multiracialism
topics,
is
dude.
productive. Yeah. I mean,
Speaking
I
of the
just
real
like things that are
provocative shit.
controversial. Like things that are
Anywho,
controversial.
Speaking of provocative topics,
Bill, Swedish, you asked a question regarding Pyongyang Bridge in China. Right?
Yep.
You said they didn't account for the curvature, and so how's that work? Supposing it is
I think
the
he's
globe.
trolling percentage.
I was
He
trolling,
just-
but there are
yeah, he's
certain
trolling.
buildings and structures that don't account for curvature because the curvature is not
because he's not
drastic enough to actually change the architecture.
None of them
He's
do.
listened to all the talking points though. They're,
Well,
they're
no,
good,
I know.
They're
but
good,
Egg
high
wants to
quality
jump-
trolls. Come on.
You wanted to jump in. I think it's up, but like I think Greg wanted to say something too. I mean, let's not take away. Greg, did you want to say something?
yeah, I wanted to mention him because he's rather fond of provocative topics, and he just got smashed earlier concerning various philosophical subjects in a previous voice channel. So he's coming in
Yeah.
for a bit more.
And I
So
recorded
let's see
that
if he can
entire
enjoy this one.
conversation, and it's going on
As it
YouTube for anybody
concerns
that wants to listen to it.
spheroidegeodesy, it's in a
How
dilemma.
interesting. Yet another debate where both sides claim victory.
Here in the open chat for you.
No, I'm not even going to start.
Guys, it's hard to hear both of you at the same time. Shut up, one of you.
Go ahead, so yeah. Good.
Yeah, so we'll try again because he can clearly hear me talking before him. But as you can see right there in the open chat, I tagged you. You really can't miss in the open chat. There's a series of deductive arguments that are right there for your critical consideration. Spheroidal geodesy, the idea that the Earth is a ball, is in a dilemma that cannot be reconciled unless you like to refute it.
I don't really care enough to have that conversation, but it's good to know that you feel so
not
insecure about the
surprised.
last topic that we debated that you need to characterize it in a favorable manner. That's very telling of it. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Oh, so this is a big personal thing, is it?
Well, they'd
No,
have
no,
to
no,
do
no,
another
it's not
video.
personal
to
It's
me.
just
It's definitely
control
personal
that
to
represent
me.
people who presume to be.
I recorded the entire thing. I mean, I
intellectually
pretty much
superior,
mopped the floor with
represent
him
people who want
twice.
to
He tried to argue
condescend
that
to
this was an
others
absolute
while not
certainty,
actually
but
engaging in any argumentation that demonstrates that they know better. So yeah, I will
I don't know why you're talking
express
over me,
contempt
but
against
that's
them
fine.
out loud. So
I don't
yeah.
care.
All right. I don't think he wants to engage in that topic, Greg. And I think Egg was gonna. I don't know if you wanted to say something or not, but I was just gonna.
I was just mocking him. It's just very dull.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Still making fun of
it is
the
worthy of
quality
mockery
of
to
that
come into a voice
conversation.
channel and to just
Yeah,
be
I mean, it's
condescending
very
and
low
disruptive.
quality
That
of
is
my
worthy of
counterpart
mockery.
here. Very low quality of my interlocutor for him to characterize the conversation in such a
All
way.
right. So it
Yeah.
seems like he's disinterested or doesn't want to engage on that point, Greg. But
Yeah,
if
as usual, I mean, he
listen to
can't
the
risk being
recording.
embarrassed by a flat earther. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just
I
too
can
much tonight.
post the YouTube thing
Anyway,
later tonight. Just
who's
sacrifice.
got a measurement of the curvature of my
You should go ahead and
balls?
subscribe to my YouTube channel, by the way. I'll post a religious debate later. It's in my bio.
Oh, you can't forget it.
What happened?
Let's see if
It's
he
in his bio.
redacts a lot of it.
It's in his bio, he says, but wherever he went, he's gone. He's
Yeah.
gone.
Not gonna lie, I think that's the second time he's ran away from you.
Damn. It's like that.
He
did the same thing about
bounced
an
like
hour ago.
abruptly in the other
Okay.
voice channel back in Christian Chant. Yeah, he bounced abruptly. Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, people just leaving chats. You know how it goes. But we still here, baby. 24/7. We're number one too, as a matter of fact. Did I ever tell you
That's
guys
the
that?
way it goes on flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's all due to you guys. You guys make it number one. You guys are joining and stuff, so appreciate it.
That's right. You need the
You number
Globers.
one, Alpha. You number
Yeah.
one.
Otherwise, you got nothing
No,
to
you
discuss.
number one.
No,
Well,
you
you know,
number one.
you
If
guys
I'm
are like
going to be number one,
miles
I'm
to a
going to need to
flame.
get some sleep and go to work tomorrow. So,
Peace
out.
to you.
Later, Larry.
Night, Larry.
But yeah, you guys are keeping flat Earth great again, eggshells. We need red hats. We're gonna pass out red hats to all of you guys. For sure.
How does Chris say it? The anti-flat earthers produce the most flat earthers. Yeah.
Of course. That's okay. We always have. They're in plentiful supply. Never a dull moment.
I think I was the first one to use that line on him in Jim Pandas. It made him so mad. One day they said something. They said, "Who's your favorite flat earther?" I said, "All you motherfuckers in here." And they got so mad at me.
You know what's funny though is that they get all pissy and mad and moan and groan and whine and everything like shit, stupid flat earth, and they leave the chat all mad and angry, and then they're stewing over there like, you know what? I want to see what they're talking about. They reset and come back the next day. They're like, oh shit, man, this is awesome. And fucking every single day, just like moths to a flame, dude. They keep getting burned. They're like, damn it, I'll come back. I'll get you, flat earthers. It's just it's amazing. It's like I don't know what it is. They're just so drawn to it. They come in here it's not that we don't want them in here. It's like shit, they want to be in here.
Well, we want them in here with a little bit of proof for their globe too. That'd be the great part. You know what I mean? To have a little competition every once in a while. Except for people who just pull the string, Professor Dave's. You know what I mean? Baby Stephen Hawking, Professor Dave's. You just pull their fucking string and they just. Well, Professor Dave said, "What the fuck does that mean?"
Yeah, or make tune or just any other one of those. This cheerleader that came on the other night, I was wanting Jesse Path of Light to come back in here. That freaking lying sewer rat. Hey, yeah, he fudged his numbers, by the way. And then he was asking us, well, how can I do another experiment that'll help you guys? I'm like,
what he always does.
Trying to be like he wants to help flat Earth in some kind of way. And his whole point is just to, spin everyone's wheels and not provide the evidence that he said he has. So that's interesting.
He said he found the curve, but then when I asked him to put 100 to 1,000 more markers directly behind the marker that marks where the plumb is off, he wouldn't put them because every single one of them would be off accordingly directly behind each other, and you'd be able to physically see that. And he knows that's not fucking happening. If you put 100 plumbs behind each other, they're all going to be plumbed. None of them are going to go that way.
Did you see his? I think he was
Yeah,
presenting.
they'll all go to the center.
At the one time
on a globe would make a curve.
What? Yeah, would make a curve. Yeah, I like how you came in strong with that. It would. If it was a globe, it would make a curve. Yeah, okay. Definitely is a globe by that. No, but he was actually using his standard by saying that with this theodolite, you can view something 75 miles away. I'm like, yeah, no. Like, how are you doing that? Like, from the surface? What are you doing? But yeah, according to him.
He's lost his damn mind.
75 miles. Looking through the theodolite.
Stupid. He'd be lucky to use it at a fucking couple 100 feet. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, but why would you? Everybody that does anything, they do it close and local. When you do your house, it's like fucking how many feet? Like who lives in a 50 or a mile long house? No one. Who lives in a fucking 2,000 foot? You live in a mile long house.
Very long.
You may not live in a mile long house, but you definitely have bridges around that
Your house is
require.
not a mile long. Don't be so fucking stupid. Quit being stupid.
Can't help it. I'm a glober.
Yeah, he can't
Oh
help
my
it. It's just
God.
it's in his nature.
Okay, you live in a
How
mile
you
long
globe,
house.
baby?
I
You
don't
live
know
in
about that.
mile-long houses.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? We got so many 1,000-foot square fucking houses. We don't do anything crazy. Our backyards are so big, so many acres, so many yards. We don't fucking go crazy with the Adelites fucking you don't go crazy with the
True.
stuff. It's stupid, man. It's stupid.
That's true. Flat earthers don't go crazy with theodolites.
No, you do it close. You do it
Well,
close.
they
So you
have
know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah.
you have a point of reference, A and B. B is the reference of what for a glober out there that way past the fucking sun somewhere. What does that even mean?
So according to Scott, you can actually see millions of light years away through your theodolite. I'm not kidding you. that's what he said before. You could see millions of miles away.
Then he'd be
Because
able to
you
see his
What's
own ass. Then he
yeah
would be able to
is
see
there
his own
evidence
ass
against it,
by
or is it just
Einstein's
a
principle.
A
argument?
theodolite can
In
do that?
credulity?
Make you see
yeah yeah
millions of miles away?
yeah.
Holy
He's
fuck.
you know his argument for that? Because we see stars. Boom, baby, mic drop.
Well, that's why I keep asking
So
him
it's
how
just an
our
argument. It
horizon.
literally is just an argument from incredulity.
So that
That's
means our
great.
horizon, you could put the
Good on
whole
you.
fake ass
Don't
Earth.
ever change.
You guys, we could put the whole fake ass Earth on our flat Earth horizon, and it'd still be horizon left on left and right.
Yeah, well
It's
you
a good
can
point.
Shells, tell us the succinct argument to justify believing that you know the distance to the stars again.
yeah,
I
that's
didn't
the
say I know the distance to the stars. Who said that? Did somebody say that? Put the
Oh, you
succinct
don't know the
argument
distance
that
to the
I said
stars.
that.
Put the MFR online because we want to know who he is.
well Scott is,
You don't
but
know?
Where's the argument that I
Just to be
said that,
clear, I just
Gregory?
want to understand you correctly. You don't know?
Right. So did I say
Okay,
that I
good. All right.
knew the distance to the stars? Or did you make
That's why
that
I
up?
asked. Look, you clarify. Thank you.
You said, could you put the succinct argument that you know the distance to the stars when I never said that? So did you lie then or are
Okay,
you
thank you
lying
for
now?
clarifying. We went through that already. Thanks. Are you done?
Do you lie out of habit or because you don't know the difference between truths and lies? What causes you to lie so much?
Okay? Do you have an allergy to scrutiny? Do you have an allergy to specificity? Do you have an affinity for ambiguity?
I think some of you do.
yeah. All right. So we got a new guy that came in here. Carnim, are you there?
Carney, small hands, smell like
Carney?
cabbage.
Carney, are you there?
Circus folk.
Welcome to the forum. Yes? No?
Are we talking to Kareem?
Oh, I can't tell. I'm not wearing my glasses. Is it Kareem? Kareem, are you there?
Kareem.
Hey,
Hello.
you sound very far away, but welcome to the forum.
He's light years away.
So, do you think that the Earth is a globe in 2024?
Nah, not really.
No? Okay. Well, cool.
Wait, I think the Earth's a globe.
Who said that?
Oh, me down here. I'm a man.
Oh, go for it, man. Do you have a good argument for the Earth being a
No, I
globe?
just said I think that. I thought you were gonna like present an argument to like convince me that it's not a globe.
No. Problems
Where's
that
your
we're
proof
having
that you
is
think that?
yeah,
No,
we're
I
just
don't have any
asking a
proof.
question.
I just
Nope.
something I think.
Okay.
Right, but where's your proof that you think it?
It's just something I heard before.
It's
You're not
gonna
gonna get
convince
anywhere
you
with
it's
that
not a
one.
ball.
Some
Huh?
you can actually get going, and some you just I don't know walk away. But anyway, if you don't have any evidence and you just think that, I would say what brought you to that understanding? Why would you think that?
I've heard it all the time, you know?
Like in school or someone told
Yeah,
you?
school and all that stuff, you know, growing up.
Just basic shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and the
Do you
reason
see where
why
I tagged you in the open chat?
Let me go ahead and check that out.
oh, and he's got an argument there that you gotta look at. You probably have to scroll up. It's
No, I'm
pretty
looking at the
extended on
bottom. You
my
can't
screen.
miss it either.
I'm looking at it.
I'll let him read that.
The
Chubbs, what's up,
surface
man?
of the given time.
Yeah, we're just hanging out, man. Asking
Sorry,
some
man. I'm
questions
just
to new
finished
people.
work.
Cool. Got Doves in the chat. What's up, Doves?
So where are the sci-fi flat Earth, movies, TV series, and such?
Well,
That
I
what you
would say
need.
that everything that has
I'm
ever
just
been
wondering
made,
where those are. I want to
everything that
watch
has
one.
ever been made was made on top of the flat Earth. So every movie, video, whatever, it's all been made on a flat Earth. So there you go.
Yeah,
Everyone, all of them.
Especially the Lord of the Rings, that's a flat Earth geodesy. Also, Pirates of the Caribbean, that's flat Earth geodesy also.
Is it?
a lot of
At
songs,
World's
a lot
End,
of rap
they fell off the edge of
songs,
the world.
a
Well,
lot of
we
songs like Nirvana and all that. They say Alive in the Super Unknown, like Soundgarden, like all of it, right? The Super Unknown wouldn't be a ball. You would know if you were on a ball. They would sing Alive on the Super Ball, but that's not what they sing. And then Nirvana's got I'm on a plane, I can't complain. And then the next one is nothing on top but a bucket and a mop, and an illustrated book about birds. Don't be scared when you're down there. Who needs action when you got
What about
words?
Rocket Man?
No, listen to what I'm saying, brother. Who needs action? No, listen. Who needs action when you got words? That means they don't need to prove
What
anything.
about Midnight Oil?
They
How
need to
can
be
we
like
sleep
eggshells and say,
while our
"What?"
Earth is
Yeah.
turning?
So what about and what
No, how
if
can
it's
we
a globe?
dance while our Earth is turning? How can we sleep
No,
while our beds are burning?
but you gave the best proof of the globe just there. What if? What about? What if?
That's
What
right.
if it's
Yeah,
a globe?
songs. That's my best proof of the globe.
No, you said what if? What if a
You
globe? That's the best
guys.
proof. No, I'm saying that's the best proof that's been brought to me for a globe, brother. The people say, "What if it's a globe?" I'm like, but it's not. I mean, but what if? You
We're
know,
just looking for some evidence here. It seems like every time
I
we ask
know
for that, we don't ever get it.
we get a
We've been
what if.
denied
You don't ever
evidence
accept
for a
it, I think
while.
is what you meant to say.
Well,
Except what?
accept. Why would you need to? You know what's weird, eggshells, is that you think that we need to accept something that's self-evident, right? It should be something that you should. You know what? I don't have to tell you. Just
Well,
go
what
out
is
and
this a
check it out for
rebuttal to?
yourself.
What are you saying right now? It doesn't follow from what I just said.
The primary
It's
evidence.
just like you're playing word association bingo.
Word association. No, the primary evidence that the Earth is a globe based upon your observations that have been done. So now you don't know that, right?
What is this
Why
response
does
I
a
to?
don't
giant
know.
What are you
slide?
responding
I
to
don't
right
know
now?
the Earth is a globe
Why does a
or
giant
sky.
water slide need to be built if Earth is a giant water slide?
Huh?
Tell me that, motherfuckers.
What?
Why do you need to build a fucking ramp and put water on it to slide down if Earth is
No,
that?
he's got a point.
Oh,
Why do you
great.
need to go to
It's because
space?
it's
Oh,
distance from the center of the
Why are
Earth,
you
not
skiing down a
around
mountain?
the Earth. You.
Why are you skiing down a
Don't
mountain,
ever try to
moronic
explain things to
motherfucker?
Demok.
Ice ain't got no resistance. Now get on your ice sled and go slide down fucking Kirby water. Get off the mountain.
dude,
That's a
he's
good
making it
point.
all make sense now. Dude,
I
he's
know.
actually getting me. Like, I don't know.
It's,
I might have to
it's
rethink the way I'm looking
nobody
at the
flat
world.
smacks like Demok.
Yeah. So back to the point that I was making. None of you
Nah,
guys
wait.
think that
Go
the Earth.
back to the skiing thing.
Wait. Now wait. What do you mean now wait? We don't not wait in this forum. We answer some questions. How do you know that the
Do
Earth is
we?
a globe?
Do you answer
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah. We do.
Doubt. Press X to doubt.
Well, despite that, where's the evidence that the Earth is a globe?
So
Go
you
I
ahead.
don't
ask
have any
questions. You don't
evidence.
answer
I
them.
just have what people told me.
Well, I know. That's why I'm
I'm
asking people that
brainwashed.
come into here if they have any evidence. And that's the problem, is that everybody's answering the same thing, just like the way you've answered. Same thing.
No, but I'm saying, like, can't you convince me? Can't you show me some evidence that proves
But
to me the world is
Well,
flat?
hold on, listen. He's
yeah,
asking you.
Yeah, go
He's
ahead.
asking you what your what your most like the thing that, regardless of what they told you or anything, like you as a human, what convinced you that actually that made you think you're on a globe personally out of all that shit? Like, just name one of those things maybe that might convince you that you're
Well,
on a globe.
they told me it was on a globe. That's what they said in the textbook.
No,
Yeah, I
out of
know.
what they
Yeah.
told you, brother, what thing that they told you did you believe over all other things and
Yeah,
say that might be true?
let me kind of state this, because I think you're in this room now. You're asking us to kind of convince you with the flat Earth and the arguments that we have and so on, right?
They're not
Yeah, I
going to
just
do
want to
that.
hear arguments.
Well, however you want us to convince you, it doesn't matter in what way, how we articulate a point or whatever it is. So if we're going to say things to you about the Earth being flat and stationary, I was wanting to know, how did you even think that the Earth was a globe? How were you
Called you.
convinced of that? Like thinking
Called
about
it.
Well, they showed me a bunch of models, and the models made sense.
Like which one?
Oof.
Like, the models of like the universe and the models of like our solar system, and like
Okay.
how it works and how solar eclipses and like lunar eclipses and how that all applies and works inside the model. So that's what they
Okay.
did to convince me, is they showed me a bunch of models that are like
Okay.
that work.
Okay, so everything that we see in astronomy basically is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So astronomy is based on a celestial sphere
Speaking
model.
of models,
Do you
has
know that?
there ever been a flat Earth
Hold on,
model that
dude.
actually
I'm not
worked?
gonna allow people to
It's very
jump in.
obviously the bad time to
Just
interject.
relax. Just relax.
Yeah, just let him finish.
No, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. All right, we let people finish what they're saying, like you, right? So we're on a point right now. So the celestial sphere is basically the model that everything in the heavens is modeled after, right? W30.
I don't know.
Well, it is. Can you do me a favor?
Okay.
Yeah. Are you busy? Are you? Because I want you to search something real quick. It's real quick,
Yeah, I'll
man.
Google
Promise. Can you type in celestial sphere?
celestial sphere. Okay, I got
Hmm.
you.
And then just read off what it says. Should be the first thing that pops up.
All right. In astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrary large radius and is concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected. Let me wait. Continue. I have to expand.
Hmm.
All okay. Wait. I gotta find out where I am. Concentric. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. If centered on the observer, half of the sphere would resemble a hemispherical screen over the a hemispherical screen over the observing location.
Cool. Is that where it ended?
Yeah, that's where it ended.
Okay. So in astronomy and celestial navigation, was at the very top, right? The very beginning.
Hmm.
Right. So the model by which all of astronomy is using to conceptualize what they see is through this. It's through this lens, basically, and celestial navigation included. So everything that they
Okay.
told you, so solar system and all that, was based on their observations from this particular conceptual tool. Do you see
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So I'm basing
Okay.
our observations on either you got two options here: concentric to the Earth or concentric to the observer. Do you see where it's stated that W30?
Hmm.
So it's important to note that you could think of it like concentric to the Earth or the observer, but it's not conclusively or
Hmm.
exclusively, I should say, to the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth isn't the center of the universe according to their models.
Well, the conceptual way of looking at the sky, you could say that it's concentric to you as the observer,
Hmm.
and it's concentric to me as the observer. So everything radially out from you looks like that's how you view the universe, as if you were the center of the
Hmm.
universe. Or you could think about it as either you centered to you or the Earth. So the conceptual way to look at the Earth as a transparent dome above your head with these stars affixed to it. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And that's how we see the sky above us. We see everything in an angle of view. So things in our like whatever you see in the sky, like whether it be the sun, the moon, the stars, you'd be able to tell me that what angle of degree that you see them, because of the fact that you know that where you're standing, you're like the center of that observation. So 90 degree to your position, you'd tilt your head straight up and you see something right directly above you. You know what I mean? Straight above.
Okay.
So you're seeing like this dome of vision. That's kind of what you're seeing, concentric to you as the observer.
Hmm.
So everybody that's looking at the sky is seeing this same perspective. It's the same thing. Everyone's seeing it. There's nothing that changes your angle of view to things that are in the distance. You could kind of test this. You could know, like, things on the Earth, you can know the linear distance to things because those distances can be known because you can travel to them. But things that are outside of that are things that we see in the heavens, like the sun, moon, and stars. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, let's say, for instance, are you old enough to drive? And the only reason I'm going to say it's because I'm going to use like street
Yeah,
lights.
I'm almost 30. Yeah.
Okay, so when
Almost.
you're driving down the road and you see like those street lights, the ones that are above you, they're all at the same elevation from the ground up. But when you see the ones in the far distance, they look like at an angle of view to how you see them at a distance, that they're lower in an angle of view. But the ones that are like right above your head look like they're apparently like 90 degrees, the ones that are passing right above you. So, but when you look down, straight in front of you, you'd be able to see the lights look like they're lower in an angle of degree of view. You get what I'm saying? But we know
Yeah.
that they're all the same height above the ground, the elevation above the ground.
Yeah.
So do you get what I'm saying? We all see in this angle of view. This is the way our vision works. We see in perspective. That's how we see the world around us. So conceptually, we can say that the angle of view that we see to the things in the night sky, we don't need to take into account linear distance. I don't need to know how far away the star is. It just appears to me at a specific angle of view when I see it in the night sky. Perhaps it's at 45 degrees or whatever, but because I'm standing on the Earth and I'm looking at that star, I can tell you that at what degree I could see it, because it's
tell
kind
how
of
far
like,
away it is.
no, it's not. Linear distance does not include. So when you read about the celestial sphere, it also states that linear distance is not needed for the conceptual tool of what is the celestial sphere. That's the
Yeah, I'm
only thing
understanding. I'm understanding everything you're saying, but how does
Okay.
this prove that the Earth is flat? That's what I'm trying. Like, where's the connecting
Cool.
line?
So the connecting line is that everything that we see is radial to us, so concentric to us. But the important thing is that this is all happening on, and you could see the conceptual model of the way they depict it. Like in some of the depictions, I don't know if you went on Wikipedia or what, but it shows
I
like
can, if there's some required learning, I can try and look it up real quick.
they're just like these diagrams that show like a depiction of what they are talking about.
What's the name of the diagram?
It's not. It doesn't have a name. It's just like within the source of the Wikipedia page, or, I mean, you could even type in celestial sphere. It's going to show diagrams of it on. You type in images.
Well, even in Stellarium, it's half a sphere. It's not even the whole thing.
Yeah. I'm just going to drive him to a certain
Okay,
point.
images of a celestial sphere. Okay, I have the images.
All right. Do you see the baseline that's in the center?
Yeah.
Okay, so that baseline could be considered to be concentric to the observer. So you could put yourself in the center of that baseline, and it's a horizontal plane straight across. Do you see it? Like cuts the sphere right in half.
Mm-hmm.
You're standing on that horizontal plane, and everything above you looks like a dome of vision. So you see everything at an angle of view because of that dome of vision that you have. That's your perspective. Do you get it?
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
It's rather long, but do you see where I tagged you in the open chat concerning what Alpha was talking to you about?
Yeah.
1 second. Gotta switch back to Discord. Let me see.
Hopefully you're not driving, dude, because it sounds like you're in a car.
No, I'm not driving.
Okay.
They're like, who's this drunk driver in front of me?
No, I don't want to be flipping through his phone and shit.
Who the hell's driving this city bus? I was playing.
Hey, you'd be weird if you hear him holler back. Hold on, guys, I'll take you in just a minute. Like, dude, I want to go home.
Next bus stop, kids. You're like, what the fuck?
It's all good.
Gregory, you're going to be a close second to Drace AI with the novels you send in chat.
I'm surprised nobody put
She's another
TDL
purchase
on there.
Nitro now.
Oh, TLD?
Again.
TLDR. Yeah, sorry.
TLDR.
Someone's going to put
By the way,
TLDR.
does ChatGPT ever try to tell you guys that you're wrong when you asked your questions to it?
Oh, massively.
Like,
somebody created Flat GPT,
it
which
was
is
Amish
designed to just be trained on, which is pretty good idea. Amish made it, designed on the Flat Earth Discord. I think he copy pasted all the text into it so it was available to it. But it struggles where it presents stuff as if it's a flat earther, and then in the next paragraph will be, but this isn't supported by scientific consensus or da 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 da. Like
Yeah,
it
it
will
says stuff like that.
always
Most of it.
go. Yeah, it'll always end up sort of, not always, but most of the time end up trotting the normie line.
What's cool is
When
that
it first came out, people did try to catch it out, but it would just sort of basically say the same thing Globers did.
Some people actually rely on AI being like the end all for like pulling sources of information. It's a good tool. I mean, I could say that it's not, but there's
Who
a lot that
relies
it's.
on it as the end all?
Well, a lot of people that come in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, trying to pull up Chat GPT as their source of information.
I think it's a useful source about a
Yeah, but I
consensus.
answered.
Like if
Yeah,
you're
but
asking,
I answered your question. You know those guys. Like you were asking who relies on it for end all. I just pointed out who. The guys who come in here using
it's good
Chat
for a
GPT.
consensus. I think it's a really good source for a consensus.
Nah, that's questionable. I know Matt Nuclear is strictly for the globe, and he found it sus because it was pointing him
But
to.
it gives you links, and then you just chase the links down.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is it's not the academics, scholarly sources. It's putting you to like people from YouTube. If you want to know about like how to prove that the Earth is a globe, do you think that's cool? Like, sure.
Unless you
What does
express
that mean when I
don't-
say consensus?
I'm cool with that if you are. Like, I don't care. Like, I would rather them point to those guys and then come back in here with their bad arguments and then, you know. It's funny though, because those academic types come in here and they do not have a dog in this fight. They don't care. They're just like, yeah, I mean, it could be, and maybe no. Like, science doesn't work that way. We just, do our best
It
guess
is
at
a
it.
strange institution to rely on because that is an institution occupied by supposed academicians and scholars that are rather apathetic, if not even bigoted with credulity to their dogmas.
Yeah,
I think that's true. Not many academics or people in the field take flat Earth seriously. Not many
Which
people
is not what I
worldwide
conveyed
take
to
flat
you,
Earth
which is
seriously.
kind of weird how you flagrantly distorted what I said to you. It's kind of weird.
I didn't distort what you said. I responded to it. You fucking weirdo. You're so strange.
You said
Gregory.
yeah at the
I don't know
beginning
how
of a
often
reply
people
as
tell
though
you
you're
that.
concurring with what I said, but then you said something that's obviously not even remotely equivalent to what I just said to you.
I'm not
Anyway.
trying to just repeat what you say. I don't know how hard that is
Obviously,
to work
that's
out.
what
But
I
you
just
don't get
acknowledged.
conversations, to be fair.
All right. Just want to see what this guy has to say. So W30, you there?
So yeah, I'm here. I was reading the thing that he posted in the chat. I was trying to make sense of it. So if I'm just trying to see like where are these first premises proven? So in your chat you said if celestial navigation is successful, then the surface of the earth is horizontal. You have to prove that premise to me because I don't know if that premise is true or not. And then the second one is in elevation. Because if that premise is true, then I have to regret the rest of the argument.
And but the premise, what he's smuggled is the conclusion into the premise. My counter to that would be, if celestial navigation works, it relies on Earth being a ball of a particular size, and I can show you. That's my conclusion, and I can show you with multiple premises how we reach that conclusion. But what he's tried to do is sneak the conclusion of the argument into the premise in the hope then that you might skip the fact that it's actually making an unsubstantiated claim.
Yeah, you know what's
The
important
longer you
here?
stick around in this forum, you encounter people the likes of so-called eggshells. And what they like to do is they like
So-called
to
eggshells? I'm
master
definitely
their
called
condescending
eggshells.
tone of voice and their pseudo-intellectual tone of voice so that they seem like they know what they're talking about and they're so far more intellectually superior than the people that they're presuming to critique. But what they're really doing is just a pretense with rhetoric and persuasive tone
And
of voice. And so the
pots
problem is
often
that
criticize
when he's
kettles.
actually reading the argument, and notice how he has to keep talking through me, because it's okay for him to do the same thing that he just did earlier, but it's not okay for me to do it against him while I'm talking to you, which is really hypocritical, obviously. So what I was trying to say before he was trying to really interrupt me again is that the first premise is supported given the rest of the argument, and the rest of the argument is supported by the supplementary arguments after it, right? And like like Alpha was explaining to you,
Well,
when
that
you're
doesn't make any
ascertaining these
sense.
elevation angles above the surface of the Earth, that's patently indicative and patently indicative and implicative of the surface of the Earth being horizontal, because you need that bottom baseline up from which you get the elevation angle, and the bottom baseline will be that's the horizontal surface of the Earth. You're trying to get the elevation angle of the star above the Earth, so it's at an angle above the Earth. You can only get an angle with two straight lines, like it's right there in one of the arguments right there, the supplementary arguments. And that bottom baseline is going to be the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
All right.
Yeah, I can walk you through that if you want.
Hold on.
Could you please?
Yeah, just wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, guys. What I like to tell the gentleman is that what I want to do is actually let the guy who says that he knows that the Earth is a globe to actually show you what he's talking about. So I'll let
Well,
him.
I already believe that the Earth is a globe. That's the thing. So I don't need his argumentation isn't necessary. If I'm trying to understand what you guys believe as the Earth is flat. So I'm trying to understand your argumentation. I don't really need the globe argumentation.
Okay, well,
I think I can do a
up to you.
good job of steel manning what he's saying, even though I'm a glober.
No. I don't. He doesn't need to be steel man. I think I wanted him to hear your perspective, because you said you had a great way to, just show him how celestial navigation can be used on a globe. But I don't want him to feel like it's just one side. He has to hear both sides, and people that can articulate their point will have the floor and the mic. But if you say that you can do so, I was gonna just let you have the mic so that you could tell him every which way that you know how being a globe. Because why
Eggshells can do it.
What?
He
Yeah,
goes
that's what
both
I'm saying.
ways.
So what I'm saying is, I just wanted to afford you that. And if you want, it's up to you. But he said he didn't want to hear it.
I
So
can
I don't
try
know.
and
It's up to
explain. I can try and explain their perspective if you want, Iron Man, or what do you want? Do you want me to explain it from the globe side, or what they're saying? They're trying.
Well, so in general, I don't believe that. Like, I don't really like active debate. I more prefer just trying to understand what someone believes and their ideas and and how they came to those conclusions. So I really just want to get an understanding of the flat Earth beliefs and how you guys come to these conclusions.
Sure, it's not a belief, but here's the thing. I was just gonna afford you the floor here so that you can hear both sides. But if you don't want to, you just hear our side. That's fine. I don't really care. Like, we'll talk about it. But I don't want somebody who's a glober to be telling you our points as a steel man. I really don't care for that. So from our perspective, I'll let the 24/7 team take over, like from us to you. And if you are in the 24/7 team, or people that have been here for a while and know our arguments, I'd rather them articulate the point, because if not, I'm going to stop you. Listen, this is your chance to tell W30, just the way we always say it, for everyone to know our points. But we don't need globers to steel man us. We don't need that.
Well, I think Eggshell was only offering some kind of clarification because it is extremely dense when he like explains it in that way. It's extremely difficult to try and understand if there is even flaws in the premises he's presenting, because I don't have an understanding of like astronavigation or like what's called aerodynamics or anything like that. So it's like I'm coming from a complete ignorant stance. So if there is any explanation that can be offered, I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah, the problem is we're not going to let we're not going to we're not going to let people who think the
Sounds
Earth
like
is a
retard,
globe.
man.
Yeah, the people that think that the Earth is a globe to do that for you. We're going to let people that know that the Earth is flat to do that for you. How about that?
That's fine. As long
Eggshells
as
is a
you
globe.
offer
He's not.
sufficient explanation.
You don't have
Yeah,
to
I don't
think.
mind. I don't mind who's offering explanation as long as I'm giving explanation. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So at this point, concerning the arguments that I presented to you, what don't you understand, or what do you have a critique for?
All right. So with the first argument, if celestial navigation is successful, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal. I need some kind of proof for that premise, right? Otherwise, I can't believe that premise. Because if that premise is true, then the rest of the argumentation must be true. Celestial navigation is successful, therefore the surface of the Earth must be horizontal.
Yeah. So
Right?
what Alpha told you earlier,
what the
and
fuck
my
are
arguments,
you saying?
So I'm
following the
only gonna
first
go.
syllogism. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. So what Alpha told you earlier, and then what I presented to you here in the open chat, and the arguments that follow the first syllogism or the supplements. That's why I said and, right? You see? So those are all supplements that demonstrate the veracity of the first argument.
All right. So do you have any supplementary evidence that proves the first argument to be true? Like it proves this first statement to be a true statement.
You're kind of missing the point. The arguments
The
after
definition
that
of
are the
elevation
supplements.
angle.
Well, how I understand arguments to be set up is like premise then conclusion. If the premise isn't true, then the conclusion can't be true, right? So I believe
Yeah,
that
that's
if
what's
celestial
there.
navigation is successful,
That's what's there. Do you see the entire clip? There's not just one syllogism in the clip I posted. Those are other syllogisms.
yeah,
Other
I know. I'm only
arguments.
going to.
That's up.
You have to dissect arguments one by one. You don't just continue. You just don't just like look at the body of the work and just be like, oh, does it? Well, if this all seems true, like no, I dissect arguments one by one. If this argument seems true, then I'll go to the next one. If this argument seems true, then I go to the next one. That's
Okay,
usually how I dissect arguments.
you asked me to give you demonstration. You asked me to give you an argument. I did.
I know. I see the argument. Now I'm asking for proofs of the argument.
Oh my God, it's not that difficult. After the first syllogism, do you see the other arguments after the first syllogism?
Yes, I see the other arguments.
Yeah, those are the other arguments you're asking for.
I don't think you understand, Gregory.
Yeah, what he's saying is.
All right, no way. I'm going to
start with
reread this. I'm going to reread this. 1 second.
start
I'll
with the
reread
base
this. I might be
premise.
missing something. Let me give you the benefit of the doubt. Let me reread this one more time, okay?
Sounds good.
What a
I'm
start.
going to mute myself because I have trouble reading when people are talking.
Yeah, we'll wait for you to come back. How about that? And when you come back, you can pick up the conversation with him.
I think we need to keep it simple.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to attempt to do. Just
But-
sort of
but,
explain it very simply. Can
Yeah,
I
Hank,
still
but you-
attempt to, and you just correct me?
Nah, bro. Like you got to let the
I mean,
24/7
is there
team
an
do it.
insinuation that I made it too complicated?
Because
rather
the,
Yeah,
simple.
the problem.
I don't know
the-
how often you get told this, Gregory, but you're very difficult to comprehend.
Well, we got like flat. I was gonna let everybody give like a short little tidbit of like information, each one of us.
I'm
And then let
interested
him
in
kind of
the
dissect it.
simplification of what I said. Let's see if someone can actually simplify it, see if I really did overcomplicate it. I like that critique to actually be demonstrated to be true rather than just saying it every time someone doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Well, I got my own way, so I'm not worried.
I can attempt
You gotta
to,
do your way,
if I'm being
somebody else.
asked to specifically.
I think we'll all do.
Read
We'll
our
give him
dissection.
we'll give him a little bit from each and every one of us that are in here. Like we can like have like DMOC and Platzi, and I'll give him a small bit. Just
And just to be clear,
something to
what I
think
did
about.
say, right? What I did say is Alpha told you a bunch of information, which is indicative of the Earth's surface being horizontal. Then I gave some more arguments that reiterate and or supplement what he said. Then I said those arguments, those syllogisms, those are 3 premise syllogisms. I mean, it's really not that much text, and it's not really that complicated.
None of that addressed his issue.
No,
his
we
issue was with the
understand.
first
His issue is he's
syllogism.
not. Yeah.
You-
The
you
issue
had-
is like generally you start with something the person agrees with, and then you build from that to like something else that they would necessarily agree with, or that might be a bigger claim, and then you get last. Typically, you arrive last at. Therefore, the Earth
I'll
isn't a
show you
ball,
how.
right? But what this starts with, the very first premise is Earth not ball, right? And that's all he's saying is like, I'm used to seeing premises that build to this conclusion. This seems like it starts with that conclusion. What you sound like you're saying is all of my other arguments support that first claim. And what he's saying is essentially that sounds backwards to me.
Yeah, we'll just.
Okay, but that's not the first premise, so you're not attacking what is there in the open chat. The first premise is not Earth, not ball.
If celestial navigation is successful, then the surface of Earth is horizontal.
And well, how about this, guys? Let him come back, and if he has any questions for Greg, just like maybe Greg can walk him through it. And if he's still having trouble, then we can go the other way. I don't know. Like we'll just try a different way. Like it doesn't always have to be like one specific way. Like if he's having that much trouble with that, because what I always say too, it's like he might not get it from me or Gregory, or he might get it from Flatsy. Like just depends who it is. He might pick it up from them. That's all. But
And you
once
said generally people would begin with something they agree with, but this is a debate, and he's trying to inquire, so he doesn't agree with our position in the first place. So we're beginning with something that he doesn't agree with. Nor is it an instance of me being overcomplicated.
No.
Well, we'll just let him kind of go through your material, and then if he's, I don't know, I guess still doesn't get it after you talk to him.
Yeah, I just resent the canard that every time I say something that someone else doesn't understand, I'm the one that's just being highfalutin and overcomplicated. Like it's
Well, you just made that accusation of me, so let's not get too sensitive. All I would say is, if I'm the first person telling you this, or if I'm the only person who tells you this, then absolutely reject it. I'm just an asshole glober trying to bring you down. If you hear this frequently from multiple different people, then it might be time to reflect, take it as feedback, and somehow, because you've got an amazing vocabulary, Gregory. You have an expansive vocabulary that is not matched by many other people in the world. But the challenge of being comprehensible is going, when am I going to use those words, and when would a simpler word be better?
The
Make it easier.
exemplitude of your
Very good advice, very
vocabulary.
good advice.
yeah, you say that I said the same thing about you, and that's patently false because I never said about you, given that people don't understand you, you're making it too complicated. So I never said about you. So you're just being
Well,
too
you said
quick to
something
reply.
similar about.
Greg,
And
I don't
multiple
know
people
about
are
every
saying
time.
critiques about you, so it might be time for you to practice that same exhortation you just said to me.
I think you're right. I think regularly I do speak in a way that, well, what you just said sounded similar, which was that it was something to the effect of using pseudo-intellectual language to sound smarter than you are and be condescending towards other people. And I think that, I think you're right about that. I think that is a criticism. I have heard it before. It is something I need to reflect on. And I would say it's, as is typical of most criticisms we hear, you end up going, yeah, you too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't know about every time, Gregory, like, I don't know about you sounding or overcomplicating things every time, but definitely this time you were overcomplicating it and not addressing what he really wanted.
I was directly addressing what he wanted, percentage. He said he wanted demonstration. He said he wanted arguments. I said, here are the arguments. What is so complicated about
His
saying,
issue was
here
the
are
first
the arguments?
syllogism. With the first syllogism, how you kind of like put the, like, it was kind of like a, put the cart before the horse. You kind of put the conclusion in that premise. And his issue was with, like, he didn't think that was valid. He wanted the evidence for that premise. And then you went to the other like syllogisms, other arguments, saying it supplements that first one, but doesn't prove that one in and of itself. And for an argument to be valid, it in and of itself, individually, needs to be valid. You can't rely on other things. It might be more closed. Like, you might have a stronger case because there's more arguments that supplement it, and it's like there's more corroborative evidence, but it has to stand alone, and that was his contention.
Does anybody
That's wrong.
anymore?
That's wrong.
Everybody's
There's
insane.
nothing over complex about the first syllogism at all. It's very simple. And just begin with the first proposition, and nor is it begging the question. The
I
first
didn't say the
premise
first
is a
syllogism was
conditional
complex.
premise.
I said your response was complex and irrelevant.
Like,
It's
here's an
not
example.
over
If we
complex.
take it away
What is so
from,
complex about that first syllogism? And
Hold
nor
on,
did
I
I
don't think
beg
he's
the
saying it's
question.
complex.
The first premise is a conditional premise. The concluding premise is a straightforward predication. So it's not begging the question.
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's just saying, like, it's, which is something I think is very true of arguments. If we're presenting them, particularly in that syllogistic, if that's a word, format, to go,
It is a word.
if A, then B, not B, therefore not A, that kind of thing. In order to support that, it needs to be all completely self-enclosed, right? So the Black Swan does do this, but its conclusion, therefore Earth not ball, is completely bunk, right? It should be therefore Earth not ball of 3959, right? And in order to reach the conclusion, therefore Earth not ball, one has to pull in evidence from outside. Suddenly go, well, if the 3959 is bunk, then the space race, then the space program's done, and pull in stuff from outside. Whereas what it sounds to me like Percentage is saying is, if you're making this argument that just fits in a syllogism, it should be self-contained. It should be completely sufficient in and of itself to prove the point that it's making. If it needs other ones to make it, then they need to be inside it.
Yeah, we
No,
got
that's wrong. There's no justification for that. That is not a logical prerequisite. It's not a rule of inference. The first syllogism is a modus ponens. So then they ask the subsequent question, which is what I anticipated before I ever presented this clip, is that, well, how do you know that's true? Then there's following arguments to justify the key premises, whichever one that they're contending with, whether it be the conditional in the first premise or the second premise or the third premise.
All right, maybe we could probably shift the focus until he returns.
No, I'm there.
Pick it up.
He's unmuted.
Oh, you're back. Okay,
There you
so
go.
could you do me a favor, W30? Is
Yeah.
there anything that when you read what you read there, what he posted, is there anything you misunderstood? I don't want anybody else speaking, just W30. Let him. If he has a misunderstanding, he
All
can
right.
speak to
So
Greg about it.
there's a couple of things that I misunderstood. Do you want me to go over everything that I misunderstood? Because
Well,
he
just
posted two
let
different
just let
arguments.
him know where, like, going from top down, that way you can at least address if you
All right.
understood or
So
not,
from
or what. Go ahead.
all right. So the first argument is very simple. The only problem I have with it is that there's no justification for the first premise. The second argument, it's if elevation angles require two straight lines, the intersection lines intersecting at a point, then the angle cannot be measured up from the curved line nor surface. That's something that's a little complicated, so I'm having a hard time understanding what exactly you're trying to say there. If there's some simpler language you can use to convey that, that would be appreciated. I don't understand the relevance of Polaris being at a 90-degree angle unless you're saying that Polaris always exists at a 90-degree angle from a certain point or a certain viewpoint. I don't understand the relevance of that. And then going on to, if the angle was measured up from the tangent line, then the elevation angle above the surface of the Earth was not ascertained. I don't understand what exactly you're saying there either. When you say what angle are you talking about? And
I think I
if the
might need to
points
give you a
on the
crash.
huh?
Sorry. Alpha said no interrupting, and then I just interrupted. Carry on.
Okay, I'm just
It's
trying
kind of
to
hard to
clarify what.
hold back, man. Just let Greg untangle this for me if he wants to.
What I was going to say is that what might make it clear is this whole discussion is about celestial navigation. So it's about taking a site of a star or three stars and then determining where you are on Earth based on that. And all of these points are based upon the process of doing that and how Gregory feels the process of doing that.
That's extremely important information.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
So I would have put it as a premise of celestial navigation is the process by which you can take sights to stars and based upon the elevation or co-altitude angle, whichever way you want to say it, based upon the elevation angle of those stars, determining your position on Earth using trilateration. Right.
Oh,
and
just let's see if he
That's
Greg
something I can understand.
Yeah, let's see if Greg can respond to the point, Egg, because I don't know, Greg, were you done with the?
I never began replying yet until now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it concerns the first premise. What's the error in the first premise of the first syllogism?
Well, I just haven't seen the justification. When you say if celestial navigation is successful, then the surface is horizontal. Like, where's the defense for that premise? Like, where's the justification? Like, where's the proof?
Right, the
Because
supplementary
I'm willing
arguments
to.
below it. Right, so we already
All right.
we already went through that. Right, that first syllogism
All right.
is further supplemented by the following arguments. Okay, what was the next point?
Okay. That's the only. I'm just having trouble understanding these arguments as you're presenting them. Then
That's okay. So what was the next point?
is there any? So if I'm having trouble understanding the arguments, I can't just take them on as logical arguments unless I can get an understanding of them, right?
I said that's okay.
Well, are you going to explain, or are you just going to be like, it's okay, you don't understand, then you'll never
I
understand?
said, what is the next point? This is my third time saying that.
Well, no, I'm just trying to get an understanding. That's what I'm saying. If you're saying,
what is so
no,
difficult?
I don't have a point of contention. I don't have a point of contention. Let me clarify. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm trying to understand you guys. You understand? So if you're going to clarify, then please
I
do.
understand. Listen, what was your subsequent point that you mentioned? I'm going to the next point out of the list you gave us.
Okay, so if we're talking about the use of Polaris as at a 90-degree angle as some source of navigation, then I kind of understand that. But I still don't understand, like, how does this prove that the Earth is flat? Like, can you give some kind of like model that shows like what you mean when you're demonstrating all this information, like how it's provable?
Okay, so do you remember when Alpha was talking to you about celestial navigation?
Yeah.
Excuse me, not celestial navigation, the celestial sphere.
Yeah. Not
Yes.
celestial sphere. It was celestial sphere. You're right.
Yeah. He was talking to you about the celestial sphere that is intrinsically related to the issue of celestial navigation, because of course the celestial sphere is the thing that's being referred to when doing celestial navigation, you're using the celestial sphere, quote unquote, as the referent tool to ascertain your position on the surface of the Earth. And so, as you're trying to navigate the surface of the Earth using the stars, one of the preeminent stars that is used in trying to navigate the Earth, and also trying to ascertain the latitude so that you can make the almanac eventually, so that you can navigate using celestial navigation, is Polaris. And Polaris is 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Now, when we try to ascertain angles, that's why one of the arguments there is, let me read it. If I'll speak English eventually. If elevation angles requires two straight lines intersected at a point, then the angle cannot be measured up from a curved line nor surface. All right, and then the argument follows. So, what part of that do you not understand?
Well, it requires two straight lines intersecting at a point. I don't have an understanding of how to circumnavigate the globe or how to use the stars to navigate the globe. So all of this stuff is sounding like gibberish to me, to be honest.
Well, don't be overwhelmed by your unfamiliarity with the subject. I'm not even all that terribly
Well, I'm just
familiar.
trying to get an understanding. I'm admitting that I'm unfamiliar.
Well, I
I'm
don't
trying
think
to get an
that's
understanding.
I can attempt to
I
give you
just
a
said
crash
don't be
course if you
overwhelmed.
want.
I just said don't be overwhelmed by your unfamiliarity with the subject. It's okay. As I was telling you
Okay.
that I'm not terribly familiar with the subject.
It's just a
Right.
little condescending when you say don't be overwhelmed. Like just explain it. It's a little
Well,
condescending.
I'm not trying to condescend. I'm trying to be charitable with you.
Okay. Well, be
So he's
charitable.
trying to be charitable. He's not trying to say like you're not going to get it because it's too much. He's just saying like it might be overwhelming at first glance. So just just take your time going through it. That's basically what he's saying.
And don't worry. Don't be dismayed. It's okay. We can understand.
I just
let me
quickly
It was an encouragement.
suggest that if
let me just
anyone in the
post.
chat has some of the images of some of these things, that might be
I do.
helpful.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Yeah,
do that.
because models make things easier to understand. I 100% agree.
W30, can you look at the text chat? I'm gonna do that for you. That's what I was gonna do.
I'm already in
You
the
can,
text chat. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
if you want, I can share my screen and walk
Because I'm
through it.
still looking at the arguments. I'm still trying to get my head
It's
wrapped
not
around the
really a
arguments.
model.
Can you see what I
Yeah.
posted?
Okay. Yeah. I see it. Yeah. This is the celestial sphere. Yeah.
Sure. And you could be it could be considered like centered on the Earth or the observer. So in this case, you could actually look at like this showing the Earth in the middle, but you could be in the middle of that celestial sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that? Like you just put a little stick figure man in the center. Now what you see there, can you blow the picture up or?
I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have like a celestial axis, and we have the star rising, and as it appears to us. So we're going to say that our observations of the sky, we're standing on that plane that's right in the center of that sphere. You see how it cuts right through the middle?
Yeah.
So there's 0 degrees east, west, and north and south. Do you see that? 0 degrees where it shows. Okay, so when we're looking straight across the plane of the Earth, like as it refers to the Earth being flat, right? We're looking across the plane, a horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane, which of course got topography, right? Topographical plane. We're looking across the surface of the Earth, and the dome, that's the transparent dome. You know, when you read the Wikipedia article, the transparent dome that's above you, it's how you see the night sky or the daytime sun moving across. Like that's how we see the dome of perspective. So you also can take an angle of degree to anything in the sky based on that horizontal plane. So what's beneath that would be the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere, like encompassing this. So it encompasses the Earth that you're in right now, whether it's a spheroid idea or whether it's a stick figure person standing in the center of that. It encompasses that, the individual or the Earth. You still get it? Like what it does is that the plane of the horizon, it would be cut in half because of the fact that you can't see below that. You can't see below 0 degrees. According to this diagram, 0 degrees is the plane of that horizontal plane.
The cutoff point of the half circle.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
This making sense so far, or?
Yeah, it's making sense so far. You can't see beyond 0 degrees.
Right, and that's important to note, right? Because of the fact that we have a plane, a horizontal plane of like where we see three, like you would be in the center of that, seeing a 360 circle all about you. So if, for example, like if you were in the center of the ocean, it would be at 360 degrees in every direction that you could see, like all around you. But it would still be on a horizontal plane, no doubt. So that's what the celestial sphere is depicting. For every observer, concentric to the observer, everything is radially out from that observer or out from the Earth. It's and or, right? The Earth or the observer. But in this case, we can say concentric to the observer because it was also in the explanation of what the celestial sphere is. That's how we see the sky. We see it in a a perspective of a dome of vision. It looks like as if, per the description, like the stars are affixed to the inside of the sphere. It's not because it's the way it depicts the radius of the celestial sphere is just it's infinite. Doesn't give you an exact number, so it's not a finite sphere that you can know with like a radius, diameter, circumference, but it just looks that way to you prospectively. So far, so good.
Interchangeably called infinite and arbitrarily large. So
yeah, they use terminology that just makes it to where it's really, really massively like big.
Another way to explain it to him in like layman's terms is when you go to the observatory, you walk in there on a flat floor, and then you observe half of a dome, and then they display the stars.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, exactly. Have you been to one of those W30?
Yeah, an observatory. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like what do you call it, like a planetarium, or what is it? Is that what they're named? It's got like a dome above
an
you.
Observatory, a planetarium. Yeah, yes.
And so it's got like this dome ceiling or whatever, and it's got like this night sky or whatever affixed to it. But that's kind of like our vision. That's how we see.
All right. So as we see the night sky is like a dome. It's like a dome above us. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that part.
Per the depiction of what the celestial sphere is, according to how people have been seeing it ever since. You could look it up. How long has it been since they conceptualized this? You go all the way back to like the 6th century, and people have been.
Everything under your feet's imagined in this premise because you can see. Hold on, Blue. You can see. Hold on a second. You can see everything above, like they have, like you're on.
Yeah, but you can't see under your feet.
You can't see nothing below that 0 point.
Yeah, 0 degrees. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what what I wanted to point out.
Yeah, it needs to be pointed out because that is true according to the celestial sphere. Because you see where 0 degrees is, right? On the conceptual diagram that I just posted for you. So that's important to note, right? If somebody tells you they can see below that, that's kind of like the plane of the horizon. You can't see below that.
Yeah, you can't see below that. All right.
So important to note. But so this is basically like the concept behind what astronomy and celestial navigation. This is basically the foundation for that. Now, when this was conceptualized was actually a long time ago, prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe. Before that was even constructed that you live on a terrestrial sphere, the celestial sphere was already something that was predicting the movements of the heavens. So people back in the 6th century BC were actually using that idea of how they see the night sky to have the predictable movements of the heavens. So they didn't need a globe, a terrestrial sphere to do this. All they needed was the way they see the sky about them, and were just cataloging in their specific geographic location how the stars move. And so for them, it was important to put into the conceptual tool how they see the night sky. So that's exactly what they did. And they came up with the predictable movements of the heavens prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe. And this is the reason why, as in it shows per the model, that it cuts that sphere in half. And it shows that the person that sees across the surface of the Earth is looking across a horizontal plane. So far, so good.
Yeah, so far, so good.
Right. So, and that's why it would further give us the foothold to say, if anybody talks about celestial sphere or anything in astronomy, it would fall back to the foundation of the celestial sphere. Anybody that diverts away from that and says, no, we have a terrestrial sphere because of the celestial sphere, is incorrect, because there's nothing in there that talks about an Earth being of a specific set size of dimensions. They have to superimpose an idea that already, after the fact that the celestial sphere has been conceptualized as a tool, then say that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere because of the celestial sphere. Not only that, but northern and southern hemisphere are garnered from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. Equator as well. All these things are ascertained from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. Does that make sense?
I redo that last part one time because this is the part where I'm having some kind of disconnection. Can you
Sure.
restate that last part?
Yeah, so the northern and southern hemisphere and the equator are garnered from the celestial sphere. They're not garnered from the
All right.
terrestrial
So
sphere.
the
So
reference point that they use is the celestial sphere.
yes, sir.
That's the reference point to use.
Yes. So when somebody says, "Well, we live in the northern hemisphere," they're talking about according to the position of the heavens, like where they're located underneath. So you get what I'm saying? So if you say you live in the
Yes.
northern hemisphere, you're not actually talking about a northern global terrestrial sphere. You're talking about the celestial sphere. And this is the conflation. The conflation happens when people are saying the northern and southern hemisphere and the equator are garnered from our terrestrial sphere, and only that. This is
Well, are they mutually exclusive? Couldn't you be talking about both or neither?
Well,
You know
no,
what I mean?
it's conflated. I mean, they because the part that's being used here in the celestial sphere conceptualization is that it's either concentric to the Earth or the observer. It's either or. So you get what I'm saying? So the idea of also longitude and latitude, which is declination and right ascension, are garnered from the celestial sphere, but also can be modeled into a terrestrial sphere. It can be. It's possible to
Yeah,
to
so
do that.
it can fit in both models, is what you're saying.
Yes. Isn't it? That's kind of what you're saying, Alpha. He's saying, if it sounds to me like you're saying, Alpha, it absolutely fits and originally started with a flat Earth conception, but the Globers claim that it only works in their model.
Did he leave?
Don't know. This is one of the funnest ones. Like, it's absolutely, to me, the most interesting. Practical skill. I'm obsessed with apocalypse skills. So the idea that you could figure out where you're at if the whole GPS system went down. So I will not give you the rebuttal unless you want it. Because
I don't. No, because I find like rebuttals are only useful after like if they've given me like good enough argumentation, then I will require a rebuttal, right?
Yeah. So some of where Gregory
So
is
I'd like to get at least an understanding of the argumentation before I hear rebuttals, you know?
Yep.
All right. Did I cut
I
out?
like it. You did.
You did.
Oh, my bad. What did you last hear me? I'm sorry.
All right. So the last
I'm
thing I heard was
go on.
So the last thing I heard you were talking about was how latitude and longitude and also like your position on the globe is decided by the concentric sphere, but it also can map on to the globe to the terrestrial sphere,
Yes, and that's why I was saying that because
the
it's
celestial sphere, and
concentric.
the telescope.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
concentric to the Earth or the observer. According to like, if you're trying to make it understood as like concentric to the Earth, you could do an abstract idea that the Earth is like a spheroid. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like, so it could be
Yeah.
abstracted in that way. Now, the problem with that is there's two things. Either it's a horizontal plane or a sphere of a definite radius, a specific size. So then the next step would be either if it's a plane of the Earth that we're on, either because remember I said it's either concentric to the Earth or the observer. So what you have to figure out is the plane, the horizontal plane that's used in the celestial sphere, the 0 degrees. Now, is that the surface of the Earth, or is that a like an imaginary tangential line? So there's a lot of questions that need to be asked preceding the fact that if you're going to use it as a terrestrial sphere, just like the globe, right? So you're going to have to
segue to the next syllogism.
Yeah, you're going to have to be able to substantiate the fact that it is an actual physical spheroid. And that would be the place where we would land from seeing if there's any evidence of that. So the abstraction doesn't matter. So people can talk about things in an abstract form, like the Earth is a globe with a set radius, diameter, and circumference. But the point that you have to start asking the question is how has it been measured that way? So that's where we all come in to like, okay, nobody's answered that. So I'm going from the celestial sphere, as in how we understand it as a conceptual tool, and it's very useful, right, in the predictable movements of the heavens. So that's how they've been cataloged, and you can use them in celestial navigation and so forth. And so if anybody talks about astronomy or celestial navigation, they're referring to the celestial sphere. But then the problem is they're trying to conflate that to say that it also speaks of the terrestrial one. Well, that's an abstract. We know that now. So we need to figure out how has it been understood to be physically, of course, a geometric shape. So the consequence of that geometric shape would be that the surface is curving at a specific rate. So that's the answer, or the questions that we're asking, and they cannot be answered because nobody's ever measured it. Now, you should let the Globers kind of get into the part where they give you an answer for that and see how it weighs up against, maybe, because I don't think you know that information, right?
I offered
W30.
that. I
Yeah,
offered
no,
that,
I was
No,
hoping
no.
that.
No, I've definitely heard like the 8 inches per mile or something like that. How there's
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
be a certain amount of curvature. Something
yeah.
I've heard
So
those argumentations before.
right. So and for us, it's most important that it's not just something that we talk about in a Discord channel, but it's something that you're able to prove. So from the point of observation, from the point of measurement, from the point of practically being used, we say that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. For all intents and purposes, we can live on the Earth knowing that it's indeed that, for sure, without having fear of like somebody coming forward and saying, well, the Earth is a globe because we went to space. And see, there's a lot of things that get put in when you start saying this, because I mean, all of academia and people that are just saying that it's a globe don't have the point to actually show you how to validate it. Does that make sense, W30?
Mm.
So if somebody was
Yeah,
to
it
tell me
makes
like,
sense, but I disagree that it hasn't been validated because I wouldn't believe it if it wasn't validated. I've seen plenty of models. I've seen videos of like
yeah,
space
yeah,
launches. I've
but
even
see
been
that
to a
right
couple of
there,
space launches
yeah,
before.
that right there is just information that they've given to you that has not been substantiated by primary evidence. And what I mean by primary evidence is you actually going to test the claim. So for all of us in here, yeah, we can wax philosophical about what the Earth is being an abstract concept of being a spheroid. Problem is, they can show you videos and anecdotal testimonies, and people can tell you, dude, it was a globe, I saw it. And that's all good and well. But when it becomes primary evidence for you to actually test it, you're going to find out that it doesn't pan out just like the way they're telling you. This is the point that of validation that we're talking about. Validation doesn't mean when somebody shows you a video and says, okay, you saw the video? Okay, you validated it. Now it's a globe. No. Validation is how can you test the surface curvature to be exactly what they told you that it is. Do you get me
So
now,
right
W30?
now,
Hmm.
Okay.
so
So
right
some kind
now,
of repeatable and provable evidence that
Yes,
everybody
sir.
can use. Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
instead of Jim just saying like, "Oh, well, we have a space day of shuttle in space going around. You can go look at the live stream." That's
yep,
not real evidence to you.
exactly. So it has to be testable, repeatable, falsifiable, right? And this is
Hmm.
important for empirical evidence, because if somebody tells you it doesn't even matter what topic you even talk about. If somebody tells you this thing is true and you're just like, okay, bro, cool. You told me that story. I like it. It sounds good. Mathematics and all that. But if you don't ever
Hmm.
verify or test it, for yourself and actually see if it can be falsified, then you haven't done anything to validate it. Does that make sense?
Hmm. Yeah.
so
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
just
tell
feel
you
like we
right
have a
now.
different. Well, I just feel like we have a different definition of what is true then, right? Because like if
Well,
that is your required level of evidence for something to be true, then we just have a different required level of evidence for something to be true under our understanding, right? Because
sure.
I'm
But you
willing
can.
to accept that under all the evidence, even if it's all circumstantial, it's not direct evidence, it's not provable, it's not repeatable, it's not, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to accept that because I don't have the means to go and test that myself, you know? So I'm
All right,
willing
but
to accept that.
that's cool, but it puts you at arm's length away from actually being able to falsify the claim of the Earth's radius. So you can't do anything to falsify it, which means that you have to only accept what's been told to you. And like
Yeah.
the thing in this room, like it doesn't matter to us that you're like we're not in here to convince you, right? We're only going to challenge you. And if you're convinced somewhere down the line, that's fine. But if you go to
Yeah,
sleep
I
tonight and
want
say,
to clarify that I am here
yeah,
to be convinced. That is what I am
oh,
here for. I love hearing
well,
arguments. So
well, anyways, we're gonna challenge you. It doesn't matter, but like whether or not you're convinced at the end of the day, that's up to you. Like so, one thing like I was saying, empirical evidence, if it can be tested, verified, falsified, all these things, a method by which you can actually check it out, then yeah, it passes you know the verification process. But if you're not able to do that and you think verifying something is just looking at videos or hearing somebody say that, dude, earth is so big, bro, I was up there, check it out, bro, and you're good with that, that's you, that's on you. But it's not empirical evidence. It's not put through the methodology of being empirical.
yeah, and if I
Just to let you
accept
know.
that standard, I would have to accept that I don't know what shape the Earth is.
For
And
sure,
that's
for
something
sure.
I'm willing to say at that standard. I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. If it's not the Earth that they've been telling you of a radius value, like right now, if you were to type in what is the radius of Earth into your Google, it will give you a specific numeric value. Like these values are out there for the public consumption. Like you can type in, you got the radius, the diameter, the circumference, and it's going to give you some numbers, right? And with those numbers, these are set values of the size of the Earth, which means that the geometric shape of the Earth can be known because you're standing on it. So that means it could be measured, possibly if you really wanted to, right? You can measure a little slice of it anyway, and see, if there's any drop over distance. Now, if that's true, you got yourself a globe, right? I mean, if that all pans out the way it should. I mean, the problem is people are not able to do so because there's a lot of problems within the process of trying to do that. And this is what I'm trying to
Yeah.
tell you, W30. So like this is where we're at with the argument. So it's not that they haven't said that the Earth is a globe of a certain size. The problem is you can't verify or falsify that claim of the size. So it becomes unfalsifiable. So right now, if you're happy with it being unfalsifiable, then you think of the Earth as a globe. But if you want to go and see if the surface of the Earth is actually curving just like they tell you in a predictable distance away from you, to say, hey, I can see that thing far away from me, and I know that I wouldn't be able to see it if the Earth is curving because there would be a predictable amount of curvature in the way, obstructing my view. But if you can't do that, then how can you know it's curving? You know what I'm saying? That's the problem.
So on that very point, that's the perfect progression to this argument here in the open chat. I tagged you again.
1 second. If the surface of the given solid
arguments, the first two arguments is simply establishing a very simple geometric basis just to clarify this rather rudimentary fact, right? It's just like, so let's just make this clear. That's what the first two premises make clear. And then it progresses to the major argument, that is the dilemma that the person who believes the Earth is a ball is inescapably caught in. And after you finish reading that, I'll show you the videos that demonstrate the truthfulness of it.
All right. So if the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Well, that's a little hard because isn't level relative to like the center of gravity? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that
I didn't
what
expect
level
that
is
from you.
relative?
No.
That's not what level is.
There's that metaphysic, right? But
Mm-hmm.
when we live our entire lives and we hear someone say, make that picture on the wall level, do we think, oh, we have to make it symmetrically complementary to the center of mass? Do we think that? Of course not.
Mm-hmm. No, but we may not be thinking that, but is that what we're doing? As I understand it, yes. But if you want to give me some counter explanation to that, then
The thing is that idea is made post hoc after sustaining after believing this cosmological, specifically geodesic doctrine, and yes, metaphysical doctrine of the Earth being a ball, and this gravitation, either in the sense of mass attracting mass and or mass curving space
Yeah,
time.
it's a required presupposition, and I'm willing to grant that I believe that's like what I said earlier. I believe in the globe based off the models and the videos and
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
that
yeah.
I've seen growing up. So
Oh.
if you can give me some kind of something to say like, oh, these models are false, because that's how I understand the world is that we are
Yeah,
all
well,
pulling towards the center of gravity of the Earth.
yeah,
So when we think of level is just what is level in relation to the center of
yeah,
gravity of the Earth.
yeah. So center of gravity is a whole different. That's a segue to a different topic. So I think just based on your observation of the Earth, I'll put it this way: primary observations or detections from
Oh,
you.
based only on primary observation and
Yeah,
detections,
not
then
if
level
you
is
if
flat.
you're right. So we can assuredly say that amongst us, right? We're not going to go into like say, well, I seen a video or some guy told me that the Earth is not that. But just from what you and I can tell, it looks pretty flat. I mean, level. Excuse me. I mean, you can say you can understand the terminology that's being used here from like what level is to you, right? So if
Yeah.
level to you, yeah.
Even more simply than that, like I'm talking about the surface of an object. I'm not talking about a vector or a direction. So to interpret level as being to the center of mass is to flagrantly miss the point. That's not to be condescendingly exaggerative. Like when I'm talking about the surface of an object, I'm obviously not talking about something that's categorically different, right?
I was just understanding how I understand level. So if you're saying that it's straight,
Horizontal.
then that's something.
A horizontal line is what we're talking about, brother.
Mm-hmm.
A level on a
Yeah.
horizontal. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. No point higher or lower than the line itself. Doesn't curve down, doesn't curve up. Horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, remember the celestial sphere? Well, if I told you we're
Mm-hmm.
concentric to you, you'd be standing on that plane. Where the dome would be above you, and so that's kind of like how you could orientate yourself on the Earth, because that's how you understand orientation, right? It's important to note that when you are making observations, primary experience of your Earth, you being on the Earth, is of a level horizontal plane. And this is important, bro. Like that's all I'm saying. Like we're just only telling you what we've been observing this whole time. Like it only has been since you were probably very young that we've all been told that the Earth is a globe and started to believe that you were standing antipodal to somebody else that's on the other side of the ball. And that idea has kind of like stuck in your brain because of the way you've been taught. We all have. We're just being told things, and without explanation, like how to understand the physical and natural world, we're just taking them on like because the authorities told us, what a teacher or whatever.
Wrap your head around this one.
Well, hang on. Let's not digress too far into that.
Yeah. Let's
So
go one
the
step,
first two
one argument at
syllogisms
a
is very
time. Yes.
simple, right? The first two syllogisms is very simple. The first one is a let me read so I get it right. What did I say? It's a modus ponens, right? The first syllogism is a modus ponens. The second syllogism is reiterating the same fact, just in a natural deduction. I assume you're reading in your head.
Did I lose everybody? Oh, never mind.
I'm
You
still
guys
here.
can talk.
Do you want me to read the second one, or are you reading it?
Well, I'm trying to get a conceptualization in my head of these ideas. 1 second.
That's all good, man. Take your time.
I'll just add very quickly that W30, I sent you a link in your DMs to our server where we have loads of resources and information on all this so that you can research in your own time whenever you like. It's additional information section, which is all alphabetized and split into separate categories. So we've got stuff like
I
gravity,
appreciate that.
curvature, NASA. So you can kind of, research in your own time as well.
There was terabytes of information, man. We've been collecting over the years. So some of the stuff in there's like videos and PDFs that people have in the community have been putting together. So
And
worth
if
a
we
look.
talk about,
Worth
Yeah,
a look.
I joined up because I only have like 20 more minutes and then I'm gonna go to the gym. But I'm trying to get an understanding of these ideas really
Yeah,
I
quick.
no,
got you
appreciate
real
your
quick.
time, man. Like, you've been respectful in that. So
I feel like too many people
Yeah.
try and prove their own point
Let me,
instead of
let
trying
me
to
talk to you real
understand
quick.
other people's
yeah.
points. You know?
All right, let me
Well,
talk to you real quick.
you go ahead.
One second. All right. So you know what a horizontal line is, right? So if you went
Yeah.
up 5 foot, if you went up 5 foot from your floor, it's real simple. You got a horizontal line on Earth. Imagine that. This is an imagine thing. Imagine the
Hmm.
horizontal line is 100 miles, and it goes to the wall in
Hmm.
your room right now. You go up to your
Hmm.
wall, 5 foot up from the ground. You draw a horizontal line. Imagine that's 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 24,000. It doesn't matter. For flat Earth, that horizontal line is 5 foot for every human known to man. That's the same 5 foot horizontal line. You understand that?
Hmm.
On a flat Earth as a reference, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now on the globe, would you be able to, as a glober, knowing everything you know now, would you be able to go up to the wall and put like 100 little dots that represent the globe's 5 feet? Globe elevation versus our horizontal line. Imagine our horizontal line. Hold
Well, it
on.
wouldn't be
Horizontal line.
horizontal. If you're a glober, it would be a spherical line, right? It would no
No, no, no,
longer
no,
be a
no, no, no,
horizontal
no,
line.
no, no. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. This isn't. Listen. It's a horizontal line on the wall. We know this. It's 24,000 miles long. Just imagine with me right now, right? We know this. In the
Hmm.
imagination, we know this. It's a fact. On the wall,
Okay.
it's a horizontal line for 24,000 miles. Now, if you wanted to mark where your globe would elevation would look like underneath our horizontal line, where would
Did he cut out for anyone else?
Yeah,
I
he
Yeah, he
thought it
cut
cut
was
off for
just
me
me.
too.
I thought it was just me.
the
Yeah, I have an
D-Mac.
understanding
oh my
of the
god.
models. If that's what he's asking, I understand that on a globe, if it was a horizontal line, it would just go off into space because the globe on a globe it wouldn't make
No,
sense,
no,
right?
no, hold on. Not the we listen. The horizontal line stops at your wall right there, and you make a horizontal line to match right there. Now, where would you start your globe? Is what I'm asking. We're not worried about it. We know the horizontal line's horizontal. We're not worried about that. We want to know, in reference to that horizontal line, how can you or any human go up to the wall and start showing globe elevation? What that even in real life? Do you understand what I'm saying? In real life, no human can put the dots on the wall to show you what globe elevation is. So where does any human get it? Remember
Can someone
this.
explain to me? I feel like I'm missing something. Is it
I feel like I'm missing
Globe
something else.
elevation. Globe elevation is
I don't
not
know.
based on
I
horizontal
didn't. I
line as
didn't.
reference.
Yeah,
Hold
D-Mac,
on.
I didn't get that either. I don't know if you
Globe
want to maybe
elevation is based on
Hold
the
on,
distance
Guardian.
from the
Hold on,
center.
Guardian. Just wait, dude. I
Globe
because I want to hear
elevation.
D-Mac. D-Mac, I didn't quite get that either. I don't know if there's
Right,
another
right.
way you could say that.
Globe elevation is based from the center of the imaginary globe outward. That's a vertical globe sea
Should be
level.
like a circle instead of a
So,
horizontal.
so in reality,
Yeah.
we all find horizontal to build from. We get a plumb line, rise over run, a horizontal line. Where do we have globe elevation? Where has any human ever found globe elevation to account for a globe curve in real physical life, real form, up close and personal? When can any human, I don't care, a surveyor, a scientist, a fucking geologist, whatever you got, when can they find the curve of the earth and show you right up close and personal, hey, this is the curve of the earth versus a horizontal line? Now, do you understand?
Yeah, I kind of understand what you're saying. So like
Okay,
in
but
like
listen,
functional so
the,
in functional building, we're not looking at the world
right,
as
right.
horizontal. We're
No,
looking at it as a flat plane and that's what we use
right.
as
And
our
you
base
add them
point
all
for
together.
building and for everything else. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, add all those horizontals together. Now you got a 24,000 mile horizontal line. There's no fucking curve that no one's
Yeah. Do
ever
you
accounted
get
for.
so basically? Okay. So and I'll say it this way too, because under the point that when anyone says flat Earth, what we're talking about is that horizontal plane of reference. So the horizontal plane of reference is what we're saying is flat, and all of nature is conforming to that. And I'm just gonna show
Hmm.
you how, right? So just real quick, so if you wanted to test this, you can I do it real simply. Just put a bowl of water on a table, put a little mound of dirt on that table, little mound. If you were to shake that table, that dirt's going to level out. It's going to flatten out, right? That water is going to be looking all ripply in that. But once that table stops shaking, or you stop shaking the table, that water's going to, even out. It's going to flatten out at the top, and the dirt next to it will be flat as well. So all of nature is tending towards that horizontal plane that we reference. So, when you use a spirit level in your house, when you're putting a picture frame up, that spirit level is referencing the horizontal plane that you're on, which means that if you were to have like a cup of water or something real simple, the horizontal plane of that cup of water that you're holding in your hand, no matter where you manipulate that container, that surface of that water will always remain flat, level to the horizontal plane of reference. Always. So it's just like a couple more examples, but your inner ear has a vestibular system that gives you like orientation to know, like if you're tilt your head sideways to know orientation, and you're always orientating yourself to the horizontal plane that we reference, and that is flat Earth. The horizontal plane of reference is the flat Earth that we speak of, that all of nature is tending towards. So we're on that horizontal plane that we reference, and all of nature's topographical, of course, you have hills and valleys in that, but all of it is on the horizontal plane that we reference, which of course you now know that everything's referencing.
I understand what you're saying there.
Okay.
Just to add to that, if you haven't kind of went over, like Miggy's saying, it's the physical nature of water that's telling us that the Earth isn't a ball, right? No matter what scale you put that body of water at, a body of water at rest will take the shape of its container, and it will have a level surface, whether it's a glass cup, a bathtub, swimming pool, a lake, up to an ocean, right? It's level. The surface is level. The story we're given is that at a certain point that starts to deviate from level and actually starts to curve down and away from us. But we can't observe that. So here we're saying, okay, we need measurement of it. We need detection of it, physical detection of it on the surface over a body of water. But when people are going out and trying to do this, they're not detecting the curvature that's predicted by the globe model. The water is just continuing level, which tells us that it's just like it seems. It's a level surface. So all the water between all the land is level, which is a horizontal, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So do you
I'm just having trouble. I'm just having trouble with the idea of level, because as I understand it, level is just everything. It's everything being like at equal pressure. Yeah, I mean, so the reason why water conforms
Well,
to the
what's that
shape of
mean?
the bowl is because water wants to equalize the pressure throughout, and that's why it
Yeah,
conforms to the
they've
shape
tried
of
to
the bowl, right?
confuse the definition. This is something I'm interested in. Have you got like a dictionary, like a book, a physical
I have
dictionary?
the Google, so we all have dictionaries, right?
Well,
I
this
can
is
look
the
something
thing.
up.
This is the thing. On the internet, they can update the definitions of words on the fly whenever they want. But if you go and check the physical dictionaries, level's always described, as far as I've seen, as a horizontal, a plane.
It's no point higher than the other.
Yeah,
That's what
but
it's
then you
always
go
described
online,
as.
and now that this argument has been brought up to the mainstream almost, they've started redefining the word level online to say, oh, it's an elevation
Equidistant to the center of
ball.
yeah.
But if you start checking the dictionaries, like the physical dictionaries, they all just say it's a horizontal plane.
It's always been that. Yeah.
That-
So
you need to be careful about that.
I don't have a physical dictionary on me, so I can't check that, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well,
So
just
let's go
in
back to the
future when you
argument,
come
because
across.
we said all this to digress, not to digress.
Yeah.
We progressed from the very simple two syllogisms in the beginning. So obviously on the face of the argument, when I said level, I'm not talking about a direction, I'm not talking about a vector, I'm not talking about pressure, I'm obviously talking about the surface of the object, right?
So I'm going to read through this. I'm going to read through this aloud, okay? And I'll tell you my thoughts as they come to me. So if the structure of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. And I can almost concede to that because I've never observed a curve when I went to the ocean or anything. But then science explains that away by saying that the curve is so minuscule that you can't it's difficult to observe over small
No, they
spaces. You
don't.
need an extremely large space. And then you guys
No, they
can
don't.
say, oh well, you can bring up a video or a camera and take a picture of a boat as it goes over the horizon and then zoom in and you can still see the boat. Well, there's
Wait,
arguments that science has for that too. They can say how light sometimes acts differently under different pressure
Yeah, but that's a
situations. They
problem.
can say,
W30,
yeah, the
that's a big
problem.
problem. That becomes a problem for the globe because if they're saying that light's doing all of that, then how are they getting the accurate measurement of the size of the Earth from like the Earth curving at the set rate that they say that it is? If light is doing all of that, they're not able to understand how big the Earth is or to even garner any type of measurement. You see the problem? They shoot themselves in the foot
yeah,
when they actually say it's like a double speak, and either which
Yeah,
way
because
they go,
well,
yeah.
look, they
I
got
feel like the
they
go
claim
ahead.
to one sec. They claim to get the size of the Earth or the calculate the size of the Earth from parallel light rays. But then they claim there are no parallel light rays. So how are they getting the size of the Earth through parallel light rays when light rays on the surface of the Earth that they tell us are never parallel and never straight? They're always curving. So
That's a
what
good
they're
point.
talking
So we
out of
sped
one
up
side of their mouth.
given the
Yeah.
pattern of his reply, and that's fine. So your pattern, the pattern of your reply, W30,
Hmm.
you, you, the spheroidal geodesy right there, they have the dilemma right there. And so you very quickly mentioned the ad hoc retort, which is a fallacy, the ad hoc appeal to refraction. So that's how they want to. That's how they think they're going to protect themselves from the dilemma. However,
It's a
like
cure-all.
Alpha and like T Dub just told you, that's a ad hoc fallacy, like you heard me just say. They never ascertained the Earth to be a ball in the first place, so they can't walk around the dilemma by appealing to refraction to account for why it seems that the surface is horizontal, even though it's really curving, how it seems that the horizon is extending away from us by several miles, but it's really closer, and how it seems that the object that should be completely obscure behind water curve is apparent on the top thereof, to then appeal to refraction. It's an ad hoc fallacy.
Yeah, let me
It's
just
easy,
quickly
right?
say, let me just
Yeah,
quickly
go.
say, so that he understands the evolution of this argument. Because at the beginning, the globe side was telling us that we can know it's a globe because the objects and the boats, the buildings, are going behind this horizon, which is a physical geometric curve of the
Yep.
Earth. But then
Hmm.
we started presenting observations which showed that this wasn't the case and that the horizon wasn't at, let's say, 3 miles for a 6 foot observer, which is where the globe model says it should be. And we see it like 10, 15, 20 miles away. And then they started saying, oh, okay, well, the light just bends up around the curve so that even though you're seeing all that flat water out to 15, 20
Curves.
miles,
Got to
Hmm.
emphasize that.
that's
Curves
actually,
around the
that's
world.
actually, hold on. That's actually behind a physical obstruction that we're not seeing. So they're basically telling you that all of that's mirage, and this is just an ad hoc quote after we demonstrated that there was no geometric limit due to curve of the Earth.
Well, there is a limit
So
because it's not like we can see things indefinitely. But what you guys are claiming is
No,
that
yeah,
limit is
but
based
the
on
limit
the diffusion of light, right? And it's not based
in
on
the
the
No,
curvature
optics,
of
no,
the
no,
Earth.
yeah,
no, no, no,
it's
no, no,
it's
no.
op well, it's optical. It's not physical based on a curve of water, which is what they claimed and have said. We've known it's a ball for 2,000 years because the boats disappear bottom up. But
Yeah, there is an
that's been
optical limit.
debunked.
It's called optical resolution limit. So everything has an
Hmm.
optical resolution limit, W30. So I mean, you're saying like your eyeballs have an optical resolution limit, and any optics that you put in front of your eyes will have an optical resolution limit as well. So there's a lot of things to consider. It's not just the idea that you see something disappear, voila, the Earth is a globe. There's things that how remember I was just talking about the celestial sphere and how we see an angle of view. So there's things of
Hmm.
like depending on how high you are above the ground, like you could say elevation or altitude, and it'll
Hmm.
give you a different perspective of the angle of view that you see across the surface of the Earth. That's very important when you're actually saying that you see something in the far distance, what you're talking about and what elevation you're on and or altitude. So what we're doing right now is seeing how our vision works and how it's applied across the surface of the Earth. Because there are things that are naturally occurring phenomena that have been cataloged by people that have already understood, like superior or inferior mirages, right? Like heat haze, like certain phenomena that happen. Well, that stuff is going on and has been cataloged and understood. There's this idea that even though we have this naturally occurring phenomena, the Earth is also a globe in the midst of all that. And you're like, well, aren't we seeing phenomena? What if it was phenomena and it's not the what people are thinking, right? So it's like you have to get it from a standpoint of like, so we can identify that it's geometric and not just because that's what Cyclone was talking about in the beginning when this got out on the internet, like back in 2014, when it really just exploded everywhere. Everybody was like all buzzing about it. So they were saying that it's the horizon was the leading edge of the sphere. That's where the curve began, where ships disappear behind. So, and then they didn't have an argument as to like when we started to bring up like, well, I do see something that's farther beyond where you think the curve is. Like I see something 15, 20 miles away. What are we going to do about that? And so they started to come up with this idea that, well, we got refraction that's going to be doing this. That helps you see farther, But then, like I was saying before, well, you can have a problem now. So how do you know how to calculate for this refraction that's occurring at any given time? There has to be some way, some method by which you're going to be able to say, okay, I know how much refraction because, today's whatever kind of day. And then you're going to apply that to the distance that you're going to see through. You get what I'm saying? Like there needs to be a lot of information that's put into
Yeah,
like
but
an
when I
observation.
think about that practically, like trying to have some kind of control over an experiment like this would be like it's nearly impossible, right?
Yes, that's
No, no,
correct.
it's even easier than that. What they've done is they've got the globe size that they've never measured, right? And they say we should only see to the distance from 1 foot, 1.22 miles. Now, okay, we see 10 miles, so this is the refractive rate is this because we should only see 1.22 miles. So
Yeah,
that's
so
why yeah. So it's
they're
simple that
reverse
and
engineering it
because they
in
haven't
the
measured a
observations.
ball, they haven't measured the ball, then they're just making it up, saying, okay, well, this is the size of the ball, so there must be
Yeah, well,
this much
that's just an
refraction.
approximation, right? They don't actually go around the Earth with a giant measuring tape. It's just an approximation based on available evidence, right?
Yeah, what
Well, it's not
evidence
even.
though?
Well, it's not even that. It's not
What
even that.
evidence,
It's a
W30?
calculation based on a presupposition. It's not because they don't even know it's a ball. So
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask W30. What evidence are you talking about? What evidence do you think they have?
Well, I'm just saying, like I'm just saying it's an approximation. If you assume that it is a ball, that we are on a
Yeah,
ball,
but
then you could
according
easily
to
approximate the distance. Go
yeah,
ahead.
brother, according to what though? Like they haven't given you the evidence. What's their baseline for their information?
Well, there's plenty of things that I could try and give for evidence, but like I said, I'm just going off of what people have told me. I
no,
haven't
Sure.
observed this.
What do you
don't say
what did
there
they say?
is. Just say something.
Yeah, what did they say?
Oh, so they could use the example of the stars spinning in opposite directions on different hemispheres of
No,
the
the
Earth, like
size.
during the.
No,
But
they're
remember,
talking about the size of the Earth, dude.
yeah,
Not
but
stars
remember,
spinning in different directions.
we use hold on, but remember
Well,
we
I'm just
use
justifying the Earth
W30. Yeah,
being a
hold on,
globe
brother,
first.
check this out. Earlier we talked about the celestial sphere in astronomy and celestial navigation. Two things in astronomy. You're talking about things that we see in the night sky. Well, we just covered the celestial sphere, not but was it 20 minutes
Well,
ago?
that's something that's a very specific question. When I ask you, like, why is the sky spin counterclockwise in one side of the Earth and then counterclockwise on the opposite side of the
Right.
Earth?
I
How
told
would
you
you
this.
explain that?
Right. Wait a minute. I just finished telling you that in the 6th century BC, they understood the predictable movements of the heavens, which means including the way that they're seeing them move about. And that means that from east to west, they were seeing the star movements. So if they were saying, I'm looking at towards the south, that it looks like it's spinning in one way and the other. When I look in the north, it's spinning in another way. In the 6th century BC, they didn't need to think of the Earth as a spheroid. They only need to see what the stars are doing and catalog their movements predictably
Yeah, but
because
how do you explain movements like that on a flat Earth? How does a star spin in
because
two different directions on a
listen,
flat
because
Earth?
what I was in the celestial sphere, remember we're talking about being concentric to the observer. you are standing on a horizontal plane. The plane that you're observing all of these things is on a horizontal plane. That's how you explain it. It's the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere. It's giving you the answer. It's right there in front of you. The answer is you're on a horizontal plane looking at the night sky as a dome of perspective, because that's in the explanation of what the celestial sphere is. They're telling you that's how you see the sky. That's how everybody, all
I
the
know,
ancients
but that's
saw the
not
sky.
explaining the difference in perspective, though. Because if
Okay,
I'm
It
let me
seeing
is.
the
touch it.
Earth, if I'm
Let me
seeing,
touch it
okay, go ahead.
because this fallacy needs to be terminated. When you keep demanding how do we account for it, what you're leading towards is if we don't have an explanation for that celestial phenomenon of these two or more differing sets or apparent sets of rotation. I say that deliberately, apparent two or more different apparent sets of celestial rotation or orbit sets, then the Earth's surface is not horizontal. That doesn't follow. That's affirming the consequent. That premise, that
Well,
argument basically says if
I'm
there's
not affirming anything. I'm not affirming anything. I'm
no,
just
just
asking
listen. I
questions.
know,
Like I
I
said,
know.
I've never observed this before in
Listen.
my life.
You don't.
It's just
Hang
what
on.
I've
You don't need
heard.
to interject yet. Just wait. Just listen. That pattern of argumentation is affirming the consequent. If A then B, A therefore B, right? It doesn't follow that if there are two or more apparent orbit sets, therefore the Earth's surface is a sphere. There are two or more apparent orbit sets in the celestial sphere, or in the heavens, therefore the earth is a ball, doesn't follow. We never observed the earth to be a ball in the first place. First and foremost, we have to observe and measure the earth to be a ball. We can't have the a priori interpretation of the celestial bodies through the presupposition that the earth is a ball. You have to observe and measure the earth to be a ball. So going to the celestial bodies, appealing to any of the celestial bodies, is not an instance of observing and measuring the earth to be a ball.
Yeah, I think that he nailed it right there. But you also got to remember, W30, the ancients used it that way. They used it as just what they see in the sky. So for you to say that, well, you guys need to explain how you can have that, they've already explained it. The predictable movements of the heavens have already been detailed. So they didn't need the advent of the Earth being a globe. That came later on in history. Do you
All
understand?
right,
Like
so
it's already been explained and in detail.
so to respond to what Gregory was saying, I think earlier,
Yeah.
I wasn't claiming. I've never been claiming that the Earth is a ball. I'm just giving the evidence that
Yeah.
I've been given. That's all I'm trying to do is just give the
I
evidence that
know.
I've been
I knew
given.
that.
Right.
I
Yeah.
knew that.
So
Yeah.
so
Well,
the first off there.
it's
Second
not
off,
really
I don't.
evidence.
I
It's
don't.
just
I just
explanations.
want an understanding of that explanation. If you say that they use the one second. You say they use the celestial sphere as a way to understand the difference in the movements of the heavens. I
Sure.
would just like to understand that explanation. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, it's just listen. The people have cataloged it in a way that they put it where the Earth is either that's at the center or an observer. So either way will fit. But the problem is it wasn't putting the Earth to be moving anywhere. It was putting the universe being everywhere around, concentric to the Earth, or it's basically geostationary Earth. So the observer was the key point. What we're saying here, because if we're making our view off of a horizontal plane according to the conceptual tool, right? Because it cuts that celestial sphere in half, it's going to put you at the center, and that means that horizontal plane is the plane that you're standing on. That's already giving you the explanation of the predictable movements of the heavens on a horizontal plane. Like it's already given it to you. Like there's nothing more that we need to do for it other than you just observing everything in the night sky. And so that's what I'm saying. Based on that, the glober will try to abstract it into the idea that it's a terrestrial sphere. So they're doing that after the fact. W30. The ancients knew
Hmm.
that it was a plane, a horizontal plane, because that's how it was conceptualized. That's how people would see the night sky on the plane of the earth. They weren't thinking it
Hmm.
was a globe. And so the abstraction of the globe came later on with how they're teaching you or telling you. And so you have it in your head that that's how it is. Or explain to me how this is happening in the night sky, but we covered that. The ancients didn't need that. That was only superimposed later on with the information that you have now that it's a terrestrial sphere. Hopefully that's making sense, bro.
Well,
Because we don't we cover it, and it's like we don't need to go back to that because we've already said the ancients didn't need that understanding of standing on a ball. They knew that the sky above them looked like a dome. It was a dome of perspective.
I'm willing to grant that the ancients didn't need the world to be a ball. I'm willing to grant that, but I'm just having trouble understanding how the what's called the celestial sphere explains the different patterns of movement of stars in the sky.
What do you mean,
Because
like
I'm not going to claim that the
constellations?
world is. I'm not going to claim that the world is a ball, but I will claim that you do have to justify some. You do have to justify that the world is flat too. The world might be a donut for all we know, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
going to
So
say it's.
we haven't even got there yet, but just based on the yeah, we can, dude. Trust me, we haven't even touched that part. If we can more move into like from observation to actual measurement, and then we can go to practical use case or whatever way we want to go with
Mhm.
it. Because I said
So
that,
explain to me exactly how the celestial sphere explains the different movements of, because if you're on the northern heavens, if you're in the North Pole, you're going to see a different movement of the stars than you are on the South Pole, right? They're going to be moving in the opposite direction. They're going to be moving either clockwise or counterclockwise depending on your position,
yeah,
right?
I get what you're
How do you
saying, but
explain that on a
these,
flat model?
yeah, these are like the gentleman said before, Gregory. These are apparent rotations, right? So what we're seeing is the movement of the heavens because of the way we see in perspective, the dome of vision that we have. We see things moving from
Hmm.
east. The direction would be east to west. Every bit
Hmm.
of what you see in the heavens are moving from the east to west, and so from east to west, depending on if you're facing south or north, they're going to appear to you apparently like they're moving in a specific rotation, a rotational pattern. But that doesn't mean that
let me demonstrate
yeah, that
that I'm
doesn't
being
mean that the
self-scrutinizing
yeah. Let me just
because
say
I have to
that.
correct my error.
Oh,
Let me correct my error. I was trying to identify the fallacy of affirming the consequent. I said it wrong. I said A, if A then B, A therefore B. No, that's modus ponens. Scratch that. I just posted the screenshot
The
right there in
revision.
the open chat to show everyone. Affirming the consequent. If P then Q, Q therefore P. So if A then B, B therefore A. So the way it really goes, if the Earth is a ball, then there are two or more apparent orbit sets. The Earth is a ball, therefore there are two or more apparent Earth orbit sets. Right? That's the fallacy. Okay, just to clarify that.
he just
Hmm.
corrected himself. That's all. But yeah. So you're basically seeing that the star rotations, with perspective, like of how you're viewing the night sky, and so there's no way that you can extrapolate the abstract concept that the Earth is a terrestrial spheroid. There's no way that that's gonna, like Gregory was actually saying it correctly. You can't make the um the correlation to that. There's no way that you can tie that in to it being a terrestrial sphere, only in an abstract. That's it. You can't actually see it physically out in the primary evidence of it being that way. And that's important, right? Because that's the level that you want to be at. You want to be at, okay, how do I know I can test and see if it's this way? Because they're telling me that it's one because of the way I see star rotations. That's cool, but how do I know it's one? That's the point. I mean, where you need to
Yeah, I
be.
don't know either way. I'm willing to
Well,
admit that.
yeah, that, but
But
that, like,
I do have to
yeah, go
go
on.
right now, and I did enjoy this conversation, guys. So to
Please come
Gregory,
back.
to
Peace to you.
AV, to Bless, to everyone who I was conversating with, and also to Eggshell and everyone else. I enjoyed the conversation, and I will be
Cheers,
back
mate.
probably later.
Yeah, appreciate
Peace
your
to you.
Have a
time,
Come
good
back
man.
one.
again.
No problem. You guys have a good day or good night.
See ya.
See ya.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The Earth is flat. It's an illusion.
Come on, everybody now. uh,
Come on and sing that song now.
what would
I
Obama
don't
say?
want to ruin your mood, but the boss is back, the Flat Earth Destroyer. Gregory, I got a question.
Who?
Who's that?
What do you?
I haven't
I'm
seen
just
Mez
kidding.
in here
Also, yesterday
lately.
I asked a question. I asked a question yesterday. It came to ripples in the water.
Ripples?
Yeah.
I'm lost. Now I'm sounding like I'm sounding like Scott. I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Make a case for us,
Yeah.
Ben.
Okay, what's up?
So my question is this, right? If like the Earth is flat, right? Then who is behind it? Is it the Jesuits or because look, right? I mean, I think it's a fair question because you got to ask who for hundreds of years managed to, flunk all these
You're
like
behind
science,
it.
right?
You're
Right?
behind it. You're behind it.
Huh? I ain't behind
You are
it.
behind it. Yeah. You believe
How
the
did you
Earth is a
know
ball,
that?
don't you?
Are you talking about
How
the
did you know
guys?
behind it?
Are you talking about the guys in
Because you believe the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, are you talking about the guys in the robes right now conspiring against all of us, and they're in a conference room probably talking about, dudes, tell you what, man, it was a hard day today, but we're gonna get them tomorrow. We're gonna get
Yeah.
everybody to believe the Earth's a globe.
And
Does
then they
anybody
go,
have any?
and then they go, oh, we don't really need to do anything because we've got all these idiots who just come on the internet and fight for us, even though they don't even know it's a ball.
And they all chuckle, and they probably just like, don't worry, guys, we got it. It's in the bag.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I
You
mean,
mean those guys?
it's a fair question, right? I mean,
Yeah, those
because
guys.
I don't know. You tell
yeah,
us, man.
basically those guys. Like, do you say that those who are behind
Who
that
told
also? What?
who told you it was a ball? Who told you it was a ball?
Who told me, or why do I think it, or what's the
No, who
exact question?
told you it was a ball? You're asking us who are the
Who told me,
conspirators,
like,
yeah?
who,
So who
Who the
told you it
boogeyman?
was a
me?
ball?
Well, who
Bin
told
bag
me?
boogeyman.
Obviously, that's so I don't. The thing is,
What?
the question. You know, the obvious answer. The answer is that through multiple means, from upbringing, this has been taught.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they're all in on it then, yeah?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that this.
They were
This is
conspiring against Ben. As soon as they saw him come to school, like, dude, how can we make him believe the Earth's a globe? I got it.
dude, the
Let me
fact
take
that
this one,
no.
boys.
What are you talking about? The fact that, like, let's say people are now for LGBT, the fact that people are now for LGBT doesn't mean that there's not one source behind it who actually pushed it from the start or something like that. Okay, you can actually backtrace certain societal issues to some source, and I'm asking, who do you think is behind it? Is it the Jesuits? Is it like,
Who do
Yeah,
you
but
you
think?
know?
we don't, listen,
Who do
Ben.
you think?
We don't care about that because
Okay.
the information is what's gripping people's minds. It's the information, sir,
Yeah.
it holds you captive. It's not the
Okay.
people conspiring against you. Who cares who started this? But this monkey's on a roll, and it's got you all kind of up in a tizzy
Sure.
because you hear people saying that the Earth is flat. You're like, dudes, I can't believe this. People think the Earth's flat. What's going on? So you're the one coming in here because you think the information that's been told to you that the Earth is a globe is true. So the
Yeah.
information holds you captive, Ben. That's the point that
Yeah.
we're making.
Yeah. Well, the thing is this, right?
What?
Um, I mean, the main reason why I think the Earth is a globe or tend toward that, right? I'm not like ultimate. It's not a like dogma in my heart, right? But why I
Okay.
tend to say that it is because this would be this would seem to me to be like an such a big and long planned fraud or whatever that it just seems too unrealistic. So like all these scientists for hundreds or even thousands of years thought the Earth was a globe, and then they did all the experiments, but that was all trash. All the physics, all the mathematics is trash. Like all of
All
this,
right.
and then all the NASA. So
Yeah, but you're
it's
throwing
a
the
Ben,
you're
because he
throwing
did
the
ask
baby
me,
out with
let
the
me say this to
bathwater,
him.
bro.
Let me say this to him. Ben, you and I
Yes.
already know that the vast majority of the world has been deceived about the God himself. There's nothing
Amen.
more evident, there's nothing more of a clear fact than the God himself. So how much more the facts about non-God, which is inferior to him?
Yeah,
Sure.
dude. I mean, you think about it, it's like a tradition that's been handed down from generation to generation. People are just believing this tradition and thinking it's true. So, you're going to tell your kids and your kids will tell your other kids. And so it just keeps going and going and going. And nobody's ever going to stop to actually ask the question, wait a minute, did anybody check to see if it's an actual globe? Or are we just believing this monkey? That's the
Now here's the
problem,
second
Ben.
question. Here's the second question. As you know the scriptures, who is the father of lies?
Yeah, sure. Satan rules this world. That's true.
Right. Here's the third
Doesn't the
question.
Bible describe it as a flat Earth?
You and your
Yeah.
red herrings, brother.
Now,
Jesus.
How's that a red herring?
now here's the third question.
We're talking about the Bible.
Is it
right
not
now.
written in Revelation that the devil and his minions and all the antichrists, whether self-conscious or not, have deceived the whole world?
Sure.
Right? Is it not written in Revelation 18 that the great merchants were the tycoons of the world and they deceived the nations, the world, by their magic spells, which includes all means of incantations and sophistry?
Uh-huh. That's
Here's the
true.
fourth
That's
question.
hmm
Here's the fourth question. What
yeah.
was the tactic the devil employed to try and tempt the son of the god himself in the desert?
Half truth.
Yeah, more sophistry. Now, specifically, he tried to use the scriptures themselves. He tried to
Mm-hmm.
appeal. He tried to quote the scriptures in his attempt to deceive and cause the son of the god himself to sin. That's the fallacy of contextomy.
Okay.
Why did I
Well,
mention that?
yeah.
Why did I
Go
mention
ahead.
that? I'll make it relevant. The devil and his minions, the devil, the other rebellious spirits, and the demons, and all the antichrists that self-consciously cooperate with the devil and the wicked spirits, and
Mm-hmm.
all the other subordinate people, whether you're self-consciously or not self-consciously involved in promulgating lies, those who delight in lies,
Mm-hmm.
that includes promulgating lies about geodesy. The devil knows no bounds. He knows no bounds. He's not going to say, I'm going to deceive the world about these things, but no, geodesy is off limits or cosmology is off limits. No, he wants to deceive as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you this? When it comes to, let's say, the issues of, well, I don't want to get political, but certain societal issues where certain sins and certain inverted, sure, worldviews and issues are promulgated by Satan, which then cause the death of souls, right? That's what he ultimately wants. But this would, like the globe Earth, what I don't see, you know what I mean? Because there's millions of Christians who believe the Earth is a globe, and so I don't see how Satan would use this huge,
Yeah, I tell you.
would that
I'll
why?
tell you,
Yeah.
Ben. So in Isaiah 4, because I'm just going to only keep it contextually to this specific conversation, and then outside of that, I won't use it. But specifically to this conversation in Isaiah 14, Satan's ambition was to reach above the stars of God, to ascend above the heights of the clouds, to be like the Most High. But to do so, he'd have to convince everybody else about his ambition, right? Which was to be like the Creator. What was his goal at the very beginning in the book of Genesis when it talks about Adam and Eve? What did he deceive them? What did he tell them they could be like?
Yeah, like God.
Right. So the ambition of being godlike is what people, or rather, to have there be no God, right? To be you don't need a God, right? In essence. So he was trying to get everybody on that kind of mindset. So with that, his ambition is to get people to turn away from the creator by being themselves void of any creator. So they didn't need to have that. So reaching the heights of the clouds and ascending above the stars of God, of course, is what like these agencies want to achieve, right? They want to be traveling around, the stars of God and all that, just doing all that. But that's not our place. Our place is here on the earth. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into it, but that's just.
Let me say it to you this way. I'll say it to you this way. This will be really poignant. Why the globe lie, Gregory? Because this is the sick irony with all this. The globe is not the most important doctrine. Now, you would think it is, given how popular it is and how ardent and fervent people are in taking it for granted and or defending it. But geodesy is not the most important subject. It's not even really near the most important subject. But for some reason, people are so devout to it. That's the irony. They're so fervent and ardent to cling to a relatively not so important doctrine within their worldview. But this doctrine fits into the overall worldview that is contradicting what the God is saying about his earth in his scriptures. and furthermore, contradicting what he's revealed about himself. The globe is a part of a worldview where it's not the God who created the world. It's this unintentional ontological evolutionism where the whole world is just this humongous set of matter that is unintentionally evolving from one basic fundamental thing to another. Eventually, the Earth culminates into what it is now, and then eventually, all the species culminate to what it is now, and then eventually, humans culminate into what they are now, and then eventually, humans will become non-humans with transhumanism and/or post-humanism, and eventually, we'll just ascend and transcend beyond human limits. And what did Alpha just tell you? Become God.
That's a new paradigm synthesis that will be taking place after the old one goes away. The new one will be like that. One is all and all is one, all that other garbage nonsense. Anyway, we got too far into that, but like, yeah, it's important. I guess you're someone who studies the scriptures. You should look into that.
Yeah.
You see,
Anyways.
so let me say it very pithily. The globe is not the most important thing. It is one of the many false doctrines contradicting what the Lord has taught about his world, including his earth. And it's one of the things that have culminated eventually after this evolutionism, so that eventually we can evolve. Everything is evolving, and eventually, especially including us humans, we evolve into becoming God.
And believe me, that's tantalizing to the person who's listening to all this and be like, dude, yeah, wouldn't that be great? So
all right,
that's always been like the since the beginning. So we can go all the way back to the garden and say that's why the deception happened. Because didn't Eve want to be like God? And isn't that why she ate of the unnamed fruit?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah. Thank you for the answer.
Then I'm going to send you a video.
Sure.
Ben, look at your PMs.
All right.
It's been a long time since I heard that. What? Late 90s, man.
This is the video. Hear my emphasis. If you want to learn even more, Brother Will of the YouTube channel, The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, this documentary, this movie on his YouTube channel, this will tell you. This and another one. But of course, one thing at a time.
All right, cool.
It's a message link to the post in my server.
All right.
Have we spoken to Chinese chicken or Cosmic?
Chinese chicken. Well, Alpha, everyone else, good work. Peace to you all.
Taking your leave? All right, man. Later. The Globe Man. Who has evidence of it? We got a guy named Cyclone. I think he's a Glober for a while. We got Matrix. He's another Glober.
Not my fault. I was born into it. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
That's right. I agree with you on that last comment, Cyclone. We have another Glober that just popped in the chat. His name is Jedi.
Yeah, I've got all the curvature you guys need. I've got all that curvature. What's up, Alpha?
Nothing much, man. Just hanging out.
You'd be one of these fellas down in a dark alley with a trench coat on, selling strips of curvature, wouldn't you? Bending water, stuff like that.
Yeah, motion without motion. Yeah.
Well, he's got all the curvature you need, man. Just hop in the van.
Well, that's right, man. Quite a few people in here. No one talking. No one defending the ball.
We got Chinese chicken. We got cosmic. Oh, what else we got in here? I think that's it. Oh, Manufact told him, but he's got to shut off some machines to come talk to us, and we don't want him to do that.
I saw you all in here. I thought something exciting might be going down.
It was earlier, man, but kind of simmered down.
What was going on earlier?
Now we had the guy earlier who was wanting to know, it was just basically from our point of view about flat Earth. The conversation was like what, about an hour, 2 hours, something like that. It's pretty good. It's all Timbo's fault.
Hey, Team Timbo.
Hello.
Hello.